The novel unfolds the tale of Sir Griñafán, a Scottish nobleman, as he assembles an expedition to locate the missing Scottish navigator, Captain Grant. Divided into three parts, the narrative is set in the year 1864. Sir Griñafán, the proprietor of the pleasure vessel Duncan, discovers a document among the debris at sea, revealing that Captain Grant, who had vanished 2 years prior, is still alive. Resolute in his mission, he forms an expeditionary crew and sets sail aboard his yacht, Duncan, in search of rescue. Initially, Sir Griñafán and his party speculate that Captain Grant's misfortune occurred somewhere in South America. After traversing the continent, they deduce that the incident likely took place along the Australian coast. Upon their arrival in Australia, they encounter Alton, the captain's former first mate, who has since turned to a life of banditry. Deceived by Alton into traversing the Australian interior, they inadvertently embark on an adventure in New Zealand. After being captured by the Māori and subsequently escaping, they return to the Duncan, where they confront Alton, who had orchestrated their capture. After negotiations, Sir Griñafán resolves to abandon the rogue on a secluded island in the Pacific. Unexpectedly, on this very island, they encounter Captain Grant, who has endured numerous hardships in his quest for survival. Ultimately, they triumphantly rescue Captain Grant and return to Scotland, successfully completing their expedition. Chapter 1. The Offspring of Captain Grant on July 6, 1864. Amidst the North Channel, the strait nestled between Ireland and Scotland, fierce northeast winds howled across the surface of the sea. A luxurious steamship was striving at full throttle, swiftly gliding through the waters. They could see the stern of the vessel. The Union Jack fluttered majestically in the sea breeze. A small blue flag, embellished with golden embroidery bearing the letters EGG, proudly adorned the mainmast. These initials represent the name of the ship's owner, Sir Edward Glenvan. Under the radiant sunlight, the letters gleamed with remarkable brilliance. Above these initials, a duke's crest was prominently displayed. This splendid vessel was named Duncan. Sir Edward Glenvan, a distinguished member of the Scottish peerage and one of the 12 elders of the British House of Lords, presided over each ship. Furthermore, Sir Edward was renowned as one of the most illustrious members of the esteemed Royal Thames Yacht Club of the British Isles. On board the Duncan, alongside Sir Glenvan, were his youthful wife, Helen, and his cousin, Major McNab. The Duncan vessel has just been completed, embarking on its maiden voyage. As it navigated the waters of the Clyde estuary, situated west of Scotland, it soon turned back towards Glasgow. However, en route, as it approached the surface near the Isle of Arran, a sailor stationed at the lookout suddenly reported seeing a large fish following closely in the wake of the boat. Captain John Mungle promptly instructed that this situation be relayed to the owner, Sir Griñafán. Upon learning of the sighting, the owner, accompanied by his cousin, Major McNab, made their way to the stern of the ship to inquire about the nature of the fish from the captain. "Your Excellency, to speak candidly," Captain John Mungle replied, "I have observed for some time and believe it to be a gigantic shark. Is that so? This is the first I have heard of sharks inhabiting these waters." Sir Griñafán exclaimed. "Indeed, it is certain," the captain affirmed confidently. "This species of shark is scientifically known as the Libra fish. It can thrive in waters of any temperature. If my observations are correct, this is indeed the Libra fish. The method of capturing such a shark is rather unique if it pleases you, and if the lady is interested, we could demonstrate this skill. You and the esteemed lady could witness the shark firsthand. What do you think, McNab?" Sir Griñafán inquired of his cousin. "It wouldn't hurt to give it a try." "As long as you agree, I shall lend my support," the Major replied calmly. "This presents a splendid opportunity," Captain John Mangle continued. "This dreadful shark, elusive and abundant, is notoriously difficult to capture. We are fortunate to encounter this rare chance, not only to eliminate this menace, but also to witness a marvel. Why not seize the moment?" "Very well, proceed with it," Sir Griñafán declared. He then dispatched someone to inform Lady Helen to come and witness the spectacle. Lady Helen, filled with curiosity, eagerly made her way to the stern of the ship, eager to behold this extraordinary sight. At this moment, the surface of the sea lay tranquil, the wind having ceased, and the water gleamed crystal clear. Captain John Menger issued his commands, instructing the crew to prepare for the capture of the shark. The crew aboard the vessel clearly observed as the massive shark leaped from the depths, only to plunge back into the water with astonishing speed, darting up and down with an agile eye. type that was both fierce and powerful. The sailors, fixated on the creature, obeyed the captain's orders, casting thick ropes over the starboard side of the ship. Attached to one end of these ropes was a large hook, upon which dangled a generous piece of succulent bacon. Despite being 50 yards away, the shark caught the enticing scent of the bacon. In an instant, it surged forward with the swiftness of an arrow, drawing near the boat, its sleek, dark fins thrashing vigorously against the water. To maintain balance, its tail aligned with its body as it barreled towards the bait. Passengers and sailors aboard the Duncan were entranced by the shark, their eyes riveted on its every move. Within its two bulging eyes burned a voracious desire to seize the bacon. The shark twisted its body, its wide maw agape, revealing a gleaming array of 4 rows of formidable wit. Teeth. Its head was remarkably broad, resembling a double head hammer on a long handle. Indeed, Captain John Manger's assessment was astute. This was the very shark deemed the most gluttonous. The English referred to it as the scale fish, while in the southern Mediterranean regions of Provence, the locals called it the Jewish fish. The massive shark, darting towards the hook, suddenly twisted its body and with a vigorous motion devoured the bait, causing the strip of meat to plummet into its mouth. Consequently, the thick rope aboard the vessel became taut, ensnaring the creature. That moment, the sailors on board hastily began to turn the winch on the mast, hoisting the enormous shark skyward. Realizing it had breached the ocean's surface, the shark thrashed violently, leaping in its desperation. Witnessing this spectacle, the sailors promptly retrieved a sturdy rope, fashioning it into a slip knot that they secured around the shark's tail, rendering it immobile. Soon after, the shark was lifted and unceremoniously flung onto the deck. One of the sailors, wielding an axe, stealthily approached and, with a single decisive blow, severed the shark's tail. Thus, this formidable and fearsome creature was stripped of its menace, meeting its demise. For the crew, the endeavor of capture had finally reached its conclusion. The lifeless shark posed no further threat, and the sailors' animosity towards it began to wane. However, curiosity stirred within some of the sailors, who recalled the customary practice of immediately eviscerating a captured shark to explore its innards. They were well aware that sharks consume all manner of things, and at times, unexpected treasures could be found within their bellies, perhaps even yielding delightful surprises. Thus, they resolved to proceed with the dissection of the shark. Mrs. Griñafán, however, found the spectacle utterly repugnant and chose to retreat to her cabin. On the deck, the shark continued to gasp for breath, and the sailors measured its weight at approximately 600 pounds, with a length of about 10 feet, which, in the realm of sharks, is not particularly immense. Nevertheless, this tiger shark is undeniably among the most ferocious of its kind. The adept sailors swiftly and skillfully disemboweled the creature. To their disappointment, they discovered only a swallowed fishhook within its belly, with nothing else in sight. It appeared that this formidable predator had not feasted in quite some time. Just as the crew prepared to discard the shark's carcass into the sea, the keen-eyed boatswain noticed something coarse concealed within its abdomen. "Hey everyone, what do you suppose that is?" The boatswain exclaimed. "Just a rock." One sailor replied. "Sharks swallow stones to aid their buoyancy." "Nonsense," interjected another sailor. "It must be a round shot that lodged in this fool's belly, which his stomach could not digest. Thus, what foolishness you all speak." First Mate Tom Austin retorted. "Have you not observed closely? This fool is a drunkard, having swallowed not only his drink, but the bottle as well." Sir Griñafán gasped in astonishment. "What do you mean a bottle in the belly of a shark?" "Indeed, it is an authentic bottle," the first mate replied, "but upon closer inspection, it is evident that this bottle did not originate from a wine cellar." "Ah, quite right, Austin," Sir Griñafán remarked. "Now, proceed with great care to extract the bottle. That I surmise it may be a message in a bottle, often containing significant correspondence." "Do you truly believe that?" Major McNabb interjected. "I consider it a possibility." "Well, I shall not dispute you. Perhaps your assertion holds merit," the major conceded. "There may indeed be some secrets within the bottle." "We shall soon find out." Sir Griñafán resumed his inquiries. "Austin, what is the status now?" The first mate exerted considerable effort to retrieve a blurred object from the shark's belly, lifting it and declaring, "Well, take a look." "Well done," Sir Griñafán praised. Have it thoroughly cleaned and then brought to the after cabin. Following orders, Austin cleaned the object meticulously and presented it in the square hall, placing it upon the table. Sir Griñafán, Major McNab, and Captain John Mungle gathered around the table. At this moment, the curiosity of the ladies was piqued, and Mrs. Helen, initially unoccupied, quickly approached. Life at sea can be rather monotonous, thus even the most trivial matters are regarded as monumental events. The crew holds their breath, standing in silence, their eyes wide with curiosity, pondering what secrets lie within this vessel. Is it a plea for help from a shipwrecked mariner, or a mundane letter penned in the depths of solitude by a sailor, devoid of any significance? After a moment of silence, Sir Griñafán took it upon himself to investigate the bottle, eager to unveil its mysteries. His expression was not only serious and meticulous, but also intensely focused, resembling that of a British detective in pursuit of crucial evidence. In truth, Sir Griñafán's earnestness was not merely for show, he had his own rationale. For what may seem trivial on the surface often conceals significant clues of great importance, making his approach entirely justified. Sir Griñafán began by examining the exterior of the bottle with great care, noting its slender neck and the substantial thickness of the glass at the mouth, which was intertwined rusted wire. The walls of the bottle were also thick, capable of withstanding considerable atmospheric pressure. It was evident that this bottle originated from the Champagne region in northeastern France, renowned for its exquisite champagne. The merchant from this region favored using such bottles to strike against chair supports, for when the supports broke, the bottles remained intact. Point 1 could only imagine how long this bottle had drifted upon the waves, enduring countless collisions, yet showing no signs of fracture, a testament to its remarkable sturdiness. It must be a bottle produced by the Krieg distillery, the Major exclaimed upon sighting it. Everyone recognized the Major as an expert in this domain, hence no one dared to dispute his assertion. However, dear Major, Mrs. Helen interjected, while we are aware of its origin, we remain ignorant of its journey, rendering the manufacturer inconsequential. Do not fret, the truth shall soon reveal itself. Dear Helen, Sir Edward remarked that we can ascertain with confidence that this bottle has traveled from a distant locale. Upon closer inspection, one can observe a layer of solidified substance on its surface, akin to ore. This is attributed to prolonged immersion in seawater, which has led to its corrosion. Therefore, we can surmise that it drifted in the ocean for quite some time before being consumed by a shark. I wholeheartedly concur with your analysis. The Major continued, and the thick layer of impurities encrusted on the exterior of the bottle serves as testament to its extensive journey. Then from whence did it originate? Lady Greenaf's curiosity piqued as she eagerly inquired. Patience, dear Helen. Exercise a modicum of forbearance, for the study of this bottle demands considerable patience. Should my deductions prove accurate, it will soon unravel the enigma before you. Sir Griñafán spoke. He began to delicately scrape away the hardened substance sealing the bottle's mouth. In a short while, the cork was revealed, albeit the relentless assault of seawater had rendered it nearly unrecognizable. It is truly a pity. Sir Griñafán sighed. If the bottle contained letters, they would undoubtedly be illegible, their writing obscured. Indeed, that is a possibility, the Major concurred. However, I hold a different perspective. Sir Griñafán continued. If the bottle's neck was not securely sealed, it would promptly sink to the ocean floor upon entering the water. Fortunately, a shark happened to pass by, consuming it whole and subsequently delivering it to our vessel. That assessment is entirely accurate, Captain John Mungle agreed. Had we managed to retrieve it while it floated upon the sea, we could have deduced its latitude and longitude by it, analyzing the currents and winds. This would have revealed its drifting path across the ocean. Alas, our current predicament leaves us bereft of such insights, having extracted it from the shark's belly. Let us examine it further and discuss the details, Sir Griñafán proposed. Thus, he cautiously removed the cork, releasing a potent scent of the sea that pervaded the entire aft cubby. In Chapter 2, The Children of Captain Grant. What on earth is it? Mrs. Helen inquired, her feminine curiosity piqued. Indeed, I was right, Sir Griñafán exclaimed. It is a letter. Ah, a letter. Mrs. Helen gasped in astonishment. However, Sir Griñafán added, I noticed that the paper has become damp and is stuck to the neck of the bottle, rendering it impossible to extract. Then we must shatter the bottle, suggested Major McNabs. Yet, I sincerely hope to preserve the bottle intact, Sir Griñafán replied. I concur with this notion. The major quickly shifted his stance. Of course, it is preferable not to break the bottle, Mrs. Helen interjected, but I believe the contents within. The letters are 100 times more significant than the bottle itself. Thus, we should prioritize what is truly important. Your Grace, you need only to break the neck of the bottle, and the letters can be retrieved whole, proposed John Munger. Indeed, you are correct, my dear Edward. Let us proceed with that. Mrs. Helen enthusiastically supported. In truth, this was the most prudent course of action. Reluctantly, though, Sir Griñafán struck the neck of the precious bottle. The hardened residue upon it was as solid as granite, necessitating a hammer to shatter it. In a short while, the neck was reduced to fragments, scattering across the table. Those gathered around observed several sheets of paper adhered together. Sir Griñafán gently extracted the papers, unveiling them one by one and laying them flat upon the table. Lady Helen, the Major, and the captain gathered around him. The letters from the bottle were evidently aged, having long succumbed to the ravages of seawater. The handwriting was exceedingly blurred and indecipherable, revealing only a few isolated words, making it nearly impossible to form coherent lines or sentences. Sir Griñafán held the papers up to the sunlight, scrutinizing them meticulously from various angles for several minutes, then imitated the strokes of each letter before finally raising his gaze to his anxious companions and declaring, from the legible fragments that remain intact, I surmise that these 3 sheets of paper constitute a single letter, penned in 3 distinct languages, one in English, another in German, and the last in French. I am quite confident in my conjecture. The intended meaning can surely be discerned from these inscriptions. Lady Griñafán inquired with curiosity, but how can you elucidate this? Dear Lady Helen, when the writing is so indistinct, surely the words left on these 3 sheets must complement one another to convey a complete message, the Major interjected. Indeed, they should, John Mangers replied. I believe that the same word in the same line across these letters could not possibly have been eroded by the sea. In fact, we can piece together these fragmented letters and words to glean the general meaning. Yes, let us proceed thus, Sir Griñafán proclaimed. Now, let us first examine the English. The fragmented letters on this English letterhead read as follows. 62 Brigau sink Allen skip jar, that monnet of long insistence lost. What do you think? It is impossible to discern any meaning from these letters, sighed the Major with evident disappointment. Nonetheless, Captain John interjected, it is undoubtedly composed of English letters. This is beyond question, Sir Griñafán asserted, as it contains complete words such as sink, Ulland, that, and lost. Furthermore, the term skip must surely refer to skipper. As for the letters GR, they likely denote a person's name, perhaps that of the captain of a shipwrecked vessel. I would add, remarked John Mangle, that the meanings of monnet and sistance are quite clear. Monnet must represent monition, while sistance signifies assistance. Indeed, upon closer inspection, one can grasp this layer of meaning, Mrs. Helen chimed in. However, regrettably, the Major continued, the missing letters render it impossible to ascertain which ship was involved or what incident transpired. I firmly believe the truth will eventually come to light, Sir Edward confidently asserted. Indeed, replied the Major, known for his tendency to echo others' sentiments. But how shall we ascertain the facts? We ought to examine the handwriting of these 3 letters in conjunction, suggested Sir Griñafán. Yes, that is precisely what we should do, exclaimed Lady Helen, expressing her agreement with enthusiasm. However, the situation proved less than satisfactory. The second letter was significantly eroded by seawater, leaving only a few isolated characters, 7 Juniglas si Atrisen Grauspringinen. These words are in German, remarked John Mincher. John, can you truly comprehend German? Sir Griñafán inquired. Sir, I know a little, came the reply. That's splendid. Please enlighten us on what these words convey. Captain John scrutinized the letter once more and responded, well, I believe the date of the incident is confirmed. It is 7 Juni, which translates to June 7th, and when combined with the figure 62 from the English letter, it points to June 7th, 1862. That is simply marvelous. Lady Helen exclaimed in delight. John, do continue. On the same line of this letter, the young Captain John continued. And when combined with the word Gow on the English stationery, it unmistakably forms Glasgow, clearly indicating a vessel moored in the port of Glasgow. Indeed, I share the same sentiment, the Major concurred. Captain John Mungle further elaborated. The second line on this German stationery has been eroded by seawater to the point of being nearly illegible. However, 2 significant words remain discernible. The first is zwei, meaning 2, and Atchison, which should likely be Matt Rosen, translating to sailors. Thus, the implication is that a captain and 2 sailors have met with misfortune? Lady Helen inquired, astonished. Yes, that is quite probable, Sir Griñafán responded. However, my dear sir, I must express my difficulty with the subsequent word grouse, which truly perplexes me. Perhaps upon examining the 3rd sheet, I will be able to compare and unravel its meaning. As for the final 2 words, bring in, it is not hard to deduce that it signifies hope to grant. When combined with the 6th line of the English letter's rescue, it conveys the notion of hope to receive assistance, a meaning that is readily apparent. Indeed, it is a hope for assistance. Sir Griñafán replied, yet, where precisely did these unfortunate souls meet their fate? At present, the exact location where this bottle has drifted and where the calamity occurred remains an enigma, leaving us still in the dark. I merely hope that the French letter can elucidate everything, interjected Madame Helen. Very well, let us now examine the French correspondence, Sir Griñafán remarked. Among these 3 languages, we are all proficient in French, thus it will be considerably easier to delve into. The text of the 3rd letter revealed, Troyats Fanny Agoni Austral Aber Contemporcruel Indi Gd Onget Et 3711 Lat. Madame Helen gasped in astonishment. Gentlemen, do take a look. Let us scrutinize it thoroughly, one step at a time, Sir Griñafán proposed. We should begin afresh. I shall now list these fragmented words in their sequential order. The initial words, I discerned, translate to triple-masted vessel, which, when combined with the English letter, should refer to the HMS Britannia 3-masted ship. The subsequent 2 words, Goni and Austral, reveal only the meaning of Austral, signifying the southern hemisphere. This provides us with a wealth of information, Captain John Mingle stated, which indicates that this vessel must have encountered peril in the southern hemisphere. However, all of this remains uncertain, the Major added. Silence, please, allow me to continue, he urged. Jazz exclaimed eagerly. Quickly, take a look. This word aber is fully written. It should mean a border, which signifies to reach or to disembark. It implies that these shipwrecked souls have arrived at a certain place. But where exactly is that? Continent. Is this not akin to continent? However, this cruel, John Munger shouted, for it bears the same meaning as grouse. Grousum in the German stationary, denoting savage as an adjective. Continue to look. Keep going down. Sir Griñafán urged excitedly. Clearly, he was stirred by the implications of these vague, incomplete words. Could Indi refer to India? Does this mean that all the sailors aboard the ship have been cast away in India? And what about this word onget? Does it signify longitude? Below is the latitude, 3711. This is splendid. At last, we have a precise direction. Yet, we remain oblivious to the position of longitude, McNabb said. Dear Major, it is impossible for us to know everything at once, Sir Griñafán explained. To ascertain an accurate latitude is a commendable feat. It is evident that among these 3 sheets of paper, only the French one is the most complete. It is apparent that these 3 letters are mutually translatable. The number of lines on these 3 sheets of paper is identical, allowing them to complement one another, permitting a verbatim translation. Our task now is to amalgamate these 3 letters into a single correspondence and express it in a singular language. Subsequently, we shall contemplate the most likely, clearest, most reasonable, and most explicit meaning of this letter. Which language should we employ to merge this letter? English, French, or German? Inquired the Major. It should be in French, declared Sir Griñafán, reasoning that the French version of the correspondence conveys the most complete meaning. Your argument is quite persuasive. Your Excellency, added John Minger, noting that the language most familiar to everyone is indeed French. This is undoubtedly beyond dispute. Thus, I shall now unify the fragmented words and phrases from these 3 letters in French, preserving the spaces within the words and sentences. I will then supplement them with clear words, enabling us to embark on our research and analysis. Consequently, Sir Griñafán promptly took up a quill, and within a short span, he had transcribed the entire message. Afterward, he read aloud to everyone the following lines. June 7, 1862, 3-masted Britannia, Glasgow, June 7, 1862, the 3-masted ship Britannia, Glasgow, Sombre Goni Austral, sunk, Gonia, Southern Hemisphere, on land. 2 sailors, landed, 2 sailors, Captain Graber, Captain G. Arrived, Contemporcuralindi, continent, captured by, savage, Indies, throw this document of longitude, discard this letter, and 3711 of latitude. Bring them aid, latitude 3711, hope for rescue, lost, deceased. At that moment, a A sailor approached and reported to the captain that the Duncan had now arrived at Clyde Bay, and the captain issued a command. "Sir, what would you like to do now?" John Mingle inquired of Sir Griñafán. "Captain John, let us sail swiftly to Dumbarton. Once we await the return of Lady Helen to the Malcolm estate, I shall proceed to the Admiralty to present these letters." John Munger has been tasked with the duty of conveying orders to the sailor, who promptly relayed the command to the first mate. "At this moment, my friends," Sir Griñafán proclaimed loudly, "we have unraveled a maritime disaster and uncovered some clues. Let us continue our analysis and investigation. It appears that the efficacy of our judgment may determine the survival of several lives. Thus, we must engage our intellects to decipher this enigma. All preparations are in place." "My Edward," Lady Helen responded. "The initial task at hand," Sir Griñafán continued, "should be to categorize this letter into three distinct aspects: the known, the inferred, and the unknown. What do we presently know? It pertains to a three-masted vessel named Britannia, which sank at the port of Griscog on June 7, 1862. The captain and two sailors placed a letter, comprising 3 sheets of paper, into a floating bottle and cast it into the sea at latitude 3711, seeking assistance. Indeed, entirely accurate, the major concurred. What can we infer? Sir Griñafán mused. The first inference should be that the site of the disaster lies upon the waters of the southern hemisphere. Subsequently, I urged everyone to take note of the term Goni. Does it refer to a specific geographical location, or is it indicative of a component of a geographical name? Is this not referring to Patagonia, the name of a region in the southern part of Argentina, South America? Mrs. Helen exclaimed. It must be so. However, is Patagonia truly situated at the latitude of 37 south? The major questioned skeptically. This is easily verifiable, John Mingle replied, promptly unfolding a world map and pointing to the South American portion, affirming, indeed, that is correct. Patagonia lies precisely on the 37 south parallel. Observe, Aragani. A name from southern Chile aligns perfectly with the 37 south latitude, which then traverses the northern expanse of Patagonia, cutting across the vast plains of South America before directly entering the Atlantic Ocean. Ah, well articulated. Let us proceed to the next conjecture. The captain and 2 sailors have indeed arrived at a certain location, Canton, which signifies continent. Let it be noted, this refers to landmass rather than an island. What transpired thereafter? There are 2 letters, PR, that seem to hold revealing significance, potentially unlocking the enigma. These letters could imply or captured, and perhaps also prisoners. Meaning made prisoners. But who captured these individuals? They were likely taken captive by the cruel Indians, the savage Indians. How do you perceive my explanation? In the vacant spots. Does the term not leap off the page? The essence of this letter should now be crystal clear. Wouldn't you agree? Sir Griñafán spoke with unwavering confidence, his gaze brimming with assurance. The assembly was equally captivated by his fervent self-assurance, responding in unison. Indeed, it is evident. After a brief pause, Sir Griñafán continued, My friends, I now believe this hypothesis is entirely tenable. The incident occurred near the coast of Patagonia. I should send someone to inquire at the port of Glasgow about the destination of the Britannia after it departed. Perhaps through this, we can ascertain whether there was a possibility of being compelled towards the waters of Patagonia. Oh, there is no need to venture so far, suggested John Mungle. I have a compilation of the Shipping Gazette here, and we can simply consult it. This is splendid, exclaimed Mrs. Helen joyfully. Thus, John Mungle retrieved a substantial stack of the 1862-foot Shipping Gazette from the cabin, rapidly flipping through its pages. It was too long before he excitedly called out, on May 30th, 1862. In Peru, Callao, a significant commercial port located on the western coast of Peru, a fully laden vessel was en route to the port of Glasgow. The vessel is named Britannia, and its captain is Grant. Ah, Grant, Sir Griñafán exclaimed loudly, referring to that ambitious Scotsman who aspired to establish a new Sogdiana across the Pacific. Indeed, it was he. Captain John Munger stated that in 1862, after setting sail from the port of Glasgow aboard the Britannia, he vanished without a trace. There is absolutely no doubt about it. Sir Griñafán added, it must be him, without question. On May 30th, just 8 days after the Britannia departed from Callao, it met its demise in the waters of Patagonia on June 7th. The entirety of the ship's saga is chronicled within these 3 pages of indistinct handwriting. My friends, observe once more, my conjectures have proven accurate. Yet, the only information we possess is the longitude of the disaster. Since we are aware of the location of the wreck, the latitude is of little consequence, John Munger remarked. If we knew the latitude, we would surely be able to locate the site of the tragedy. So, is that all we need to comprehend? Lady Helen inquired. My dear Helen, yes, we are entirely informed. I can effortlessly fill in the blanks left by the eroded script on this paper, as though Captain Grant himself were narrating his tale, and I am merely transcribing it. Thus, Sir Griñafán took up his pen and without hesitation recorded the following. On June 7, 1862, the three-masted vessel Britannia, belonging to the waters of the Firth of Clyde, met with disaster in the southern hemisphere, specifically in the maritime region of Patagonia. The captain and 2 sailors hastily made their way to the mainland, only to be captured by the local savage Indians. In a desperate act, they cast 3 letters at the coordinates of latitude 3711, beseeching for assistance, lest they perish in this desolate place. Chapter 3. The Children of Captain Grant. My dear Edward, it is simply marvelous, truly marvelous, exclaimed Mrs. Helen, clapping her hands in delight. If these castaways can return home safely, I am certain they will express their heartfelt gratitude to you. Indeed, they shall return to their homeland. Sir Griñafán replied with a sense of assurance. This letter elucidates the situation with such clarity. Everything is precise and unequivocal. Moreover, I am confident that the British government would not abandon its citizens, forsaking their children in such a desolate region. Consider, the British government has previously rescued the ill-fated John Franklin, 1786 to 1847, the renowned navigator who perished during his Arctic expedition, along with many of his crew. Therefore, today it shall undoubtedly extend its aid to the crew of the Britannia, ensuring their safe return. Mrs. Helen lamented sorrowfully, alas, I cannot help but feel that these unfortunate sailors must have families of their own, and their loved ones have been tormented by their disappearance. Perhaps, at this very moment, the unfortunate Captain Grant's wife and children. Indeed, my dear lady, you are absolutely correct. I must find a way to inform their relatives that they are alive and that hope for reunion still lingers. Therefore, my friends, we ought to ascend to the top floor, for the ship is about to dock at the harbor. Indeed, the Duncan is accelerating, and by 6 o'clock in the afternoon, it will rest beneath the snow-capped rocks of Dumbarton, where the figure of the Scottish hero Wallace stands tall atop the cliffs. Wallace, a prominent leader in the 13th century Scottish Wars of Independence, was later slain by the English. At this juncture, a carriage awaits on the shore to escort Lady Helen and Colonel MacNab back to Macalmont House. After embracing his young wife, Sir Griñafán hastily boarded the express train to Glasgow. However, prior to his departure, Sir Griñafán published 2 identical notices in both the Times and the Morning Chronicle. He is aware of the situation regarding the Britannia and Captain Grant at the port of Glasgow. For further details, inquiries can be made at Scotland, Dumbartonshire, the village of Luss, Macalmont House. Macalmont House, belonging to the Griñafán family, is a castle steeped in poetic charm. Nestled near the village of Luss, from the estate, one can gaze upon the breathtaking valley, capturing the entirety of Luss village. The residence is situated alongside the crystal-clear Loch Lomond, with the castle's granite foundations gently immersed in the lake's waters. It is said that long ago, this castle belonged to the Griñafán family. Luss village is associated with the legendary outlaw Rob Roy MacGregor, a figure immortalized by Sir Walter Scott in his literary works. It is also the hometown of Fergus MacGregor, the leader of the Scottish peasant uprising in the late 16th century. The Griñafán family has long been intertwined with the legacy of Walter Scott, the renowned Scottish historical novelist of the 19th century, who depicted the ancient heroes and the tradition of hospitality in his narratives. During the era of James VI, 1567 to 1625, a social revolution erupted in Scotland, culminating in the peasant uprisings. Following the failure of these uprisings, the nobility intensified their exploitation and oppression of the farmers. Many tenants, unable to meet the exorbitant rents, were forcibly evicted by the nobles, leading to widespread displacement and dire circumstances. Some perished in poverty, others took to fishing, while many wandered as vagrants. Among the nobility, only the Griñafán family remained mindful of their noble status, treating their tenants with kindness, ensuring that none of them were forced to roam aimlessly, nor did any suffer from hunger. All were dedicated to cultivating the lands of the Griñafán family. Thus, even in these tumultuous times, Sir Griñafán's Macalmont Castle stood as steadfast as the Duncan, consistently inhabited by a homogeneous community of Scots. These Scots are descendants of feudal lords and tenant farmers such as MacGregor, MacNab, MacNaughton, and MacFarlane, who have resided for generations in the counties of Stirling and Dumbarton. embodying the essence of the local populace. Moreover, these descendants are characterized by their honesty and diligence, remaining steadfastly loyal to their masters. Among them, some even speak the ancient Caledonian language, a reference to Scotland's historic name. Sir Griñafán hails from a prosperous lineage, renowned for its chivalry and philanthropic spirit, generously aiding those in need. His most cherished attribute is undoubtedly his compassionate heart, which underpins his benevolence. In the eyes of the people, his generosity springs from a genuine desire to alleviate suffering. Furthermore, Sir Griñafán is not only the lord of Macolm Castle, but also a gentleman of the village of Luss, serving as a representative elder in the House of Lords. However, Sir Griñafán has consistently resisted conforming to courtly expectations, leaning instead towards Jacobite ideologies, which has led to his marginalization by politicians in British politics. Nevertheless, what is most commendable is his unwavering commitment to preserving ancestral traditions and advocating for the resistance against the Southern English, who politically oppressed the Irish in the south and the Scots in the north, due to England's geographical positioning south of Scotland. This political aggression has further isolated him. Despite facing such ostracism, Sir Griñafán refuses to accept mediocrity or harbor narrow-mindedness. He remains relentlessly ambitious, embracing all progressive ideas with an open heart. Deep within, he prioritizes the well-being of his beloved Scotland above all else. At the Royal Thames River Boat Club, a speedboat race was once held. He exerted himself in piloting his speedboat to victory, aiming to bring pride to his Scotland, reflecting the deep-rooted sentiment he harbored for his homeland. Now, Sir Griñafán, at the age of 32, maintains a serious demeanor, his tall and robust physique complemented by a gaze that reveals warmth. His presence embodies the poetic essence of the Highlands. Everyone recognizes him as a modern-day knight, exuding the gallant spirit of ancient chivalry, generous and magnanimous, akin to Fergus of the 19th century, a paragon of medieval Scottish nobility and the embodiment of knightly leadership. Among his most commendable virtues are his generosity and kindness, qualities that surpass even those of Saint Martin, the esteemed Christian saint of the medieval era. Sir Griñafán and Miss Helen have recently celebrated their 3-month wedding anniversary. Miss Helen does not hail from nobility. Her father was the renowned British explorer William Taverner. Like many scholars devoted to the study of geography who have sacrificed much, William met an untimely demise during an expedition. Although Helen comes from humble beginnings, she is a true Scot, possessing qualities that, in the eyes of her husband, Sir Edward Griñafán, are on par with those of any noble lineage. Helen is fair of face, courageous, and filled with passion, qualities that captivated Edward at first sight, compelling him to take her as his wife. Upon reflecting on the first encounter with Sir Grenville Edward, she was already an orphan, bereft of parental care and financial means, residing in a house bequeathed by her father. At that moment, Grenville discerned that this pitiable, solitary young woman would undoubtedly evolve into a paragon of a devoted wife and mother, and thus he unabashedly expressed his affections for her. Miss Helen, merely 22 years of age, possessed golden locks and azure eyes, embodying grace and benevolence. Her love for her husband transcended mere gratitude. She cherished him profoundly, perceiving herself as an heiress of noble lineage while viewing her husband as a parentless orphan in need of her nurturing. The estate's tenants and servants referred to Miss Helen as our kind Lady Ruth, willingly devoting themselves to her service with unwavering loyalty. Sir Grenville and Lady Helen resided blissfully at Macolm Hall, enveloped by the breathtaking and unspoiled splendor of nature, surrounded by towering hills. During leisurely moments, they strolled along the lakeside, seeking solace beneath the dense shade of maple and chestnut trees, listening to the ancient war songs hummed by passers-by along the shore. In the distance, remnants of ancient Scottish architecture nestled within the glen evoked a profound admiration for Scotland's storied past. The couple would occasionally wander hand in hand into the verdant embrace of birch trees, treading through the golden underbrush of larch. At other times, they would ascend the majestic heights of Lamont, or ride their noble steeds through the serene and picturesque depths of the valley. They are renowned for their poetic charm, often referred to as the land of Rob Roy, and are further celebrated for the enchanting landscapes extolled by Sir Walter Scott. As dusk gracefully descends, the lights of the lighthouse established by Michael Farland twinkle on the horizon. During this enchanting time, the couple leisurely strolls along the battlements outside their castle, taking their time as they meander. They pause intermittently, resting upon a solitary, protruding stone, lost in contemplation while gazing at the heavens, captivated by the serene beauty of nature and the gentle glow of moonlight. Their hearts, intertwined in passionate love, seemed to exist in a world solely of their own amidst the vastness of the night. In truth, only these two souls, in perfect harmony, can truly appreciate the exquisite allure of the natural world. This is how the newlyweds, savoring the sweetness of their 3-month honeymoon, spent their days. Sir Griñafán, as a devoted husband, never forgot that his wife is the daughter of a renowned traveler. He pondered deeply on the wishes his wife, Helen, must still hold for her father's aspirations. Indeed, there was a profound understanding between them, for this was precisely Mrs. Helen's true sentiment. Consequently, Sir Griñafán set about constructing the Duncan. Upon its completion, the couple embarked on this vessel, sailing towards the Mediterranean, reaching some of the most breathtaking locales of the Greek islands. To express his affection for his wife, Sir Griñafán entrusted the Duncan into Helen's capable hands. One can only imagine the sheer joy that filled Mrs. Helen's heart. In her eyes, what could be more blissful than visiting the ethereal beauty of Greece during their honeymoon? Yet, now all plans have been disrupted, as Sir Griñafán has personally traveled to London with the intent to assist those unfortunate individuals mentioned in the correspondence. Lady Helen feels an overwhelming sense of anxiety, plagued by sorrow and distress throughout the day. When her husband sent a telegram the following day, her sole wish was for his immediate return. However, that evening, she received a letter from him indicating that his proposals had encountered some hindrances, thus prolonging his absence. On the third day, Lady Helen received another letter from her husband, in which Sir Griñafán expressed his discontent with the Admiralty. On this very day, Lady Helen was engulfed in unease. As she sat alone in her room that evening, the steward of the castle, Mr. Haybor, came to inform her that a young girl and a young boy were outside seeking an audience with Sir Griñafán. Are they local? Lady Helen inquired. No, dear lady. The steward replied. I have not seen them before. They claim to have traveled by train to Balaji and then walked from there to the outskirts of LS village. Then please invite them in for a visit, my dear Haybor, Lady Helen instructed. The steward exited, and after a short while, he returned, guiding a girl and a boy into Lady Helen's chamber. It was evident from their features that they were indeed siblings. The young lady appeared to be around 16 years of age, her beautiful visage revealing an air of exhaustion. Her large eyes were swollen from weeping, yet her expression exuded a remarkable resilience and composure. Clad in simple yet tidy and elegant attire, she evoked a sense of deep affection. She held her younger brother's hand firmly. Though still quite small, the boy's demeanor radiated strength and courage, suggesting that he would not hesitate to defend his sister against any who dared to wrong her, acting as her steadfast protector. Upon encountering Mrs. Helen, the girl wore a look of confusion. Perceptive as she was, Mrs. Helen understood the girl's unspoken thoughts and promptly addressed them, inquiring gently, "What brings you here?" She regarded the girl with a warm gaze, encouraging her to speak without fear. "No, madam, you have misunderstood," the boy interjected boldly on behalf of his sister, his tone resolute. "We have not come to seek you, but rather Sir Griñafán. Dear madam, please pardon his youth. He lacks an understanding of proper etiquette," the girl interjected, casting a reproachful glance at her brother. "Well, Sir Griñafán is not at home," Mrs. Helen replied. "I am his wife, and if you wish, I can." "Are you Lady Griñafán?" the sister inquired. "Indeed, dear miss," came the reply. "Respectful madam, I seek to inquire about an announcement published in the Times regarding the tragic incident involving the Britannia. You are the wife of Sir Griñafán of Macomb House. Are you not?" "Indeed, yes," Mrs. Helen replied eagerly. "Then you are." "Esteemed madam, I am Miss Grant, and this is my brother." "Oh, so it is Miss Grant, Miss Grant," Mrs. Helen exclaimed in astonishment, drawing the girl close and clasping her hand tightly, while bending down to kiss the brave little boy's cheek beside her. "Esteemed madam," Miss Grant said cautiously, "I wish to inquire about the shipwreck involving my father. How much do you know? Is he still alive? Is there hope for his rescue? Will we be able to see him again? Please, I implore you, tell me everything." "Oh, dear girl," Mrs. Helen responded, "given the current information, it is difficult for me to articulate, as I do not wish to raise your hopes unnecessarily." "Then please, be direct." "Esteemed madam, speak plainly. I am quite strong and can endure any pain, so I fear not the worst news." Mrs. Helen said, "My dear girl, while hope may be scant, I believe there is a possibility that you may reunite with your father." "My God, oh God!" Miss Grant cried, her voice laden with anguish and despair. Ultimately, she could no longer contain herself, and tears cascaded down her face. Meanwhile, the little boy, Robert, grasped Mrs. Helen's hands, showering her with fervent kisses. As the tumultuous emotions of joy and sorrow subsided, Miss Grant's curiosity surged, compelling her to bombard Mrs. Helen with a flurry of inquiries. In response, Mrs. Helen recounted the entire saga, detailing the retrieval of the message in a bottle and the subsequent discovery of 3 sheets of paper. From these papers, it emerged that the Britannia had sunk in the waters of Patagonia in the southern hemisphere, with only 2 sailors and the captain surviving the ordeal. They made landfall and sent out a distress signal through the letter. Throughout Mrs. Helen's narration, young Robert's gaze remained fixated upon her, his expression reflecting the weight of his very existence hinging on her words. The imagination of the child galloped freely in his mind, conjuring up myriad perils that his father might be facing. At times, he envisioned his father strategizing on the deck of the Britannia. At other moments, he saw him battling against the tumultuous waves, and again, he imagined himself alongside his father, huddled together on a rocky shore. Later, he envisioned them escaping the churning sea, crawling slowly and breathlessly along the beach. Consequently, as Mrs. Helen recounted these events, he could not restrain himself from exclaiming in anguish, "Ah, father, dear father!" The cry was laden with profound sorrow. In a bid to soothe his emotions, he nestled closely beside his sister. Meanwhile, Miss Grant stood silently with her hands clasped, a picture of serenity amidst the turmoil. Once Mrs. Helen had finished her tale, Miss Grant finally spoke up. "By the way, madam, where are the letters you mentioned?" inquired the young lady. "Dear miss, the letters are truly not in my possession," replied Mrs. Helen. "Oh, not with you?" "Indeed, they are not with me. Sir Grenville has taken them to London while seeking assistance for your father. However, I have conveyed the contents of the letters to you word for word. Moreover, we have also shared our conjectured meanings derived from the incomplete sentences and words on the paper. Regrettably, we only know the latitude, but not the longitude." In truth, knowing the longitude is unnecessary. The boy exclaimed loudly. "Yes, indeed, Mr. Robert, you are correct. Even if we were aware of the longitude, it would hold little significance," Mrs. Helen remarked, observing the determined expression on the boy's face, which made her chuckle. "My dear Miss Grant, you see, you are now as informed of the letter's contents as I am." "Respectable madam, you are absolutely right," the girl responded. "But I wish to see my father's handwriting for myself." "My dear girl, you shall have to wait a while. Perhaps my husband, Sir Grenville, will return tomorrow. He took these 3 sheets of paper to the Admiralty in hopes of showing them to the officials there, so they might send someone to rescue your father, Captain Grant." "Madam, is all that you say true? Are you genuinely seeking help for our father?" Miss Grant exclaimed in astonishment, her heart brimming with gratitude. "Indeed, dear child," Lady Helen replied soothingly, "there is truly no need for such thanks. Anyone in our position would undertake this mission. I fervently hope that my words will ignite your hopes and bring your dreams to fruition. For now, it is best for you to reside in my castle and patiently await the return of my husband." "Ah, my esteemed lady," Miss Grant joyfully responded, "you possess such a kind heart, but we cannot impose upon you indefinitely." Chapter 4. The Children of Captain Grant. "Child, you are far too modest. Here, you and your brother are no outsiders. Now that you are with us, settle in and await Sir Glenarvan's return to hear how the government intends to rescue your father. Captain Grant." Lady Helen's expression was so sincere that the siblings felt it would be impolite to decline. Thus, Miss Grant and her brother took up residence in the castle, eagerly anticipating the good news Sir Glenarvan would bring. During Lady Helen's conversation with the children of Captain Grant, she refrained from mentioning her husband's dissatisfaction with the naval officers as expressed in his letters. Nor did she allude to the possibility of Captain Grant being captured by the indigenous people of South America upon landing on the continent. Due to the benevolent Mrs. Helen's realization that discussing such matters would not only be futile, but would also cause the 2 children to fret over their father's fate, thereby shattering their cherished hopes, she resolutely decided to remain silent on the subject. After responding to a barrage of inquiries from Miss Grant, she took the initiative to inquire about Miss Grant's circumstances. During their conversation, she sensed that Miss Grant held a profound affection for her brother, as if she were the sole protector of his existence. Thus, Miss Grant began to recount the tale of her life with her brother. These narratives, simple yet poignant, further deepened Mrs. Helen's sympathy and compassion for the 2 children. Mary Grant and Robert Grant were the only offspring of Captain Grant, whose full name was Harry Grant. Tragically, Captain Grant passed away when his wife gave birth to young Robert. During his voyages, Captain Grant could only entrust the care of his 2 children to his devoted cousin. A native of Perthshire, Scotland, Captain Grant was a man of remarkable fortitude and bravery, adept in navigation and ship command, as well as proficient in the art of commerce, truly an exceptional individual. His talents were nurtured by the education imparted by his father, a clergyman at St. Catherine's Church, who had always aspired for his son Harry to receive a comprehensive education, believing that providing his child with knowledge would yield boundless benefits. Although his son aspired to become a navigator, the pursuit of education could endow one with a wealth of knowledge, thereby greatly benefiting his ambition to become a mariner. Consequently, Pastor Caterine emphasized the comprehensive education of his son, Harry, which equipped Captain Grant from a young age with profound knowledge, enabling him to become an exceptional navigator. At the outset of his maritime career, Harry Grant served as a first mate before being promoted to captain. During subsequent voyages across the oceans, his exceptional abilities and thriving business acumen led to considerable success. Thus, a few years after the birth of Robert, Captain Grant had amassed substantial wealth. It was during this time that he conceived a grand plan and dedicated himself to its realization, earning him renown throughout Scotland. As a Scot, he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the English, who had historically plundered the interests of the Northerners, much like his fellow members of the Griñafán family and other esteemed families in central Scotland. He believed that the interests of the Scottish people must be safeguarded against the encroachments of the Anglo-Saxons, the most formidable ethnic group residing on the island of England. Thus, he felt compelled to leverage his own efforts to uphold the rights of all Scots and to foster the growth of the Scottish nation. His plan was to identify a tract of land in Australia suitable for the settlement of Scottish immigrants. Perhaps he once contemplated the possibility of one day achieving independence in Australia, a land settled by Scottish immigrants, akin to the United States or India, thereby liberating itself from the dominion of the British Empire and evolving into a nation belonging to the Scots. Regrettably, he had inadvertently divulged his thoughts. The outcome was all too predictable. The British government not only refused to support such aspirations but also sought to undermine and obstruct them. In other authoritarian regimes, this ambition might have cost him his life, yet Captain Grant remained undeterred by these adversities. He rallied all Scots to action, igniting a spirit of patriotism. He himself led by example, sacrificing all his possessions to construct a vessel and assemble a competent crew of sailors. To better pursue his endeavors, he entrusted his 2 children to the care of a kind and affectionate cousin, embarking without hesitation on a maritime adventure across the Pacific Islands to realize his dreams. This transpired in the year 1861, and from 1861 to May 1862, news of him circulated widely throughout Britain. However, in June 1862, it became known that Captain Grant had departed from Callao, after which all communication regarding him and the ship Britannia mysteriously ceased, with even the maritime publication, the Nautical Gazette, failing to mention his plight. As the saying goes, misfortunes seldom come alone. At this critical juncture, the cousin caring for Captain Grant's children also passed away. From that moment onward, the 2 children were left to navigate the world in desolate solitude. At that time, Mary Grant, the elder sister, was merely 14 years old. Despite her tender age, she was remarkably strong, courageous, and ambitious, dedicating all her efforts to her younger brother. As a sister, she bore the dual responsibility of providing for both herself and her brother, while also educating and nurturing him. Her thoughts were perpetually occupied with her brother's happiness and future. In her daily life, Miss Grant was not only diligent and thrifty, but also exceedingly capable, willing to sacrifice everything for her brother's well-being. With such unwavering determination and spirit, the young Miss Grant undertook the significant responsibility of raising her brother, fulfilling the roles of both mother and sister. During their time in London, although they faced dire poverty, they maintained a contented and industrious existence, striving tirelessly for a better life. The tale of their struggles evokes a deep sense of compassion and bittersweet emotion. After the tragic incident involving their father aboard the Britannia, she had lost all hope, believing he would never return. However, a serendipitous encounter with an advertisement in the Times reignited her despairing heart with hope. The exhilaration she felt was beyond the capacity of mere words to express. Without a moment's hesitation, Miss Grant rushed to seek information. She thought that even if it meant discovering her father, Captain Grant, lay lifeless on a desolate beach, it would be far preferable to the agonizing uncertainty of his fate, which had plagued her thoughts. Thus, upon reading the notice, she promptly shared all her thoughts and the situation with her brother. The following day, the siblings boarded a train bound for Perth and, by nightfall, arrived at the McAlpin residence. Upon learning the full extent of their circumstances from Lady Helen, her long-suffering heart was rekindled with hope. These were the life experiences recounted by Miss Mary Grant to Lady Helen. As she narrated her painful journey, Miss Grant's expression remained remarkably serene and unpretentious. Yet, her audience could sense the noble qualities of courage and resilience that blossomed amidst her arduous existence, evoking a deep admiration within them. Thus, as Lady Helen absorbed these revelations, tears streamed down her face time and again, and she embraced the two orphaned children tightly in her arms. Meanwhile, young Robert, her brother, appeared to be hearing his sister's lengthy life story for the very first time. With wide eyes and rapt attention, he listened intently to her words. Only after the tale concluded did he truly comprehend the sacrifices she had made on his behalf and the hardships she had endured. Overwhelmed with emotion, he leapt into her embrace, exclaiming, "Oh, sister, you are indeed my mother, my dearest mother." His voice resonated with genuine sincerity, a heartfelt expression of gratitude for her unwavering care. The three of them continued their conversation, lost in each other's company, until the late hours of the night. At that point, Lady Helen realized it was quite late. The two children had traversed a long journey and were in dire need of rest, so the conversation ceased. The lady instructed her servant to escort Mary Grant and Robert Grant to their prepared chambers. The siblings lay upon their beds and instantly succumbed to slumber upon touching their pillows. Once everything was settled, Mrs. Griñafán summoned a major and recounted the circumstances of Captain Grant's children truthfully. "What an extraordinary young girl she is." Upon concluding her tale, Mrs. Helen could not help but exclaim in admiration, "I fervently hope that God blesses my husband, and that the proposal for assistance submitted to the Admiralty proves successful." Mrs. Helen remarked, "Otherwise, these siblings would truly be engulfed in despair. I am confident that he will indeed succeed." Major McNab replied with unwavering assurance, adding that if he does not, the hearts of these Admiralty officials would be as hard as the rugged cliffs of Portland, a coastal town in England. Despite the Major's resolute tone, Mrs. Helen remained enveloped in anxiety, having hardly slept through the night. The following day, at the break of dawn, Mary Grant and Robert Grant hastily rose and strolled through the castle courtyard. Suddenly, the rumble of approaching carriages echoed outside. It was Sir Griñafán returning home in his carriage. Entering the courtyard, at that moment, Mrs. Helen, accompanied by Major McNab, also stepped into the courtyard, hastening towards her husband. However, Sir Griñafán's expression was one of indignation, his countenance dark and brooding. After embracing his beloved wife, he fell into a profound silence. "My Edward, dear, what troubles you?" Lady Helen inquired delicately. "Humph. Let us not dwell on it, my dear Lady Helen. Those individuals are utterly heartless," Sir Griñafán replied. "Do they not consent?" "Indeed, they do not. These officials have the audacity to claim that the search for Franklin has squandered millions of public funds. They even argue absurdly that the three letters are vague and ambiguous. Furthermore, they assert that those unfortunate souls, having been taken by the Indians, are lost deep in the interior with no hope of survival. Why pursue such a futile endeavor? Some even contend that it is unreasonable to expend human and financial resources in search of these three men, these three Scotsmen, across the vast expanse of Patagonia. They heartlessly argue that such an undertaking would not only be perilous, but ultimately fruitless, suggesting that the casualties could far exceed the number of those rescued. In summary, these officials refuse to agree, conjuring every conceivable excuse, however spurious. I suspect they still harbor resentment over Captain Grant's grand plans. Alas, poor Captain Grant. It seems all hope is lost this time. Father, oh my pitiful father." Just as Sir Griñafán finished speaking, Miss Grant collapsed before him, calling out sorrowfully, "What is it, my dear girl? Your father? What is happening here?" Sir Griñafán inquired with astonishment upon seeing Miss Mary kneeling before him. "Oh, dear Edward, I have yet to inform you. These are Captain Grant's two children. This is Miss Mary, and this is young Master Robert. It seems that the heartless actions of the Admiralty are destined to render these two children orphans." Lady Helen replied, "Alas, my dear miss." Sir Griñafán swiftly assisted Miss Mary Grant to her feet. "Pardon my ignorance. Had I known that Captain Grant was your father, I would not have." Sir Griñafán could not continue, falling into a heavy silence. The courtyard was enveloped in a suffocating stillness, occasionally broken by the faint sounds of choked sobs and quiet weeping. Sir Griñafán, Lady Helen, Major McNab, and several observing servants gathered together, their expressions taut with clenched lips, filled with indignation at the callous actions of the British government. After a prolonged silence, Major McNab finally broke the stillness, directing a question to Sir Griñafán. Does this mean that there is not a glimmer of hope? Regrettably. Indeed it is so. Well, that is splendid, young Robert exclaimed in anger. Now, I shall seek out those wretches. I must see their true faces. Dear Robert, do not act so impulsively. Miss Mary Grant interjected, urging her brother, do not do this. Indeed, these kind-hearted and benevolent adults have exerted considerable effort on our behalf. We ought to express our heartfelt gratitude to them and forever cherish their kindness. Now let us depart. Stop, dear Mary. Mrs. Helen called out to Miss Grant. My dear young lady, where do you intend to go? Inquired Sir Grenville. I am about to beseech the Queen, Miss Grant replied. For I wish to ascertain whether Her Majesty, esteemed Queen, remains indifferent to the plight of us children who plead for our father. Sir Grenville could not help but shake his head. It was not that he doubted the Queen's compassion, but rather he was certain that the unfortunate Miss Grant would never have the opportunity to meet her. For those who seek the Queen's favor find it exceedingly difficult to approach the steps leading to her royal throne. The grand doors of the palace, much like the helm of any ship, clearly state, please refrain from conversing with the helmsman. Mrs. Helen, understanding her husband's sentiments, recognized that this unfortunate girl's aspiration to meet the Queen was a futile endeavor, as she lamented the return of these two orphan children to their bleak existence. A noble and compassionate thought suddenly illuminated her mind. My dear Miss Mary, Mrs. Helen exclaimed, please pause here and wait for me to finish speaking. The poor girl, who had intended to pull her brother along, came to a halt. At this moment, Mrs. Helen, with tears glistening in her eyes and a fervent expression, approached her husband and said, Dearest Edward, her tone imbued with unwavering conviction. When Captain Grant penned his letter, sealed it within a bottle, and cast it into the sea, it was evident that he entrusted everything to God. Yet, God has transferred his message into our hands. All of this signifies that it is divinely ordained for us to undertake the noble mission of rescuing these three unfortunate souls. My beloved Helen, what precisely are you trying to convey? Inquired Sir Grenville, as those present listened attentively to Mrs. Helen's response. What I wish to express, Mrs. Helen continued, is that when a newlywed couple engages in acts of kindness, they shall undoubtedly find immense happiness. Thus, my dear Edward, I recall your plans for a grand voyage, devised to ensure my joy and contentment. However, the most magnificent, joyous, and invaluable endeavor lies in rescuing those forsaken by their country. Am I not correct? Oh, my dear Helen, Sir Grenville exclaimed in delight. Ah, my esteemed Edward, at last you comprehend my intentions. You must understand that the Duncan, which you have constructed, is not only robust and sturdy but also agile and efficient, capable of withstanding the fiercest tempests and tumultuous waves upon the southern seas. Moreover, should the need arise, it is capable of circumnavigating the globe. Now, my beloved Edward, let us embark on our journey to seek out the imperiled Captain Grant. Upon hearing the impassioned account from his young wife, Sir Griñafán was overwhelmed with emotion, unable to resist the urge to open his arms and embrace her tightly. The children, Mary and Robert, also expressed their excitement by grasping Lady Helen's hands and showering her with fervent kisses. The servants in the yard, witnessing this touching scene, were equally stirred, unable to contain their heartfelt exclamations, Long live Our Lady Luce! Long live! Long live! Long live Sir Griñafán and Lady Luce! Thus commenced the expedition. From this moment, it became evident that Lady Helen was indeed a woman of generosity, kindness, and chivalrous spirit. She possessed a heart of pure gold, and her every action served as the finest testament to her character. Sir Griñafán took immense pride in having such an understanding wife, who not only comprehended him but also steadfastly followed him. In fact, during his time in London, upon facing a resolute refusal of his request, Sir Griñafán had conceived a plan to personally rescue Captain Grant. Yet, he had refrained from voicing this intention in the presence of his beloved newlywed wife, as his heart remained tethered to her. However, with Lady Helen taking the initiative to speak first, all doubts and concerns dissipated. The household servants wholeheartedly endorsed the plan, for they understood that the man their master sought to rescue was not merely a Scot, but a fellow countryman, bound by blood to them all. They raised their arms in jubilant support, expressing their fervent endorsement of Lady Luce. Although Sir Griñafán maintained a calm exterior, he internally applauded his lady wife. With the navigation plan firmly established and the stakes at hand being a matter of life and death, there could be no delay, even for a moment. On that very day, Sir Griñafán instructed Mengle to steer the Duncan to the port of Glasgow and to commence preparations for the long voyage ahead. He emphasized that this journey would likely encompass a circumnavigation of the globe, necessitating meticulous and thorough arrangements. In truth, when the beautiful Lady Helen boldly proposed this venture, she did not overly boast of the Duncan's sturdiness and swiftness. The vessel was indeed capable of undertaking such an expedition around the world. When Sir Griñafán commissioned the construction of the Duncan, he had taken into account the requirements for long voyages, favoring a design that was both robust and agile. Upon closer inspection of the Duncan, one could admire its novel and aesthetically pleasing exterior, complemented by a steam engine capable of carrying a weight of up to 210 tons. It is noteworthy to recall the intrepid explorers of history who ventured to the New World, such as Christopher Columbus, 1451 to 1506. The illustrious Italian navigator who first discovered the American continent, Amerigo Vespucci, 1451 to 1512, also an esteemed Italian navigator who undertook 2 voyages to the New World during his lifetime, leading to the continent being named America, and Ferdinand Magellan, 1509 to 1583, the renowned Portuguese explorer who journeyed to the East Indies in pursuit of adventure. Ferdinand Magellan, 1480 to 1521. A renowned Portuguese navigator, embarked on expeditions to the East Indies and the region of Morocco. The vessels they commanded were significantly smaller in tonnage compared to the Duncan. During Columbus's 4th voyage, he led a fleet of 4 ships, commanding the largest among them, which bore a weight of 70 tons. Conversely, the smallest vessel could only accommodate 50 tons, akin to the small boats navigating along coastal waters. The Duncan was primarily equipped with 2 main masts. The foremast supported a small foresail, a small topsail, a mainsail, and a trapezoidal sail, while the main mast was adorned with a fore and aft sail and a jib. Additionally, it featured a triangular sail, small and large spinnakers, along with numerous auxiliary sails. Thus, the sails aboard were ample. During navigation, the vessel could harness winds from various directions, achieving speeds comparable to ordinary fast-sailing ships. However, its propulsion largely relied on the internal steam engine. This steam engine was a marvel of modern engineering, boasting a formidable power of 160 horsepower and equipped with a high-pressure steam mechanism. When operational, it could increase air pressure, thus accelerating the rotation speed of the twin propellers. Therefore, if the Duncan were to utilize its full power, it could vastly surpass the maximum speed of all contemporary vessels. Upon the completion of the yacht, during trials at the Clyde Harbor, Sir Griñafán observed the speedometer, noting that the ship could achieve a remarkable maximum speed of 17 nautical miles per hour. Such velocity would undoubtedly suffice for circumnavigation. In order to embark on a global voyage, Captain Mengle merely needed to renovate the cabin, expanding its area to accommodate a greater supply of provisions. The initial task for Captain John Mengle was to enlarge the coal hold to facilitate the storage of additional coal, as fuel is essential for navigation, and replenishing it along the journey can often prove challenging. Simultaneously, to ensure the capacity for long-distance travel, he also expanded the food storage, securing provisions sufficient for at least 2 years. As for finances, he had no concerns; they would be ample to preempt any unforeseen circumstances that may arise in the future. The captain also procured a swivel-mounted cannon, which he installed on the bow of the ship. This formidable cannon, capable of firing projectiles weighing 8 pounds, could reach far across the seas, thereby demonstrating its impressive power. It is essential to highlight that Captain Mengle is a master of maritime affairs. Although he commands merely a pleasure vessel, he is undeniably one of the most distinguished captains in the port of Glasgow. At the age of 30, he bears a demeanor as serious as that of Sir Griñafán, yet possesses a character marked by courage and kindness. Raised within the Griñafán family, he was nurtured and trained from a young age to become an exceptional sailor and captain. Throughout several voyages with his fleet, Captain Mengle has consistently exhibited his strength, composure, and astuteness. Thus, when Sir Griñafán extended an invitation for him to captain the Duncan, he felt profound gratitude for the knight's recognition and, akin to a younger brother's affection for an elder sibling, he developed a deep admiration for the master of Malcolm House. In his desire to repay this kindness, he has long sought opportunities to serve, though regrettably, none have yet presented themselves. The first mate of the Duncan, Tom Austin, is a seasoned mariner of great repute. The ship's crew, comprising a total of 25 members, including the captain and the first mate, forms the crew of the Duncan. This crew hails entirely from Dumbartonshire and consists of battle-hardened sailors, descendants of tenant farmers who have tilled the lands of the Griñafán family for generations. Thus, it attests to the integrity and reliability of the Duncan's crew, a testament to the honorable character of its formation. Within this crew, there is a diverse array of skilled individuals, including the traditional piper, a musician who plays the bagpipes. Indeed, every Highland regiment has its own piper, a tradition that is well maintained. Consequently, Sir Griñafán's fleet is undoubtedly composed of a distinguished and valiant band of sailors. These crew members possess a profound love for their maritime vocation, characterized by their passionate, sincere, resilient, and courageous natures, adept in weaponry for naval combat and proficient in navigating vessels. They are wholly committed to following their master, steadfastly accompanying him on any daring voyage. Thus, when the crew learned of the Duncan's intended voyage, joy erupted among them, with celebratory sounds resonating throughout the valleys of Dumbarton, echoing endlessly. While Captain Minger busied himself with expanding the ship's quarters and stockpiling provisions, he also remembered to prepare accommodations for the Griñafán couple for their long journey. Simultaneously, he arranged quarters for the 2 children of Captain Grant. This is because Mrs. Helen had previously agreed to allow the Grant siblings, Mary and Robert, to accompany the Duncan on its voyage. Speaking of young Robert Grant, even if others did not invite him, he would secretly stow away in the hold to embark on the journey, should anyone inform him that going to sea would entail enduring a rigorous apprenticeship akin to that of Franklin or the esteemed Admiral Nelson. Robert would bravely set forth without a hint of trepidation. He possessed the demeanor of a young gentleman, exuding a masculine resolve that few could contest. Thus, the inhabitants of Macomb House recognized his determination, and none sought to thwart his aspirations. Moreover, they concurred that he ought not to be treated as mere passenger. Rather, he should be allowed to serve the crew. On board, whether referred to as an apprentice sailor, a seasoned mariner, or a cabin boy, he found immense joy. Witnessing the unwavering resolve of this young lad, Captain Mingle imparted nautical wisdom and various sailor skills to him. It was a most fortuitous opportunity. When the captain offered his guidance, young Robert cheerfully remarked, "Esteemed sir, if I do not learn well, you may discipline me with a whip." "My child, there is no need for such fear," Sir Grenville replied in a tone of solemnity. In truth, there was no need for the gentleman to emphasize this, as the use of the cat-o'-nine-tails had long been prohibited aboard the Duncan, a vessel where such a punishment was once customary for apprentice sailors in 19th-century Britain. The spirit of the Duncan fleet, furthermore, rendered any necessity for a nine-tailed cat utterly superfluous. Among the passengers aboard, aside from the distinguished couple and the Grant siblings, there was also Major MacNab, a gentleman of approximately 50 years, characterized by his composed demeanor and mature disposition. He presented himself with impeccable decorum, exhibiting utmost politeness and humility. He was always amenable to the wishes of others, allowing their opinions to guide his decisions. Unlike many, he refrained from engaging in disputes or raising his voice. He remained unfazed by adversity, manifesting calmness in the face of any challenge. Moreover, he was undeniably courageous. Even when terrifying shells exploded nearby, he maintained his composure, not so much as furrowing his brow. His ascent of enemy fortifications resembled the tranquility with which one ascends the stairs of one's own home, illustrating his remarkable fearlessness. Should one seek to uncover a flaw in his character, it might be noted that he was indeed a true Scotsman, a bona fide Caledonian of pure lineage, steadfastly adhering to the ancestral customs of his people. Consequently, he harbored no desire to serve in the British Empire's military. His rank of major was earned within the ranks of the 42nd Highland Black Watch, a regiment composed entirely of Scottish nobility. Presently, Major MacNab resided at Macalmont House as a cousin to Sir Griñafán, which naturally justified his presence aboard the Duncan as a major. Now, I have completed the introduction of all personnel aboard the Duncan. It is essential to recognize that the voyage of this magnificent vessel is a serendipitous occurrence, embodying a mission that is both remarkable and sacred. Since the arrival of the Duncan at the harbor of Glasgow, it has naturally piqued the curiosity and attention of various sectors within British society. Every day, thousands flock to witness the Duncan, with a continuous stream of admirers, their numbers ever increasing. Moreover, the public engages in fervent discussions regarding the ship, which incites envy among the captains of other vessels docked in Glasgow, particularly Captain Bolton of the ship Sut Geisha, who harbors a deep-seated jealousy. It is worth mentioning that the Sut Geisha is also an aesthetically pleasing cruise ship, positioned adjacent to the Duncan, yet destined for Kolkata, India. In terms of size and appearance, the Sagacia could easily regard the Duncan as a mere yacht. Nevertheless, public interest is inexplicably fixated on Sir Griñafán's Duncan, with enthusiasm swelling day by day. The day of departure draws ever closer. Captain Mingle has proven to be exceptionally astute. Within just a month following the Duncan's maiden trial voyage in the Clyde, the ship has been thoroughly refurbished, with ample supplies of coal and provisions meticulously stored. It appears that all preparations are complete, with only the time for the grand voyage remaining. Sir Griñafán scheduled the departure for August 25th, with the intention of reaching the southern hemisphere's waters before the onset of early spring. Upon learning of Sir Griñafán's grand undertaking, many individuals personally visited him to dissuade him, asserting that such an endeavor was not only arduous and exhausting, but fraught with peculiar dangers. However, Sir Griñafán remained undeterred, having made up his mind. He was resolute in leaving Macomb Manor to fulfill this noble mission. In truth, many who sought to dissuade him secretly admired and respected his commitment. Public sentiment leaned towards applauding the brave and selfless actions of this Scottish nobleman. Furthermore, apart from a few government-affiliated newspapers, the rest of the press in Britain uniformly criticized the indifference of the naval authorities regarding this matter. Despite the public support of Sir Griñafán, known for his earnest and generous nature, was not one to harbor narrow-mindedness or be overly meticulous about trivial matters. He adhered strictly to his responsibilities, disregarding all else. On August 24th, Sir Griñafán and his wife, Major McNab, the Grant siblings, the ship's purser Mr. Aubenet, and Mrs. Aubenet, who accompanied the Griñafán couple as their servant, departed Macomb Manor in Luce Village amidst the warm send-off from the castle's staff. A few hours later, they arrived at the port and settled aboard the vessel. The local residents of Glasgow, filled with admiration and respect, gathered on the shore to bid farewell to Lady Helen, for they all knew that she had forsaken a life of comfort and luxury to rescue her suffering compatriots. Such an endeavor demands immense courage and audacity, evoking both admiration and pride. Aboard the Duncan, Sir Griñafán and his lady were accommodated in the upper cabin, which comprised 2 bedrooms, a sitting room, and 2 washrooms. Adjacent to the couple was a communal square lounge, flanked by 6 rooms that housed the Grant siblings, the Aubenet family, and the Major. Captain John Mungle and Austin's quarters were situated at the opposite end of this lounge, with their doors facing the mid-deck of the vessel. The crew resided in the ship's lower cabins, where the rooms were spacious and comfortable, aside from the essential coal, provisions, and armaments. The ship was devoid of any extraneous cargo, leaving ample space, as Captain Mungle had contemplated the clever utilization of these areas during the voyage. The Duncan was set to embark on its journey at 3 o'clock in the morning, coinciding with the low tide on the night of August 24th to 25th. However, prior to the departure, the residents of Glasgow witnessed a poignant ceremony. At 8 o'clock that evening, Sir Griñafán, along with his fellow passengers and the entire crew, from the most junior cook to the esteemed captain, left the ship and proceeded to the ancient St. Mungo's Cathedral in the heart of Glasgow. This venerable church, remarkably preserved since the Reformation, had been beautifully depicted by the renowned author Walter Scott in his illustrious writings. At the entrance of the church, the doors stand wide open, awaiting the arrival of all passengers and crew from the Duncan. Following the crew, a group of moved citizens gathers in anticipation of this voyage. Within the ancient walls of this venerable church, several hallowed sanctuaries are enshrined. Before the altar of this sacred edifice, Pastor Morton offers blessings, beseeching divine protection for the journey ahead and a safe return. Occasionally, the melodious voice of Miss Mary Grant resonates through the nave as she prays for the salvation of her benefactors. Before the Almighty, Miss Grant sheds tears of gratitude, excitement, and emotion. Ultimately, the congregation departs the church with profound sentiment. At precisely 11 o'clock at night, everyone aboard the Duncan has returned. Captain Mingle and his crew are diligently engaged in the final preparations for departure. As the clock strikes midnight, the steam engine of the Duncan roars to life. Captain Mingle commands an ample supply of fuel, urging the flames in the furnace to blaze brightly, so that the vessel may harness its full power. Before long, thick, billowing smoke ascends, mingling with the mist that blankets the deep night sea. All sails are furled and concealed within their covers to prevent them from being sullied by the smoke. This precaution is also taken in consideration of the northwesterly winds that would hinder their sailing. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the illustrious Duncan embarks, propelled by the thunderous roar of its machinery. At this moment, the pressure gauge aboard the vessel indicated a level 4 pressure. with steam incessantly boiling and heating within the cylinder, producing a hissing sound that mingled with the rhythmic rise of the sea tides. Under the dim starlight of the night, one could discern the Clyde Channel nestled between the buoys and the rocky markers. Gradually, the signal lights on the buoys and markers began to dim in the gentle embrace of moonlight and starlight. It was indeed an opportune moment to set sail. Captain Mingle dispatched a crew member to inform the gentleman, who promptly ascended to the deck. Soon, the sea calmed, yet the sound of the Duncan's foghorn resounded mournfully. Captain Mingle commanded the release of the mooring lines and personally engaged the propeller. Thus the Duncan departed from the nearby vessels, navigating alone towards the Clyde Bay Channel. Captain Mingle required no pilot, for he possessed an intimate knowledge of the depths and bends of these waters, his skill far surpassing that of any navigator. With one hand deftly operating the machinery and the other firmly grasping the helm, a mere flick of his wrist was sufficient to steer the vessel in the desired direction. His expertise was evident, and his demeanor remained composed and unflustered. Before long, the final remnants of the city's factories vanished from sight, replaced by scattered villas upon the hillside along the riverbank, as the clamor of the city receded further into the distance, until silence enveloped the surroundings. After an hour, the Duncan glided along the steep, rugged cliffs of Dumbarton. 2 hours later, it entered the Clyde Bay. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the Duncan rounded the Cape of Cantle and exited the North Channel, embarking on its journey across the Atlantic. On the first day of its voyage into the Atlantic, the weather turned turbulent, with strong winds and high waves. By evening, the sea breeze intensified, causing the waves to rise and fall violently, and the Duncan was subjected to severe jolting upon the waters. The women aboard refrained from stepping onto the deck, preferring to remain in their cabins to avoid seasickness. However, on the following day, the wind direction shifted, prompting Captain Mingle to unfurl the mainsail, foresail, and jib. With the sails catching the wind, the Duncan stabilized somewhat, and the tumultuous motion lessened. Early in the morning, Mrs. Helen and Mary Grant ascended to the deck, walking alongside the knight, the major, and the captain to witness the breathtaking sunrise over the sea. A resplendent sun emerged from the horizon, painting the scene in vibrant hues. The crimson orb, resembling a colossal golden disk, ascended slowly into the sky, casting a golden glow upon the waters. Bathed in the radiant morning light, the Duncan joyfully traversed the sea, its sails billowing under the warm sunlight. The passengers were entranced by the magnificent spectacle of the sunrise. It was truly exquisite. Mrs. Helen could not contain her excitement, exclaiming that it was indeed a splendid day. She hoped for God's blessing, wishing for the wind to remain constant, guiding the Duncan onward. "Indeed, my dear Helen, it seems this wind is the most favorable," came the reply. Sir Griñafán remarked, "It appears that fortune smiles upon us, as our voyage commences so favorably. My dear Edward, will this journey take a considerable duration?" "That inquiry can only be directed to the captain," Sir Griñafán continued. "My dear Mingle, is everything satisfactory now? Are you content with this vessel?" Chapter 6. Captain Grant's children. "Indeed, I am exceedingly satisfied, Your Excellency," John Mingle replied. "This is truly a magnificent ship. Any sailor aboard would be genuinely delighted. Observe how harmoniously the machinery operates. Furthermore, gaze upon the evenness of the wake trailing from the stern, which reflects the vessel's ability to deftly navigate the waves. Currently, the ship is cruising at a speed of 17 knots. If this velocity can be maintained, we shall successfully traverse the equator in 10 days, and in less than 5 weeks, we will have circumnavigated Cape Horn, located at the southern tip of South America." "Dear Miss Mary, did you hear that?" Mrs. Helen turned to Miss Grant, exclaiming, "Look, in less than 5 weeks." "Indeed, esteemed madam, I heard it all," Miss Grant responded. "The captain's words truly bring me joy. My dear Miss Grant, do you find it possible to acclimatize to such an extensive journey at sea?" Sir Griñafán inquired with concern. "Yes, esteemed sir, I am quite able to adapt. All feelings are splendid, and I firmly believe that in due time, everything shall become accustomed. By the way, how is your brother, young Robert?" "Ha! Esteemed madam, do not inquire about that little boy Robert. He is either burrowing into the engine room or scaling the lofty mast. I dare say this delightful child is blissfully unaware of what seasickness entails. Just take a look." As soon as the captain concluded his statement, he pointed, and everyone followed his gesture, gazing towards the foremast where young Robert was precariously dangling from the rigging of the small topsail, suspended at least 100 feet above the deck. Miss Grant, upon witnessing this, gasped in alarm. My dear miss, rest assured, he is quite safe, Captain Mangles remarked with a smile, and I can confidently assure you that before long, this little boy will evolve into an exceptional young sailor, at which point I shall recommend him to Captain Grant. Reflecting on Captain Grant indeed evokes admiration. I am certain we shall soon find him. Captain, may God heed your blessings, Miss Grant replied. Dear children, all of this is a divine indication. So you must believe in the promise of hope, Captain Mangles interjected. We are not acting alone, nor are we blindly rushing forth, rather. We are guided by the sacred hand of God. Observe this skilled crew aboard the vessel, all gathered for this noble cause of rescue. Thus, I trust you comprehend that our undertaking is under divine protection. Not only can success be attained, but no adversity shall extinguish hope. Reflecting on the past, I once promised my lady that I would take her on a maritime voyage. It seems that divine providence has ensured this promise has come to fruition. Dear Edward, Lady Griñafán remarked, you are truly a wonderful person. It is not my virtue alone, but rather the exceptional crew that surrounds me. In God's blessing of providing me with the finest vessel, I replied. Miss Mary, what is your opinion of the Duncan? Oh, esteemed sir, how could I refrain from praising it? Miss Grant responded. I admire it, extol it, and I can even appreciate it from a highly knowledgeable perspective. Is that truly the case? The esteemed gentleman inquired. Indeed, sir. She continued, since childhood, I have often played aboard my father's ship. I believe he intended to cultivate me into a skilled sailor. I recall those days on the ship, where, when the need arose, I could adjust the sails and splice the rigging, all of which I was able to do. Pray tell, my dear lady, is that all true? Captain John Mungle exclaimed. It appears that this young lady is indeed a dear companion of Mungle, Sir Griñafán chuckled. Captain Mungle has always believed that among all professions in the world, none is superior to that of a sailor. Even for women, being a sailor is the most exquisite and distinguished role. Am I mistaken, dear Mungle? Indeed, my dear sir, the young captain replied with a smile. However, I believe it would be more befitting for Miss Grant to remain in the cabin as a distinguished guest rather than toil on deck, hauling ropes like a sailor. Truth be told, her words truly delighted me. I imagine you were beaming with joy when you heard the young lady extolling the virtues of the Duncan. Sir Griñafán added, the Duncan is indeed worthy of such praise. Captain Mingle responded, to be honest, witnessing your admiration for this vessel, expressed in such eloquent language, fills me with immense joy. Lady Griñafán remarked, seeing our friends laud this ship so. I now feel compelled to visit the lower deck and observe how our sailor companions reside beneath the main deck. Rest assured, dear lady, they are quite comfortable here. As if it were their own home, Captain Mingle replied. In truth, my dear Helen, they consider this place their home. You must understand, the Duncan is part of our Scottish Caledonia. It is a fragment of our Dunbartonshire territory. It is merely the will of God that it roams the seas. Thus, we have not truly departed from our homeland. The Duncan is our Macallum estate, and this ocean is our Loch Lomond. Hearing this, I was immensely pleased, my dear Edward. Now, let us take a tour of your esteemed abode. Lady Helen responded. Pray, my dear lady. Sir Griñafán bowed and gestured invitingly, but before we embark on our tour, allow me to inform my dear Aubenet. Aubenet, the steward aboard this vessel, is also a remarkably skilled chef from Macomb Manor. Though he is a genuine Scotsman, he possesses the remarkable ability to craft exquisite French cuisine. Beyond his culinary prowess, Aubenet is endowed with an astute mind and a warm disposition. Upon hearing his master's summons, he promptly appeared. My dear Aubenet, prior to breakfast, we intend to take a leisurely stroll about the ship, Sir Griñafán declared, his tone reminiscent of a casual promenade by the shores of Tarby or Catherine Lake. I do hope that by the time we return, breakfast will be beautifully laid out upon the table. Aubenet bowed solemnly in response. Dear Major, will you accompany us on our little excursion? Inquired Lady Griñafán. Madam, if you wish for my company, I would be delighted, Major McNabbs replied. Ah, exclaimed Sir Griñafán, observing the smoke wafting from the Major's cigar. My friends, the Major is quite enraptured in the ethereal clouds of his cigar smoke. We ought not to disturb him from his enchanted reverie, lest we spoil his enjoyment. By the way, dear Miss Grant, allow me to introduce our Major, who is indeed an exceptional connoisseur of smoking, indulging from dawn till dusk, even relishing it in his dreams. The Major smiled slightly and nodded in agreement with this remark. Thus, everyone left the Major in his place, while Sir Griñafán and the guest proceeded to the ship's middeck. Major McNabb stood alone at the bow of the vessel. As was his custom, he relished moments of solitary contemplation, never allowing unwelcome thoughts to intrude upon his serenity. He drew deeply on his cigar, the smoke swirling around him, enveloping him in a dense haze. Yet he remained motionless, gazing at the frothy waves the ship carved through the sea. After a period of silent observation, he turned to find an unfamiliar figure suddenly before him. Typically composed, Major McNabb now displayed a look of surprise. He had never encountered this passenger before, and his appearance was particularly striking. McNabb scrutinized the man, noting his tall, slender frame, approximately in his 40s. His head was broad, with prominent temples, a long nose, and an elongated mouth that led to a pronounced chin, giving his visage the semblance of a large-headed pin. The man wore oversized, round spectacles, his eyes twinkling with intelligence and mirth, suggesting he was both clever and cheerful. It is often the case that some individuals project an air of sternness, their faces devoid of humor, concealing beneath their serious exteriors a base and sordid nature. However, this stranger did not embody such traits. Rather, he exuded a charming nonchalance, akin to a good-natured gentleman, endearing in his presence. Even in silence, he radiated an aura of eloquence, inviting conversation without uttering a word. Upon closer inspection of his demeanor, which conveyed an air of indifference to all that transpired around him, it became evident that he was a rather careless individual. Perched atop his head was a travel cap, while his feet were clad in thick leather boots adorned with protective covers. He was dressed entirely in chestnut hues, donning chestnut woolen trousers and a matching woolen jacket, which boasted numerous pockets filled to the brim with notebooks and wallets, in addition to a substantial telescope slung across his back. Clearly, this stranger was exceptionally vivacious, presenting a striking contrast to the silent leisure of the major opposite him. He circled around Major McNabb, observing him with wide eyes, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Yet, the major remained composed, refraining from inquiring about the stranger's sudden appearance, his origins, or his intended destination, or even why he had come aboard the Duncan. The unannounced visitor's antics went unnoticed by the major, prompting him to lower the telescope he had been carrying, which extended to an impressive 4 feet. Gripping it firmly with both hands and standing wide-legged like a road sign, he aimed the telescope toward the horizon where the sea met the sky. After several minutes of peering through the instrument, he lowered it once more, using it as a makeshift cane. However, the joints of the telescope suddenly loosened, causing it to collapse inward, section by section, and as the telescope diminished in length, the stranger lost his balance, teetering perilously close to tumbling onto the deck beneath the towering mast. This amusing scene would undoubtedly elicit laughter from any onlooker. However, the taciturn Major McNabb remained utterly impassive. The stranger, compelled to break the silence, called out, "Hey, steward," with a pronounced foreign accent. He paused momentarily, yet no one emerged. "Steward," he bellowed again, raising his voice. At that moment, Mr. Aubinet was passing by, en route to the kitchen on the forward deck. Upon hearing the call, he approached. How astonished he was to behold this unfamiliar giant. Where could this person have materialized from? He pondered. Is he a friend of Sir Griñafán? But I have never seen him before. It cannot be. Although curiosity gnawed at Aubinet, he ascended to the upper deck and approached the stranger. "May I inquire if you are the steward aboard this vessel?" The stranger asked directly. "Indeed. Esteemed sir, might I ask your name?" "I am a passenger in cabin number 6. "Ah, cabin 6? The steward inquired. "Yes. May I ask your esteemed surname?" "Aubinet." "Splendid. My friend Aubinet," the occupant of cabin 6 declared, "you ought to expedite your preparations. The sooner, the better. You see, I have not had a morsel to eat in 36 hours. To be precise, I have slept for a full 36 hours. I traveled alone from Paris to Glasgow, and it is hardly unreasonable for me to crave sustenance. By the way, may I inquire what time you serve meals?" "At 9 o'clock in the morning," replied Mr. Aubinet with a mechanical expression. The stranger, appearing to check the time, rummaged through his clothing for quite some time, finally retrieving a watch from his 9th pocket. "Well," the stranger remarked, glancing at the watch, "it is only 8 o'clock now. Mr. Aubinet, could you prepare some biscuits and white wine for me? I am utterly famished and have no strength left." Mr. Aubinet, who had been listening, felt utterly bewildered, yet the stranger continued to prattle on aimlessly, interspersing his speech with various inquiries. "By the way, I must ask, where's your captain? Is he still in bed? And what of the first mate? Is he still lounging about?" "Fortunately, the weather at sea is fair today. With a favorable wind, it seems the ship can navigate itself without supervision." While the stranger continued his chatter, Captain Mingle was ascending the ladder to the deck. "Sir, this is our captain," Mr. Aubinet stated. "Ah, What a pleasure it is to see you, esteemed Captain Burton. I am delighted to make your acquaintance. This revelation left Captain Mingle utterly astonished, not only due to the unexpected appearance of the stranger, but also by the astonishing title of Captain Burton. Yet, the stranger had opened the floodgates of conversation, speaking fervently, "Esteemed Captain, I kindly ask for a few moments of your time to shake your hand and express my profound respect for you. The reason I did not meet you the night before last was that I thought it would be inappropriate to disturb you while you were on the ship. However, today I am truly delighted to have made your acquaintance. Captain, I sincerely express my joy in knowing you." Captain Mingle's eyes widened in astonishment as he alternated his gaze between O'Bine and this unfamiliar stranger. "Well, dear Captain, in truth, we have long been acquainted. We are now like old friends, bonded by a profound camaraderie. Let us open our hearts and converse freely. By the way, are you satisfied with the vessel Sagacia? What is this Sagacia you speak of? I do not comprehend." The captain could no longer contain his curiosity. "Oh, it appears you have yet to realize that this ship we are aboard is indeed the Sagacia. It is truly a magnificent vessel. I have received commendations about it. The ship is crafted with impeccable quality, being both sturdy and agile, and Captain Bolton is honest and warm-hearted, treating every passenger with utmost respect. Speaking of which, I recall a renowned African explorer who shares the name Bolton. Might he be a relative of yours? If so, I would be immensely proud to have such a kin." "Oh, sir, you are mistaken. I do not know Bolton. That explorer is not a member of my family. Moreover, I am not the Captain Bolton you mentioned at all." "Oh, in that case, you must be Mr. Boons, the first mate aboard the Sagacia, correct?" "Ah, Boons." Captain Mingel began to grasp the situation. He wished to elucidate matters with utmost clarity. At that moment, Sir Griñafán and his lady, along with Miss Grant, emerged from the lower deck onto the promenade. Upon sighting them, the stranger exclaimed joyfully, "Ah, it appears we have male and female passengers. This is truly splendid. Mr. Burness, I would greatly appreciate an introduction, so that I may become acquainted with them." No sooner had he spoken than he approached with courteous demeanor. However, before Captain John Mungle could utter a word, the stranger referred to Miss Grant as Madam, then addressed Lady Helen as Miss, and turned to call Sir Griñafán Sir. "This gentleman is Sir Griñafán," Captain Mungle stated. "Esteemed sir," the stranger promptly corrected himself. "Now, allow me a moment to introduce myself. We ought not to be overly formal aboard this vessel. I sincerely wish to befriend everyone and engage in delightful conversation. It brings me immense pleasure to see esteemed ladies and a miss aboard this auction. I believe that in their company, this journey shall neither feel lengthy nor tedious." Lady Helen and Miss Grant were left speechless, utterly astonished by the sudden appearance of an unexpected guest in the cabin of the Duncan. "Sir," Sir Griñafán inquired, "may I ask?" "Very well. Let me introduce myself," the stranger interjected. "My full name is Jacques Bagenal, and I serve as the Secretary of the Geographic Society of Paris. Additionally, I am a member of various geographic societies and communication associations in Berlin, Mumbai, Darmstadt, Leipzig, London, Petersburg, Vienna, and New York. I also hold the honorary membership of the Royal Geographical and Ethnological Society of the East Indies. I have dedicated 2 decades to the study of geography. Now, having stepped away from the confines of books, I am eager to engage in practical research. My desire to travel to India is fervent, as I wish to continue the noble endeavor that geographers have tirelessly pursued. The charming geographer, indeed, the Secretary of the Geographic Society, is a delightful character. His self-introduction is vivid, captivating, and intriguing. This revelation allows Sir Griñafán to comprehend the origins of the stranger before him, Jacques Bagenal. Well versed in the field, he is not unfamiliar with the name and reputation of this geographer. Furthermore, Sir Griñafán is aware of Bagenal's esteemed geographical treatises, his published papers in the Society's journal, and his correspondence with geographic societies worldwide, which have established him as a prominent scholar. Thus, Sir Griñafán sincerely extends his hand and begins, "Esteemed Mr. Bagenal, now that we are acquainted, may I pose a question to you?" "Dear sir, you may ask as many as 20 questions," Jacques Bagenal replies, "for I have always considered it an honor to converse with you. May I inquire if you boarded this vessel the night before last?" "Indeed, esteemed sir. Everything is as it should be. It was around 8 o'clock the night before last when I disembarked from the Caledonia train, promptly boarded a carriage to the port, and hastily alighted once more to make my way to the Sagacia. I had reserved cabin number 6 on the Sagacia while still in Paris. The night was enveloped in darkness, and I encountered no one aboard the vessel. After a journey exceeding 30 hours, I was utterly exhausted. Moreover, I was aware that the ship would sway upon departure. To avoid seasickness, it is advisable to sleep during the voyage, and thus, as soon as I lay down, I succumbed to slumber. This slumber lasted a remarkable 36 hours. I assure you, I speak only the truth. Please believe me. Chapter 7. The Children of Captain Grant. Upon his conclusion, every individual present grasped how he had come to be aboard this vessel. It turned out that this erudite French geographer had mistakenly boarded the wrong ship. While all aboard the Duncan were engaged in prayer at St. Mungo's church, he unwittingly embarked on this vessel. The audience was now enlightened, yet this learned scholar remained in ignorance. They pondered what his reaction would be if informed of the ship he was on and its intended destination. Consequently, my esteemed Mr. Bagenal, Sir Griñafán inquired whether you truly wished to select Calcutta as the starting point for your research expedition to India. Indeed, esteemed sir, all along, my greatest aspiration has been to explore the enchanting land of India. This splendid dream has been nurtured through years of saving, and it is the desire I yearn to fulfill the most. The thought of journeying to that mysterious land known as the Elephant Country fills me with immense joy, as my dream gradually materializes before my very eyes. Mr. Bagenal, I wish to inquire, if you were to choose another destination, would that not be delightful? Oh, Jazz. How could that be? I would never consider venturing elsewhere, especially since I carry with me a letter of introduction to Sir Sumset, the Governor of India. Furthermore, I have a task from the Geographical Society that I must undertake personally. Ah, you have a task as well? Indeed. I am eager to embark on a valuable and thrilling expedition, a plan meticulously arranged by my erudite friend, Mr. Vivian de St. Martin. The purpose of this endeavor is to follow in the illustrious footsteps of travelers such as the Shaken brothers, Colonel Voigt, Weber, Hudson, as well as the missionaries Yucca and Gab, thereby continuing their legacy of exploration and adventure. In India, I am determined to fulfill the unaccomplished mission of the Reverend Creek in the year 1846, at the very site of his unfortunate failure. Ultimately, my objective is to survey the course of the Yarlung Tsangpo River, which flows along the northern slopes of the Himalayas and traverses an impressive distance of 1,500 kilometers within the realm of Tibet. I must ascertain whether this river converges with the Brahmaputra in the northeastern region of Assam, a significant geographical inquiry that demands verification. Dear sir, I have even contemplated that any traveler who could resolve this question would undoubtedly be awarded a gold medal. The esteemed Bagenal is indeed remarkable. He speaks with fervor, his brow animated, relishing and soaring boundlessly in the expanse of his imagination. His eloquence flows as if coursing through the tumultuous waters of the Rhine, in the administrative region of Schaffhausen, Switzerland. However, my esteemed Mr. Bagenal, after a moment of silence, Sir Griñafán began to inquire. We all acknowledge that your aspirations are indeed lofty, and your plans for exploration are exceptional. I believe the scientific community would sincerely commend you. Yet, I do not wish to keep you in the dark. You must understand that, at least for now, you must relinquish your plans to journey to India. To abandon. Why is that? Because the direction you are heading diverges from the Indian subcontinent. What? Respected Captain Bolton. I am not Captain Bolton, Captain Mingle replied. But what of the vessel Sudhya? This ship is certainly not the Sudhya. These words left Mr. Bagenal astounded. He stood in a state of utter bewilderment, first glancing at Sir Griñafán, whose expression remained perpetually grave. Then he turned to observe Mrs. Helen and Miss Mary, noticing the sympathy and regret reflected on their faces. Next, he looked towards Captain Mingle, who was smiling, and finally turned to the Major, who remained utterly motionless. Ultimately, at a loss for words, he shrugged, pushed his glasses up onto his forehead, and exclaimed, Sir, are you jesting with me? At that moment, his gaze fell upon the helm, where two bold lines of text were prominently displayed. Duncan, Glasgow. Ah, so it is the Duncan. The Duncan. Bagenal cried out in a frenzy. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed down the stairs and hurried to his cabin. As soon as this hapless scholar departed, everyone aboard the Duncan, with the exception of the ever-composed Major, erupted into laughter, with the sailors expressing their mirth even more heartily. It was universally acknowledged that if one were to mistakenly board the wrong train, it could be somewhat excusable. For instance, if one intended to travel to Dumbartonshire but inadvertently boarded a train to Edinburgh, it could be understood. However, how could a scholar of such extensive knowledge err so gravely as to board the wrong ship? It was astonishing that he, intending to embark for Kolkata in the northern hemisphere, ended up on a vessel bound for Chile in the southern hemisphere. This was not merely a careless blunder. It was a lapse of the utmost folly. Yet, I find it hardly surprising that Bagenal committed such a foolish error. In the academic realm, tales of his carelessness have long been circulated, often recounted as humorous anecdotes. There are indeed countless examples. I have heard that on one occasion, he published a renowned map of the Americas, only to mistakenly include Japan in the Northern Hemisphere. Yet, despite these shortcomings, they do not detract from his reputation as an eminent scholar and distinguished geographer of France, as noted by Sir Griñafán. However, what shall become of this unfortunate scholar now? Surely, we cannot simply transport him to Patagonia, Mrs. Helen anxiously inquired. Why not? The major responded with a serious demeanor. We are under no obligation for the errors arising from his negligence. Consider this. If he were to board the wrong train, would the train halt solely for him? Well, it cannot be expected to stop, Mrs. Helen contemplated, yet we might consider that if we reach a port where ships can dock, we could allow him to disembark. Indeed, that seems to be the only course of action. If he wishes, he may certainly do so, Sir Griñafán remarked. It appears our only option is to proceed to the next harbor, call for him to disembark, and seek a vessel bound for India. At that moment, the unfortunate scholar, Bagenal, upon realizing that all his belongings were aboard the ship, shamefully made his way to the deck. Those present observed his mortified expression, a pitiful sight indeed. He could be heard muttering the name that had brought him such misfortune. Duncan, Duncan. He gives the impression of being capable of uttering only that single phrase. He paces the deck, scrutinizing the vessel's equipment with great care. Then he gazes up at the boundless horizon stretching across the sea. Finally, he approaches Sir Jas, inquiring, "This ship, the Duncan, will ultimately reach. Mr. Bagenal, is it destined for the Americas?" "Ah, indeed, the Americas. Concepcion, the capital city of a province in Chile. Good heavens, it truly is Chile. To Chile." The unfortunate geographer exclaims in despair, "How shall I fulfill my mission to India? And how will the esteemed chairman of the Geographical Society, the Honorable Mr. Gartfaz, reproach me? What of Mr. Dafsa, Mr. Goddenberg, and the illustrious Vivian de Saint Matin? Surely these renowned scholars will criticize me. What shall I do? How can I face future academic gatherings?" "Dear Mr. Bagenal, do not be disheartened," Sir Griñafán reassured him. "All is not lost. We can still contemplate solutions. It is merely a matter of time. You must understand that the Yarlung Tsangpo River in the deep forests of Tibet awaits your arrival. By the way, we are now setting sail towards Madeira, an island in the Atlantic renowned for its fine wines. We shall anchor there, and you may embark anew to Europe, reviving your plans. I am truly grateful to you." "Esteemed sir, it appears this is the only course of action." The scholar lamented, "Truly, I must express that this is indeed the most bizarre experience I have ever encountered. Perhaps it is only I who could find myself in such a predicament. But what am I to do about my reserved cabin on the Sugataya? Alas, it seems I must relinquish all hope for the Sugataya." He sighed deeply, surveying the vessel once more and remarked, "What a splendid cruise ship this is." "Indeed, esteemed sir, it belongs to our Sir Griñafán," Captain Mingle replied. "I hope you will accept my hospitality," Sir Griñafán added graciously. "Thank you ever so much, esteemed sir," Bagenal responded, expressing his gratitude for the generous invitation. "However, allow me to offer a small suggestion. India is a remarkable place where one can witness countless extraordinary sights. And I dare say, these two ladies have yet to experience the wonders of India." At this juncture, as the helm was gently turned, the Duncan veered towards Calcutta, a journey as smooth as one of the province of Concepcion in Chile. And since we are all traveling, noticing the disapproving shakes of heads from those present, Bagenal hesitated, feeling a touch embarrassed to continue. "Dear Mr. Bagenal," Mrs. Helen interjected, "if our voyage were solely for leisure, I would wholeheartedly endorse your suggestion, and I am certain Sir Griñafán would concur. However, the Duncan is destined to undertake a noble and sacred mission. He set out to rescue several unfortunate souls who had encountered misfortune at sea and were subsequently abandoned on the shores of Patagonia, endeavoring to return them to their homeland. Thus, this noble undertaking was unwavering." Shortly thereafter, Bagenal, through engaging conversations with everyone, unraveled the intricacies of this plan, the message in a bottle bestowed by God, Captain Grant's endeavors, and the just mission of Lady Helen. Deeply moved by what he had heard, Bagenal expressed, "Esteemed madam, I sincerely commend and extol your generous and selfless actions in this endeavor. Now, let the Duncan continue its journey. I truly wish to see no hindrance to this noble plan. Dear sir, would you be willing to accompany us in the search for these distressed individuals?" inquired Lady Helen. "Esteemed madam, that is indeed impossible. I have pressing obligations that demand my attention. Therefore, I must disembark at the first port ahead. In that case, it is best to do so at Madeira, Captain Mingle remarked. Let it be Madeira, then. I am aware that this island lies merely 180 leagues from Lisbon, with 1 league equating to 444 meters. I shall await a vessel returning to Lisbon there. Very well, let it be as you wish, esteemed sir. It would be my utmost honor to host you aboard for a few days. You need not stand on ceremony. Consider this place your home. Thus, dear sir, it appears that although I have boarded the wrong vessel, I have nonetheless stumbled upon such a delightful outcome. I am exceedingly fortunate. To be candid, it is indeed quite a comical situation. A person destined for the Northern Hemisphere, specifically India, has inadvertently embarked on a ship bound for the Southern Hemisphere, South America. Contemplating this, he felt a tinge of melancholy, accompanied by a sense of wistfulness and regret. Yet, given the circumstances, he resolved to endure a few days aboard this ship. As he engaged with the other passengers, everyone came to recognize his charming and amusing demeanor, coupled with a vivacious spirit, albeit with a hint of carelessness in his endeavors. His character was exceptionally amiable, endearing him to the 2 ladies on board. Within less than a day, he had forged friendships with every individual aboard. Driven by scholarly curiosity, he requested Sir Griñafán to present the documents for his perusal. After a meticulous examination and careful analysis, he concurred that the assessments were remarkably accurate, devoid of any superfluous explanation. His heart was filled with compassion, particularly regarding the welfare of the Grant children, and he harbored great hopes for their future. He held a clear vision of what lay ahead, confidently asserting that the Duncan would undoubtedly reach Chile without incident. This declaration elicited an involuntary laugh from the young Miss Grant. He further remarked that, had he not been burdened by obligations, he would certainly join the crew in their quest to rescue the captain. Upon learning that Mrs. Helen was, in fact, the daughter of the renowned traveler William Taverner, Bagenal could not help but exclaim in astonishment, showering her with a torrent of compliments. He spoke to Mrs. Helen, reminiscing about his long acquaintance with her father, a scholar of remarkable courage, wisdom, and foresight. He recounted how he and her father were both correspondents of the Parish Geographical Society, having exchanged a plethora of letters in the past. Moreover, he proudly revealed that he, alongside another member, Mr. Mapperland, was instrumental in introducing William Taverner to the society. He marveled at what he deemed a divine coincidence. The joy of traveling on the same vessel as the daughter of William Taverner was nothing short of delightful. In a moment of affection, he requested to bestow a kiss upon Mrs. Helen's forehead, to which she graciously consented. Although such a gesture might be deemed somewhat improper in the eyes of the British, the customs of England and France differ significantly. The act of kissing Mrs. Helen's forehead upon their first meeting could be perceived as a breach of etiquette from a British perspective. Now aboard the Duncan, a kind-hearted soul has joined their ranks. The vessel is currently navigating the northern currents of Africa, swiftly making its way toward the equator. On August 30th, the shadow of the Madeira Islands will be visible from the ship. Sir Griñafán, honoring his promise, has instructed that the Duncan anchor near the islands, permitting Bagenal to disembark. Dear sir, we have become quite familiar with one another, so I shall dispense with the usual pleasantries, Bagenal said. I wish to inquire whether you had intended for the Duncan to stop at Madeira before I boarded? No, Sir Griñafán replied. In that case, sir, I shall continue to err in my assumptions. I believe that numerous scholars have thoroughly examined this archipelago. All that needs to be said has been articulated. All that requires rewriting has been rephrased, and all discussions have been diligently undertaken. The circumstances surrounding Madeira are well known to all. It is common knowledge that the island once flourished in great production. However, the current yield has plummeted, failing to compare with its former glory. For instance, in 1813, the island's wine output reached an impressive 25,000 barrels, each containing approximately 5,000 liters. Yet by 1845, this figure drastically fell to a mere 2,690 barrels, and now stands at only 500. This is truly disheartening. As a geographer, I find little necessity for further study in this regard. If it would not be too much trouble, could we perhaps make a stop at the Canary Islands next? Not a problem at all. Let us indeed anchor at the Canary Islands, Sir Griñafán remarked, for this does not deviate from our planned route. My dear sir, I am well aware of that. The Canary Islands boast 3 groups of islands that are exceptionally worthy of exploration. Furthermore, the renowned peak of Tenerife is a mountain I have long aspired to ascend. Thus, this presents a splendid opportunity for me to seize the divine gift bestowed upon me, allowing me to personally climb this illustrious mountain before awaiting the vessel back to Europe. My dear Bagenal, Everything shall proceed as you wish." Sir Griñafán could not help but smile slightly. Sir Griñafán's nod of agreement was grounded in sound reasoning. It is worth noting that the Canary Islands lie not far from Madeira, merely 250 nautical miles, roughly equivalent to 90 geographical miles. The swift vessel, akin to the Duncan, traverses a distance that is indeed trifling. On the afternoon of August 31st, at 2 o'clock, Captain Mingle and Bagenal leisurely strolled upon the deck of the Duncan. The Frenchman, Bagenal, incessantly inquired of Captain Mingle regarding the state of affairs in Chile. Suddenly, Captain Mingle interrupted his queries, pointing towards the southern sea horizon and asking, "Dear Mr. Bagenal, what is happening over there? Pray, do take a closer look. You may discern something," he urged. "But I truly see nothing," Bagenal replied. "Well, do not fix your gaze upon the horizon. Rather, observe the clouds," Mingle suggested. "In the clouds? Yet I perceive nothing." "Ah, you ought to direct your attention towards the mast staysail," the captain advised. "Still," Bagenal insisted, "I see nothing at all. Perhaps you are simply unwilling to look. Regardless, we are now merely 40 nautical miles apart, yet on the horizon, we can distinctly behold the peak of Tenerife. Surely, you grasp my meaning." At this juncture, whether Bagenal was inclined to look or not, in a few hours' time, that lofty peak would manifest clearly before him, unless he were blind enough to deny its presence. "Now, you ought to see it clearly, do you not?" Captain Mingle inquired. "Indeed, it is unmistakable. This is what people refer to as the Peak of Tenerife," Bagenal replied dismissively. "Yes, indeed, that is it. However, it truly does not appear particularly high," he remarked. "However, its elevation reaches an impressive 11,000 feet. I find it pales in comparison to the height of Mont Blanc, the tallest peak in the Eastern Alps. Well, that may indeed be a possibility. Yet, I believe that once you embark on the ascent, you will perceive its grandeur." "Ah, my dear captain, how dare you suggest that I undertake such a climb? I must inquire, what purpose does it serve to reach the summit? That esteemed gentleman, Mr. Humboldt, has long since conquered this peak and has eloquently depicted the breathtaking vistas in exquisite detail, leaving no stone unturned. Furthermore, Mr. Humboldt conducted comprehensive examinations and research, categorizing the mountain into 5 distinct zones: the vineyard zone, the laurel zone, the pine forest zone, the alpine shrub zone, and the barren zone at its highest point. Upon reaching the pinnacle, he discovered a lack of even a place to rest. Gazing from the summit, he beheld a vast expanse of land equivalent to 1/4 of Spain. Subsequently, he explored the nearby volcanoes and even descended into the craters, meticulously investigating the depths of the extinguished vents. Thus, dear captain, knowing that this illustrious scientist has conducted such thorough research, what purpose would my ascent serve? Indeed, your point is well taken. There is truly nothing left to explore." Captain Minger replied, lamenting the idleness of waiting for a ship at the port of Tenerife, with little to occupy oneself, rendering the experience rather tedious and devoid of engaging distractions. Chapter 8. The Children of Captain Grant. Although the opportunity for leisure was lacking, the chance for distraction frequently arose. Bagenal wryly remarked, then continued, "But my dear captain, is there a harbor in the Cape Verde Islands?" "Indeed, there is," he replied. "It is quite convenient to embark from Villa Praya. It seems that disembarking there would be rather effortless, as the Cape Verde Islands are not far from Senegal. I surmise I might encounter some of my French compatriots in Senegal. I have also gathered that people do not hold these islands in high regard, deeming them rather uninteresting, for they are not only desolate, but also suffer from poor sanitary conditions. Yet, from a geographer's perspective, they possess considerable intrigue. Those who fail to recognize their value lack an appreciation for the joys of observation and study. In truth, with diligent observation, one can greatly expand their knowledge and enrich their understanding. Those who do not observe travel like sea snails and clams, merely burrowing forward with their heads down. But, captain, you must know that I am decidedly not one of those individuals." "Very well, esteemed sir, I am entirely at your service," Captain John Mangles replied. "I firmly believe that your days spent in the Cape Verde Islands will significantly contribute to your geographical studies. We are now set to anchor there and prepare for coal replenishment, so your disembarkation will not impede our voyage." Upon concluding his remarks, Captain Mangles steered the ship towards the western side of the Canary Islands. The renowned peak was cast off to the ship's port side as the Duncan sailed swiftly across the sea. At 5 o'clock in the morning on September 2nd, it had already crossed the Tropic of Cancer. Upon passing this celestial line, the weather transformed, ushering in the humid and oppressive season characteristic of the rainy period. The Spaniards refer to this season as the water season. While this time may be uncomfortable for travelers, it proves immensely beneficial for the inhabitants of the islands along the African coast, where fresh water is scarce and trees are few, relying solely on rainfall for sustenance. At this juncture, the waves rose high upon the sea, causing the vessel to pitch violently, rendering it perilous for anyone to stand upon the deck. The passengers were confined to the square saloon, engaging in conversation to pass the time. On September 3rd, Bagenal began to organize his belongings in preparation for disembarkation. At this point, the Duncan meandered through the winding passages of the Cape Verde Islands. It first traversed Salt Island, a desolate expanse resembling a vast sand dune, with its arid land. Subsequently, the Duncan navigated through a sprawling coral reef before passing alongside St. Jacques Island. This island is bisected from north to south by a mountain range of volcanic rock, flanked by two imposing peaks at either end. After navigating past St. Jacques, Captain Mingle guided the ship into the harbor of Villa Pria, where it soon anchored in approximately 8 feet of water before the town. The weather at this moment was exceedingly dire. Although sheltered from the assault of the sea winds within the harbor, the waves crashed violently against the shore, accompanied by a cacophony of tumultuous noise. The torrential rain cascaded from the heavens, enveloping the city's silhouette in a shroud of precipitation, leaving only a faint glimpse of its elevated perch upon the highland. Beneath the city lies a foundation of volcanic rock, approximately 300 feet high. Thus, through the thick curtain of rain, the island appeared profoundly desolate. Mrs. Helen had initially intended to meander through the town, but the inclement weather thwarted her plans. The Duncan was refueling, a task rendered arduous by the storm's fury. Amidst the deluge and the tumultuous waves, the passengers were unable to venture outside. Relegated to resting beneath the deck, conversations among the passengers gravitated towards the dismal climate, with everyone expressing their grievances about the weather, save for the typically reticent Major. To him, it seemed that even if the world were to be engulfed by a flood, it would be of little consequence. Bagenal, hands clasped behind his back, paced back and forth, shaking his head repeatedly. "It appears that the weather is deliberately conspiring against me," he exclaimed. "Surely, this is a challenge issued by the tempestuous winds and waves," Sir Griñafán remarked. "Nevertheless, I shall triumph over it." "Good sir, such a deluge is not to be trifled with," Mrs. Helen cautioned. "Dear madam, are you addressing me? Trust me, I possess the fortitude to take the risk. However, my greatest dread lies in the potential soaking of my luggage and instruments, for once drenched, they are rendered useless. In truth, it is merely your disembarkation that poses the real dilemma." Sir Griñafán remarked that if one were to venture into the town, one's accommodations would be quite satisfactory, albeit the rooms may lack cleanliness, and one would be compelled to coexist with various animals such as monkeys and pigs. However, a true traveler ought not to be perturbed by such trivialities. I wish you well in your endeavor to board a vessel back to Europe in 7 or 8 months. "Ah, 7 or 8 months," Bagenal exclaimed. "Indeed, during this rainy season, it will take at least that long. It is essential to remember that ships do not arrive amidst the torrential downpours. Nevertheless, during your wait for the ship, you may embark on geographical explorations. Many scholars remain unfamiliar with the particulars of these islands, thus affording you the opportunity to delve deeper into meteorology, topography, anthropology, and even geological surveying. Oh, and there are some great rivers that you may study," Mrs. Helen interjected. "My dear lady, there are no great rivers on this island," Bagenal replied. "Then surely there must be small rivers?" "None whatsoever, I assure you." "Well, there must at least be some streams?" "Not even a single stream." "In that case," the Major suggested, "you could venture into the forest for some research." "What a jest! There isn't a single tree there. How could one possibly find a forest?" "Yet that place is truly beautiful," the Major responded. "My dear Bagenal, do not be disheartened. I am certain there are some lofty mountains that are well worth your exploration." The knight interjected. "Humph. The mountains in the highlands are neither lofty nor grand, rendering them rather unremarkable. Esteemed sir, you must be aware that this exploration has already been undertaken by others." "Oh, has this been studied by someone else?" exclaimed Sir Griñafán in astonishment. "Indeed. I find myself tragically ill-fated, perpetually out of luck, forever overshadowed by those who seize the opportunity first." "Is that truly the case?" "It cannot be. Yet it is so." "Beyond doubt," lamented Bagenal. "For many years ago, a scholar embarked upon the French vessel Resolute and landed on this very island. Conducting an extensive survey of the most significant peaks in this archipelago, the Grand Mountain on Fogo Island. If his research was conducted so meticulously, what purpose would my visit serve? It is indeed a lamentable circumstance, remarked Lady Helen. Have you contemplated your course of action upon disembarking, Mr. Bagoner? She inquired. Bagoner fell into a contemplative silence. Alas, you would have been better off disembarking in Madeira that day, even if it no longer produces wine. Sir Griñafán mused regretfully. At this moment, the eloquent Bagoner fell silent. In light of this, you might as well have disembarked in the bygone Madeira, despite its lack of wine production. Sir Griñafán added. Bagoner remained reticent. Were I in your position, I would remain aboard, awaiting a more opportune moment, suggested Major McNabb, observing the expression on his face and the tone of his words. It seemed he was implying, were it me, I would simply refrain from disembarking altogether. Dear Sir Griñafán, Bagenal has finally spoken. May I inquire about your next intended port of call? After this, we plan to make no further stops until we reach Concepci in Brazil. Alas, this places me quite far from India. Do not despair. As soon as you round Cape Horn, are you not drawing ever closer to India each day? That is indeed a valid point. Sir Griñafán solemnly remarked that regardless of whether one sails to East India or West India, when Columbus ventured westward in search of India, he inadvertently discovered the New World, which he mistakenly identified as India, hence naming it so. Subsequently, to avert any confusion between the Americas and India, the former came to be known as West India, while the latter, located in Asia, was referred to as East India. Ultimately, it bears no significant consequence. Why do you say that? The two are actually quite unrelated. Well, what I mean is that the inhabitants of the Patagonian plains, although they are indeed Indians, are akin to the residents of Punjab. They are all Indians, merely classified as West Indians. Oh my, how could I have almost forgotten that? Sir, your comment has jogged my memory, exclaimed Bagenal. I must add, dear Mr. Bagenal, that if you seek to earn a gold medal, it is indeed attainable from anywhere in the world. To recognize that there are researchable phenomena everywhere and at all times, one need only be observant. There is always something to uncover. In fact, the feeling amidst the deep mountains and dense forests of Tibet is strikingly similar to that found among the towering peaks of South America, where the indigenous term refers to the Andes mountain range that stretches across the continent. Yet, what of the Yarlung Tsangpo River? If it were up to me, I would substitute it with the Colorado River. I am aware that scholars possess only a limited understanding of the Colorado River, which is often depicted on maps according to the whims of geographers. Indeed, I understand, dear sir, that the depiction of this river on maps frequently diverges significantly from the actual topography. Alas, it is unfortunate. Had the Geographical Society proposed an expedition at that time, they would have agreed to send me to Patagonia just as they did for my journey to India. However, I truly did not consider that possibility. Sir, your tendency toward carelessness has led you to overlook such matters. Now, let us not digress too far, Mr. Bagenal. To return to the point, would you be willing to accompany us? Mrs. Helen inquired earnestly. I would very much like to, esteemed lady, but I must ponder how to manage my current obligations. I must also inform you in advance that we shall traverse the Strait of Magellan, Sir Griñafán interjected. Sir, are you attempting to entice me with such prospects? I would further add that we are destined to explore the Port of Hunger. Ah, the Port of Hunger, exclaimed the Frenchman, unable to contain his excitement. He felt that Sir had intentionally listed these geographical names to entice him, compelling him to reconsider his plans. He murmured, this Port of Hunger is indeed renowned. Many geographical texts extol its unparalleled significance. Dear Mr. Bagenal, you must truly reflect upon this, should you join our team and devote your efforts to our cause. You could intertwine the names of France and Scotland, remarked Lady Helen. Indeed, dear lady, you speak most wisely. Therefore, Mr. Bagenal, trust me, it would be wiser to embrace fate and follow the divine will. Just as God once delivered letters into our hands, we shall sail according to his guidance. Now, since it is his will that has brought you aboard our vessel, do not depart from us. Tell me, esteemed guests, do you truly wish to retain my presence? After such entreaties, Bagenal ultimately shifted his stance. Do as you will, my dear Bagenal. I can see that you, too, long to remain here, Sir Griñafán remarked. Indeed, is that not so? Exclaimed the erudite geographer. I simply lacked the courage to propose it myself, fearing it might be too presumptuous. Upon hearing that the geographer Bagenal had resolved to stay aboard the Duncan as they traversed the Strait of Magellan, every soul on the ship rejoiced, with young Robert being the most exhilarated of all. He leapt high, embracing Bagenal's neck, revealing the depth of his excitement. This gesture nearly caused the amiable and esteemed geographer to topple over, repeatedly exclaiming, "What a delightful little fellow! I must impart to you the knowledge of geography." Captain Mingle was resolute in his intention to cultivate young Robert into an exceptional sailor, while Sir Griñafán aimed to instill in him a courageous spirit. The major sought to nurture his calm demeanor. Mrs. Helen wished for him to possess a heart of tolerance and kindness. And Miss Grant hoped her brother would grow to be a child of gratitude, living up to the expectations of these benevolent and honorable gentlemen. Thus, it seemed certain that young Robert would evolve into a remarkable individual. Soon, after replenishing coal and fuel, the Duncan set sail from the dreary and desolate waters, heading westward towards the Brazilian coast. On September 7th, a favorable wind arose, guiding the Duncan smoothly across the equator into the southern hemisphere. It appeared that this transatlantic voyage was progressing remarkably well. Each soul aboard the Duncan was filled with great hope for this expedition, believing that the quest to find Captain Grant held significant promise for success. Among them, Captain Mingle was particularly confident. His unwavering determination stemmed from a profound desire, an earnest wish for Miss Mary Grant to find solace and happiness. Thus, aboard the vessel, he consistently attended to the young lady with great care, striving to conceal his genuine affection. In truth, only Miss Grant and the captain remained oblivious, while the others observed and remembered this unspoken sentiment. Let us further discuss our erudite geographer, Mr. Bagenal, who appears to be the happiest soul in the southern hemisphere. He busily dedicates his days to exploring every corner of the maps within the cabin. The square salon is strewn with numerous charts, which occupy considerable space and render it difficult for Mr. O'Bine to arrange the dining table, leading to daily disputes over this matter. Interestingly, all aboard the ship support Bagenal's scholarly pursuits, with the sole exception of the Major, who expresses no interest in geography whatsoever. When Bagenal inadvertently stumbled upon a trove of tattered books within the first mate's trunk, he discovered several Spanish texts among them. Igniting his determination to master the language of Cervantes, the illustrious Spanish writer of the 16th century, renowned for works such as Don Quixote. No one on the ship is proficient in Spanish. However, he believes that mastering this language will facilitate his research along the coastal regions of Chile. Gifted in language acquisition, he eagerly aspires to converse fluently in Spanish upon arrival in Concepcion. Thus, he diligently studies, seizing every opportunity to practice. Passengers can often hear him throughout the day in the cabin, animatedly rehearsing the intricacies of the Spanish tongue. In his leisure time, he imparted some practical scientific knowledge to young Robert, while also narrating the historical tales of the coastal cities visited by the Duncan. On September 10th, the Duncan was navigating towards the coordinates of 573S latitude and 3115W longitude. That morning, Sir Griñafán encountered a historical fact that might elude even the most erudite scholars. It was Bagenal recounting the history of the discovery of the Americas. He elucidated how the Duncan was, in essence, tracing the footsteps of the great navigators of history. He began with Columbus, and as he concluded, he remarked on the famed Genoese who hailed from the illustrious coastal city of Genoa, Italy. Before his death, he remained unaware that he had uncovered a new continent. The audience gasped in astonishment, yet Bagenal cogently asserted, "I do not wish to belittle the magnificent achievements of the great explorer Columbus, but this is indeed a fact." A fact remains a fact. As early as the late 15th century, European society was singularly focused on one endeavor: how to discover a swift and convenient route to Asia. A pathway from the west to the east, essentially a thoroughfare to the land of spices, referring to India, renowned for its spice production. India was thus dubbed the Spice Land by Europeans. This was the very pursuit to which Columbus devoted his life, undertaking 4 voyages in total to achieve this goal. Ultimately, he discovered the Americas, specifically in the regions of Cumana, Honduras, Mosquito, Nicaragua, Veragua, Costa Rica, and Panama, all of which belonged to Central America. He made landfall in this area, yet he believed that this coastal route led to the eastern lands of Japan and China. Unbeknownst to him, until his dying breath, he had uncovered not a continent of Asia, but a new land unknown to Europeans. Due to his ignorance of this truth, he was reluctant to have his name eternally inscribed upon the American continent as a lasting tribute. Dear Mr. Begane, I hold unwavering faith in the historical account of Columbus discovering the American continent. However, I am merely curious to learn which navigators discerned that the land was not part of Asia, but rather an uncharted territory, Sir Griñafán inquired. Chapter 9. The Children of Captain Grant. All of this is attributed to the endeavors of great explorers that followed Columbus. First among them were Ojeda, Mendoza, Pinzon, Vespucci, Bastidas, Cabral, Solis, and Balboa, who initially navigated along the eastern coast of the Americas and subsequently charted the length of the coastline from north to south. 360 years ago, these illustrious adventurers, much like us today, were propelled forward by the currents of the Atlantic Ocean. Friends, are you aware? The equatorial route we now traverse is precisely the path navigated by the great explorer Pinzon at the close of the 15th century. At present, we are approaching the latitude of 8 south, where the intrepid explorer Pinzon first made landfall in Brazil, South America. A year later, the illustrious Portuguese navigator Cabral arrived at the port of Seguro in the Americas. Subsequently, in 1502, the navigator Vespucci advanced further along the southern shores of the continent during his third voyage. By 1508, the navigators Pinzon and Solis embarked on a joint expedition to further investigate various coastal regions of the Americas. In 1514, while Solis discovered the renowned estuary of La Plata, he unfortunately met his demise at the hands of the indigenous people there. Thus, the esteemed mission of successfully circumnavigating the southern tip of the Americas was left to the great navigator Magellan. In 1519, this remarkable mariner set sail with a fleet of 5 ships. He initially navigated along the southern coastline of Patagonia, discovering the ports of Cito and San Julian. He anchored for an extended period at San Julian before proceeding on a course at latitude 52 south, where he discovered the famed Strait of Magellan, now bearing his name. On November 28, 1520, as Magellan traversed this strait, he entered the Pacific Ocean. There, he beheld a breathtaking expanse of new waters shimmering under the sunlight at the horizon. His heart swelled with exhilaration and fervor. "Oh, Mr. Bagenal, I hold you in the highest regard. How I yearn to dwell in such an extraordinary environment." Little Robert could hardly contain his excitement as he exclaimed, "My child, I share your sentiments profoundly. If only God had granted me the chance to be reborn 3 centuries earlier, I would not have missed this splendid opportunity." "It is truly unfortunate for us, dear Mr. Bagenal," interjected Mrs. Helen, "that if your wish were to be fulfilled, we would not be aboard this vessel to hear your captivating tale. That is of no consequence, my esteemed lady, in my absence. There would surely be others more capable than I to recount this tale. Perhaps this substitute would enlighten you by stating that the successful exploration of the western coast of America rightfully belongs to the illustrious Pizarro brothers, 2 renowned Spanish explorers. Indeed, there would be others to relay this story to you, and they would inform you that the accolades for the western coast discoveries belong to the Pizarro brothers. These intrepid adventurers are the great founders of numerous cities: Cusco, Quito, Lima, Santiago, Villarica, Valparaiso, and the very Concepcion that the Duncan is destined to reach. These are but a few of their remarkable accomplishments. During that grand age of exploration, the discoveries of these brothers corresponded splendidly with those of Magellan, thereby crafting the coastline of the American continent as we know it today, much to the delight of scholars of that era. "Humph, if it were me, I would certainly feel discontented," pouted little Robert, expressing his dissatisfaction. "And why is that?" Miss Grant inquired, her gaze fixed intently on her brother, who had a penchant for historical tales. "Indeed, dear child, what could possibly leave you unsatisfied?" Sir Grenville, with a gentle smile, asked curiously. "If I were in your position, I would certainly feel discontent and would seek to discover what lay beyond the southern end of the Magellan Strait," young Robert remarked. "Ah, my child, your insight is truly remarkable. Even I am curious to ascertain whether this great continent of America extends all the way to Antarctica, or as Delacroix speculated, whether there lies a vast ocean between America and Antarctica." Sir Grenville continued. "By the way, Sir Grenville, Delacroix is also from your hometown. Thus, my dear Robert Grant, if you and Monsieur Jacques Bagonier were living in the 17th century, we would undoubtedly embark on an expedition alongside Zong and Limmel. For it is known that these 2 illustrious Dutch explorers sought to unravel this geographical enigma." "Were those gentlemen also esteemed scholars?" inquired Lady Helen. "No. They were merely 2 audacious merchants who, at the time of their ventures, did not foresee the significant academic implications of their exploratory journeys. At that moment, the Netherlands boasted a renowned East India Company, which held absolute dominion over all trade passing through the Magellan Strait. It is well understood that during that era, when Western nations traded with the eastern lands of Asia, the sole route was through the Magellan Strait. Thus, the privileges of the East India Company essentially constituted a genuine monopoly. Some merchants, in their quest for trade, sought to liberate themselves from the constraints of monopoly. Consequently, they conceived the idea of venturing into the seas to discover an alternative route through the strait. Eventually, a man named Isaac Lemaire emerged. Not only was he profoundly educated, but he was also exceptionally gifted. He financed the organization of a maritime expedition, boldly charting a new course. He dispatched his nephew, Jacob Lemaire, along with an accomplished sailor named Suzan, hailing from Hoenn. In 1615, these intrepid navigators embarked on their journey, precisely a century after Magellan. At that time, they explored the renowned Lemaire Strait between Tierra del Fuego and Staten Island. On February 16, 1616, these explorers rounded the famed Cape Horn, often referred to as the Cape of Storms. However, it would be more aptly named the Cape of Good Hope. "How thrilling, sir! I long to embark on an adventure to that place," exclaimed young Robert. "My child, if you were to go there, you would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with excitement," Bagenal continued, his fervor intensifying with each word. "Just imagine if a navigator could gradually mark new discoveries on his maritime map. Is that not a delightful prospect? Witnessing landmasses gradually materializing before one's eyes, along with islands and straits, seemingly emerging from the tumultuous waves of the ocean. In the beginning, the boundaries delineated by navigators were fragmented, indistinct, and disconnected. Typically, there would be isolated harbors here and secluded lands there. Further afield lies an exceedingly remote harbor. Subsequently, navigators meticulously charted each newfound land, allowing lines to converge seamlessly. Thus, the dashed lines on the map gradually transformed into solid ones. The crescent-shaped coastline emerged and was delineated upon the harbor. The point of connection at the Cape led directly to the established coastal terrain. Ultimately, a magnificent continent adorned with lakes, rivers, mountains, valleys, plains, villages, towns, and cities unfurled across the earth. Ah, my friends, I express my heartfelt admiration. The discoverers of these new lands are indeed remarkable inventors. They are as extraordinary as those who have bestowed wealth upon humanity through their inventions. Alas, this endeavor, akin to a mine, has been thoroughly exploited. Oh, the new continents, the new world, all have been uncovered, explored, and found by mankind. Hence we, in the realm of geography, are the latest arrivals and, at present, find ourselves in a position of futility. My dear Mr. Bagenal, how can one claim to be in a position of futility? Sir Grenville remarked. Pray tell, how so? In truth, our current task is our field of endeavor. At this moment, the Duncan vessel sped along the routes traversed by illustrious navigators such as Vespucci and Magellan. On September 15th, the Duncan successfully crossed the winter solstice line of the southern hemisphere, steering towards the renowned entrance of the Magellan Strait. The individuals aboard the vessel beheld the southern coast of Patagonia on more than one occasion, yet it appeared merely as a faint line, subtly emerging on the horizon. At this moment, the Duncan was navigating through waters 10 nautical miles away, heading toward the southern shores of this region. Should Bagenal raise his telescope to gaze toward the distant American coastline, he would perceive only a nebulous outline. On September 25th, the Duncan traversed a latitude coinciding with the renowned Strait of Magellan, and without hesitation, it plunged into its depths. Generally, ships prefer this route to access the Pacific Ocean. The precise length of the Strait of Magellan is a mere 376 nautical miles. Its waters are notably deep, capable of accommodating vessels of the greatest tonnage close to the coast. Additionally, the seafloor is predominantly flat, abundant with freshwater areas, numerous rivers and lakes, and a rich diversity of fish species. Beyond this, dense forests abound, teeming with various game. There are also numerous suitable ports for anchorage. In summary, the Strait of Magellan boasts countless advantages, which the famed Lemaire Strait and the storm-prone Cape Horn lack. During the initial hours of the Duncan's entrance into the strait, to put it simply, within the first 60 to 80 nautical miles until reaching Gregory Point, the coastline in this vicinity was predominantly sandy and flat. The sunlight in the southern hemisphere is particularly radiant, often obscured by the sun's intense glare while gazing upon it. However, our erudite scholar, Bagenal, remains unfazed by such distractions, greedily observing the enchanting scenery on both sides of the strait. To speak candidly, the vistas along the shores of the strait are indeed splendid and delightful to behold. On the northern shore, no signs of life are visible, while on the southern Tierra del Fuego, stark, barren rocks emerge, with only a few destitute inhabitants meandering about. At this moment, Mr. Bagenal, having failed to spot any Patagonians, is overwhelmed with disappointment, yet the crew aboard the Duncan remains indifferent. Alas, without the Patagonians, this cannot truly be Patagonia, he laments. My dear geographer, do not fret. I am certain we shall encounter the Patagonians eventually, Sir Griñafán reassures. That is not necessarily the case, Bagenal retorts. Why do you say so? Inquires Lady Helen. The Patagonians certainly exist. Yet, I now harbor doubts, esteemed lady, for I see no trace of them. At the very least, the name Patagonia derives from the Spanish term patag in, which translates to Bigfoot. Hence, to refer to the Patagonians as Bigfoot cannot merely be a fanciful fabrication, can it? Alas, in truth, the name matters little. Bagenal remarked that he seemed determined to cling to his own opinions, evading the inquiries and further debates of others. I believe that the Spaniards might also be uncertain about what to call these individuals. What an absurd statement, Sir Griñafán exclaimed. Major, are you aware of the origin of the name Patagonia? I am not, Major McNabb replied nonchalantly. Such matters seldom pique my interest. My dear Major, it appears you are indifferent to all matters, Bagenal added. However, whether you care or not, you shall ultimately learn that the name of these Patagonians was bestowed by the illustrious navigator Magellan. The inhabitants of Tierra del Fuego refer to them as the Tealmen. The Chileans call them the Gakahuan. Those from the Carmen region also name them Tealmen. The Aragonese refer to them as the Willish. The renowned traveler Bougainville designated them as the Shuhas, while the explorer Faulkner called them the Te Welche. Yet, they themselves identify as Anakin. In ancient local dialects, Anakin signifies human. Thus, I must inquire, how can one clarify the multitude of names assigned to the Patagonians? Furthermore, the existence of a people with such a plethora of names raises doubts about their very existence. Such discourse is indeed perplexing, remarked Mrs. Helen. Well, for now, let us acknowledge that Bagenal's analysis holds a degree of truth. However, dear Bagenal, you must concede this fact. Despite the multitude of titles attributed to the Patagonians, which indeed raises skepticism, their stature is undeniably tall. This is a widely acknowledged truth. Sir Griñafán remarked. I find this perspective to be erroneous. I do not concede to it, Bagenal replied. Yet their physical form is indeed quite tall, Sir Griñafán contended. This, I have never known, McNabb interjected, eager to conclude the dispute, suggesting, so, they are neither tall nor short? This remains unclear to me, Bagenal responded. My friend, you are truly insistent, Sir Griñafán exclaimed. You must understand, travelers who have seen the Patagonians firsthand have described them as such. But, my dear sir, those travelers claim to have witnessed the Patagonians, yet their descriptions vary. The renowned navigator Magellan remarked that his head barely reached the waist of a Patagonian. The erudite geographer retorted, isn't that a testament to their towering stature? Indeed, yet Deleck asserted that the average Englishman surpasses even the tallest Patagonian, came the reply. Humph. Do not measure against the English, the Major huffed, for if they were to compare themselves with the Scots, they would hardly be deemed tall. The traveler Gwyndish has confidently characterized these Patagonians as robust and formidable. Bagenal continued, stating that Hawkins described them as giants, while Lemire and Sazin claimed their height could reach 11 feet. Were not these mariners a testament to their towering stature? Their assertions must be credible, Sir Grenville remarked. Indeed. Yet one must consider Wood, Nabilo, and Faulkner, who assessed the Patagonians as of average height, equally trustworthy. Moreover, renowned geographers such as Byron La Gerode, Bougainville, Wallace, and Catley affirmed that Patagonians stood at merely 6 feet 6 inches. Scholars who have surveyed these waters, like Mr. Dobine, estimated their height to be only 5 feet 4 inches. Surely their words are to be trusted. Such statements are indeed contradictory. Which one bears the truth? Lady Helen inquired. Dear madam, do you wish to ascertain which assertion is factual? Bagenal replied. The reality of the Patagonians is likely this. They possess shorter legs and longer torsos. Thus, someone jested that these Patagonians, when seated, measure 6 feet, yet only 5 feet when standing. Ha ha, what a delightful jest, my dear scholar, Sir Grenville exclaimed. Even more amusing is the notion that these Patagonians may not exist at all. Consequently, people's perceptions of them often amalgamate various contradictory claims. Indeed, to gracefully conclude this debate, dear friends, I wish to utter a statement that shall bring joy to all. The Strait of Magellan is truly breathtaking, even in the absence of Patagonians. Its beauty remains unparalleled. At this moment, the vessel Duncan is navigating around the Brunswick Peninsula, where the scenery along both shores is nothing short of magnificent. After passing Cape Gregory, the Duncan continued its journey for 70 nautical miles, gliding past the infamous De Agostini prison on its starboard side. Throughout this leg of the voyage, the passengers aboard could faintly discern the Chilean flag and the steeple of a church nestled within the forest. Along the banks of the strait, numerous jagged granite cliffs rise dramatically, their steep faces instilling a sense of awe. Countless towering mountains emerge, their bases shrouded in dense, unyielding forests. The peaks soar towards the heavens, crowned with eternal blankets of pristine snow. To the southwest of these mountains lies Mount Tarn, standing at approximately 6,500 feet, majestically piercing the vast expanse of the sky. As nightfall descends, a prolonged twilight lingers, where the blinding white sunlight gradually melds into a vibrant tapestry of colors. The radiance of these hues is gentle and inviting. The azure sky transforms into a dazzling canopy of stars. In the hazy dusk, the twinkling starlight gradually supplants the lighthouses dotting the civilized coasts. The constellations in the direction of the Antarctic provide guidance to all mariners. The Duncan did not anchor in the harbors along this riverbank, but fearlessly sailed towards its destination. From time to time, the sails aboard the vessel would gently brush against the treetops, which were gazing down at the river, adorned with the southern beach. Occasionally, the ship's propeller would produce a resounding splash against the surface of the sea, startling a flock of waterfowl. Gradually, the passengers aboard began to observe numerous crumbling walls along the shore. In the hazy twilight, several collapsed edifices loomed impressively large. These structures stood as desolate remnants, forsaken by colonizers. Beneath the starlight, they seemed to protest against the bountiful coast and the richly endowed forest in the distance. At that moment, the Duncan was en route to the infamous port of Hunger. The origin of this name is steeped in history. In 1581, the Spaniard Salmindo personally led over 400 settlers to establish the city of San Felipe here. However, it was not long before a harsh climate and famine claimed the lives of more than half of these immigrants. By 1587, only Salmindo remained in this desolate ruin. Having endured 6 solitary years in this bleak wasteland, his plight led to the port being dubbed the Port of Hunger. Chapter 10. Captain Grant's children. At sunrise the following day, the Duncan continued its voyage through the mountainous gorges of the region. On both banks of the river lay an endless expanse of dense forest. From the ship, one could observe the flourishing beech, maple, and hazel trees, which grew in a tangled and intertwined manner. Suddenly, rounded, lush green hills would emerge from the forest. The fragrance of wildflowers wafted across the river, enveloping the air. From a distance, one can still behold the towering blank memorial tower. Soon, the Duncan passed by the entrance of St. Nicholas Bay, a harbor named by Bougainville as the Bay of the French. Gazing out from the bay, a large group of seals and whales frolicked in the waters. The whales here appeared astonishingly massive, their spouts of water visible from afar, reaching high into the air. Eventually, the Duncan navigated around Cape Horn, where numerous sharp remnants of ice were densely clustered. On the opposite side of the strait, above Tierra del Fuego, rose the imposing summit peak, standing at 2,000 meters. A band of clouds separated the mountain's rugged outcrops, creating the illusion of islands suspended in the sky. At this point of the Beagle Channel, the continent of America indeed reaches its terminus. What is commonly referred to as Cape Horn is merely a substantial rock formation in the desolate waters of latitude 56 south. As the Duncan rounded the island's tip, the strait suddenly narrowed. On one side lay the Brunswick Peninsula, while on the other was Desolation Island, an elongated landmass embraced by thousands of smaller islands at either end, resembling a great whale resting upon a pebble-strewn shore. Scholars have often marveled at the fragmented geography of South America's southernmost tip, contrasting starkly with the orderly and distinct endpoints of Africa, Oceania, and India. The contours of the landscape bear a striking resemblance to the grand promontory that juts between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, suggesting that a cataclysmic event may have once ravaged this terrain, leaving it in disarray. Following its departure from this bountiful expanse, the Duncan faced an unbroken stretch of coastline, stark and desolate in appearance. The shoreline was intricately carved into crescent shapes by numerous tributaries. The Duncan navigated this winding waterway with a determined course, advancing with purpose. Throughout its journey along these barren shores, the vessel made no missteps, boldly forging ahead, exhaling plumes of smoke that mingled with the mist enveloping the jagged cliffs. Amidst the desolation of the coast, a few Spanish merchant ships passed by, yet the Duncan showed no sign of slowing its pace. After rounding Cape Tamar, the channel's direction curved, allowing the ship room to maneuver. It first skirted the steep coastline of the renowned Biolo Islands before continuing along the southern shore. Ultimately, after a relentless 36-hour voyage, the crew beheld the rugged cliffs of Cape Pilar emerging at the far end of Desolation Island. Before the Duncan lay a shimmering expanse of ocean. At that moment, Bagenal, waving his hands, exuberantly cheered from the deck, his excitement nearly causing him to lose his footing. Setting sail from 37 south latitude, on the 8th day after rounding Cape Pilar, the Duncan continued its vigorous journey across the Pacific, ultimately entering the Bay of Talcahuano. This is a harbor of exceptional conditions, extending 12 nautical miles and spanning 9 nautical miles in width. The sea surface is unblemished by clouds, basking in radiant sunshine. The majestic Andes Mountains serve as a natural barrier to this coastline, resulting in a prevailing southern breeze at sea. At this moment, Sir Griñafán commanded Captain John Mungle to navigate the Duncan close to the shores of America, specifically to the island of Gyro in the star-studded western coastline. On the water's surface, various drifting objects, such as a fragment of a ship's plank, a piece of slightly processed timber, and a broken mast, might have provided the crew of the Duncan with clues regarding the demise of the Britannia. However, to their dismay, nothing was discovered. Thus, the Duncan was compelled to continue its journey, ultimately anchoring in the port of Talcahuano. At that juncture, it had been a total of 42 days since the Duncan departed from the fog-laden Clyde Bay. As the Duncan moored at the shoreline, Sir Griñafán ordered the launch of a small boat, taking along Bagenal, and together they rowed to the water's edge, disembarking onto land. Upon reaching the shore, our charming geographer was eager to seize this opportunity to test the fruits of his years of diligent practice in the Spanish language. Therefore, upon encountering the indigenous people, he eagerly engaged them in conversation. However, the locals were utterly unable to comprehend his words. This left him astounded, standing awkwardly as he muttered to himself, "Is it due to my intonation?" The more he pondered, the more he questioned his own abilities. "Let us proceed to the customs office," Sir Griñafán urged, pulling him along. At the customs, the staff communicated with Sir Griñafán and his companions through gestures, informing them that the British consul resided in the city of Concepcion. It was merely an hour's ride away on horseback. Sir Griñafán swiftly procured 2 swift steeds locally and, accompanied by Bagenal, made their way to Concepcion. The city, once a grand establishment built by the intrepid adventurer Vitivia, a companion of the Pizarro brothers, covered a vast expanse. While it had once thrived, it now lay in desolation, frequently ravaged by indigenous raids. In 1819, a sudden conflagration had devastated innumerable structures, leaving even the perimeter walls charred and blackened by smoke. Currently, the population barely reached 8,000, as its significance had been eclipsed by the port of Talcahuano. The sight of the city's ruin was indeed disheartening, devoid of any semblance of vitality. From the balconies of every household, the strains of mandolin music wafted through the air, accompanied by soft, melodic voices drifting from behind drawn curtains. It appeared that this ancient city of Concepcion, once a bastion of men, had transformed into a village inhabited solely by women and children. The bustling trade of had vanished, leaving the streets overgrown with wild grass. The inquisitive Bagenal incessantly queried Sir Griñafán about the myriad reasons for the city's decline. However, Sir Griñafán, preoccupied and disinterested in delving into such inquiries, paid little heed to his questions. Without wasting a moment, the knight hastened to the residence of the British consul, Pintock. Consul Pintock graciously welcomed the 2 guests. Upon learning that they had come to rescue Captain Grant, he readily agreed to undertake an investigation in the surrounding waters. The consul sincerely informed them that he had not heard any reports regarding the Britannia, a 3-masted vessel, encountering misfortune either in Chile or near the 37 line along the Araganian coast. In his interactions with other consulates, he had encountered no news or reports of the ship's demise. Sir Griñafán could only return home. Upon his arrival in Talcahuano, he remained undeterred, sparing no expense and enduring great toil to seek information through various channels. Yet, his efforts yielded no results. Ultimately, Sir Griñafán concluded that there were no traces of the Britannia in those waters. When he returned to the Duncan and conveyed the lack of discoveries to his companions on board, the Grant siblings were heartbroken. At that moment, it had already been 6 days since the Duncan had entered Talcahuano harbor. Everyone gathered in the saloon, helpless in the face of this news. Mrs. Helen offered her compassion, providing solace to the sorrowful Grant siblings with her affection rather than words, as she was at a loss for what to say. Only Jacques Bagenal took out the 3 letters once more, diligently examining them as if he sought to uncover a hidden secret within. He immersed himself in this study for a full hour, engrossed in his endeavor. At this moment, he heard Sir Griñafán speaking. "My esteemed Mr. Bagenal, might you employ your own intellect to discern whether our understanding of this letter is flawed? Is it not possible that our interpretation of these fragmented phrases is profoundly illogical?" Bagenal remained silent, contemplating the letter. "I have often wondered if our assessment of the incident's location was erroneous. Sir Griñafán continued. Yet, is not the term Patagonia conspicuously present? Even the most obtuse individual could perceive it at a glance. Bagenal maintained his stoic demeanor. Furthermore, the term Indi clearly alludes to the indigenous people, which substantiates our conclusions. Sir Griñafán added. Indeed, there can be no doubt. Major McNab concurred. Is it not evident? The letter unequivocally conveys that the shipwrecked crew, while penning this missive, were aware they would soon become captives of savage Indians. Dear sir, I beg your pardon for the interruption, Bagenal finally spoke. I find your analyses and deductions to be sound. However, it is solely the final point that strikes me as illogical. Then, what is your perspective, sir? Lady Helen inquired eagerly, as the others turned their gazes toward the geographer. Oh, what I mean is, from these 3 letters. It is evident that Captain Grant had already become a captive of the Indians at the time of writing, a point that Bagenal emphasizes deliberately. Furthermore, I must add that this is clearly articulated in the letters, leaving no room for doubt. Dear sir, could you elucidate further? Miss Grant implored eagerly. My dear Miss Grant, this is quite easy to comprehend. I believe that the blank spaces in the letters should not be interpreted as to be captured, but rather as having been captured. Thus, the truth becomes apparent. Does it not? This is absolutely impossible, Sir Griñafán vehemently retorted. My esteemed friend, impossible? How can it be impossible? Bagenal inquired with a smile. I surmise that the message in a bottle must have been cast into the sea only when the ship ran aground. Therefore, the latitude mentioned in the letter should indicate the location of the shipwreck. Your analysis lacks foundation, Bagenal exclaimed loudly. I cannot fathom how these unfortunate sailors could have managed to cast a bottle after being taken inland by the Indians, merely to inform those outside of their captors' whereabouts. My dear Bagenal, this is quite simple to explain. If one is to throw a bottle into the sea, there must be a sea to cast it into. If there is no sea, can they not throw it into a river instead? Bagenal countered. At this moment, the gathered individuals fell into a profound silence, each grappling with the unexpected yet entirely reasonable assertions made by Bagenal. Observing the flickering excitement in their eyes, he recognized that a new hope had been rekindled. It was Mrs. Helen who first shattered the stillness, exclaiming, "What a brilliant idea!" The geographer joyfully echoed her sentiment. Then, sir, are you suggesting? Inquired Sir Griñafán. What I propose is to first ascertain the intersection of the 37th parallel south and the coast of the Americas, and thereafter, we should pursue our expedition further inland along the trajectory of this parallel. It is imperative that we remain strictly aligned, deviating no more than half a degree, until we reach the opposite Atlantic coastline. Perhaps, by following the path of the 37th parallel, we may uncover the whereabouts of the crew of the Britannia. The prospects seem exceedingly bleak. The Major interjected. Even if but a sliver of hope remains, we must not surrender. Bagenal retorted emphatically, asserting that should his deductions prove correct, the message in the bottle indeed originated from a river that flowed into the sea. Thus, we are certain to uncover clues regarding the captured sailors. Friends, if you scrutinize the map of this region more closely, you will surely come to believe in the validity of my reasoning. As he spoke, Bagenal unfurled a map featuring Argentina and Chile across the table. Look here, he urged, on this map. We can chart a course that traverses the South American continent. We can first traverse the slender expanse of Chile, then ascend the lofty highlands of the Andes, ultimately reaching the vast grasslands of South America. In this region, numerous great rivers and streams abound. Behold, here lies the renowned Negro River, and yonder is the Colorado River, along with many tributaries of these 2 waterways. All these waterways are situated at a latitude of 37 south, making it highly plausible for a message in a bottle to drift through this area and find its way to the ocean. Perhaps in these locales, we might discover a native tribe, or a humble abode of an indigenous person, or an uncharted riverbank, or nestled within a secluded valley, lies the friend we seek. These companions are fervently hoping for divine messengers to come to their aid. Can we afford to disappoint them? Friends, I implore you. Do you concur with the notion of traversing the path I have marked on the map? Even if my judgment ultimately proves erroneous, I believe we must not surrender. Thus, we must diligently pursue the direction of 37, leaving no stone unturned. Baron Bagenal's impassioned declaration resonated deeply, inspiring all present, who rose to shake his hand in agreement. Indeed, sir, my father is there, without a doubt, young Robert exclaimed, his eyes greedily fixed upon the map. My dear child, your father is indeed there, and we shall do everything in our power to assist you in your search, Sir Griñafán assured him. I have complete faith that Mr. Bagenal's judgment is utterly sound. There is no room for doubt on this matter. Now, our task is to resolutely pursue the path he has charted. Captain Grant may have fallen into the hands of a large indigenous tribe or perhaps a smaller one. Should he be in the smaller tribe? We could facilitate his immediate rescue. If he is among the larger tribe, the situation may prove more complex, but there is no reason for alarm. We shall first ascertain the circumstances within. If our numbers are insufficient, we will journey to the eastern coast, return to our vessel, and recruit additional hands in nearby Buenos Aires. Subsequently, Major McNabb will organize training, thereby equipping us to confront all indigenous peoples within Argentina. Your proposal is indeed commendable, dear sir, and we shall proceed as you suggest. Captain John Mungle added, I would also like to emphasize that this expedition across the Americas can indeed be accomplished safely. Not only is it remarkably secure, but it also does not induce fatigue. Mr. Bagenal continued. One must recognize that many individuals traverse the South American continent without our complete provisions or the benevolent drive of our mission, yet they succeed nonetheless. In 1872, a man named Villamo journeyed directly from Carmen to the Low and High Rocks. Additionally, in 1806, a Chilean, the esteemed Judge Don Luis of Concepcion, embarked from the Andes Valley. After traversing the Andes Mountains and traveling for 40 consecutive days, he reached Buenos Aires. Moreover, the illustrious Mr. D'Aubigny, Colonel Casia, and my esteemed colleague Dr. Musi have all extensively explored this region. Their journey is driven by the pursuit of scientific inquiry, while we, under the divine will, undertake the noble endeavor of rescuing others. Should we not act with audacity? Esteemed sir, Miss Mary Grant, deeply moved, spoke with a trembling voice. Your chivalrous heart and intrepid spirit truly leave us at a loss for how to repay your kindness. My dear miss, exclaimed Bagenal, you mentioned perils. Where is there any peril? Danger. Sir, I certainly did not declare such. Robert Grant asserted firmly, his eyes gleaming with resolute determination as he clenched his fists, embodying unwavering resolve. Humph, Bagenal retorted. What danger could there possibly be? We are merely embarking on a journey. Moreover, it is not a long one, merely a distance of 351 miles. We are traversing a straight path, aligned with the latitudes of regions such as Spain, Sicily, and Greece in the northern hemisphere. Thus, the climatic conditions will not differ significantly. This journey will take us at most a month, akin to a leisurely stroll. Esteemed Mr. Bagenal, Lady Helen interjected. May I inquire your thoughts on whether the crew we seek to rescue, should they fall into the hands of the indigenous people, would have any hope of survival? Esteemed lady, is there any need for such inquiry? The indigenous people are not cannibals. I can assert with utmost certainty, they absolutely are not. I recall an encounter with a Frenchman named Mr. Ginal, whom I met during my time at the Geographical Society. He had been captured by the Native Americans of the Great Plains and held for 3 long years. Throughout this harrowing period, he endured countless hardships yet managed to persevere, ultimately returning to his homeland. He himself remarked that the South American indigenous people cared for him as one would a valuable beast of burden, fully aware of the worth of a European, thus treating him as a useful creature deserving of protection. Given this understanding, we should not hesitate any longer, Sir Griñafán declared. Our immediate course of action must be to set forth without delay. However, the question remains, by what path shall we proceed? Naturally, we ought to select a route that is both convenient and easily traversable, suggested Bagenal. We shall begin by taking the gentle mountain trails, leading us to the gentle slopes on the eastern flank of the Andes, from which we can ultimately reach the vast plains. The map reveals that this route is devoid of rugged terrain, allowing our journey to be as pleasant as a stroll through a grand garden. Let us examine the map more closely, replied Major McNabb. Chapter 11. The Children of Captain Grant. My dear Major McNabb, the map is here. Observe the line of latitude at 37 that runs between Cape Rumen and the Bay of Canaro along the Chilean coast. We can commence our journey from this point, traversing through Araucania, ascending the slopes adjacent to the Andu Valley volcanoes, and passing by the Neuquén and Colorado rivers. Thereafter, we shall enter the expansive Pampas Plains. As we traverse the Salt Lake, the Guamini River, and Tabarcal, we shall enter the province of Buenos Aires. From Buenos Aires, we shall ascend the Tondil Mountains, journeying until we reach the Atlantic coast at Cape Medanas. Along this route, with careful observation, we are certain to uncover some clues regarding the maroon sailors. Bagenal spoke animatedly, gesturing with his hands, his eyes never straying to the map spread before him. To him, the map held no significance. Having meticulously studied the works of renowned scholars such as Flores, Hongbao, Malina, Miel, and D'Aubigny, He had committed the geography of South America to memory. After reciting an extensive list of place names, he continued, "Dear friends, the swifter our actions, the better. It is worth noting that this path is relatively straight, and we can complete it in 30 days. Even in the face of strong winds, the Duncan shall await us on the east coast before our arrival." "Sir, as you say." Captain John Munger interjected, "The Duncan should indeed be cruising in wait between Cape Golondrina and San Antonio, correct?" "Precisely," Bagenal replied. "Then, who should embark on this extensive journey inland?" Sir Griñafán inquired. Bagenal, counting on his fingers, formulated his plan. "I believe fewer individuals would be preferable, as this expedition is not a declaration of war against the Indians, but rather an inquiry into the whereabouts of Captain Grant. In terms of personnel arrangements, I believe Sir Griñafán must certainly attend, and quite naturally, he should remain our captain. The Major ought to participate as well, and of course, we cannot overlook your loyal friend and servant, Mr. Bagenal." "I wish to go too," young Robert exclaimed loudly. "Dear brother, please do not shout." His sister Mary reproached him sternly. "Why not allow the child to join?" Mr. Bagenal interjected in support of young Robert, asserting that travel serves as an excellent means of growth for the youth. Thus, in addition to these 4 individuals, we could also include the 3 sailors from the Duncan. "Your Excellency, why am I not included?" Captain John Mungle interjected. "Dear Mr. John," Sir Griñafán replied, "our intention is to keep the female passengers aboard, as we wish to retain our most cherished ones on the ship. Who, if not a captain as devoted and meticulous as you, would care for them? Would it not be better for us to accompany you?" Lady Helen remarked, her face betraying a look of anxiety as her eyes fixed on Sir Griñafán. "Dear Helen," Sir Griñafán reassured her, "we believe that the duration of this journey will not be extensive. Therefore, our parting is merely a temporary one." Lady Helen contemplated and remarked, "Very well. I understand that ladies may not be of much assistance, and could perhaps cause complications. You may proceed, and I wish you all the best. Moreover, it hardly qualifies as travel." Mr. Bagenal, picking up Sir Griñafán's remarks, mused to himself, "What can this be called if not merely a cursory excursion?" Lady Helen pressed for clarification. "It is but a fleeting glance, for it neither constitutes an exploration nor a pilgrimage to historical landmarks." Once Bagenal concluded his thoughts, the conversation came to a natural close, met with unanimous agreement among the participants. On that very day, they commenced preparations for their journey, collectively resolving to keep their plans discreet, lest they inadvertently alarm the indigenous inhabitants, the Native Americans. The date of departure to the mainland was set for October 14th. When Sir Griñafán sought sailors for the voyage, numerous candidates eagerly volunteered, leaving the knight momentarily perplexed as to whom to select. Ultimately, he resorted to a lottery, resulting in 3 fortunate sailors being chosen: First Mate Tom Austin, Sailor Wilson, and Malati. Among these 3, Tom Austin was notably robust and exceptionally strong. Malati, on the other hand, was reputedly more formidable than the renowned London heavyweight champion Tom Sinus, who had no rival at the time. Presently, Sir Griñafán was fervently preparing for the expedition, insisting that the crew adhere strictly to the schedule. Captain Mingle remained equally diligent, stockpiling ample fuel for the vessel to ensure immediate readiness for departure. Furthermore, the captain was determined to arrive at the Argentine coast ahead of Sir Griñafán's party. Thus, a spirited competition unfolded between the young captain and Sir Griñafán. The long-awaited date of October 14th has finally arrived, and the crew aboard the Duncan is fully prepared. Just before departure, all personnel gather in the square hall, awaiting the moment. The Duncan, with its sails billowing in the sea breeze, has its propellers thrashing vigorously against the crystalline waves of Talcahuano Bay. Sir Grenville and his entourage, including the knight, Bagenal, Major McNabbs, young Robert, Austin, Wilson, and Marathi, each armed with their rifles and exquisite pistols, are ready to disembark from the Duncan. On the shore, a guide stands by, leading a mule as he waits by the water barrier. The moment of departure has arrived. Sir Grenville solemnly announces, "My friends, you may proceed with confidence." Lady Helen, suppressing her excitement, calmly responds. Sir Grenville embraces his beloved wife, while young Robert leaps joyfully, tightly wrapping his arms around his sister's neck. "Now is the time, my companions." Bagenal suggests, "Let us shake hands once more. I look forward to our reunion on the shores of the Atlantic." At this moment, handshakes have transformed into heartfelt embraces for the esteemed scholar, wishing for the success of this venture. All have boarded the deck, together bidding farewell to the 7 adventurers departing from the Duncan. Soon, they reach the dock. The Duncan remains closely anchored to the shoreline, no more than half a chain away. From the ship's cabin, Lady Helen calls out loudly, "My friends, may God's blessings be upon you." "Madam, God shall surely bless us." Bagenal replied, "Rest assured, we shall assist one another. Now set sail." Captain John Mungle commanded. "Then let us depart," Sir Griñafán remarked. On one side, Sir Griñafán and his entourage hastened along the shoreline. On the other, the Duncan was powered forward, heading into the vast ocean. In Chile, Sir Griñafán's expedition traversed the land. The party consisted of 6 adults and a child, led by a local who had resided in the region for 2 decades. This Englishman, engaged in the business of renting mules to travelers, guided them through the rugged highland passes. Despite his prolonged interaction with mules and indigenous people, he had not forgotten his native tongue, thus facilitating communication with Sir Griñafán's group without impediment. Sir Griñafán deemed this particularly advantageous, for the Spanish learned by Bagenal was largely incomprehensible to the locals. In Chilean vernacular, the head muleteer is referred to as cataba. This English muleteer, originally from England, had employed 2 local muleteers, known in their language as peon, and a 12-year-old boy as an assistant. The primary responsibility of the muleteers was to tend to the mules carrying the luggage, while the young assistant rode a small mare, affectionately named Mudelina by the locals. The little mare, adorned with a bell around her neck, trotted at the forefront of the mule train, followed closely by 10 mules. Among these 10 mules, 7 were ridden by Sir Griñafán and his companions, while Cataba rode another, leaving the remaining 2 to bear the traveler's luggage along with several bolts of cloth. The purpose of carrying these cloths was to establish rapport with the merchants of the plains. The muleteer, peon, followed the mules on foot. With such ample provisions, one could traverse Chile safely, and the pace of travel was quite reasonable. Crossing the Andes is no simple feat, as only the most robust mules can shoulder such burdens. Among all the mules adept at scaling the mountains, it is the Argentine mules that prove most suitable. Consequently, the locals place great emphasis on the breeding of Argentine mules, resulting in a breed tenfold stronger than their primitive counterparts. Argentine mules are not particularly finicky regarding their feed. They drink water only once a day and can cover 10 miles within 8 hours while carrying substantial loads, capable of bearing 14 arroba, a local measure in Chile, with one arroba weighing approximately 11 kilograms. Along the route connecting these 2 great oceans, there are few inns. Travelers must subsist on jerky, rice with chili, and whatever game they can find. The only available water comes from mountain springs and streams on the plains, often enhanced with a few drops of sweet wine for flavor. Thus, every traveler carries a cowhorn flask, naturally filled with this sweet wine. However, the locals also caution visiting travelers that this sweet wine should not be consumed in excess. In these regions, sweet wine can easily stimulate the nervous system, proving detrimental rather than beneficial. The blankets and mattresses for resting are adorned with embroidered edges and are placed atop the saddles. These saddles, known locally as legator, are crafted from locally sourced sheepskin. One side of the saddle is polished, while the other retains its woolly texture. Travelers who wrap themselves in these blankets find them exceptionally warm, alleviating any fear of dampness or chill during the night, allowing for a comfortable slumber. Sir Griñafán is a versatile gentleman, a true hero who adapts seamlessly to the customs and traditions of the land he visits. Prior to this journey, he prepared local Chilean attire for his companions. When Bagenal and young Robert donned the grand Chilean cloaks and laced up their long leather boots, they could hardly contain their joy, leaping about with delight. This grand cloak, referred to as poncho in the Chilean tongue, is crafted from checkered wool fabric with a hole cut in the center. The leather boots are fashioned from the hide of a pony's hind leg. The mules accompanying Sir Griñafán's expedition are splendidly adorned. The mule chews on an Arabic-style bit. The reins at both ends are made of leather and can be used as a whip. Each mule is fitted with gleaming decorative headgear, and atop their backs are vibrantly colored packs, naturally filled with provisions for the journey. Bagenal has always been characterized by his carelessness. Whenever he mounts his mule, he invariably receives a few kicks. Yet, once he manages to regain his seat in the saddle, he can sit back and relax. At this juncture, Bagenal hangs his binoculars from his waist, a constant companion by his side, his feet firmly planted on the stirrups. He holds the reins loosely as the mule ambles along at its own pace. He is thoroughly satisfied with his steed, feeling that the mule has been exceptionally well trained. In stark contrast, young Robert presents himself as a model rider the moment he ascends the mule's back, exuding an air of seriousness. Thus, the mule train sets off. At this time, the sky is devoid of clouds, and the weather is delightful. Despite the blazing sun hanging overhead, the air feels remarkably cool, moderated by the temperature of the sea. The expedition first strides along the winding coastline of the Tarkovano Bay. In this direction, after 30 miles southward, they will reach the terminus of the 37th parallel. On the first day, the mule train traverses a desiccated marshland thick with reeds, and the travelers remain silent, their minds occupied with the farewell words spoken aboard the ship. Although the thick smoke from the Duncan has long vanished into the boundless sky, it still lingers in their memories. Aside from the diligent geographer, who practices his Spanish by engaging in self-dialogue atop his mule, the rest of the party speaks not a word. It is not only the members of the noble party who are reticent, even the muleteer, Catawba, seldom utters a word, speaking little even to Peon, as this aligns with his professional obligations. Both peons are regarded as experts in the art of traveling, acutely aware of their responsibilities and fully cognizant of what must be done. When the mules came to a halt, a shout would urge them to move swiftly. If they remained stationary, a small stone would be thrown to prompt them into action. Whenever the harness slackened or the reins loosened, the muleteers would promptly remove their cloaks to cover the mules' heads, adjusting the reins or harness before retracting the cloaks, allowing the mules to continue their journey. The muleteers typically followed a routine of dining around 8 in the morning, embarking thereafter until 4 in the afternoon, when they would halt for the night nearby. Sir Griñafán held this custom in high esteem. On this particular day, the mule train was traversing the southern end of the bay in the town of Alarago. When Catawba signaled for a rest, the entire caravan ceased its advance. At this juncture, Sir Griñafán's entourage had yet to depart from the shoreline, needing to continue west for an additional 20 miles to reach the Bay of Canaro, ultimately arriving at the terminus of the 37th parallel. This course was necessitated by the absence of any trace of shipwrecks in the coastal vicinity. Further searching would yield nothing. Hence, Sir Griñafán's party resolved to use Alarago as their starting point, traveling eastward along a direct land route until they reached the opposite shore. In Alarago, the members of the mule train settled in a rather rudimentary inn. Alarago is, in fact, the capital of Aragon, a nation whose territory extends approximately 150 miles in length and 30 miles in width. The inhabitants of the city predominantly belong to the Malush tribe, a name bestowed upon them by the Spaniards, meaning the Araucanians. They represent a distinct faction of the Chilean nation. The renowned poet Ercilla, 1533–1596, a notable Spanish military figure as well as a distinguished poet, composed the epic La Araucana, in which he eloquently extolled their virtues. Overall, the Malush people are robust in physique and possess a proud demeanor. They are the only nation in the Americas that has never succumbed to foreign dominion. Although the Spaniards once ruled over the city of Orogo, the Malush never yielded to their authority, much like their contemporary resistance against the Chileans, standing firm against Spanish rule. Their valiant defiance ultimately led to the attainment of national independence. Today, the flag of independence, a blue field adorned with a white star, still proudly flutters atop the fortifications constructed on the mountaintop. Sir Griñafán, Bagnall, and Catawba leisurely strolled between thatched roof houses, while others partook in their meals. In Orogo, the only notable sights are a church and a monastery. Sir Griñafán was keen to glean insights from the local inhabitants regarding the sinking of the Britannia, yet his efforts yielded no results. The Spanish spoken by Bagnall was incomprehensible to the city's residents. This was due to Bagnall's ignorance of the fact that the locals communicated in Araucanian, a dialect prevalent from Chile to the Strait of Magellan, and had no knowledge of Spanish. Thus, no matter how eloquently Bagnall spoke, they remained oblivious to his words. Sir Griñafán felt a tinge of despondency, for in the absence of a common language, he could only rely on keen observation. However, he was exhilarated by the opportunity to witness the diverse array of individuals from the Malush tribe. Some of these Malush people were remarkably tall and robust, possessing flat facial contours, bronze-hued skin, and a clean-shaven chin. Their heads were broad, and their eyes were filled with myriad questions, while their long, dark hair cascaded down, evoking the image of idle yet formidable soldiers, powerful yet seemingly aimless. Conversely, the women of the Malush tribe displayed remarkable resilience, tirelessly engaged in various activities, grooming horses, polishing weapons, hunting, and tilling the land. The laborious tasks typically assigned to men were undertaken by these industrious women. In addition, they managed to carve out time to weave cloaks, a distinctive blue garment requiring 2 years of meticulous craftsmanship, fetching a minimum price of $100. Overall, the customs of the Malush people appeared rough and unrestrained, reflecting some of humanity's less admirable traits. However, Their commendable virtue lay in their self-reliance and independence. To me, they bore a striking resemblance to the Spartans. Upon returning from a stroll in Bagenal, I could not help but express my admiration while dining in the courtyard with others. Yet, the listeners perceived his words as somewhat exaggerated and overly flattering. Later, he admitted that during his explorations of the city, his heart, belonging to the French nation, had been fervently pulsating, leaving everyone bewildered and perplexed. The major then inquired why his heart was racing so intensely. Bagenal explained that it was quite natural, as one of his compatriots had ascended to the throne of Aragonia several years prior. The major asked for the name of this individual, to which Bagenal proudly responded that he was called Dolens, a man widely praised for his virtues, sporting a full beard. He had once practiced law in the French city of Brig, before arriving here to become the king of Aragonia. However, he was later deposed due to accusations of ingratitude. Upon hearing this, the major could not help but chuckle softly. Bagenal, maintaining a serious demeanor, remarked that from his friend's tale, one could conclude that it is far easier for a lawyer to become a king than for a king to take on the role of a lawyer. This sentiment elicited laughter from everyone present, who raised their cups filled with corn liquor, toasting to the eternal happiness and peace of the deposed King O'Reilly Anthony I of Aragonia. Soon after, they donned their cloaks and settled down to rest. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Madeline led the way, followed closely by Pion, as the mule train continued eastward along the 37th parallel. During the day, they traversed the bountiful lands of Aragonia, abundant with vineyards and flocks of fat sheep. After covering this stretch, the population began to dwindle. After walking a mile, they found no sign of the famed American Indian horse-taming site, Los Trelaredos, thatched hut. Occasionally, they would come across an abandoned relay station. The inhabitants of the plains constructed shelters specifically to shield themselves from the elements. On this particular day, the mule caravan encountered two rivers, the Dukla River and the Ball River, which lay before them, obstructing their path. However, Catawba skillfully guided the group across a shallower crossing, ensuring their safe passage. Gazing into the distance, the Andes Mountains could be faintly discerned on the horizon, with their jagged peaks and rounded summits shimmering in the twilight. This majestic mountain range serves as the new backbone of the entire American continent, and the party, at that moment, beheld the lowest part of this colossal spine. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the caravan covered an impressive distance of 35 miles, coming to a halt beneath a towering wild pomegranate tree in the wilderness to rest. As they unloaded the mules from their saddles and loosened the reins, the animals immediately dashed to the grassy patch, indulging in the lush vegetation. The travelers then unfastened their satchels, retrieving jerky and spicy rice to nourish themselves. Subsequently, they spread their bedding on the ground and comfortably drifted off to sleep. The muleteer and Catawba took turns keeping watch through the night. The weather was splendid, and the journey for the party was remarkably smooth. All members of the expedition, including the youngest, little Robert, remained in good health. Their spirits high, they suggested hastening their pace and continuing their adventure. Thus, on the third day, the mule caravan quickened its speed. After crossing the turbulent Burgee River, Sir Griñafán's party set up camp for the night by the banks of the Mark River, which lay within the territories of Spanish Chile and independent Chile. On this day, the mule train traversed an additional 35 miles. The landscape remained unchanged from the previous day. This fertile land was adorned with mandrake flowers, golden cacti, woody violets, and the delicate herb known as the lady's mantle. Herons, owls, and a few yellowhammers seeking refuge from the hawks made their abode here. It is said that deep within the vast jungle resides the black-spotted tiger, a creature unique to South America, its spots reminiscent of those of a leopard, renowned for its climbing prowess. It is also referred to as the South American leopard or the American tiger. However, there were no indigenous people in sight. They occasionally encountered a few locals known as guasos, who were of mixed Indian and Spanish descent. These individuals rode horseback, their feet bare, with large spurs strapped to their ankles, causing the horses to bleed as they galloped past. During this journey, Sir Grenville's party found no one to inquire for information, rendering them devoid of any leads. Sir Grenville was reluctant to squander time on futile searches. He speculated that if Captain Grant had indeed fallen into the hands of the Indians, he would have been captured long ago, on the other side of the Andes. Therefore, the immediate course of action was to cross the mountain and seek out the grasslands beyond for any signs of success. Thus, the task at hand was to press onward with urgency and unwavering determination. On the 17th, the mule train resumed its journey, adhering to the same routine and schedule as in the preceding days. However, the mischievous little Robert, eager to stand out, could not content himself with merely sitting on the mule. Instead, he excitedly urged his steed forward, dashing ahead to the front of Madeline. This reckless behavior subjected the mule he rode to considerable distress. It was only when Sir Griñafán admonished him to behave that he reluctantly returned to his rightful place in line. As their journey continued, the path became increasingly winding, the terrain undulating, indicating the onset of mountainous trails. Alongside, numerous streams meandered, their waters gurgling over the uneven landscape. From time to time, Mr. Bagenal would consult the map he carried, and upon discovering that certain streams were not marked, his frustration would mount considerably. This elicited both affection and amusement from the group. The absence of names for the streams on the map seemed to suggest that they lacked identity. The more he pondered, the more irate he became. In the realm of geography, a name was tantamount to existence itself. As he ruminated, he unapologetically bestowed names upon these streams, meticulously inscribing them onto the map. He chose to label them in Spanish, which rendered the names melodious and resonant. Indeed, Spanish is a most exquisite language. Mr. Bagenal mused aloud, marveling at its sonorous quality. It seemed to possess a metallic essence, with at least 72% copper and 22% tin, akin to the texture of bronze. Sir, such a beautiful and enchanting language. You must have made significant progress in your studies, Sir Griñafán remarked. Ah, indeed, my dear sir, I have made considerable strides. Indeed. Were it not for the challenges of pronunciation and intonation, I firmly believe that others would comprehend my words without difficulty. Mr. Bagenal, in his quest to master the nuances of Spanish intonation, has been diligently practicing aloud throughout this journey, to the point of rendering his voice hoarse. Yet, amidst this endeavor, he has not neglected to share his insights on geography. His familiarity with geographical knowledge is remarkable, and in terms of his acquaintance with place names, he is a prodigy unparalleled in the world. Whenever Sir Griñafán seeks to understand the characteristics of certain locales, he turns to the muleteer, Catawba, only for the erudite Mr. Bagenal to interject with clarity and coherence, leaving the local Catawba astounded and genuinely impressed. On that day, around 10 o'clock, Sir Griñafán and his entourage encountered a road that obstructed their direct path. Sir Griñafán inquired about the direction of this road, and the learned Bagenal spontaneously responded, "This road should lead directly from Rabaul to Los Angeles." Sir Griñafán then glanced at Catawba ahead, who affirmed, "Yes, Mr. Bagenal is entirely correct." Subsequently, Sir Griñafán asked Bagenal, "Have you been here before?" "Of course, I have," Bagenal replied with utmost seriousness. "Did you ride a mule then?" "Certainly not. I arrived in an armchair." Catawba remained perplexed by the conversation, shrugging his shoulders before resuming his place at the front of the line. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the predominantly noble muleteers rested in a shallow mountain hollow, located a few miles north of the town of Loja. This was the lowest tier of the Andes, at an elevation of 12,000 feet. Up to this point in their journey across Chile, Sir Griñafán and his companions had encountered no significant obstacles. However, now a towering mountain loomed before the travelers, signaling the moment to confront nature's challenges. The pressing question for the travelers was which route to take to cross the Andes without deviating from their original straight path. Everyone awaited Catawba's response. "In this mountainous region, I am aware of only 2 possible routes," Catawba remarked. "These paths were previously discovered by Mandaka, correct?" inquired Bagenal. "Indeed, that is correct. The route south of the Verarica Ridge is known as the Vipacari Road, isn't it?" "Yes, absolutely. However, my friends, these 2 paths diverge. One veers north while the other heads south, neither aligning with the 37th parallel. Is there a third route available?" the Major asked. "Well, there is." Bagenal stated that there exists a path on the slopes of the volcano, known as the Anda Valley Trail, situated at a latitude of 3730 south. This route is merely half a degree apart from the 37 latitude we intend to traverse. To my knowledge, this path was discovered by Comitido de Cruz. With an elevation of only 1,000 toises, an ancient French unit of length, where 1 toise is equivalent to 1,949 meters. "Excellent," Sir Griñafán replied, "Catawba, are you familiar with this trail?" "Indeed, I am acquainted with it, sir," Catawba responded, "and I have traversed it myself. However, I refrained from mentioning it to you, as the path is exceedingly narrow, suitable only for flocks of sheep. It is frequently traversed by the indigenous people residing on the eastern slopes of this mountain." "Well then, my friends," Sir Griñafán declared, "since the sheep can pass, so too can we. And as it lies directly in our path, let us take this route." Thus, the plan of action was established, and the small party immediately set forth, first navigating into the Las Lejas Valley, flanked on either side by vast clusters of crystalline limestone. The trail gradually ascended along an inconspicuous slope, and by around 11 o'clock, the mule train arrived beside a picturesque small lake. This lake, a naturally formed reservoir, was fed by the nearby mountain springs. The mule train had to circumvent this lovely body of water to continue their journey. As they passed by, onlookers observed the tranquil waters of the lake gently flowing, only to vanish in the serene embrace of the mountains. Above the lake stood towering layers of rock, adorned with lush greenery, a testament to the grazing grounds of the Native Americans. Upon rounding the small lake, the travelers were met with a marshland stretching from south to north. The mules, adept at traversing such wetlands, enabled the caravan to proceed unharmed. At approximately 1 in the afternoon, the group beheld a fortress atop a distant peak, known as Fort Ballina. Its crumbling ramparts resembled a crown embedded in the rugged cliffs. The caravan continued to navigate around the vicinity of the fortress as the terrain gradually steepened, revealing a landscape strewn with jagged stones. The mules trod upon the rocky ground, causing the stones to roll incessantly, cascading like a waterfall of gravel. By around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the travelers encountered numerous remnants of trenches and ruins, relics of the indigenous uprisings that had ravaged the area in the mid-1770s. Among these dilapidated remains lay a poignant beauty, stirring the soul. "Oh God!" exclaimed Bagenal. "The mountains have severed the ties between people. Why then do these fortifications still stand?" From this point onward, the path became increasingly treacherous, fraught with peril. The incline steepened, and the trail narrowed, flanked by an unfathomable abyss. The mules pressed their noses to the ground, meticulously sensing the mountain path as they proceeded cautiously, while the travelers dismounted, closely following their steeds. At times, around a bend, one cannot see Maid Lena, but can only hear the sound of the bell hanging from its neck, navigating by sound alone. Occasionally, the mountain path takes a wide turn, splitting into 2 parallel trails. Between these parallel paths lies a chasm, no wider than 2 tovas. Yet its depth exceeds 200 tovas, rendering this crevice an insurmountable divide. The lead, Catawba, is able to communicate with Pyong, who trails behind, and can observe the ruggedness of the terrain. Travelers witness resilient herbaceous plants defiantly growing amidst the rocky crevices. Yet it feels as though the plant kingdom is being overrun by the mineral realm. Several lava flows, seemingly solidified, display a hue of iron blue, adorned with erect, needle-like yellow crystals. It is well known that the Anda Valley volcano is not far from this location. The layers of rock along the roadside stand precariously, giving an impression of instability, as if they were not assembled according to the laws of balance, but rather sustained by an intricate force of support. These rocks evoke a sense that with the slightest push, they would tumble down from their heights. The colossal mountain ranges of the Andes appear to be in a constant state of tremor, causing frequent alterations in the path's course. The route memorized yesterday may have shifted today, making it difficult to discern the direction of the road. Even the guide, Catawba, often finds himself uncertain of the way, frequently pausing to survey the surroundings, seeking traces left by the indigenous people upon these fragile stones through recognition of the shapes of the rock crust. Following closely behind Catawba, Sir Griñafán keenly sensed the guide's growing frustration due to the difficulty of finding the way, a sentiment that seemed to intensify with each passing moment. He hesitated to inquire of the guide, believing that, as a muleteer, he ought to possess an innate sense of direction akin to that of his mules. Thus, he resolved to refrain from questioning him, trusting in the muleteer's judgment. This reasoning held considerable merit. Catawba proceeded in a stop-and-go manner, meandering for nearly an hour in search of the correct path. Despite the upward trajectory of the route, he was unable to ascertain a definitive direction. Ultimately, in a rather narrow valley known to the local indigenous people as Jararata, Catawba decided to pause and rest. The valley was constricted, flanked by a sheer cliff resembling clouded stone, dauntingly steep. Faced with this precipice, Catawba found no further path forward and dismounted from his mule, standing silently with arms crossed. Sir Griñafán approached and inquired, "Sir, are we lost?" "No, dear sir," Catawba replied. "Are you certain we cannot find the way?" "No. The direction we ought to take lies along that path." "Is your judgment infallible?" "Absolutely, sir. If you look closely, you will see the ashes left by the indigenous people as fires and the traces left by the livestock. Does this indicate that others have traversed here?" "Indeed, but we are unable to proceed. I suspect a recent earthquake has blocked the route. The path for the mule may be obstructed. Yet it does not necessarily imply that the route for humans is equally hindered," Major remarked. "Now, it is up to each of you to devise your next course of action," Catawba stated. "I have exerted all my efforts thus far. Should you choose to retrace your steps and discover an alternate path amidst these cliffs, both my mule and I stand ready to heed your commands. Thank you. We sincerely hope there are no delays in our timing. At the very least, we require 3 days. Upon hearing Kataba's words, Sir Griñafán stood in silence, contemplating the matter. Kataba was acting in accordance with the terms of the contract, yet the fact that the mule could not proceed was an unalterable truth. He was not in favor of the guide's suggestion to turn back. Thus, the knight turned to his companions and inquired, "Are you willing to risk it all and forge ahead?" "We are willing to follow you," Austin replied. "We are most eager. However, the pressing issue at hand is how we shall traverse this mountain. Once we surmount it, we shall find ourselves on a downhill path, which is quite manageable. Furthermore, if we reach the other side, we can seek out some fine steeds that can gallop swiftly across the plains. Therefore, let us not hesitate, but continue onward," Bagenal declared. "Very well, we shall proceed." Sir Griñafán's companions echoed in unison. "Have you decided not to accompany us any longer?" Sir Griñafán turned to ask Kataba. "My task is merely to drive the mules," the guide remarked. "The decision rests entirely with you." "In truth, we do not require their company," Bagenal asserted. "Once we ascend these cliffs, we shall reach the other side of the mountain and rediscover the path to Andu Valley. I assure you, I can lead everyone to the base of the mountain and perform just as admirably as these guides." With this resolution, Sir Griñafán settled his account with Kataba, returning the mule and the pack animals. The 7 members of the party each took up their weapons, tools, and provisions. Together, they began their ascent over the rocks, undeterred by the prospect of traversing a darkened path. To the left, a narrow trail meandered down the slope. Even with mules, progress would have been impossible. This indicated that the journey ahead was fraught with challenges. However, after 2 hours of arduous climbing, the 7 companions finally overcame the obstacles and once again set foot on the trail to Andu Valley. Chapter 13. The Children of Captain Grant. At this juncture, the 7 companions had truly entered the Andes, and the towering peaks of the highland ridge loomed not far off. Yet, regardless of whether they approached via the main road or a side path, they could discern no route forward. The recent earthquake had rendered the mountain paths chaotic and impassable. To advance, they could only crawl bit by bit along the rocky outcrops that rose from the mountainside towards the ridge. Bagenal, unable to find a path and devoid of any solutions, leaned against the rocks as they climbed towards the highest peak of the Andes. The summit stands between 11,000 and 12,600 feet. Fortunately, the weather is delightful, with clear skies and a temperate climate. However, during the frigid winter months from May to October, the conditions become unbearable for climbing, as the cold is biting and the heights are inhospitable. The local tempest, known as the Tingbailer, exacerbates the harshness of the environment, with countless bodies swept into the ravines each year by its ferocious winds. Sir Griñafán and his party of 7 toiled through the night, scaling the rocky terrain. When confronted with insurmountable boulders, they clung tightly to the rock face. Ascending with sheer determination, when faced with wide, deep crevices, they leaped across with agility. These stalwart men resembled acrobats performing aerial feats, intertwining their arms to form makeshift ropes, or stacking one upon another to create a human ladder. In this arduous environment, it was the robust Maladi and the astute Wilson who proved most invaluable, tirelessly assisting their companions. Time and again, their fervent and courageous efforts were the only reason the group could press onward. Sir Griñafán harbored deep concern for young Robert, fearing that his youthful exuberance might lead him into perilous situations. Meanwhile, Bagenal exhibited the spirited fervor characteristic of the French, bravely forging ahead. As for Major McNabb, his movements were executed with such finesse, perfectly timed and executed with precision. The expressions remained nonchalant, as calm as still water, as they ascended leisurely. Around 5 in the morning, the group glanced at their altimeter and realized they had climbed to an altitude of 7,500 feet. At that moment, Jazz and his companions had reached the second platform, arriving at the edge of the tree line. Here, several animals frolicked and darted about. Any hunter fortunate enough to spot them would undoubtedly be elated. These creatures moved with remarkable agility, well aware of the hunter's penchant for pursuing them. And thus they fled at the first sight of humans. Among these animals, the most striking was the llama, unique to the mountainous regions. This creature could carry burdens akin to cattle, sheep, and horses, thriving in terrains inaccessible to mules. Another animal, known as the big-eared kangaroo rat, holds the title of the smallest among all rodents. This diminutive creature is gentle, timid, and boasts exquisite fur, resembling both a wild rabbit and a field mouse, yet Its elongated hind legs evoke the image of a kangaroo. As they scurried among the treetops, their appearance was both adorable and reminiscent of squirrels. Although these small creatures are not birds, as Bagenal noted, their nimbleness sets them apart from quadrupeds. These animals do not inhabit the highest reaches of the mountains. At approximately 9,000 feet, alongside the icy terrain, one can find clusters of splendid ruminants, such as herds of alpacas with their velvety long fur and a slender, finely-haired goat known for its remarkable stature but lacking horns, referred to by biologists as the hornless antelope. These elusive creatures are difficult to approach, as they swiftly flee upon sensing human presence. This speed surpassed that of the birds, vanishing into the vast expanse of the snowy realm. As dawn broke, the mountains unveiled a world transformed by snow. In the sky, a pale azure light reflected the essence of ice and snow. The icicles on the sheer cliffs stood tall and sharp, exuding a chilling and slippery aura. At this juncture, climbing was exceedingly perilous. Without meticulous exploration, one could not ascertain the location of the fissures ahead, rendering the group, led by the knight, feeling as though they were making no progress. In this moment, Wilson volunteered to scout ahead of the party. He cautiously tested the ground with his feet, loudly cautioning those behind him to tread carefully in his footsteps. The group refrained from speaking loudly, for such sounds could disturb the air, potentially dislodging the large snow masses precariously perched above, towering 7 or 8 feet high. The knights had traversed into the thicket, continuing their ascent for 250 tavars, and upon surpassing the shrubbery, they encountered a landscape of grasses and cacti. As they continued to ascend to an altitude of 11,000 feet, the grasses and cacti faded from sight. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the knights took a brief respite on the ground, nourishing themselves and replenishing their strength. Thereafter, these stalwart men summoned their courage once more, braving even greater risks as they climbed higher into the mountain. They crossed the icy expanse, navigated the abyss, and traversed a path strewn with crosses. These crosses stood as solemn witnesses to numerous tragic fatalities. Finally, around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the party arrived at a desolate and barren open area nestled between perilous peaks. The ground here is one of the rare flat expanses nestled between towering cliffs, akin to a solitary island rising amidst a turbulent sea. Above, a stark and frigid blue sky stretches infinitely, while the air around is thin and biting. Occasionally, malevolent gusts of wind stir among the rocky precipices, dislodging large boulders that tumble down the mountainside. At this juncture, despite their valiant spirits, Sir Griñafán and his companions find themselves utterly drained, their stamina severely depleted. Observing his companions, each bearing the unmistakable signs of exhaustion, Sir Griñafán laments their prolonged journey through the deep mountains. Young Robert, though valiantly resisting fatigue, finds himself too weary to take another step. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Sir Griñafán decrees a halt. "Let us rest for a while," he suggests, noting the reluctance in his companions' expressions to voice their needs. "Rest?" Bagenal interjects. "But where in this desolate area can we find a place to recuperate? Regardless, we must take a respite, especially for young Robert, who is in dire need of rest." "I am fine, dear sir," the brave child replies. "In truth, I can still continue, please. Let us not stop." "My child, allow me to carry you," Bagenal offers. "I believe if we venture eastward for a short distance, we may encounter a thatched hut or something similar. That would serve as the most suitable resting place. Therefore, we must persevere for another 2 hours. Do we all agree?" Sir Griñafán inquired. "Agreed," the crowd responded in unison. "I shall take responsibility for this child," Māori interjected. The group continued their arduous journey forward. They persevered through another 2 hours of relentless climbing, unyieldingly ascending until they finally reached the pinnacle. At the summit, the air was markedly thinner, rendering it nearly impossible to breathe. Blood seeped from their gums and lips. Despite the indomitable spirits of these intrepid adventurers, they found it increasingly difficult to withstand the sparse atmosphere. The effects of altitude sickness intensified, their physical strength waning, and their resolve faced considerable strain. They collectively recognized that enduring this relentless struggle was ultimately unsustainable. The number of those who stumbled and fell multiplied, and once on the ground, many found it challenging to rise, resorting instead to crawling on their hands and knees. This ascent had truly become a source of profound torment, fatigue weighing heavily upon them. Amidst the vast expanse of ice and snow, surrounded by the biting chill of the frigid mountains and the ominous shadows that slowly engulfed the peak, an air of dread enveloped them. They were unable to locate a place to rest for the night, and even Sir Griñafán felt a tremor of fear creeping into his heart. Just then, the calm voice of the major resonated. Look there, a thatched cottage. This shelter, if not for Major McNabb's keen eye, would likely have gone unnoticed. Even those who had passed by this cottage countless times, or walked upon its very roof, would remain oblivious to its existence. The small hut merely emerges as a solitary dot upon the snow-covered expanse, nestled within a mound of snow and intertwined with the surrounding rocks, rendering it nearly imperceptible to the casual observer. Only by clearing away the snow can one behold the full visage of the hut. Thus, Wilson and Malati immediately set to work, exerting themselves for half an hour to unearth what the locals refer to as a kasuza. This kasuza, constructed by the indigenous people from wooden beams upon the rocks, is square in shape, with a height of approximately 4 meters for both its length and width. The humble abode stands atop a snow-laden rock formation, featuring but a single narrow door, accompanied by a stone staircase. Although this entrance is exceedingly constricted, when the fierce winds of the mountain, known as Tengbaler, arise, snow and hail can forcefully infiltrate the dwelling, burying it beneath a layer of frozen precipitation. The group hastily squeezed through the narrow door, huddling together for warmth. This modest hut can accommodate 10 individuals. While its walls may not shield against the torrential rains of the season, they do provide protection against the biting cold of -10 degrees. Additionally, within the hut, there is a stove with a rudimentary chimney. And although the mortar between the bricks is not entirely secure, it suffices to kindle a fire for warmth and fend off the chill. It seems one should truly give thanks to Providence for granting us such an excellent refuge. Though it may lack in comfort, it serves adequately for shelter and rest, remarked Sir Griñafán. How can one deem it uncomfortable? Bagenal interjected, asserting that this dwelling is akin to a royal palace, merely lacking a few courtiers and guards. If only a fire could be kindled in the stove, it would indeed be the epitome of comfort. Austin remarked, I believe the primary concern at present is not hunger, but rather the unbearable cold. The discovery of a piece of dry wood would indeed bring greater joy than finding game. Indeed, Bagenal concurred. We should seek materials capable of igniting a fire. In this snowy expanse, where could we possibly find anything combustible? Maradi shook his head dismissively. I maintain that since there is a stove within the cabin, there must surely be something outside to ignite, the Major asserted. McNabb is right, Sir Griñafán echoed. Prepare yourselves for cooking. Gather your belongings while I venture outside in search of firewood. I shall accompany you, along with Wilson, Bagenal declared. I wish to join as well. Young Robert exclaimed, rising from the ground. My child, you ought to rest properly and refrain from joining us, Sir Griñafán replied, at your age. You should still be a child, yet you carry yourself as if you were an adult. Thus, Sir Griñafán, Bagenal, and Wilson ventured out of the Kasu enclosure. By now, it was 6 o'clock in the evening. Although there was no wind atop the mountain, the temperature was exceedingly low, and the cold seeped into their bones. The sky above was gradually darkening, while a sliver of the setting sun delicately traversed the jagged peaks. Bagenal produced a barometer and noted that the mercury column indicated -495. This signified that they stood at an elevation of 11,700 feet. This lofty mountain is a mere 910 meters shorter than Europe's majestic Mont Blanc. Should this peak present the same treacherous challenges as the mountains of Switzerland, no one would be able to traverse this towering giant of the American continent when a hurricane or whirlwind descends. As Sir Griñafán and Bagenal approached a rocky outcrop adorned with cloud-like formations, they gazed around and realized they stood atop the highest pinnacle of a myriad of towering mountains, with a panoramic view extending over 40 square miles. Looking eastward, they observed a series of slopes cascading gently downward, not too steep, allowing for a safe descent. If the valleys were to glide down from that elevation, they could effortlessly cover hundreds of toises in one breath. Further afield lay a chaotic array of boulders, forming distinct lines, sculpted by the glaciers as they calved. The Colorado River basin gradually faded into obscurity under the shadows cast by the setting sun. The undulating and rugged terrain, along with the jagged rocks, slowly disappeared into the dusk. To the west, a series of craggy spires supported the mountain's midsection, still kissed by the last rays of the sun. The faint glimmers of rocks and icebergs dazzled the eyes. On the northern slopes, a succession of indistinct, undulating silhouettes resembled wavering lines, as if a trembling hand had wielded a brush to create a hazy depiction of waves. Conversely, beyond the mountain, the scene was strikingly different. The sky burst forth in a vibrant array of colors, becoming increasingly radiant as dusk approached. Upon witnessing the desolate expanse of the Del Bido Valley, one could discern Nearly 2 feet away, the gaping maw of the Ndugu volcano. The volcano roared incessantly, reminiscent of a colossal beast. Akin to the great whale in the Bible that ceaselessly expelled searing smoke and torrents of brown flames. Under the influence of the volcano, the surrounding mountains appeared as if ablaze. Dark crimson smoke, incandescent hailstones, and rocket-like lava intertwined, creating a mesmerizing kaleidoscope of colors. In this realm where celestial and terrestrial fires converged, Bagenal and Sir Griñafán, two transient travelers gathering firewood, resembled artistic observers captivated by the magnificent spectacle, utterly enraptured by the grandeur before them. Meanwhile, Wilson exhibited no interest in the breathtaking scene, persistently urging the others to hasten their efforts in gathering fuel. However, there were no trees nearby to serve as firewood. After a thorough search, they could only find dried moss clinging to the rocks. They collected a considerable amount of this moss. Simultaneously, Wilson spotted a plant known as lao moss, recognizing that its roots could be utilized for kindling. And thus he gathered a substantial quantity as well. Upon returning to their small abode with this precious fuel, they heaped it together in the stove. However, despite their efforts, the fire would not ignite. Even when sparks occasionally flared, they failed to sustain a flame for long. The reasoning was straightforward. The thin air lacked sufficient oxygen. Or so the Major believed. "I think boiling water might be somewhat easier," he remarked, noting that in such an environment, water reached its boiling point below 100 C. Coffee lovers would have to make do, as at high altitudes, the boiling point of water fell below 90 C. Major McNabb's perspective is entirely accurate. When Bagenal inserted the thermometer into the boiling water, it registered not 90 C, but rather 87 C. The group gathered, sipping their coffee, feeling remarkably comfortable, though they lamented the insufficient supply of dried meat for communal sharing. At that moment, an idea struck Bagenal. "Ah, now I recall," he exclaimed. "Roasting llama meat is truly delightful. I have heard it said that llama flesh surpasses that of beef and lamb in flavor. I am eager to ascertain the veracity of that claim." "What's the matter?" Major McNabb retorted, Bagenal the scholar. "Do you not appreciate the dinner options?" "My dear Major, I am quite content. Yet, to speak candidly, I would be even more pleased with a dish of game." "You certainly know how to savor life," remarked Major McNabb. "My Major, I do not take offense at your assessment. But what of you? I am aware that while you may profess otherwise, you secretly yearn for a morsel of meat." "Perhaps," replied the Major. "If someone were to invite you to hunt on a dark, frigid night, would you be inclined to accept?" "Certainly, if that is truly your intention." Before the group could express their gratitude or dissuasion towards the Major's suggestion, a distant roar echoed through the air. The cacophony of roars persisted through the inky darkness of the night, suggesting not merely a solitary beast, but rather a multitude of creatures approaching the abode. The geographer pondered whether, in bestowing a modest shelter from the cold, God had also granted a sumptuous feast. However, Sir Griñafán doused this notion with cold water, asserting that it was impossible for wild animals to roam at such high altitudes. If no beasts were afoot, whence did this roar emanate? Austin queried in confusion, noting that the sound seemed to grow ever closer. Could it be an avalanche? Murati interjected, unable to contain his curiosity. "Absolutely not. It is unmistakably the growls of wild beasts." Bagenal retorted immediately. "Let us investigate for ourselves," Sir Griñafán proposed, suggesting it was best to approach as hunters. As soon as the Major spoke, he seized his rifle. Chapter 14. The children of Captain Grant. The group exited the cabin. The sky had succumbed to complete darkness, the nocturnal expanse appearing forebodingly eerie. Stars twinkled like distant diamonds, while the waning moon had yet to fully reveal itself against the night-as canvas. In the obscurity, the peaks to the north and east were obscured, leaving only the faint silhouettes of the highest crags, which emerged like specters. The sounds resonated like the anguished howls of frightened beasts, and the volume swelled, undoubtedly emanating from the shadowy cliffs. Such bizarre phenomena were truly perplexing. What on earth was transpiring? As fate would have it, just as curiosity gripped the onlookers, a tremendous mass seemed to collapse with the force of a raging avalanche. The sound was undeniably not that of snow cascading down, but rather the frenzied cries of a herd of startled beasts. The colossal roar reverberated as though it could shake the very mountains to their core. The spectators stood frozen in place, pondering the sheer number of creatures that must have burst forth surely in the hundreds of thousands, even in the thin air of the highlands. The cacophony of their galloping and bellowing was capable of shattering eardrums. They speculated whether the stampede was composed of wild beasts from the vast plains, or perhaps the hornless gazelles or llamas that often traverse the mountains. Suddenly, A tempestuous wind swept through, stirring up dust just a few feet above their heads. Sir Griñafán, young Robert, McNabbs, Alton, and 2 sailors reacted swiftly, dropping to the ground. However, Scholar Bagenal, being nearsighted, remained standing, scanning his surroundings in an attempt to discern the source of the commotion, only to be knocked down by the gust. In a moment of urgency, the Major fired a shot toward the dark void ahead. Shortly thereafter, he perceived something collapsing a few paces away. Yet, the entirety of the beastly horde remained unfazed, surging forward with relentless momentum. The noise crescendoed until it ultimately faded against the backdrop of the volcano-lit slopes. Eureka! At last, something had been discovered. In the inky blackness of the night, a single voice rang out, Bagenal's voice, filled with elation. "What have you found?" inquired Sir Griñafán. "My glasses. I have located my lost spectacles," he exclaimed. Amidst the chaotic frenzy, it seemed that he had only mislaid his glasses, a stroke of remarkable fortune indeed. "Are you hurt at all?" "No, everything is fine. I was merely stepped on, though I cannot ascertain by what." "It must have been this creature that trod upon you," exclaimed the Major, tugging at a lifeless beast. The group promptly returned to the small cabin, where they gathered around the feeble flicker of the fireplace, examining the quarry that Major McNabb had felled with a single shot. It was indeed a magnificent specimen. Its head was diminutive, its body rather flattened, and its legs slender and elongated, adorned with a coat of soft, coffee-colored fur. Beneath its abdomen, a series of white spots encircled it, reminiscent of a camel without a hump. Upon sighting it, Bagenal immediately proclaimed, "I recognize it. This is a wild Bactrian camel, a type of pack animal. Some zoologists believe it has evolved from camels." "Wild Bactrian camel? What does that entail?" inquired Sir Griñafán. "My dear sir, all you need to know is that it is an edible creature, and that suffices," replied Bagenal. "It is edible? Indeed, it is truly delectable. A rare culinary delight. I mentioned earlier that we would be fortunate this evening, and it seems I was not mistaken. Who shall undertake the task of skinning this fine meat?" "Allow me," Wilson interjected eagerly. "Very well, you shall handle the skinning, and I will take charge of the roasting," Bagenal said with delight. "My dear Mr. Bagenal, you can cook as well?" young Robert inquired with curiosity. "My child, you must understand, I am French. The French are inherently exceptional chefs. Surely, I possess this ability as well." Approximately 5 minutes later, the esteemed Mr. Bagenal expertly grilled substantial pieces of camel meat over the smoldering coals of the fire. Before long, the cabin was filled with the mouth-watering aroma of the meat. After about 10 minutes, Bagenal had prepared the camel meat to perfection, succulent and fragrant, and began to serve it to everyone. His companions, feeling no need for pleasantries, devoured the food eagerly. However, upon taking the first bite, they grimaced and promptly spat it out, which left Bagenal utterly embarrassed. "It tastes terrible," one exclaimed. "I truly cannot eat this," another lamented. The poor Scholar Bagenal, upon hearing these remarks, though disheartened, had to concede that the meat was indeed difficult to swallow. Yet, in the face of hunger, he could only continue to force it down. At that moment, the group began to jest about his culinary skills, mocking the inedible dish. Aware of their ridicule, the dignified scholar crossed his arms and pondered the situation. This was, after all, a renowned delicacy known to all, the camel meat. How could it have transformed into such an unpalatable concoction under his care? Suddenly, he appeared to have an epiphany and exclaimed, "Ah, I understand now. I truly know the reason." "Did you overcook it?" asked Major McNabb with a hint of indifference. "You nitpicking Major, it is not that I overcooked it. Rather, the camel truly ran past its prime. I have struggled to comprehend myself, and only now do I grasp why I had not considered this earlier." "Mr. Bagenal, what exactly does overrun mean?" Alton inquired, perplexed. "You are asking about the meaning of overrun. It refers to the fact that wild camels are only palatable after they have been hunted while resting. However, after a prolonged chase, the camels become exceedingly fatigued, rendering their meat inedible if captured at that time. In truth, I can ascertain the distance they have traversed merely by the flavor of their flesh. I assert with utmost certainty that the herd of camels in question must have run a considerable distance and originated from a far-off place." "Do you genuinely believe that?" Sir Griñafán asked. "Indeed, that is correct. This raises the question of what circumstances compelled those creatures to abandon their comfortable resting places and flee in a state of panic." "My dear sir, I must confess that I am unable to provide an answer to that query," Bagenal continued. "If you trust my words, you ought to retire for the night and cease your incessant questioning. I am utterly exhausted. And Major, let us all take our rest." "Very well, Bagenal. Let us succumb to slumber." With that, they all wrapped themselves in their cloaks, stoked the fire in the hearth, and lay down to sleep. Before long, a chorus of snores, high and low, resonated through the air, blending Bagenal's bass with the snores of the others. Among the group of individuals, only Sir Griñafán found himself unable to succumb to slumber. He remained in a state of restless anxiety, his mind incessantly pondering the notion that a tremendous act of terror must have propelled these creatures to flee in a singular direction, ultimately leading them to the depths of Andu Valley. The howling echoed, underscoring the sheer panic of the animals. Yet, what could have instigated such terror within them? And what of the migrating wild camels, whose numbers were considerable? Surely they should not be pursued by a horde of ferocious beasts. Moreover, in these lofty mountains, one would not expect the presence of large packs of predators, and hunters are even more scarce. What, then, is this enigmatic source of dread? As Sir Griñafán contemplated this, a foreboding sense of impending calamity washed over him. However, as he continued to deliberate, weariness began to creep in, and with an influx of hope, his worries diminished. Allowing his mind to find tranquility, he envisioned the delightful prospects of the morrow, imagining that perhaps the group would successfully reach the vast plains beneath the Andes. There, they could conduct their investigation seamlessly, possibly uncovering clues that would lead to triumph. He further envisioned Captain Grant and the two sailors liberated from their servitude, returning alongside them. In this manner, these beautiful hopes flickered continuously within Sir Griñafán's mind. Yet, the crackling of the embers, the vibrant flames, the dancing shadows cast upon the walls, and the faces of his companions illuminated by the firelight constantly interrupted his reveries of hope. Soon, his heart became entangled with an ominous premonition, one that twisted and turned in an increasingly perplexing manner. He discerned indistinct sounds emanating from outside the abode. How could such noises arise amidst these lofty mountains? Sir Griñafán found himself increasingly bewildered. At times, he felt as though he heard a menacing sound, indeed rumbling from afar, akin to the roar of thunder. Typically, such a sound would only manifest in the foothills, mere thousands of feet from the mountain's summit, during a tempest. Sir Griñafán could no longer contain himself. Driven by an urgent need to validate his suspicions, he donned his coat and ventured outside alone. At that moment, the waning crescent moon ascended. The air atop the mountain was serene and invigorating. From this vantage point, no clouds obscured the view, neither above nor below. In the distant Andes, the volcano of Andu Valley flickered with vibrant, sporadic flames. Gazing skyward, there were neither storms nor lightning, only a multitude of stars twinkling against the night sky. Yet, the rumbling thunder persisted, as if racing step by step from the Andes toward his location. Sir Griñafán returned to the cottage, his emotions still in disarray, pondering whether the reverberations from the mountain were somehow connected to the stampede of the wild llamas. At that moment, he glanced at his watch. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. Unsure of impending danger, he refrained from rousing his companions, his mind clouded and bewildered for several hours. Suddenly, a cacophonous crash jolted him from his slumber. The sound was deafening, akin to countless artillery vehicles rumbling across solid ground. Suddenly, he realized that the very earth beneath him was sinking, and the humble abode he called home was shaking violently, rapidly fracturing. "Friends, awaken! Run!" the gentleman cried out. His companions were jolted from their slumber. Amidst the tremors, they stumbled and tumbled, colliding into one another, ultimately cascading down a hillside. The pitch-black sky began to illuminate, revealing a terrifying spectacle. The visage of the Andes Mountains underwent a dramatic transformation. Conical summits swayed and sank into the ground as if their very wastes had been snapped, vanishing without a trace. As though the earth below was gaping wide to consume the peaks, the entire mountain range shifted toward a broader expanse, sliding toward the plains. In 1820, Mont Blanc experienced a similar catastrophe, resulting in widespread devastation. Tragically, 3 local guides perished in the quake. "Ah, an earthquake!" Bagenal exclaimed in panic. The scholar was indeed correct. It was a significant seismic event. In the border regions of Chile, such natural disasters are frequent. Historically, the city of Copiap has been destroyed twice by earthquakes, and Santiago has suffered similar fates on 2 occasions within a mere 14 years. The frequent seismic activity in this region is attributed to the incessant combustion occurring beneath the crust of the mountain range. The Andu Valley volcano and its neighboring peaks are unable to fully dissipate the fiery energy, resulting in repeated earthquakes. A party of 7 travelers clutched the exposed moss with fervent hands, grasping tightly to the edge of the mountain above them. Dizziness and disorientation enveloped them, leaving them at a loss as they watched the once towering summit of the mountain rapidly descend, akin to a swiftly sliding cart. In such perilous circumstances, the travelers dared not raise their voices, nor would they risk any movement. For during an earthquake, there is nowhere to flee, rendering them powerless to halt their body's inevitable slide downward. Furthermore, even if they were to cry out for help, the thunderous roar of the quake would drown their pleas, as no one would hear, nor would anyone care to respond. The mountain cascaded downward without resistance, swaying like a vessel upon a tumultuous sea, rocking from side to side and lurching forward and backward. Consider, dear readers, the magnitude of a colossal object weighing hundreds of millions of tons sliding at a 50-degree angle. Its velocity continually escalating, the force is undeniably formidable. The 7 travelers remained oblivious to the indeterminate duration of this cataclysmic landslide. Amidst the swirling chaos, none could fathom the abyss into which they might plunge. If the mountain were to descend to the ground, would they remain together? And could they stand upon the same spot? Would they all emerge unscathed? Such questions lingered in the air, unanswered. In the midst of this terrifying landslide, everyone was paralyzed by the speed of the descent and the bone-chilling cold that surrounded them, their faces resembling those of the deceased. The only instinctual response was to cling desperately to the exposed rocks. Suddenly, a violent crash hurled these travelers from the rapidly moving mass of earth. The party led by Jazz was thrown forward, tumbling down several slopes at the mountain's base. The conical mountain finally ceased its tremors and motion. Minutes passed, and those on the ground remained utterly still. After some time, only Major McNabb, dazed and disoriented, managed to rise unsteadily to his feet. Though he struggled to maintain his balance and felt lightheaded, he was able to stand. He first wiped the dust from his squinting eyes, then glanced around. Noticing his companions huddled together in a hollow, resembling scattered bullets at the bottom of a bowl, all lying on the ground. Upon counting heads, Major McNabb realized one of his comrades was missing, young Robert Grant, the youngest among them. In the eastern foothills of the Andes, a vast expanse of sloping terrain stretched out towards an endless plain. The peaks that had slid during the quake came to an abrupt halt at the edge of this plain. Here, the land flourished with verdant vegetation, abundant apple orchards. Strolling through the orchards, one could see apples gleaming like gold in the sunlight, adorning the branches. This region evoked the fertile landscapes of Normandy in France. Travelers arriving here will discover a sudden transition from the desolate highlands to lush green meadows, or from the frigid peaks of snow to the warmth of grassy fields, or from the biting cold of winter to the sweltering heat of summer. In a familiar environment, such a transformation would undoubtedly elate everyone. At this moment, the earth has ceased its rumbling tremors, revealing a serene tranquility. The energy accumulated within the crust seems to have shifted elsewhere or dispersed to more distant realms. In the Andes, earthquakes are commonplace, and these travelers find the tremor they recently experienced to be exceptionally intense, reshaping the surrounding mountains. As far as the eye can see, beneath the azure sky, new peaks and ridges emerge. Even the most familiar guides of the terrain struggle to locate the markers of old paths. It is yet another clear day, with the sun rising once more over the Atlantic coast. The brilliant sunlight cascades over the vast plains of Argentina and extends to the waters of the Pacific. At this moment, it is 8 in the morning, and Sir Griñafán and his companions, under the protection of Major McNabb, gradually awaken and regain their senses. During the earthquake, they were merely disoriented by the tremors and did not sustain severe injuries, so it was not long before they regained consciousness. Now, this group has finally descended from the high mountains and made their way down. Had it not been for the absence of the young Robert Grant, everyone would surely be filled with exuberance. Through the divine powers of nature, they were able to traverse towering mountains without the need for footfalls, descending effortlessly to the plains below, truly a marvel. In his everyday life, young Robert's bravery and kindness endeared him to all. Notably, our scholar, Bagenal, believed life would be incomplete without him. Though the Major maintained a consistently aloof demeanor, deep within, he harbored a fondness for the boy. Sir Griñafán treated him as his own flesh and blood. Upon awakening to find Robert absent, his distress was palpable. He understood that this unfortunate child had always regarded him as a second father, and now he might be trapped in some profound crevice on the mountain. Calling out hoarsely for the knight's assistance, my friends, Sir Griñafán exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. We must locate young Robert. We cannot abandon him. To forsake him would be to disgrace ourselves before his father. Every valley, every cliff, Every abyss must be searched. Even if it means tethering me to a long rope and lowering me into the depths, we shall not leave Captain Grant's son behind. What kind of madness is this? The gathered crowd listened to the knight's fervent words, yet remained silent. They sensed that Sir Griñafán was searching their faces for a glimmer of hope, prompting them to lower their gazes. What is the matter? What is happening? Sir Griñafán inquired loudly once more. Is my voice too soft for you to hear? Why does everyone remain silent? Is it a belief that there is no hope? Is there truly no hope? Once more, an awkward silence ensued, until the major broke the tension, inquiring, "Dear friends, who recalls when young Robert first disappeared?" Another silence followed, with no one able to provide an answer. Indeed. The major continued, "At least, when the mountain begins to crumble, surely someone remembers this child as presence, does one not?" "It seems he was near me," Wilson promptly responded. "Excellent. Now, let us reflect more carefully. Can you recount when you noticed the child still by your side?" "Ah, I remember now. It was during the avalanche. Just before the impact, was it not? Less than 2 minutes prior, I distinctly recall young Robert Grant still being there, with both hands gripping the moss tightly." "Less than 2 minutes. My dear Wilson, you must be mindful. At that moment, every tick of the clock felt interminable. Are you certain of your recollection?" "I believe I am not mistaken. Yes, it was indeed within that brief span." "Very well," the major pressed on. "Was young Robert to your left or to your right at that time?" "He was on my left. I remember quite vividly. His canopy brushed against my face." "And what of you? Which side are you on?" "Also on the left side." "It seems that young Robert must have vanished from this side," the major remarked, turning toward the mountain and gesturing to the right. "I can also surmise, based on the time of his disappearance, that the child likely fell in this vicinity, approximately 2 feet from the ground. Therefore, our search should focus on this area. Each person should search a different spot, and we will surely find him amidst these mountains." As soon as the major finished speaking, the group, without hesitation, sprang into action. The 6 individuals began their search on the right side of the collapsed route, scouring the slopes from various heights and directions, meticulously examining even the tiniest crevices. Their determination was palpable as they disregarded their own safety. When their clothes were torn by sharp rocks and their hands and feet were scraped, not a single person winced in pain or uttered a complaint. Nor did they show any inclination to rest despite their exhaustion. Yet, despite their diligent efforts, they could not uncover any trace of the child. Consequently, the companions began to ponder whether he had perished or become entombed within a heap of rubble. By nearly 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Sir Griñafán and his 5 companions, utterly fatigued, found themselves unable to continue and returned once more to the valley where they had initially gathered. At this moment, Sir Griñafán was engulfed in profound sorrow, repeatedly lamenting, "I will not leave this place. I will not go." Everyone present understood the depth of his grief and expressed their compassion and willingness to comply with his wishes. "We ought to pause for a moment," suggested Bagenel to the Major and Austin. "It would be wise to rest and regain our strength, whether we choose to continue our search or resume our journey. A respite is essential. Indeed, since Edward has decided to remain here, let us all stay," the Major remarked, still clinging to a flicker of hope, though that hope seemed exceedingly fragile. "Heaven knows." Austin sighed heavily. "Poor little Robert," Bagenel said, wiping away tears. "The valley is densely populated with trees." The Major selected a cluster of tall, leafy trees and erected a makeshift tent beneath their boughs. The travelers possessed little more than a few tarps, some dried meat, cold rations, and all their weaponry. Not far off, there was a small river, which could have been potable, but the recent landslide had rendered the water murky and unclean. Māori kindled a fire on the grass, and the water soon boiled. He then brought a cup of hot water to the master, hoping to soothe his spirit. Yet Sir Griñafán refused to drink, sitting despondently atop the tent. Thus, the day passed, its twilight as tranquil and serene as the night before. While his companions lay resting, Griñafán ascended the nearby hillside. He held his breath, straining to listen intently for any faint cries. As he listened, he ventured forth alone, traversing a considerable distance, occasionally pressing his ear to the ground, keenly attuned to any sound, calling out into the wilderness with a voice steeped in profound despair. The unfortunate gentleman searched throughout the night in the mountains. His companions, particularly Bagenal and the Major, were deeply concerned for his well-being, fearing that his aimless wandering might lead him to stumble into a deep pit and suffer a grave accident. Consequently, the Major and Bagenal would occasionally trail behind him, closely following his every step. Despite their tireless efforts, their search yielded no results. The calls of little Robert, merely echoed in the valleys. resonating with a sense of longing. As dawn broke, everyone hurried to the hillside once more in hopes of locating Sir Griñafán, forcibly bringing him back to the tent. Witnessing his profound disappointment, no one dared utter a word. However, a pressing reality loomed before them. Their provisions had run out. To avoid starvation, they had no choice but to press onward. Moreover, they were all aware that not far ahead lay the Argentine guide mentioned by the muleteers, who could provide them with swift horses necessary for traversing the plains. Turning back was no longer an option, as the return journey promised to be even more arduous and perilous than the one they had just endured. Furthermore, aboard the Duncan, they had all agreed to regroup along the Atlantic coast. Thus, for the sake of their collective welfare, they could not afford to linger or delay any further. Major McNabb earnestly wished to console the gentleman and alleviate his sorrow. He employed various words, continuously striving to comfort him. Yet, Sir Griñafán appeared to hear nothing, shaking his head in silence. Occasionally, he managed to utter a few words. "We should go, shouldn't we?" he said. "Yes, we must depart. Wait, just one more hour." "Very well, another hour it shall be," the Major consented. Another hour passed, and Sir Griñafán implored for yet another hour. Thus, the hours continued to slip by until midday arrived. Ultimately, the Major had no choice but to convey the sentiments of the group to the Sir. This delay could not persist any longer. They must depart as the fate of the entire team rested upon the Sir's decision. "Indeed. Very well," replied Sir Griñafán. "Let us depart at once." Yet, despite his words, he remained motionless, his gaze drifting past the Major into the distance. However, when his eyes fell upon the sky, he noticed a dark speck and suddenly raised his hand, pointing upwards, standing still as if chiseled from stone. "There, right there. Look, you must see," he exclaimed. The others turned their eyes skyward, following the direction of his finger, watching as the dark spot grew larger. It was a bird soaring high above. "It is a vulture," Bagenal remarked. "Indeed, a vulture," Sir Griñafán echoed. "Look quickly. It approaches, it descends. Wait. Who knows? It is coming. It is landing. Hold on." What was Sir Griñafán hoping for now? Had grief clouded his mind? Bagenal was correct. It was indeed a vulture. Now, its form became increasingly discernible to everyone. This magnificent bird, with its considerable size and astounding strength, possesses the ability to seize an entire cow in a single grasp and cast it into a valley. It has long been revered as the king of birds in the southern Andes. In times past, local chieftains worshipped these majestic creatures as deities. This vulture typically employs its sharp talons to snatch sheep, horses, and calves from the ground, soaring to great heights of up to 20,000 feet. Circling gracefully in the sky, such altitudes are trivial for it, yet remain an unattainable pinnacle for humankind. At these heights, the vulture becomes invisible to the naked eye, yet it possesses the extraordinary ability to survey the earth below with remarkable clarity, discerning even the minutest of objects. This extraordinary vision has left biologists astounded. As the vulture drew ever closer, it hovered in the air, occasionally circling and at times appearing to descend rapidly, as if it had spotted something. What could it be? Was it a corpse? Could it truly be the body of young Robert? Moments later, the vulture circled at an altitude of 200 meters above the ground. The travelers below could now discern the impressive wingspan of over 15 feet, its powerful wings suspended in the air, exuding an aura of both majesty and tranquility. Unlike the small insects flitting about, which would plummet if they ceased to flap their wings, Major and Wilson each grasped their rifles. Yet Sir Griñafán gestured to halt this action. A vulture circled a nearly inaccessible platform on the mountainside, less than a quarter of a mile away, gliding with such speed that it left one dizzy. Suddenly, everyone witnessed its iron claws unfurl, only to swiftly tighten again, while the soft cartilage crest atop its head swayed gently. "There, right there," Sir Griñafán exclaimed. In an instant, he gasped, "What if young Robert is still alive? Then, this vulture, indeed, my friends. Fire, quickly." No sooner had he spoken than the vulture soared behind a towering range of peaks. Yet, a mere second later, one that felt like an eternity to Sir Griñafán and his companions, the vulture returned, clutching a heavy object, ascending gracefully. A collective gasp escaped the crowd. The vulture's talons grasped a person. Suspended in midair, upon closer inspection, it was none other than young Robert Grant. Gradually, the vulture, holding Robert by his clothing, swayed as it flew to a height of less than 150 feet above the tent. Perhaps the sharp-eyed bird had noticed the travelers below, as it flapped its wings, battling the fierce winds of the higher altitudes, intent on reclaiming its prey. "Ah, Sir Griñafán shouted loudly. "We would rather let young Robert be crushed by the rocks than allow this vulture." Before he could finish his words, Wilson raised his gun, intent on aiming at the vulture. However, he was filled with trepidation. His arms trembled uncontrollably, rendering him unable to steady the weapon or align his aim. "Let me do it," the major interjected, displaying a calm demeanor, his gaze steady and his hands unwavering as he took aim at the vulture, which was 300 feet away. The major did not pull the trigger, yet a gunshot echoed through the valley. A plume of white smoke emerged between two snow-capped rocks, and the vulture was struck in the head, spinning in midair, its broad wings resembling a parachute as it slowly descended. Its claws still clutched its prey, gently falling to a spot about 10 paces from the riverbank. "Look, it has truly fallen into our hands. It has landed in our grasp," Sir Griñafán exclaimed with excitement. The group, neglecting to ascertain the source of the shot, rushed to the riverbank where the vulture lay. Upon reaching the shore, they discovered that the vulture was lifeless, its expansive wings covering young Robert. Sir Griñafán immediately lunged at the child's body, pulling him free from the talons and laying him on the grass. Pressing his ear to the boy's chest to listen intently, he heard the rhythmic beating of the heart, which to him was a sublime melody, evoking an overwhelming sense of joy as he exclaimed, "The child is still alive. He is still alive." In a short span of time, everyone stripped young Robert of his garments and poured the icy river water upon his face. At last, he stirred, opened his eyes to survey his surroundings, and spoke. "Oh, sir, it truly is you, my second father." Sir Griñafán was choked with emotion, rendered speechless by his excitement. He could only kneel beside the child, shedding tears of joy. It seemed that the child had been saved, a miraculous intervention from above. The Savior observed young Robert's miraculous survival, and the crowd erupted in joy, tightly embracing his frail form, showering him with fervent kisses, as if they wished to consume him with their affection. Though young Robert was weary, the sight of his friends filled him with exuberance, causing him to dance with delight. The child had truly returned. After their initial celebration, they finally recalled the identity of his rescuer. The major was the first to discern it. Standing atop a high stone, he scanned the vicinity and, at last, spotted a tall figure approximately 50 paces from the riverbank, standing like a stone monument. This imposing figure, around 6 feet in height, possessed broad shoulders, long hair tied back with a leather thong, and a bronze-hued face. His forehead was adorned with white paint, while the lower eyelids bore traces of black paint. A reddish hue graced the space between his eyes and nose. At his feet lay a long rifle. It appeared that this individual was a quintessential native of the region, embodying the traditional attire of the Patagonian borderlands. He donned a splendid cloak, seemingly crafted from the skin of a dromedary, with its fine, soft fur protruding outward. Adorning the cloak were intricate red Arabic embroidery patterns, while beneath it lay a fitted coat of fox fur. The coat's front boasted a sharply pointed, inverted triangular shape, and from his belt hung a small pouch containing pigments for painting the face. On his feet were boots made of cowhide, with crossed leather straps around his calves. This Patagonian, albeit adorned in a riot of colors, exuded a robust presence, radiating an air of astute intelligence. Standing there, he projected a formidable stance, reminiscent of a statue of a deity that suppresses malevolence, exuding an aura of solemnity. Upon noticing him, the major promptly pointed him out to Sir Griñafán, who hurried towards the man. The Patagonian also stepped forward to extend a warm welcome. Sir Griñafán clasped the man's hand tightly, conveying his gratitude through his gaze, smile, and facial expressions. The indigenous man, understanding the sentiment, nodded slightly and uttered a few words, yet neither the knight nor the major could comprehend his language. Realizing the misunderstanding, the Patagonian scrutinized the two foreigners once more and attempted to communicate in a different tongue. Still, the knight and the major were at a loss. However, the knight noted a few words that resembled Spanish, leading him to surmise that the indigenous man was speaking a form of Spanish. "Your Excellency, do you speak Spanish?" the gentleman inquired, as the Patagonian nodded in affirmation. This gesture, recognized universally as a sign of agreement, was met with delight by the major, who suggested it was time for their friend Bagenal to showcase his linguistic aspirations, having long desired to learn Spanish. The major raised his voice, summoning Bagenal forth. Upon arrival, Bagenal, with the refined demeanor of a Frenchman, attempted to greet the Patagonian. However, it was evident from the latter's expression that he did not comprehend the elegance of Bagenal's approach. Upon learning that they would converse in Spanish, Bagenal's enthusiasm surged. and he nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "This is no problem at all." In his earnestness to articulate clearly, the esteemed scholar pronounced each word distinctly. "You are a very good person." The indigenous man listened attentively, yet remained silent, suggesting a lack of understanding. "Perhaps it is your intonation that is amiss," the major gently suggested. Bagenal conceded, acknowledging that his Spanish learning had perhaps suffered due to his inability to master the peculiar intonations of the language. Determined, Bagenal repeated the compliment, but the outcome was unchanged. Resolving to rephrase, he carefully enunciated, "Without a doubt, you are a Patagonian." The indigenous people remained stoic and silent. "I hope you can respond," Bagenal added. Yet, the Patagonian remained mute. "Did you hear that clearly?" Bagenal exclaimed anxiously, almost shattering his voice in desperation. It was evident that the Indian truly did not comprehend, responding only in Spanish with a simple, "No." At this point, Bagenal lost his patience, instinctively pushing his glasses up onto his forehead, and declared, "I cannot understand a single word he said. He must be speaking Araganian, not Spanish." "Impossible," Sir Griñafán interjected. "Based on his previous response, he must be speaking Spanish." With that, Sir Griñafán turned to the Patagonian and inquired in Spanish, "Is it Spanish?" "Yes, yes," the indigenous man replied. Bagenal stood there, utterly flabbergasted, while Sir Griñafán and the major exchanged amused glances. "Ah, a learned scholar," the major remarked with a hint of a smile. "You are indeed a careless expert. Have you once again fallen prey to your own negligence?" Bagenal stood awkwardly, emitting a dubious hum. The reality was clear. The Patagonian's speech was indeed Spanish. Could it be that he truly speaks Spanish? "My esteemed scholar, is there any room for error here? Perhaps you have acquired another language, yet mistakenly believe it to be Spanish." The major had yet to finish his sentence when Bagenal, in a fit of pique, shrugged his shoulders and retorted, "Major, your jest is rather excessive. What is it that renders your words so incomprehensible?" The major stood his ground, countering, "His inability to grasp my words stems from his own lack of authenticity in speech." Bagenal, seething with indignation, thought to himself, "In truth, it is your poor articulation that allows you to blame others for their supposed inauthenticity." The major, unfazed, pressed him further. "Very well, Major McNabbs," Sir Griñafán interjected, seeking to mediate, "your assertion is somewhat untenable. Our scholar Bagenal, despite any carelessness, surely cannot have erred in learning an entire language. If it were not a matter of learning a language incorrectly." "Very well, my dear Edward, I wish to inquire of you directly. In other words, I shall straightforwardly ask you, and you, my friend Bagenal, please elucidate why it is that the indigenous people cannot communicate with you?" "This I shall not explain." Bagenal waved his hand dismissively. "The best evidence lies in the fact that I have been tirelessly studying Spanish from a book all day, which you have undoubtedly observed, Major." The charming scholar continued, rummaging through his pocket, and after several minutes, produced a well-worn tome, which he solemnly presented to the major. The major accepted the book, glanced at its cover, and could not restrain his curiosity, asking, "What precisely is this book?" Chapter 16, The Children of Captain Grant. Dear Major, The Lusíads is an epic that extols the adventures of the Portuguese navigator. "Ah," Bagenal exclaimed, "what a beautiful epic it is, and furthermore the Lusíads." Sir Griñafán gasped, "Indeed, my friends, without a doubt, this is the renowned work of the illustrious poet Camões, 1525 to 1580, the celebrated Portuguese bard." "Camões," Sir Griñafán reiterated with emphasis. "Oh dear, my scholarly friend, how unfortunate you are. This Camões is indeed a Portuguese poet. It appears that over the past 6 weeks, you have inadvertently been studying the Portuguese language." "Ah, Camões, the Lusíads Portuguese." Bagenal was once again rendered speechless, astonished beyond expression. His eyes, obscured by thick glasses, sparkled as laughter echoed in his ears. At that moment, all the companions gathered around him. The Patagonian stood by, utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the unfolding scene, yet patiently awaiting clarity. "My God, I am truly foolish. A madman, both silly and insane." Bagenal finally regained his composure and spoke. "How on earth did this happen? How could I have created such a farce? How could I have committed such an absurdity? It is nothing short of the real-life Tower of Babel, a tale from the scriptures. It is said that the descendants of Noah sought to construct a tower that reached the heavens. However, this endeavor provoked the wrath of God, who punished them by confounding their speech, rendering them incapable of communication, and thus the tower remained unbuilt. And so the tale concludes. Ah, my friends. Oh, dear friends. I yearn to journey to India, yet I find myself veering towards Chile. I am determined to master Spanish, yet I inadvertently learned Portuguese. This is truly absurd, utterly outrageous. If this continues, there may come a day when I toss a cigarette butt out the window, and perhaps I shall find myself thrown out as well." Upon witnessing Bagenal lamenting his plight and observing his comical demeanor, his companions could not help but burst into laughter. Yet the scholar himself was the first to erupt in hearty laughter. "My friends, do indulge in your mirth," he exclaimed. "Laugh with all your might. I, too, find my folly utterly ridiculous." With that, he laughed heartily. To speak candidly, scholars are typically quite serious, rarely indulging in laughter, making Bagenal a most remarkable exception. They had laughed enough, yet this time, "We shall refrain from translation," interjected the major. "Ah, do not fret," Bagenal confidently replied. "In truth, Spanish and Portuguese share a close affinity, which is why I mistakenly went awry. Now, with but a slight adjustment, I shall master Spanish. I assure you, it will not be long before I can express my gratitude in Spanish." Indeed, Bagenal spoke no exaggeration. After a while, he was indeed able to converse with the Patagonian for a few moments and learned that the man's name was Takov, which meant marksman in the local Araganian language. Naturally, Takov had earned this esteemed title due to his remarkable shooting skills. Sir Griñafán felt most fortunate upon discovering that Takov had been working as a guide, escorting tourists traveling across the plains. This was truly a serendipitous opportunity. Such a coincidence was extraordinarily fortuitous. The knight mused that with divine assistance, this journey was bound to be triumphant. Finding Captain Granger was certainly within reach. Subsequently, everyone invited the Patagonian to serve as their guide and returned together to Little Robert. Little Robert expressed immense gratitude to his savior, extending his arms for an embrace, while Takov remained silent, gently stroking his forehead before meticulously examining Robert's physical condition, even pinching his still-pained arm. Afterwards, he beamed and dashed to the riverbank, gathering a handful of wild celery. With these herbs, he proceeded to wash and massage Robert's entire body. His ministrations were so delicate that Robert gradually regained his strength. Given this situation, after a few hours of rest, his spirits would surely be fully restored. For the sake of Robert's recovery, the group unanimously decided to remain in the hastily erected tent that night. However, they found themselves in an awkward predicament, as their provisions had been depleted, and the mules that served as their means of transport were also gone. Fortunately, their local guide, Takov, was available to provide everything the travelers required for their journey. Takov was exceedingly enthusiastic, eagerly offering to escort Sir Griñafán and his companions to the nearby Indian market, situated less than 4 miles away, where one could procure all necessities for their journey. He expressed this suggestion through a combination of Spanish words and gestures, and eventually, Bagenal comprehended his intent and conveyed it to Sir Griñafán. Both the knight and his scholarly friend wholeheartedly agreed. Bidding farewell to their companions as they embarked on the upstream path along the riverbank with Takov, Takov moved swiftly, compelling the knight and the scholar to stride purposefully in order to keep pace as they hurried along for half an hour. Along the way, the travelers beheld the fertile and picturesque landscapes of the Andes, where lush green pastures sprawled expansively, capable of sustaining countless cattle and sheep. Interspersed within these meadows were intricate networks of ditches and a multitude of glistening ponds, where black-necked swans frolicked upon the water's surface. Amidst the vines, numerous varieties of ostriches danced and flitted about, their cheerful cacophony resonating across the horizon. One particular species, the Icican dove, boasted soft gray plumage adorned with delicate white stripes, presenting an utterly charming visage. Much like the yellow warbler, they favored perching upon branches, creating the illusion of blooming flowers adorning the trees. Beneath the cerulean sky, flocks of wild doves soared in formation, accompanied by countless sparrows fluttering about, chasing one another in a delightful game of tag. The air was filled with their lively chirps, painting a vibrant and animated tableau of nature. As they walked, the scholar Bagenal marveled at the scenery, occasionally exclaiming in admiration. In response, the local Patagonians, particularly Takov, were somewhat astonished. To him, the sight of birds soaring under the azure sky, the graceful reflection of swans upon the water's surface, and the lush, verdant meadows were all commonplace phenomena. What was there to find remarkable? This exquisite landscape filled Bagenal with a profound sense of joy, invigorating his steps and imbuing him with an uplifting lightness, rendering fatigue a distant thought. Before long, the travelers beheld tents erected by the indigenous people. The marketplace of these Indians lay nestled deep within a gourd valley, flanked by towering mountains on either side. The structures were constructed from branches, housing over 30 indigenous individuals beneath their roofs. The environment of the grasslands dictated their nomadic lifestyle, sustaining themselves through the herding of substantial numbers of dairy cattle, horses, and sheep. These indigenous peoples were, in fact, descendants of a mix between the White Rings, the Araganians, and the Okans. Their physical appearance revealed a dusky complexion, robust frames, low foreheads, prominent cheekbones, round faces, and thin lips. Although their expression seemed somewhat aloof, they exuded a delicate femininity. Sir Griñafán displayed little interest in these foreign individuals, his sole concern being the acquisition of provisions and livestock from them. With Takav at the helm, the transaction was swiftly concluded. In this exchange, Sir Griñafán procured 7 fully saddled Argentine ponies, approximately 100 pounds of dried meat, some rice, and several leather buckets capable of holding water. The indigenous people initially hoped that Sir Grenville would engage in trade involving wine and rum. However, the knight only managed to finalize the transaction for the sum of 20 taels of gold. The value of this gold was well understood by the indigenous people. Sir Grenville had intended to procure a horse suitable for Takav, but Takav distinctly conveyed his lack of need for one. After acquiring their goods, Sir Grenville and Bagenal bid farewell to the vendors at the market and rode back. They returned to their temporary encampment half an hour later. Upon their arrival, jubilant cheers erupted among their companions. Sir Grenville recognized that the delight of his fellow travelers stemmed from the provisions and horses they had brought back. The sumptuous feast allowed the travelers to indulge in a hearty meal, and even the frail young Robert managed to eat a little, as his strength had largely returned. The remainder of the day was spent in repose. The group engaged in lively conversation, discussing a myriad of topics and individuals, including the esteemed Mrs. Helen from the Duncan, Miss Grant, Captain John Mungle, and other crew members. They speculated that perhaps Captain Harry Grant was not far from their location. The only exception was Bagenal, who refrained from joining the others in conversation and remained closely beside Takav. He felt an exhilarating thrill at having encountered a genuine Patagonian, and in comparison, he perceived himself as a mere diminutive figure. He even believed that the Patagonians, particularly Takav, could stand shoulder to shoulder with the ancient Roman Emperor Maximus and the renowned scholar Barak when they encountered the Africans in the Congo. For both of these men were towering at 8 feet tall. This esteemed scholar seized every opportunity to engage in casual conversation with the formidable Takav in Spanish. Remarkably, this giant managed to patiently listen to his interlocutor's somewhat clumsy Spanish. On this occasion, Bagenal was not merely studying Spanish from books. His demeanor suggested he was earnestly practicing with vigor and dedication. If you still think my Spanish pronunciation lacks accuracy, I cannot truly be held accountable, he remarked to the major, simultaneously defending himself, for I am currently learning from a Patagonian serving as my Spanish tutor. On the following morning, October 22nd, at 8 o'clock, Takav led the party of gentlemen on their journey. Argentina, a country located between latitudes 22 and 42 south, gradually slopes from east to west. The route taken by the gentlemen's traveling party was from west to east, moving towards the coast along this incline. During yesterday's market, when Takav mentioned he did not require a horse, Sir Griñafán assumed he intended to walk, believing his robust physique and stamina were sufficient for such a trek. However, Sir Griñafán soon realized this was a misunderstanding. As they were about to depart, Takav let out a long whistle, at which point a tall Argentine steed galloped in from the direction of the woods, seemingly drawn by its master's call. The companions also noticed that this horse was a chestnut color, unmistakably a magnificent specimen of its breed. With a slender neck and high-set shoulders, its broad legs slightly arched, flared nostrils, and sparkling eyes, it truly exemplified a vigorous and valiant steed. Takav named this horse Taugia, which translates to flying bird in the Patagonian language, a title it certainly lived up to. The equine expert, Major McNabb, was utterly captivated by the horse, asserting that it could rival the finest English thoroughbreds. As Takav mounted the horse, Taugia sprang into action. Seated atop the steed, Takav radiated a commanding presence, adorned in the quintessential attire of a Patagonian rider. Clearly a skilled horseman of repute. Examining his equipment, one could see he carried both the rao la and lasso, 2 essential hunting tools for the Argentine plains. The rao la consists of 3 balls connected by a leather strap, designed to be hung from the front of the saddle. Indigenous hunters would skillfully hurl it at beasts or enemies from 100 paces away, often with pinpoint accuracy. The lasso, a weapon wielded in the hand, is crafted from 2 braided leather strips, with its end fashioned into a slipknot threaded through an iron ring. The indigenous people wield it with unwavering grip when in use. The right hand launches the slipknot while the left hand holds the rope, the other end of which is securely fastened to the saddle. In addition to wielding two formidable weapons, Takav also carried a lance slung across his back. The onlookers marveled at his resolute and commanding demeanor, infused with a vigorous spirit. Such accolades did not sway Takav. He remained unperturbed, focusing solely on leading the formation. As the group mounted their horses and set forth, Takav alternated between galloping and advancing at a steady pace, never once resorting to a mere trot, as if his steed, the Argentine horse, was incapable of such a gait. The youngest among them, little Robert, rode with remarkable composure, akin to an adept equestrian. Observing this, Sir Griñafán felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. The terrain of the Andes, beyond the rocky highlands, unfolded into an expansive plain. This vast prairie can be divided into three distinct zones, stretching 250 miles from the Andes. The first zone is characterized by stunted trees and shrubs. The second zone extends approximately 450 miles, blanketed in lush grasses that stretch all the way to a point 180 miles from Buenos Aires. The third zone is densely populated with white angelonia and purple clover. As the traveling party, led by the knight, emerged from the mountainous region, they were greeted by clusters of sand dunes. The locals referred to these dunes as the bewildering path, for they undulated like waves upon the slightest breeze, shifting gracefully in the wind. At times, the sands would disperse like wisps of smoke. At other moments, they danced in the air, forming columns of dust that spiraled aloft. This spectacle presented a dual nature to the travelers. On one hand, it was a captivating sight to behold the erratic columns of sand swirling above the plains. The swirling columns of sand rise and fall, appearing and disappearing, their chaotic dance captivating yet ultimately vexatious to travelers. These minuscule grains, carried by the wind, find their way into the eyes, causing discomfort even when one attempts to shield them. On the day of the noblesse journey, a biting northern wind swept across the sky, sending sand swirling through the air. Nevertheless, the tempestuous sands did not deter the noble party from pressing onward with unwavering resolve. By 6 in the evening, they had distanced themselves 40 feet from the high cliffs, leaving the mountain range behind, now merely shadows fading into the twilight. The weary riders, feeling fatigued, were relieved to finally reach the respite of nightfall. They set up camp by the banks of the Nawakan River, which flowed amidst the stark cliffs, its waters muddied and tumultuous. This river, also known as the Lamy River or the Como River, is believed to originate from a lake whose location remains a mystery even to the indigenous people. The night offered little of note. On the following day, the travelers resumed their journey along a smooth and spacious path, enjoying a seamless voyage. As noon approached, the once pleasant climate turned sweltering. By evening, a crimson hue appeared in the southwestern sky, signaling a shift in weather. The guide, Takav, possessed both celestial knowledge and a keen understanding of the land. He pointed towards the western horizon and remarked to the geographer Wegener that a change in the weather was undoubtedly imminent. "Indeed, I am aware of this," Wegener replied, then turned to his travel companions, stating that it appeared the boreal wind would soon descend, heralding a significant shift in the weather. The scholar, cognizant that none truly understood the term boreal wind, proceeded to expound with great enthusiasm, explaining that it referred to the northwesterly winds frequently sweeping across the Argentine plains. When these winds arise, the atmosphere becomes particularly arid. His assertion proved accurate, for that very evening, the tempestuous boreal wind howled into existence. These travelers, sheltered only by a flimsy canopy, were about to endure the brunt of the storm. In the midst of the gales, even the horses knelt upon the ground, while the riders clung closely to their steeds, huddled beside them. The most anxious among them was Sir Griñafán, who fretted that the tempest would persist, disrupting their journey and delaying their arrival at the seaside. Yet, the scholar Wegener remained unperturbed. Glancing at the barometer, he reassured them, "Do not worry. This storm shall not endure for long. Fear not, all is well." Wegener elucidated, stating that typically, the boreal wind would rage for 3 days in conjunction with a drop in temperature, accompanied by 3 days of tempestuous rain. However, the mercury in the barometer indicated that the ferocity of the winds would not be severe, lasting at most a few hours. Thus, he urged everyone to remain calm, assuring them that by dawn, when the sun emerged, the weather would mirror that of the day, fair and bright. "Mr. Wegener, your insights are remarkable, both reasoned and substantiated, akin to a grand encyclopedia. Sir Griñafán marveled, proclaiming himself a living encyclopedia. Bagenal replied, encouraging others to peruse the vast tome of his knowledge. Bagenal's assertion proved to be true. At the stroke of 1 in the morning, the winds suddenly ceased, allowing the travelers to find comfort in slumber. The following day, everyone awoke rejuvenated, brimming with youthful vigor. Bagenal, in particular, exhibited the most energy, stretching his arms, kicking his legs, and incessantly cracking his knuckles, embodying a spirit of carefree joy. Chapter 17. The Children of Captain Grant. It was now the morning of October 24th, marking the 10th day since Sir Griñafán and his entourage departed from Tarcavano. They were approximately 93 miles from the confluence of the Colorado River and the 37th parallel, necessitating another 3 days of travel. During their journey, Sir Griñafán paid particular attention to the possibility of encountering indigenous people, hoping to glean information regarding Captain Grant's whereabouts. At this juncture, Bagenal had mastered Spanish, engaging fluently in conversation with Takav. Through their dialogue, they gained mutual understanding, with Takav offering to utilize his translation skills to acquire news about the natives. However, the route taken by the party did not align with the paths typically traversed by the indigenous people. Instead, they journeyed south of the main road leading from the Republic of Argentina across the plains to the rugged mountainous regions, thereby straying far from the nomadic tribes or the settled inhabitants within the realms of local chieftains. It was merely by chance that one might glimpse a few horse-riding shepherds from a distance. However, as travelers attempted to draw near, they would find the shepherds vanished, perhaps unwilling to encounter any strangers and thus hastily retreating. Moreover, the sight of the 8 fully armed gentlemen would evoke a sense of curiosity among all solitary figures traversing the prairie. Robbers, upon seeing them, would refrain from approaching, swiftly making their escape. Ordinary passers-by, mistaking them for marauding bandits wandering the wilderness, would be similarly perplexed. In summary, their formidable appearance rendered it exceedingly difficult to engage in conversation with either well-meaning individuals or nefarious brigands, which severely hampered their ability to gather information. Yet, this desolate path unexpectedly provided vital evidence to elucidate Captain Grant's letter. Along the route taken by the gentlemen, several minor paths traversed the prairie directly. Among these, one route served as a significant thoroughfare from Carmen to Mendoza. Travelers observed this path strewn with the remains of livestock, the remnants having been thoroughly picked clean by vultures. Weathered by the elements, these carcasses gleamed starkly in the sunlight. Within the thousands of remains, one could easily surmise that human bones were intermingled. Takav closely observed the gentleman's procession, which thus far had proceeded in a straight line. He offered no commentary, fully aware that should they continue in this manner, they would encounter neither towns, villages, nor Argentine settlements, as this straight path did not intersect with any others. He had been working as a guide in this place, and it struck him as astonishing that this group of travelers did not invite him to lead the way, yet they continually directed him forward. Nevertheless, his curiosity did not overcome his composure. Being a dignified Patagonian, he restrained himself, remaining silent and maintaining an air of elegant reserve. However, on this day, as the party reached an intersection with a straight road, Takav could no longer contain himself. He pulled the reins, dismounted, and addressed Bagenal. "Sir, this path leads to Carmen." "That is incorrect," Bagenal replied. "We are headed east." "Yes, directly east." Takav questioned, "But there is nowhere to go by heading east." "Who knows?" At that moment, Takav fell silent, astonished as he observed Bagenal, realizing that the scholar did not appear to be jesting. Patagonians are generally serious in their demeanor, so he could not fathom why someone would casually utter a joke. "Isn't your destination Carmen?" Takav broke the silence once more to inquire. "It is not here," Bagenal responded. "Are we not going to Mendoza?" "Well, yes." Seeing this, Sir Griñafán approached and asked Bagenal what Takav was inquiring about and why they had stopped moving. "Well, Takav is asking whether our intended destination is Carmen or Mendoza. I stated that we are not going to those places." He appeared quite taken aback. "Indeed, it is quite astonishing that we have chosen this path," Sir Griñafán remarked. "Yes, I share your sentiments. In truth, continuing along this route will lead us to no destination whatsoever. To alleviate the guest's bewilderment, dear Bagenal, might you enlighten him regarding the purpose of our journey? Perhaps you could elucidate our intention of traversing eastward along this path." "I find communication somewhat challenging," Bagenal replied, "for the Patagonians are unlikely to comprehend the intricacies of European scientific coordinates. Moreover, Recounting the entire saga of the captain's letter may lead him to suspect that we are fabricating tales. Indeed, esteemed scholar, interjected Major McNabb. I must inquire, is it our narrative that is perplexing, or is it the clarity of the messenger that obscures understanding? Good heavens, Major McNabb, Baganel exclaimed. Do you still doubt my command of the Spanish language? Since your Spanish is evidently proficient, dear friend, you ought to clarify matters for him. I shall make an attempt. Baganel then approached Tokov, striving earnestly to convey the origins and developments of this extraordinary tale in Spanish. The scholar occasionally grappled with finding suitable vocabulary or articulating certain nuances, resulting in a somewhat stammered recounting, at times stumbling over his words. When words failed him, he resorted to gestures, illustrating and drawing in the sand beneath him, surprisingly sketching a grand map on the sandy surface. On this map, the scholar indicated the locations of latitude and longitude, demonstrating how they intersected. Before marking the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans, pinpointing Carmen's location and their current position. Meanwhile, Tokov listened with calm composure as Baganel spoke, drawing, and sometimes doing both simultaneously. Yet, Baganel remained oblivious to whether Tokov comprehended his words, continuing to speak with unrestrained fervor. After half an hour of discourse, this esteemed scholar paused, wiping the sweat that had gathered on his brow, and turned to observe the reaction of the Patagonian. Did he understand now? Sir Griñafán inquired. Let us wait and see. Baganel replied. If he truly cannot grasp it, I am at a loss. Tokov remained fixated on the map, which was gradually being smoothed by the wind, standing silent and still. Friend, do you understand? Baganel asked Tokov. It seemed as though Tokov had not heard the question. At that moment, Baganel noticed the Major's dismissive smirk, realizing he was being mocked, which stirred his indignation. He contemplated explaining further to Tokov, but the latter gestured for him to cease. So, you are in search of a captive? Tokov queried. Indeed, Baganel replied promptly. Is the route you seek aligned with the direction from where the sun sets to where it rises? Tokov, employing the customary expressions of the Patagonians, gestured towards the eastward route and inquired, Indeed, is this not so? It appeared as though God had entrusted the secrets of the captives to the tumultuous waves of the ocean. Yes, and then God has bestowed their secrets upon us. Tokov proclaimed earnestly, Let us fulfill the divine will. We shall now proceed eastward, and if necessary, we may journey to the very place where the sun sets. Scholar Baganel, witnessing his student's comprehension of the discourse, was filled with delight and could not help but translate Tokov's words to his companions, gesticulating animatedly as he spoke. Truly, the Patagonians are an astute people, Baganel added joyfully. In my homeland, if I were to share this matter with 20 farmers, I would likely find 19 of them utterly bewildered. Sir Griñafán then instructed Baganel to inquire whether Tokov had heard of any Europeans being captured by the indigenous people of the plains. Baganel conveyed the gentleman's query to Tokov and attentively awaited his response. I believe I have heard something about that, the Patagonian replied. Baganel translated this response for his companions, who eagerly surrounded Tokov, their eyes inquiring, anticipating further elucidation from this Patagonian. Baganel, filled with excitement, found himself nearly at a loss for words. He continued to interrogate Tokov regarding the matter, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him. Each time the Patagonian uttered a word in Spanish, Baganel swiftly translated it into English, his rapid movements seemingly aimed at extracting the very essence of the responses. His actions were also intended to facilitate his companion's comprehension of Tokov's meanings. What does this captive look like? Baganel inquired. Well, he is a foreigner, Tokov replied. And he should be a European. My friend, have you ever seen him? No, I have never laid eyes on him. I've only heard the local Indians chatting about him. They say that European is a tough man with the heart of an old bull. With the heart of an old bull. Baganel couldn't help but exclaim, my friends. Do you understand? This Patagonian language is truly exquisite. It signifies a brave man. They are speaking of my father, young Robert exclaimed with excitement. Subsequently, he turned to Baganel, asking, How do you say that is my father in Spanish? Es mi padre. Young Robert immediately grasped Tokov's hand, exclaiming with enthusiasm, Es mi padre. Su padre. Tokov, too, responded with exuberance, his eyes shimmering with excitement. He embraced young Robert, lifting him down from the horse, and gazed at the child with a mixture of sympathy and astonishment. On Tokov's clever visage, there was an expression of subdued excitement. However, our scholar Baganel's inquiries were far from over. He continued to question Tokov. asking about the current whereabouts of the European captive and what he was engaged in at that time. Furthermore, when had Tokov first heard this information? A cascade of queries flooded Tokov's mind. Bagenal's questions were soon met with answers. Tokov revealed that the European was then enslaved in a certain Indian tribe, located within the region between the Colorado and Negro rivers. Now, where is that European situated at present? Bagenal inquired once more. He should be at Chief Cavula's residence, replied Tokov. Is it in this straight direction? Yes, indeed. And what manner of person is that chief? He is the leader of the Indian Pajas tribe. Or a man of duplicity. What does this imply? Does it suggest he is untrustworthy and often capricious? If that is the case, do we hold hope of rescuing our friend? While inquiring, Bagenal also conveyed his questions to his companions. If they have merely fallen into the hands of the Indians, I believe there is hope. When did you first hear of this matter? Oh, it was a very long time ago, since I heard about this matter. The prairie has endured 2 more summers. Sir Griñafán, standing nearby, was filled with joy, for Takarov's response coincided perfectly with the date mentioned in the letter. However, one question remained to be clarified, so Bagenal continued to inquire in Spanish. You must have heard that there were 3 captives, correct? Well, I am truly uncertain about that. Takarov replied. What do you know about the captives? Are you completely oblivious? Yes, indeed, I am not clear at all. Once all these questions were posed, the knight and his companions contemplated the possibility that the 3 captives might have been separated. Nevertheless, the information provided by Takarov, the Patagonian, bore sufficient evidence to indicate that a European had indeed fallen into the hands of the Indian tribes inhabiting this prairie. Takarov's details regarding the time and place of the capture, coupled with expressions in Patagonia-esque language that highlighted the bravery of the captive, all pointed to the conclusion that this European must be Captain Harry Grant. On the following day, October 25th, Sir's expedition set forth on their journey eastward. Filled with optimistic aspirations, they arrived at a plain known locally as Treviso, which in the native tongue signifies an expanse of unbounded openness. This region indeed reflected the description, as the scenery appeared stark and desolate, rendering the traveler's experience rather monotonous. A vast expanse of land lay before them, devoid of any greenery, the earth stripped bare by relentless winds. Beneath the radiant sun, a series of ditches and depressions reveal themselves. Scattered across the land are only sparse clusters of stunted trees, positioned at considerable distances from one another. Occasionally, one might catch sight of a acacia tree bearing pods, which contain a mildly sweet pulp that is refreshingly delightful to consume. Additionally, there are various other trees such as the chenal, the fragrant wood tree, the wild goldenrod tree, and a myriad of diminutive thorns. Observing these diminutive thorny stems reveals the profound barrenness of the land. On the 26th, in pursuit of reaching the banks of the Colorado River for the night, the group spurred their horses onward, urging them to gallop with all their strength. By nightfall, the noble party arrived at the longitude of 6945 west, reaching the majestic Colorado River, the most beautiful river on the vast prairie. In the language of the indigenous people, this river is known as Gobi Labi, meaning Great River. Its watershed extends far and wide, ultimately flowing into the Atlantic Ocean. What perplexes scientists about the Colorado River is that, as it nears the Atlantic, its water flow gradually diminishes, a phenomenon that remains unexplained. Some scholars propose that the soft riverbed absorbs the water, while others believe that the intense sunlight of the prairie causes the river water to evaporate slowly. As the travelers approached the riverbank, the scholar Bagenal could hardly contain his excitement and immediately leapt into the river, stained red by the clayey soil. However, to his astonishment, the water was remarkably deep, likely a result of the early summer sun melting the snow from the mountains, causing the river to swell dramatically. The surface of the river is quite expansive, so much so that even horses cannot reach the opposite bank. Fortunately, they discovered a suspended wooden bridge over the river a few hundred toises upstream, with the planks secured by leather straps. The noble party led by the gentlemen crossed the bridge while leading their horses, eventually setting up camp for the night on the left bank of the river. Our esteemed scholar, Bagenal, conducted a meticulous examination of the topography of the Colorado River before retiring for the night, diligently documenting his findings on the map he carried. He pondered the fact that they had already missed the Yarlung Tsangpo River, but the Colorado River was one that could not be overlooked, necessitating precise measurements. During the journey on the 27th and 28th, there was little of note to recount. The surrounding scenery changed little, and the terrain exhibited no significant undulations. What lay before the travelers was an endless expanse of barren and monotonous landscape. The only variation was the soil's increasing dampness. To continue their journey, they had to traverse vast areas of Kinadu, flooded lowlands, and estero, ever-wet marshlands teeming with watergrasses. On the evening of the 28th, they reached the shores of a large lake, where they set up camp for rest. This great lake, known as Lake Lonquin, translates to bitter lake in the indigenous tongue, owing to the strong mineral taste of its waters, which is quite unpleasant. In 1862, at the lake's edge, the Argentine army brutally and savagely massacred the indigenous people in large numbers. When Sir Griñafán and his companions reclined, they soon discovered that slumber was elusive. The incessant clamor of monkeys and wild dogs rendered restful sleep nearly impossible. These creatures were engaged in a cacophony of sounds. Tafka remarked that this was the local fauna performing a natural symphony to welcome their guests. Regrettably, the European gentleman found it difficult to acclimate to the melodies of this untamed orchestra. The Pampas grasslands, situated between latitudes 34 and 40 south, form the vast expanse of Argentina's Pampas. In the native Aragoni language, Pampas translates to grasslands, a designation that aptly reflects the region's character. This area boasts a distinctive topography, with the eastern section adorned with a rich variety of lush grasses, while the western part is home to woody mimosa plants. Beneath the thick soil that nurtures this sprawling landscape lies a substratum of reddish and yellowish clay. Should geologists venture here for exploration, they would uncover remarkable treasures within the tertiary strata, as this locale is replete with an abundance of fossilized bones, remnants formed during the early flood epoch. The present-day indigenous peoples regard these fossils as the remains of extinct giant armadillos. Such findings attest to the fact that beneath the verdant grasses and sandy layers of this vast plain lies the entire history of this region from primordial times. Chapter 18. The children of Captain Grant. The climate of the South American Pampas bears resemblance to that of North America's Great Lakes region and the Siberian steppes. Perhaps due to its inland location, the Pampas grasslands experience a winter chill and summer heat that are more intense than the climate of Buenos Aires. Our esteemed geographer, Bagenal, posits that on islands, the ocean absorbs the warmth of summer and releases heat during winter, resulting in a moderate temperature variation between the seasons and a generally pleasant climate. In contrast, the interior regions lack such maritime regulation, leading to extreme heat in summer and severe cold in winter. For instance, the winters in Iceland are considerably milder than those in the Lombardy region of Italy. Therefore, compared to the eastern coast of South America influenced by the Atlantic Ocean, the climate of the Pampas is rather harsh. The weather here can change abruptly. One moment it is cold, the next it is warm, with the mercury in the thermometer constantly fluctuating. During the autumn months of April and May, the area experiences abundant rainfall, while around October, in the summer, the temperatures soar, and the climate becomes exceedingly dry. Sir Griñafán and his entourage of travelers journey by day and rest at night. Each morning, after charting their route for the day's trek, they set off promptly. The vast grasslands are interspersed with dense shrubs and wild grasses, devoid of sandy dunes, allowing the horses to gallop freely. Additionally, the absence of sand dunes means that when strong winds arise, there is no sand to blow into the eyes of travelers, who can thus navigate their paths without squinting. Consequently, traveling by horseback in this region is naturally effortless and less burdensome. In this region, there exists a unique type of grass that carpets the plains, locally known as pajablafra. When rain descends, the indigenous travelers find refuge beneath its shelter. After traversing a considerable distance, the travelers encounter a damp depression, which has been dwindling in number. At the heart of these low-lying areas, willows flourish, and along the shores of the freshwater, a plant known as Argentine bulrush thrives. Upon the arrival of the party, they allow their horses to drink deeply from the freshwater, not merely to quench their immediate thirst, but because the water ahead is scarce, making future opportunities for the horses to hydrate quite limited. Takov leads the way, intermittently striking the grass with a wooden stick to ward off the venomous snakes lurking within. Among these underbrush lies a highly toxic serpent, scientifically termed bothrops, referred to locally as shalina. Should a cattle be bitten by this snake, it would succumb within an hour. Takov's steed, the toka horse, leaps through the grass, assisting its master while simultaneously using its hooves to clear the undergrowth, paving a path for the horses that follow. Overall, the flat terrain of the Pampas plains greatly facilitates the progress of the caravan. Here, the ground lies level and unobstructed, with not a single stone or pebble to be found within 100 feet, allowing the horses to gallop swiftly and smoothly. The party, thus, covers ground with remarkable speed. What saddened them was the remarkably monotonous scenery, devoid of any variation. After a day's journey, they had not encountered a single beautiful vista or peculiar landscape. Only our scholar, Bagenal, found this place to be of great interest. To this geographer, the lackluster scenery appeared remarkably fascinating. Throughout the journey, he expounded at length on every blade of grass and tree, utilizing his keen observational skills and extensive geographical knowledge. Among the listeners, only young Robert relished his incessant narrations. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon on October 29th, the travelers noticed some new developments in the otherwise dull route. They stumbled upon a vast expanse of bones, a stark white mass heaped upon the grass. The knight and his companions examined it closely and deduced that these must be the remains of countless cattle. The bones were stacked upon one another, rather than arranged in a serpentine manner. All indications suggested that these cattle had succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed together on their journey. Even the most knowledgeable among them, Bagenal, could not fathom why these bones were so densely clustered in such a confined space. They thus turned to the local expert, Takov, who provided a straightforward answer. Upon hearing Takov's explanation, Bagenal repeatedly exclaimed, "Impossible." Yet, the Patagonian, Takov, nodded incessantly. His expression conveyed that this was indeed the case, leaving everyone even more perplexed. The travelers inquired eagerly, what on earth could have happened? It seems that these cattle perished in the celestial fire. Bagenal echoed Tafka's words. Ah, what? Can a lightning strike truly cause the demise of so many cattle? Austin exclaimed in bewilderment. I simply cannot believe that a single bolt of lightning could annihilate 500 heads of cattle all at once. I am inclined to trust Tafka's assertion. Surely he cannot be mistaken. I have faith in his words, for when a thunderstorm descends upon the pampas, its destructive power is indeed formidable. May God protect us from encountering such a calamity. However, it is undeniably sweltering here. Wilson interjected. Indeed, that is correct. Bagenal added, look, even in the shade. The thermometer reads 30 degrees. I find nothing unusual about this. It is all quite predictable. Sir Griñafán chimed in. Yet I must admit the heat is rather unbearable. And I hope it does not persist. Alas, considering the circumstances, it seems we should not harbor any hopes for a change in the weather anytime soon. Bagenal continued. Observe the sky. There is not a single cloud in sight. It is truly dreadful. The heat is so oppressive that even the horses appear distressed. Sir Griñafán remarked. My child, how do you find the heat? With that, he turned to young Robert. Well, dear sir, I am quite well. Young Robert replied. I am not afraid of the heat. In fact, I wish it were even warmer. In the depths of winter, it is indeed most delightful to find warmth. The major interjected. Having spoken, he exhaled a plume of cigar smoke towards the heavens. As night descended, Jazz and his companions stumbled upon an abandoned shed, where they decided to rest. This shed, woven from branches and willow twigs, was further adorned with a coating of mud on its walls. The roof was thatched with straw, rendering the structure, in essence, a mere grass hut. Surrounding this humble abode was a makeshift courtyard fashioned from broken wooden sticks, designed to provide a safe haven for the horses, protecting them from a potential onslaught of foxes. While the horses themselves bore no fear of the foxes, humans were wary of the cunning creatures that might gnaw through the reins, granting the horses an opportunity to escape. Adjacent to the shed lay a small pit, within which lay remnants of ashes, suggesting that a fire had once been kindled here for cooking. Inside the shed, there was a stool, a bed fashioned from worn cowhide, an iron bar, and a kettle for brewing mate tea. This mate, cultivated by the indigenous peoples, is a beverage favored by South Americans. Prepared by steeping dried leaves in water and sipped through a straw, much akin to other drinks enjoyed in the region. At the persistent request of Takov, he prepared several cups of mate for the weary travelers. As they savored the brew alongside their provisions, they found the flavor exquisite, continuously praising the rich taste of the tea. On October 30th, the following day, as the sun once again rose slowly, a palpable heat enveloped the prairie, rendering the scorching sunlight nearly unbearable for the travelers. It was evident that another sweltering day lay ahead, and across this vast expanse, shade was a rare luxury. Nevertheless, the group of travelers, led by the noble gentleman, remained undeterred, their spirits buoyant as they bravely set forth towards the east. Along their journey, they frequently encountered vast herds of cattle and sheep. Yet, under the relentless heat, these animals languidly reclined upon the ground, too lethargic even to graze on the surrounding grass. A glance around revealed no shepherds in sight. Only the vigilant sheepdogs stood guard over the sprawling herds. These dogs, when parched, would quench their thirst with sheep's milk. The travelers also noted the extraordinary docility of the cattle, which contrasted sharply with their European counterparts that would become agitated and fearful at the sight of red. It seemed that these cattle, untroubled by the hue, must have feasted on the grasses of the French Republic. At this moment, France was under the reign of the illustrious Napoleon III during the Second Empire. The rulers of this era lived in constant fear of revolution, hence the trepidation surrounding the color red. Observing this, Bagenal jested. As noon approached, a slight transformation in the landscape became apparent. The travelers, weary of the monotonous scenery, were immediately captivated by the subtle changes. They observed a gradual decline in the grass-like plants, while the burdock became increasingly prevalent, alongside the towering and delectable white atractylodes, reaching heights of nearly 9 feet. In addition, there are some scattered chenal trees, as well as other small trees with a plethora of dark green thorns, growing sparsely in this region. The travelers noticed that the clay in the previous grasslands might have possessed better moisture retention, allowing the verdant grass to thrive on the fertile soil, lush and substantial, resembling a green carpet spread across the prairie. However, this exquisite green carpet has gradually faded, transforming into a worn and tattered appearance. Moreover, certain areas have become extensively barren, revealing the original fabric of the earth beneath, an indication of the land's infertility. It appears that the soil is becoming increasingly arid, making it challenging for the grass to flourish. The guide, Takov, also cautioned everyone that the journey ahead would prove arduous. In truth, such changes are rather mundane. I have grown weary of merely observing grass. Austin replied. Indeed, that is quite a reasonable observation. However, on a more optimistic note, the presence of grass signifies the existence of water. The major interjected. Water? I doubt we need to worry about that. We will encounter small rivers along the way. Wilson added. It is likely that our scholarly companion, Bagenal, was oblivious to this exchange. Otherwise, he would certainly know and inform his peers that between the Colorado River and the mountains of the Argentine province, rivers are quite scarce. Bagenal was engaged in a light conversation with Sir Griñafán, the captain, explaining a peculiar phenomenon occurring in the grasslands. It turns out that the travelers sensed a faint scent of smoke wafting through the air, despite the presence of this aroma. There were no visible sparks or signs of smoke rising in the vicinity. The origin of this smoke, devoid of any visible flames, puzzled everyone. Gradually, the scent of smoke intensified, leaving the crowd in astonishment, except for Bagenal and Tafikat, who remained remarkably composed. The erudite geographer, Bagenal, appeared to possess an unwavering confidence in his understanding and eloquently expounded. Here, we detect the aroma of smoke yet see no fire. According to common sense, where there is smoke, there must be fire. This principle holds true whether one is in the northern hemisphere of Europe or the southern hemisphere of America. It is widely believed that wherever there is smoke, there must be a fire somewhere nearby. However, on this vast pampas grassland, everything defies expectation. The flat terrain allows air currents to flow freely and unobstructed. If a fire were to ignite 75 miles away, we would still perceive the smoke. 75 miles away? The major inquired, incredulously. Naturally, it is indeed 75 miles distant. Bagenal asserted with logical conviction. Nonetheless, I must add that if a fire were to ignite here, it would rapidly expand, engulfing a considerable area and potentially leading to a catastrophic blaze. Who would dare to set fire to this grassland? Young Robert asked with curiosity. Well, lightning could indeed spark a fire, and during the dry season, the indigenous people might ignite the grass. And what purpose do they have in burning the grass? Robert further probed. From what I understand, the indigenous people have a penchant for setting fire, guided by a belief that, although I cannot ascertain its validity, the belief is that when the grasses of the pampas are scorched by fire, they tend to flourish even more robustly. If such a phenomenon indeed exists, it suggests that these indigenous peoples are utilizing the ash from the burnt grass as a nutrient-rich fertilizer to promote grass growth. However, I personally contend that their purpose in setting fire is to eradicate a certain pest. There exists a parasitic insect known as louse which poses a significant threat to livestock. By igniting a fire, it is possible to eliminate thousands of these lice. Nevertheless, as you pointed out, the flames may inadvertently affect innocent creatures. Some of the livestock on the plains might also perish. The major inquired. That is only reasonable. Yet, it matters little, for there are numerous cattle and sheep here, and the loss would not be substantial. You must understand, my concern does not lie with the cattle and sheep. Major McNabb continued, pondering how we, as wayfarers traversing the plains, should respond to such a vast inferno should we encounter it. What, are you truly worried about that? Bagenal expressed his astonishment, asserting that encountering such a spectacle would be a rare opportunity indeed, deserving of admiration. Our esteemed scholar, it appears that once you delve into your studies, you fear not even death. Sir Griñafán interjected. Oh, dear sir, do not perceive me as a complete fool. I have read Cooper, the renowned American novelist. Within it, the protagonist bears the name of the author, Cooper. Let me convey to the readers a remarkably simple method. When a vast wildfire engulfs the surroundings, one should clear the grass in their immediate vicinity, thereby creating a barren patch of land with a diameter of several yards. This space would serve as a refuge from the advancing flames. However, I truly do not wish for the fire to approach. Rather, I yearn to witness a grand conflagration. The magnificent blaze that Bagenal longed to see has yet to materialize. According to his observations, the acrid scent of burning air at this moment may be attributed to the sun's intense rays. On this sweltering prairie, even the horses are panting incessantly, and not a trace of shade can be found. Occasionally, a solitary cloud drifts across the sky, fortuitously obscuring the sun and casting a fleeting shadow upon the ground. Travelers of the gentlemanly class, upon witnessing this, hasten towards the respite of the cloud's shade, hoping to find solace beneath it. Alas, the horses cannot keep pace with the fleeting cloud, and soon enough, the sun reemerges, leaving the ground once again in the sweltering heat. Previously, Wilson had expressed that he was not concerned about lacking water, yet now, he realizes that in such oppressive heat, thirst is more tormenting than hunger. Initially, he had anticipated encountering small streams and rivers along the way, but this hope now seems excessively naive. Along this journey, not only has there been no trickle of river water, but even the ponds excavated by the indigenous people have run dry. Observing the increasingly severe drought, Bagenal inquires of Takav where a water source might be found, for this is a matter that must be addressed urgently. We must reach the Salt Lake, the Indian replied. When shall we arrive at the Salt Lake? Approximately by tomorrow evening. Typically, when the Argentinians arrive on the plains, they resort to digging temporary wells to obtain water. Generally, digging a few fathoms down will reveal water. However, Sir Griñafán and his companions did not carry any tools for digging, leaving them unable to procure water, and they could only distribute the little water they had among themselves. The group continued their journey, covering roughly 30 miles. As night fell, they paused to rest. At this moment, their desire was to enjoy a good night's sleep to regain their strength. Yet, swarms of mosquitoes descended upon them, darkening the sky. The arrival of these insects typically signaled a change in wind direction. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the west wind shifted to the north, marking a 90-degree turn in the wind's course. Ordinarily, if a south or southwest wind were blowing, such swarms of mosquitoes would not appear. Despite these irritating circumstances, the major remained composed. In contrast, Bagenal grew increasingly restless, becoming exceedingly impatient. He was infuriated by the relentless mosquitoes and lamented the absence of any ointment to soothe his numerous bites. Although the major offered him solace, Bagenal could not find joy, which persisted into the following morning. Nevertheless, as dawn broke, Bagenal joined the others once more, embarking on their journey anew. Although no one urged them on the road, everyone was acutely aware that they must reach the Salt Lake to resolve their current predicament. Along the journey, the horses, parched and weary, could hardly continue. Despite the desperate attempts of the people to conserve water for the horses, it proved to be a mere drop in the bucket. On this day, the weather turned even drier than the previous one. The north wind sweeping across the Pampas plains was as fearsome as the scorching winds of the African desert. Moreover, when the fierce winds arose, they stirred up a cloud of dust, assaulting the travelers like a sandstorm. During this day of travel, a small incident disrupted the monotonous rhythm. Māori, who was riding at the front of the group, reined in his horse to inform his companions that a band of Native Americans was approaching them. Sir Griñafán and Takav held differing views regarding the oncoming Indians. Sir Griñafán hoped to glean information about the fate of the crew of the Britannia from these natives, while Takav believed that most of the Indians on the plains were thieves and preferred to avoid them. Under Takav's instructions, the group gathered together and readied their weapons, prepared for any eventuality. Chapter 19. The children of Captain Grant. Before long, they finally discerned the true nature of the Native Americans, observing that there were about 10 of them. At this sight, Takav felt a sense of relief. When the group of Indians approached within 100 paces, their true faces became unmistakably clear. They are all indigenous people from the region, likely dating back to 1835, during the dictatorial reign of General Rosas in Argentina, who had conquered various Indian tribes. These indigenous individuals possess dusky brown skin, with prominent foreheads that jut forward. They are tall and robust, exhibiting a certain athleticism characteristic of their heritage. Draped upon them are garments made of original llama wool or skunk hide, and in addition to their long spears, they carry knives, slingshots, lassos, and other weaponry. It is evident that they excel in equestrian skills, their movements graceful, embodying a spirited demeanor. However, upon approaching within approximately 100 meters, they spotted Sir Griñafán and his party, abruptly halting their advance. They then congregated, gesturing animatedly and exclaiming, as if engaged in a fervent discussion. Sir Griñafán, wishing to convey goodwill, approached them, but before he could cover 4 meters, these indigenous people tightened their reins and swiftly fled, vanishing in an instant. "What a bunch of cowards!" bellowed Bagenal. "I suspect their rapid retreat indicates they are not of good character," added Major McNabb. "What tribe do you think they belong to?" Bagenal inquired of Takav. "They are likely of the Gauchican lineage, a mix of Spanish and indigenous ancestry," came the response. "Ah, so they are Gauchicans," Bagenal exclaimed to his companions. "In truth, they are merely Gauchicans. There is no need for us to be so anxious. There is nothing to fear." "Why is that?" the major asked. "It is quite simple. The Gauchois people have always been kind-hearted farmers." "Dear Bagenal, do you truly believe so?" "Of course. It is evident that those few Gauchois individuals regarded us as thieves, which is why they were frightened and fled at once. In my opinion, they did not dare to assault us," Sir Griñafán remarked. The knight felt quite vexed. He had intended to engage with anyone he encountered, yet now they had turned tail and dashed away, thwarting his plan. "I share your sentiment," the major interjected. "If I am not mistaken, these Gauchois individuals are indeed bona fide bandits rather than amiable farmers." "How can you hold such a belief?" Bagenal retorted vehemently. Subsequently, Bagenal launched into an impassioned discourse on ethnology, growing increasingly animated, which compelled the major to engage in a heated debate with him. "Bagenal, I maintain that your perspective is fundamentally flawed." "Ah, incorrect? Indeed, your assertions are all erroneous. Look, Takav initially regarded them as thieves. I believe his assessment is well-founded. On this occasion, Takav's viewpoint is mistaken." Bagenal defended, his tone tinged with indignation. "In truth, the Gauchois people are merely farmers and herders, nothing more. You must understand. I once penned a small book on the lives of the indigenous people of the Pampas, which was quite well received by readers, and it contains a dedicated discussion on the matter. Mr. Bagenal, your perspective is utterly misguided. Mr. McNabb, do you accuse me of error once more? It is your negligence that has led to this mistake." The major pressed on, stating that if your book is to be published again, it must be meticulously corrected. To Bagenal, this remark sounded not only like a critique, but also a mockery of his very being, causing his countenance to shift dramatically as rage surged within him, making it nearly impossible to remain composed. "Sir, you must understand that my writings require no corrections. Corrections are necessary. Indeed, this time they are particularly imperative." Major McNabb remained unyielding, countering, "Sir, it appears you are deliberately seeking conflict." Bagenal retorted, "I can see that you are eager to unleash your temper today." The major responded in kind, both men standing their ground. It was evident that what began as a trivial matter was escalating into a quarrel beyond the bounds of cordiality. Consequently, Sir Griñafán intervened, stating, "Let me speak a truth. You two, one is intentionally deriding the other, and the other possesses an excessively fiery temperament. I find your behavior quite astonishing." Takafo, the Patagonian, listened intently. Though he did not grasp the nuances of their dispute, it was clear that a confrontation was unfolding. With a smile, he calmly remarked, "Ultimately, one can only blame the north wind. What negative aspects does the north wind possess? And what is its relation to the north wind?" Bagenal, incensed, retorted loudly, "Indeed, it is true, the north wind is to blame." Sir Griñafán exclaimed, "Yet it appears to me that it is the north wind that has provoked your ire. I have long heard it said that the north wind of South America is the most likely to agitate one's nerves. Dear Edward, St. Patrick, circa 377 to 460. The revered Christian saint of Scotland can attest that you speak with utmost accuracy." Once the major finished speaking, he, typically so serious, burst into hearty laughter. This left Bagenal thoroughly enraged. He perceived Sir Griñafán's words as mere provocation and clung to them tenaciously. "Humph, sir, what do you mean by that?" he persisted, demanding. "Do you dare suggest that my nerves have been stimulated?" "Yes, indeed. Bagenal, it is true that the north wind is quite stimulating. This wind has been known to incite wrongdoing on the vast Pampas plains, much like the winds that blow from the mountains in the Roman countryside, which the French refer to as the wind from the mountains when speaking of the areas east of the Alps. Humph, wrongdoing. Bagenal, even more incensed, retorted indignantly. Are you implying that I would commit a crime? I did not assert that you would commit a crime. You would be better off saying that I wish to kill you, which is far more palatable. Ha. Sir Griñafán could no longer contain himself and laughed uproariously, declaring, Truly, I genuinely fear you might wish to do me harm. Fortunately, the northern winds only blew for a single day. Upon hearing this, everyone erupted into laughter alongside the gentleman. Bagenal, consumed by fury, clenched his legs tightly and galloped away on his horse. He rode ahead, gradually calming himself. However, after an hour, he returned, having cast aside his vexation. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Tokov informed the group that they were nearing the salt lake and pointed out the dry channel leading to it. Thus, the party hastened for another hour until they reached the banks of the salt lake. Together, they crossed over the shore and approached the water's edge. What they beheld was indeed disheartening. The lake bed lay completely parched, devoid of even a trace of water. The salt lake is a confluence of a series of lakes upon the Pampas grasslands, historically abundant in sodium chloride, table salt. People would journey from Buenos Aires, embarking on long treks to harvest salt here. Yet, the sweltering heat had caused the lake's waters to evaporate, leaving only salt crystals to accumulate on the lake bed. These deposits transformed the lake into a vast mirror reflecting the sun. Prior to this, Tokov had assured them that upon reaching the salt lake, they would find fresh water, referring to the myriad streams and smaller lakes that fed into it. However, he had not anticipated that these tributaries, like the salt lake itself, had succumbed to the relentless heat and dryness, evaporating entirely. Thus, when the gentlemen and their companions beheld this desolate scene, they were left in stunned silence. Now, the scant water remaining in their leather barrels had also gone foul, rendering it undrinkable. The utmost torment for every individual is the relentless thirst, as the parched body becomes unbearably uncomfortable. Hunger and fatigue are mere trifles in comparison. That night, they stumbled upon a skin tent abandoned by the indigenous people. Locally referred to as a luca, this tent was erected upon a mound of earth. This group could only find respite within its confines. As for their steeds, the horses, they stood languidly by the shore of the salt lake, feebly munching on the salty dried grass and some reeds along the bank. After resting in the luca, Bagenal could hardly contain his eagerness to inquire about Tokov's plans and what their next course of action should be. Amidst their hurried exchange, Sir Griñafán attentively listened, occasionally discerning a word or two. Tokov maintained a calm demeanor as he spoke, while Bagenal gestured animatedly, his expression brimming with excitement. Yet, mere moments later, Tokov crossed his arms, reflecting deeply on something. What had been conveyed? Seizing the opportunity, Sir Griñafán inquired of Bagenal, stating that from their fragmented conversation, he gathered that Tokov suggested splitting their party. Indeed, Bagenal confirmed that Tokov's proposal was to divide the group into two factions, as the current predicament was that the horses were both exhausted and thirsty. Those unable to endure should proceed slowly in the direction of 37, while those whose horses could still travel should continue onward in search of the Guamini River. We all know that this river lies approximately 31 miles from here, flowing into St. Lucia Lake. If the river is sufficiently abundant, one should remain by the riverbank, awaiting the arrival of those who follow. However, should the waters run dry, it is imperative to return promptly and inform the others, sparing them from unnecessary toil along a fruitless path. What should we do in the absence of water? Austin inquired. In such a case, we must continue southward, traversing 75 miles until we reach the initial mountain ranges of the Ventana Mountains, where rivers are more plentiful. Came the prudent advice. That is indeed a sound proposal, Sir Griñafán concurred. Let us proceed forthwith. Time is of the essence, and we cannot linger any longer. I can ascertain that my steed is still capable of enduring the journey. I shall set forth with Taka. Oh, dear sir, do take me along, young Robert clamored, as if this were merely an adventure. Child, you will not be able to keep up. But my horse is a fine one, always eager to forge ahead. I have faith it can keep pace. Sir, please take me with you. I implore you. My child, I shall grant your wish, Sir Griñafán acquiesced, recognizing the necessity of the boy's presence. The three of us, should we fail to locate a water source, would indeed be hopelessly foolish. And what of me? Bagenal hastily inquired. Oh, dear Bagenal, I meant you, the major interjected. For now, remain with the main contingent in the rear. Due to your profound familiarity with the 37th parallel, including the Guaman River and the Pampas, we find it imperative to have you by our side. Moreover, neither Marathi, Wilson, nor my steed can catch up with Takov, leaving us devoid of the energy to reach the designated rendezvous. Thus, all we can do is to advance confidently under your leadership, Bagenal. I can only reluctantly acquiesce, Bagenal remarked, clearly displeased with the burden of leadership. However, esteemed scholar, you must not be careless. The Major continued, urging us not to lead ourselves to unworthy destinations, such as the Pacific coast. That would be disastrous. Ah, you insufferable Major. I would actually relish the opportunity to take you to the Pacific coast. Bagenal chuckled and then inquired, but dear Sir Griñafán, how will you communicate with Takov? I believe. The knight replied that there is little that Takov needs to convey to me. Furthermore, I possess a smattering of Spanish. Should the situation necessitate communication, I can make my intentions understood, and I trust you will grasp my meaning. In that case, dear friend, let us set forth, Bagenal declared. Now, let us first finish our dinner. Sir Griñafán suggested, if sleep should come to us, we ought to rest well before embarking on our journey the following day. Due to the lack of water, everyone found it exceedingly difficult to swallow the dry provisions meant to stave off hunger. There was no alternative. Everyone had to lie down and sleep. In his dreams, Bagenal envisioned a multitude of rushing torrents, waterfalls, great rivers, vast streams, lakes, and brooks, and even imagined himself holding a bottle of refreshing mineral water. At 6 o'clock the following morning, Takov, Griñafán, and young Robert found their horses prepared, having even provided them with a bit of water, albeit tainted with an unpleasant taste, forcing the horses to sip only hesitantly. Subsequently, the three mounted their steeds and galloped away. Farewell, friends, farewell, shouted the four Major, Austin, Wilson, and Melody together. It is imperative to locate a water source and not return, Bagenal added with urgency. After riding for a while, the trio glanced back, only to find their companions had vanished from sight, stirring a sense of melancholy within them. They continued to race across the solid, earthen terrain of the Salt Lake region, where vegetation was increasingly sparse. Occasionally, they spotted desiccated bushes reaching about 6 feet in height. Alongside a species of woody mimosa, known locally by the Native Americans as gallaramayer, and a variety of shrub called ramu, which contains soda water. The area was strewn with glistening salt flats, resembling a colossal mirror that reflected the sun's rays. In the local tongue, these salt flats were referred to as bolero, congealed and as slippery as ice. The scorching sun's reflection rendered it impossible for anyone to mistake these salt flats for ice. However, this parched and sun-scorched barren land, juxtaposed with the shimmering salt flats resembling a glistening ice lake, creates a unique and captivating charm. As previously mentioned, upon discovering the desiccation of the Guamani River, one must continue southward. After traversing approximately 70 to 80 miles, one arrives at the mountainous region of Ventana. The environment there starkly contrasts with the desolate Salt Lake area. In 1835, Captain Fitzroy commanded the exploration vessel HMS Beagle, meticulously surveying the area. There, one finds a stretch of fertile land adorned with lush green pastures and undulating hills. To the northwest lies a verdant slope, reminiscent of a green carpet, extending down to a vibrant and thriving forest at the mountain's base. Additionally, this locale is home to a plant known as algarobo, a type of carob tree. When the carob pods are sun-dried, they can be ground into powder, which serves as a delightful ingredient for bread, favored by the indigenous peoples. Furthermore, there exists a species known as the quebracho tree, entirely white in hue, akin to the European weeping willow, with long, cascading branches that gracefully droop. There exists a species of tree known as the broken axe, characterized by its striking red hue and remarkably sturdy wood, impervious to damage. Additionally, there is a tree referred to as notaber, which is highly flammable and ignites at the slightest spark, often leading to catastrophic forest fires. Another variety is the villarado, adorned with layers of pyramid-like purple blossoms that embellish its entirety. Lastly, we encounter the dambwa tree, whose expansive canopy stretches skyward, resembling an enormous umbrella soaring over 20 meters in height. Its dense shade offers a refuge for herds of cattle and sheep seeking respite beneath its boughs. The bountiful resources of this region have long tempted the people of Argentina to consider migration, yet the animosity and opposition from the indigenous tribes have thwarted their aspirations. Such a fertile land naturally incites speculation that rivers must flow from the mountains, providing ample water supply to the area. This conjecture holds merit, indeed. These great rivers remain inexhaustible even in the most sweltering and arid seasons. However, to reach the river basins, one must journey southward for approximately 130 miles. Thus, Takov's suggestion to initially seek water sources near the Guamini River is entirely prudent. This approach not only maintains the planned route but also significantly reduces the distance compared to the path leading to Mount Ventarnal. The three horses gallop with exuberance, displaying their intelligence as they comprehend their master's intended destination. The most remarkable among them was the spirited horse, Toga, tirelessly galloping forward. Its vigorous energy soared like a bird, traversing the arid marshlands and leaping over the tangled thickets, all the while emitting joyous whinnies. In contrast, Sir Griñafán and young Robert's steeds appeared far more composed. However, under Toga's leadership, the horses trailing behind also surged forward with newfound vigor. Seated in Toga's saddle, Takov remained calm and collected, much like Toga inspiring the other two horses, serving as a paragon for his companions. Yet, Takov, positioned at the forefront, often glanced back at the young Robert Grant. Despite his tender age, young Robert displayed remarkable poise upon his mount, exuding a sense of confidence and agility. His waist moved with remarkable fluidity, his shoulders slightly arched, feet naturally dangling, with knees firmly pressed against the saddle. Takov, witnessing this, felt immense joy and continuously praised him. Indeed, young Robert Grant was truly an exceptional rider, deserving of the admiration from Takov, the Patagonian. Well done, young Robert. Sir Griñafán lauded. Look at Takov's expression. It speaks volumes of his satisfaction with you. My boy, it seems he genuinely appreciates your skills. Sir, what is the reason for such praise? Robert inquired. It is because you ride exceptionally well. Ah, in truth, I merely ride with a sense of ease and assurance, young Robert shyly replied upon hearing the compliments. Little Robert, the essence of horseback riding lies in one's mindset. It is imperative to maintain a calm and steady demeanor. Sir Griñafán remarked, you are far too modest. I can assure you that you shall undoubtedly become a master equestrian in the future. That would be splendid. Little Robert replied with a smile. However, I recall my father's aspiration to mold me into a sailor. If I were to become a skilled rider, I would be at a loss for words upon reuniting with him. Becoming an equestrian expert does not preclude you from being an excellent sailor. A good sailor can also be a good rider. Generally speaking, those accustomed to maneuvering on sails will find riding a horse quite comfortable. As for the techniques of reining, turning, and leaping, they are relatively simple to master. Chapter 20. The Children of Captain Grant. Alas, I think of my poor father. Where art thou? Little Robert continued. Dear sir, your tireless efforts to help me find my father truly make you our savior. My child, little Robert, you hold a deep affection for your father. Do you not? Indeed, sir. I fondly recall how kind my father has always been to my sister and me, his constant concern for our well-being. I remember how, upon returning from each voyage, he would bring us souvenirs from his travels. Each time he returned home, he would embrace us warmly, shower us with affection, and inquire with genuine interest about our lives. Oh, by the way, sir, if you were to encounter my father, I am certain you would come to admire him as well. My sister Mary resembles my father greatly. Her words are always gentle and kind. Jazz, do you not find it rather peculiar for a sailor to speak in such a soft and gentle manner? Indeed, young Robert, I too find it somewhat strange, replied Sir Griñafán. At this moment, I feel as though my father is right before me. Young Robert mused. Oh, my dear father, do you remember how? When I was a child, he would embrace me in his arms, humming sweet Scottish tunes to lull me to sleep. Those melodies spoke of Scotland's beautiful lakes. Even now, I can faintly recall that tune, though only in hazy fragments. I am certain that Sister Mary remembers it as well. Ah, sir, my sister and I truly adored him. The younger we were, the more we cherished our father. As we grew older, our respect for him deepened. My little Robert. Sir Griñafán was deeply moved by the child's profound affection for his father. Following their conversation, the pace of the horse slowed, progressing gently. By the way, sir, do you think we will find father? After a moment of silence, young Robert continued to inquire. Indeed, we shall surely find your father. Sir Griñafán reassured him. Look, Takov has provided us with such excellent clues. I have always held him in high regard. That Takov is truly a warm-hearted and upright Patagonian, young Robert praised. Indeed, sir, I believe there is something you are unaware of. What is that? In truth, everyone accompanying you is a kind-hearted individual. I hold great affection for them all, including Mrs. Helen, Captain Mingle, the Major, Bagenal, and every sailor aboard the Duncan. I admire their courageous and passionate natures. My dear, I am indeed aware of that. However, do you know that you are the kindest soul among all these good people? Oh, I was unaware of that. Sir, this is something you must acknowledge. As young Robert spoke, he took the gentleman's hand and kissed it. Sir Griñafán shook his head slightly. The conversation did not continue, for they found themselves unwittingly falling behind. Having distanced themselves from Tokov, ahead of them, waved and beckoned them to hasten their pace. The reason was simple. Time was of the essence, and their companions awaited their return, so they could not afford to dawdle any longer. Thus, the gentleman and young Robert raised their whips and urged their horses to gallop forth. After catching up with Tokov, they soon realized that aside from Toga, the other two horses were utterly exhausted. It appeared that by midday, these horses could no longer endure and required a moment of respite. The scorching sun had rendered a large patch of purple alfalfa dry and withered. Sir Griñafán was engulfed in a profound melancholy as he gazed upon the parched landscape. The consequences of failing to locate a water source could indeed be dire. Even the typically composed Tokov wore a furrowed brow, for beneath his silence lay a deep-seated fear of the impending scarcity of water. After a brief respite, they resumed their journey, resolutely urging their horses onward with the crack of the whip and the application of spurs, employing every means necessary to compel their steeds to press forward. However, they could only manage to encourage a gradual pace, refraining from commanding them to gallop. In truth, Tokov could easily have surged ahead, as his horse, Toga, was perpetually brimming with vigor, capable of transporting him to a water source within a few hours. Yet, he refrained from doing so, unwilling to abandon his two companions in this desolate, arid expanse. Thus, he continuously restrained the reins, preventing Toga from hastening its stride. Nevertheless, Toga appeared to possess an innate impatience, struggling against the slow pace and exhibiting signs of agitation through its restless leaps, whinnies, and overall discontent. Tokov, feeling somewhat helpless, tightened the reins with determination and attempted to soothe the horse with gentle reassurances. It seemed as though Tokov and Toga were engaged in a prolonged dialogue, deliberating their predicament. Although the horse offered no verbal response, it was evident that it comprehended its master's intentions. It is evident that Tokov imparted considerable wisdom to Toga, and ultimately, Toga was persuaded, gradually slowing his pace. Yet, he incessantly lowered his head to gnaw on iron, exhibiting a demeanor of impatience and restlessness. In truth, Toga understood his master, and the master, in turn, possessed profound insight into Toga. Tokov also recognized that Toga was notably astute, with an exceptionally keen sense of smell, observing him. It seemed he detected the humidity in the air, and his parched desire drove him to fervently sniff the moisture. The sound of Toga's tongue smacking echoed, akin to one drinking from a spring. At that moment, Tokov comprehended that they were not far from water. Consequently, he shared his thoughts on Toga's restlessness with his companions, thereby encouraging them to persevere. Simultaneously, the other two horses seemed to grasp Toga's intentions, rallying their spirits and galloping energetically behind him. Finally, around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, beneath the scorching sun, the trio beheld a shimmering white line of water. "Oh my God, water!" Sir Griñafán exclaimed. "Water, water, water," young Robert echoed with excitement. Although the riders did not urge their steeds, the three horses surged forward like arrows released from a bow, racing ahead. In mere minutes, they reached the Guamini River, where both saddles and riders tumbled into the water, the liquid rising to their chests. Despite being drenched, the three masters were overwhelmed with exhilaration. "Ah, this is simply magnificent," little Robert joyfully exclaimed as he gulped down the river water. "My child, do take your time," Sir Griñafán cautioned him, yet he himself was drinking voraciously. In this desolate riverside, the air was filled with the sound of eager slurping. Tokov was also indulging in the refreshing water, albeit with a more measured pace, sipping slowly yet continuously, as if intent on consuming the entire river. "Wonderful, simply wonderful," Sir Griñafán exclaimed repeatedly. "This way, our companions shall not be disappointed. As soon as we reach the Guamini River, there shall be water aplenty. Look, the river flows clear and abundant. Let us hope our Tokov does not drain it dry. Should we go to greet them?" little Robert inquired. "I believe this will alleviate everyone's anxiety for the next few hours." "My child, your reasoning is sound. However, we cannot transport this water." Wilson, holding the leather bucket, suggested that they remain in their current location and wait patiently. Given the slow pace of the horses, They would likely arrive by nightfall, so it would be prudent to prepare a resting place and dinner for their companions. Before Sir Griñafán could issue any commands, Takav took the initiative to search for a campsite. Fortunately, he discovered a spot by the riverside known as Ramada. The Ramada is an enclosure surrounded by walls on 3 sides, designed to corral livestock such as cattle and sheep. Spending a night within the Ramada poses no issues. It merely requires outdoor camping, which both Sir Griñafán and young Robert do not mind. Thus, they did not seek alternative accommodations, instead opting to dry their drenched garments beneath the sun within the Ramada. Now that they had secured a place to rest, it was time to address the matter of sustenance. Sir Griñafán remarked, "We cannot wait for our friends to arrive before realizing we have no food. Therefore, we should venture out to hunt. What do you think, young Robert?" "Oh, certainly. I will accompany you," the boy replied with enthusiasm, promptly grabbing his firearm. Along the banks of the Guamini River lies a congregation of various birds and beasts, prompting Sir Griñafán to contemplate a hunting expedition. The river teems with birds soaring in flocks. Among them are the unique red partridges of the pampas, known locally as tinum, as well as the local doves referred to as doradito, black partridges, a multitude of yellow-legged chickens, and green grouse. Among the dense grasses and woodlands lurk wild beasts. By merely advancing a short distance, the gentleman would enter one of the most bountiful hunting grounds in the world. Sir Griñafán and young Robert deemed the avian creatures uninspiring and resolved to pursue the wild beasts first. The relentless sound of gunfire shattered the tranquility of the prairie. In that instant, hundreds of guanacos and wild llamas emerged from the stillness of the forest, much akin to the throngs of animals charging across the plateau that fateful night. These creatures moved with astonishing swiftness, rendering the aim of firearms futile. With no alternative, they opted for an easier target, setting their sights upon the birds soaring above, destined to become a delectable feast. Before long, they had brought down approximately a dozen red partridges and marsh hens. Furthermore, Sir Griñafán displayed remarkable prowess, striking a wild boar, locally known as the taitoodle, with a single shot. It is well acknowledged that wild boar meat is a culinary delight, and this bounty filled them with immense joy. In less than half an hour, the duo amassed a considerable trove of game, their spirits soaring, completely oblivious to any fatigue. Young Robert had hunted an armadillo known as the armadillo, its body encased in armor, measuring about 1 foot 5 inches and remarkably plump. Takav, the Patagonian, proclaimed this armadillo to be a rare delicacy, further amplifying Robert's pride in his catch. Takav also succeeded in capturing an ostrich, a unique inhabitant of the Pampas grasslands, referred to in the local tongue as the Nandu. Rather than employing his firearm, Takav galloped forth, deftly positioning himself in front of the bird to intercept it. This strategy was essential, as ostriches are adept at running in circles. A gunshot often fails to fell them with a single strike, leading to a relentless chase that could leave a pursuer utterly exhausted. Takafu swiftly ran ahead of the ostrich and expertly cast the lasso he carried, ensnaring the bird's leg with remarkable precision, rendering it immobile. In a short span of time, the ostrich fell lifeless to the ground. After a successful hunt, the trio's bounty was indeed substantial. Among the animals brought back to Ramada were a string of partridges, a rice paddy hen, Takafu's ostrich, Sir's wild boar, and little Robert's armadillo. They first skinned the ostrich and the wild boar, eviscerated them, and sliced the meat into small pieces. The armadillo, being a rare delicacy, was simply roasted in its shell over the fire. The 3 men initially prepared the partridges and rice paddy hen for their evening meal, reserving the larger animals for their companions who would join later. As they feasted on the succulent meat, they quenched their thirst with the cool river water, which they found far superior to any fine wine in the world. They even mused that the renowned whisky from the Scottish Highlands, as well as the whiskies from Scotland and Ireland, paled in comparison. While satiating their appetites, they did not forget to feed their horses. At Ramada, there were heaps of dry hay to fill their bellies. Once they had dined and tidied up, the 3 men wrapped themselves in their cloaks and laid down on the soft, abundant purple clover, a plush mattress prepared by the Pampas for hunters. Reclining upon it was sheer bliss. As dusk slowly descended, the threat of the red wolf loomed. At this moment, it is the beginning of the month, and the inky black sky reveals no trace of the moon, only a handful of stars twinkling with faint luminescence, gazing into the distant horizon. The constellations of Ur are shrouded by an endless expanse of night. The Guamini River flows quietly along the ground, its gentle waters murmuring like vast sheets of oil gliding over the surface of mica. Birds and beasts rest in tranquil repose, rendering the surrounding desert a realm of profound silence. Griñafán, Robert, and Takav, utterly fatigued, reclined upon the soft cushions of purple clover and succumbed to slumber. Their horses, too, lay upon the ground, seeking respite for their weary bodies. Only the noble purebred steed, Toga, stood upright, alert and vigilant, slumbering on its feet. It retained the same vigor and spirited demeanor as a sentinel poised for battle. The courtyard, at this hour, lay in serene stillness, the fire in the hearth extinguished. In the pitch blackness of the deep night, only a few embers flickered, casting their last remnants of crimson glow. However, as the clock approached 10, Takav, having just dozed off, was suddenly roused from his dreams. He stood alert, furrowing his brow and straining his ears, fully engrossed in listening, sensing a faint sound emanating from the far side of the prairie. Before long, his otherwise impassive countenance betrayed a flicker of unease. He pondered whether the sound was that of stealthy Indians encroaching upon their vicinity or the approach of a lurking jaguar, water tiger, or some other formidable beast ready to strike along the riverbank. Listening intently, he sensed that the latter possibility was the most probable. He cast a fleeting glance at the piled fuel in the yard, growing increasingly anxious. He understood that the dry alfalfa, serving as fuel, was scant and would soon be consumed, providing little defense against the ferocious beasts that might attack. At that moment, Takav found himself utterly at a loss, unable to devise a solution, and could only observe the unfolding events in silence. Thus, he waited patiently. Reclining slightly, he supported his head with his hands, elbows resting on his legs, his gaze vacant as if he had just awakened from a dream. Another hour slipped by. Others, upon hearing no sounds nearby, would have easily lain back down to continue their slumber. Yet this keenly perceptive Indian, akin to a hound on the hunt, possessed an innate ability to sense imminent peril. He remained still, listening intently, while the horse, Toka, emitted a faint whinny and stretched its nose towards the exit of the yard. In an instant, Takav sprang upright. "My horse, Toka, senses the approach of a dangerous foe," he declared. He then stood fully, stepping out of the yard to survey the vast expanse of the prairie. At that moment, the prairie was silent, yet it bore an unsettling air. With keen eyes, Takav discerned shadowy figures moving stealthily among the nearby alfalfa. Gradually, he perceived a scattering of flickering lights glimmering in the distance, gathering from all directions, intensifying and waning in brilliance, akin to countless phosphorescent fires dancing upon the mirrored surface of a lake. An unsuspecting outsider might mistake this for the fireflies commonly seen flitting about the pampas grasslands. However, the astute Takav was acutely aware of the impending threat that lurked in the shadows. Thus, he promptly loaded his firearm and concealed himself behind a pillar, observing with keen attention. Before long, a chilling howl echoed across the silent expanse of the grassland, followed by the sharp crack of a gunshot in response to the eerie cry. Shortly thereafter, the howling morphed into a terrifying roar. This gunshot naturally roused Sir Griñafán and young Robert, who sprang to their feet from the grass. "What is happening?" inquired young Robert. "Are the Indians upon us?" Sir Griñafán echoed the question. "No," replied Takav, "it is the Aguara." Young Robert, filled with confusion, turned to Sir Griñafán and asked, "What is Aguara?" "Indeed," Sir Griñafán affirmed. "What approaches are the red wolves of the pampas." At that moment, the two men seized their rifles and approached Takav's side. Takav pointed towards the darkened expanse of the grassland, indicating the source of the cries. Young Robert instinctively took a step back. "Child, are you afraid of these wolves?" Sir Griñafán inquired with concern. "Sir, I am not afraid," young Robert replied with unwavering conviction. He continued, "In truth, as long as I am with you, there is nothing for me to fear. Indeed, to put it differently, these red wolves are not so terrifying. If it weren't for their overwhelming numbers, we wouldn't need to be concerned at all. Yes, if they come here, I shall ensure they taste some hardship." Sir Griñafán said this to alleviate the child's fears. Yet to be candid, he too felt a chill of trepidation at the sight of so many red wolves approaching that night. The situation appeared dire, with hundreds of red wolves advancing, while there were merely 3 of them. Despite their formidable weapons, facing such ferocious beasts was decidedly disadvantageous. Chapter 21. The children of Captain Grant. When Takav mentioned Aguara, Sir Griñafán immediately recognized it as the red wolves frequently referenced by the indigenous people. This creature, a carnivorous animal scientifically known as the Maine wolf, possesses a robust physique akin to that of a large dog, yet its head resembles that of a fox. Their fur exhibits a reddish-brown hue, adorned by a long black stripe along their backs. Agile and swift, these red wolves are accustomed to life in marshy regions, often swimming to capture prey on the water's surface. Their behavioral pattern involves sleeping in their dens during the day and venturing out at night to hunt. They are notorious for preying upon livestock, instilling great fear in cattle and horses alike. Thus, these red wolves represent a significant menace to the local community. While an individual red wolf may not evoke fear, a vast pack of ravenous wolves is indeed perilous. The hunters of the grasslands would rather confront a solitary jaguar or a black panther than provoke a multitude of red wolves. In the presence of a tiger or leopard, hunters can straightforwardly take aim and shoot. However, an onslaught from a pack of wolves attacking from all sides is simply overwhelming. At this moment, the tranquil expanse of the pampas resounded with the haunting howls of wolves. Sir Griñafán observed countless dark figures emerging and darting across the grasslands, sensing the impending danger. It became evident that the gathering of red wolves by the banks of the Guamini River was intent on pursuing both man and horse. They would not return to their lair until their hunger was satiated. Meanwhile, the encirclement of the wolf pack gradually tightened, causing 3 horses to paw the ground and frantically struggle against their reins. Notably, the prized horse, Toga, exhibited the most vigorous leaps and struggles, seemingly intent on breaking free into the yard. Takaf repeatedly patted it gently, soothing it with kind words until it gradually calmed down. Sir Griñafán and young Robert stood vigil at the entrance to Ramada, having loaded their firearms, prepared to unleash a barrage upon the foremost wolves of the pack. Observing this, Takaf swiftly seized their weapons. What could this mean? Young Robert inquired of Sir Griñafán. He does not want us to shoot. The knight replied. But why? Perhaps he believes the opportunity has not yet arrived. Takaf's prohibition against their gunfire was indeed grounded in sound reasoning. He lifted the bag filled with bullets and turned it over, a motion indicating that there were hardly any bullets left. Sir Griñafán instantly grasped the implication of his gesture. What is happening? Young Robert inquired, still perplexed. Oh, Takaf means that we must conserve our ammunition. You see, after our hunting expedition today, we have scarcely 20 rounds remaining. Upon hearing this, young Robert fell silent. My child, are you afraid? Sir, I am not afraid at all. You are truly brave. No sooner had he spoken than the sharp crack of a gunshot rang out. It turned out that a bold red wolf had attempted to rush forward, but was swiftly shot down by Takaf. The tightly knit pack of wolves, initially intent on advancing, recoiled in fear at the sound of the gun, retreating to a distance of about 100 paces from the yard. Takaf, the Patagonian, gently beckoned to Sir Griñafán. The knight understood immediately and ran over to take his position beside Takaf. The latter then dashed to the center of the yard, gathering hay, dry alfalfa, and other combustible materials at the entrance of Ramada, before tossing a burning, glowing ember towards the pile. In an instant, a fierce blaze erupted, illuminating the surroundings. In the flickering light of the flames, groups of red wolves could be seen lurking nearby. Sir Griñafán beheld an unprecedented multitude of crimson wolves, realizing the formidable challenge they posed. The blazing wall of fire ignited by Takaf thwarted the pack's advance, yet simultaneously kindled the fury of the red wolves. Several audacious individuals among them boldly charged towards the flames, only to suffer the searing burn of the fire upon their paws. It became evident that it was essential to instill a sense of trepidation in these howling assailants, to dissuade them from launching an attack. Thus, the 3 men took turns firing their weapons, and after an hour, more than 10 red wolves lay lifeless upon the prairie. The dire situation of being encircled by the pack experienced a slight alleviation. It was apparent that as long as their ammunition remained plentiful and the fire continued to blaze, the onslaught of the wolves was not to be feared. However, an underlying concern lingered. What would they do once their bullets were expended and their fuel depleted? At that moment, Sir Griñafán glanced at young Robert beside him, a pang of sorrow piercing his heart. His anguish stemmed not from personal fear, but from a deep worry for the child. Though young Robert's face was ashen with terror, he resolutely clutched his weapon, steadfastly awaiting the wolves' assault. The courage exhibited by the boy was strikingly disproportionate to his tender age. Sir Griñafán undertook a meticulous analysis of their predicament, recognizing that within the hour, their ammunition would dwindle and their fiery barrier would extinguish. Resolutely, he resolved to make a decisive choice, understanding that any delay would render it too late. He turned to Takaf beside him, cobbling together a few Spanish words he knew, managing to communicate clumsily while simultaneously firing at the wolves. The 2 of them exerted considerable effort to finally grasp each other's meanings. Fortunately, Sir Griñafán had long mastered the characteristics of the red wolves, so by observing Takaf's lips and gestures, he could roughly comprehend what he intended to convey. Nevertheless, It took Sir Griñafán an hour to fully understand Takaf's message and relay it to young Robert. Sir Griñafán first inquired about the current predicament of the Patagonian man and sought any strategies to extricate themselves from this dire situation. What solution did he devise? Young Robert asked. Takaf replied, "We must hold out until the first light of dawn. The Olaga red wolves are predominantly nocturnal, retreating to their dens at daybreak. Then we shall find a way to endure until morning. Indeed, however, my child, before long, when the ammunition is exhausted, we shall be left with only knives to defend ourselves." While they conversed, Takaf demonstrated, as a red wolf approached the edge of the fire barrier. He swiftly seized a knife and extended it over the flames, then promptly withdrew the bloodied blade. As the clock approached the witching hour of 2, the situation grew increasingly dire. Their ammunition was nearly depleted, and the fierce firewall was on the verge of extinguishment. At that moment, as Takaf hurled the last bundle of firewood onto the flames, only 5 bullets remained in the chamber of his weapon. Sir Griñafán surveyed his surroundings, a wave of sorrow washing over him. He thought of the small boy beside him, his companions, and the loved ones he held dear. Young Robert, however, remained silent, perhaps oblivious to the notion of death that had not yet crossed his mind. Yet, it was Sir Griñafán who first envisioned a harrowing scene, this innocent, lively, and charming child being torn to shreds by those ferocious, famished wolves. The thought was unbearable, and he could not suppress the ache in his heart. He embraced young Robert tightly, kissing the boy's forehead as tears streamed down his cheeks, landing softly on the child's head. Young Robert gazed at the night with an innocent smile. "I am truly not afraid," the child declared. "Yes, well said. We need not fear. There is no reason to be afraid," Sir Griñafán resolutely affirmed. "Let us wait for just 2 more hours. Once dawn breaks, these dangers shall vanish." "Takaf, splendid work. You are indeed a valiant hero of Patagonia," the knight exclaimed with admiration. At that moment, Takaf was fiercely wielding the butt of his gun, smashing the heads of 2 red wolves attempting to breach the firewall, rendering them utterly unrecognizable. However, amidst the dwindling glow of the flames, Takaf beheld a formidable pack of red wolves, their predatory gazes fixed intently upon him, congregating closely as they prepared to charge forth. It appeared that the battle between man and wolf was on the brink of reaching its pivotal moment. The wall of fire diminished, and the grassland, once illuminated by the flickering flames, gradually succumbed to darkness, with only the phosphorescent gleam of the wolves' eyes shimmering in the night. In mere minutes, the pack would overwhelm the courtyard. Takaf fired his solitary bullet, and as a red wolf collapsed lifelessly to the ground, he realized that his ammunition had been entirely expended. He could only embrace himself, lowering his head in a posture of deep contemplation, as if he were desperately concocting a last-ditch strategy for survival. Sir Griñafán dared not disturb him with inquiries. At that moment, the previously piercing howls faded into silence, and the vast prairie returned to a deathly stillness. It seemed as though the wolves had retreated. Perhaps they truly fled, young Robert suggested. "Indeed, that is a possibility," Sir Griñafán replied, attentively listening to the surrounding sounds. Yet, Takaf shook his head vigorously. He understood that these ferocious red wolves would never relinquish their prey willingly. They would not return to their lair until dawn broke. Just as the 3 pondered in confusion, the red wolves altered their method of attack. Observing the fire barrier and the guarding firearms in front of Ramada, they abandoned a direct assault, opting instead to encircle the courtyard from the rear and flanks, launching their assault from 3 different directions. This course of action rendered the situation of the 3 individuals in the courtyard even more dire, as if they had reached the brink of life and death. Suddenly, the tranquil night was pierced by the sound of wolf claws scraping against the decaying wooden pillars. Amidst this cacophony, numerous wolf claws and gaping maws emerged through the crevices of the swaying timbers. The horse, startled, galloped frantically around the yard. Sir Griñafán swiftly embraced young Robert, striving to protect him until the very last moment. In a desperate bid for survival, he contemplated fleeing the courtyard, casting all caution aside. Thus, he turned his hopeful gaze upon the Patagonian, Takaf. At that moment, Takaf resembled a cornered beast, circling restlessly around the Lamada. Abruptly, he charged towards the horse, Paoja, who was equally agitated. He swiftly saddled Paoja, meticulously fastening each buckle and strap. The haunting howls of red wolves echoed persistently, yet he remained unfazed. Sir Griñafán, witnessing his actions, felt a surge of anguish and panic. "Surely he intends to abandon us." When Takaf mounted the horse, the knight exclaimed, "No, I believe he would never do such a thing," young Robert asserted confidently. "Indeed, this Patagonian would not forsake his friends. In truth, his intention was to sacrifice himself to ensure the safety of these two companions. Paoja was now fully prepared for departure, biting the bit, stamping its hooves against the ground, and its eyes ablaze with fury, as if it were aware of its master's plan. As the Patagonian grasped the mane of his horse, poised to charge forth, Sir Griñafán immediately seized his arm. "Ah, do you intend to leave?" he inquired, gesturing towards the barren expanse devoid of wolves. "Indeed," Takafo replied, comprehending the gentleman's implication. He then exclaimed in Spanish, urging, "My fine steed, Toka, gallop forth and divert those wolves." "Heavens, Takafo!" Sir Griñafán exclaimed in shock. Quickly, Takafo urged Toka once more. At that moment, Sir Griñafán was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes, rendering him speechless. "My dear friend, Takafo." Young Robert rushed forward, grasping Takafo's hand, exclaiming, "Takafo, my dear friend, do not abandon me, do not forsake us." "No, he will not forsake us," declared Sir Griñafán. He then addressed Takafo, "Let us three charge out together," as he pointed towards the other two frightened horses pressed against the post. "This is unfeasible," the Indian countered, understanding the gentleman's intent. "It cannot be done. Those two horses are not of commendable stock and, having been startled, will not flee. Yet Toka is a noble steed and unafraid." "Very well, let it be so," Sir Griñafán replied, with young Robert beside Takafo. "I shall ride to divert the wolves, while you remain closely by Takafo's side." Upon finishing his words, Sir Griñafán seized the reins of Toga and exclaimed, "Let me take charge." "No," the Patagonian man resolutely replied. "I have made up my mind." Sir Griñafán grasped the reins firmly and called out, "Allow me, Takaf. You shall take care of this child. I entrust everything to you." The intensity of Sir Griñafán's emotions caused his speech to intertwine English and Spanish. Yet, in this moment of life and death, language became irrelevant. Gestures and expressions conveyed all that was necessary. It was now the knight's turn to face this perilous risk, but Takaf was adamant in his refusal. And the two engaged in a heated dispute. The looming threat of danger drew near, as the red wolves behind the yard persistently clawed and bit at the tree stump, producing sounds as if it were on the verge of breaking. Meanwhile, neither Sir Griñafán nor Takaf showed any inclination to relent. The Patagonian, in a state of urgency, forcefully pulled the knight towards the yard's entrance, pointing towards the unseen expanse of the prairie devoid of the wolf pack, fervently stating, "Time is running short. We can delay no longer. If the attempt to divert the wolves fails, those who remain will be in even greater peril." Only the master understood Toga's temperament. Only he could coax Toga to run at full speed, successfully drawing the wolves away, ensuring everyone's safety. Impatient, Sir Griñafán, however, failed to grasp the Patagonian's intent and insisted on shouldering the grave responsibility himself. At that critical moment, he was suddenly pushed aside. At this moment, Taojia reared its front hoofs high, leaping like a flash of lightning over the preceding firewall and a heap of wolf carcasses. A child's voice resonated through the darkness. "Sir, Takaf, let me take charge." Before Sir Griñafán and Takaf could respond, young Robert had already vaulted onto Taojia's back, gripping its mane tightly, and darted away like an arrow, vanishing into the infinite darkness. "My child, little Robert, do not act recklessly," Sir Griñafán exclaimed, at a loss for what to do. However, his cries were drowned out by a sudden cacophony of howls, which even Takaf failed to notice. At that moment, a pack of red wolves, having spotted the horse darting from the courtyard, surged forward in pursuit, emitting chilling cries as they galloped westward with tremendous speed. Takaf and Sir Griñafán rushed outside the courtyard, only to find the prairie had returned to tranquility, a faint, undulating red line streaked through the distant night. In a state of frantic concern, Sir Griñafán collapsed onto the ground, wringing his hands in despair. He cast a glance at Takaf, only to find him smiling, seemingly unfazed. "Taojia is a rare steed, and this child is remarkably clever. I believe he is in no danger," Takaf remarked in admiration. "But what if he falls off the horse?" Sir Griñafán asked anxiously. "He will not fall. I have faith in the child's abilities." Despite Takaf's unwavering confidence, the Jazz was consumed by anxiety, uncertain of how to proceed. Even as dawn approached, the heavy heart could not find solace. Although the wolf pack had receded into the distance, a sense of safety eluded him. He felt compelled to search for little Robert, yet Takaf resolutely forbade it, asserting that the two horses could not keep pace with Toga. Moreover, Toga's swiftness would surely distance them from the wolves. In other words, under the shroud of the inky night sky, visibility was utterly absent. They would have to wait for the light of day to commence the search for little Robert. At 4 in the morning, the sun timidly peeked above the eastern horizon. Before long, a thick mist arose, casting a pale silver glow across the plain. Dewdrops gleamed upon the blades of grass, while the long grass swayed gently in the morning breeze. Now was the time to set forth in search of little Robert. "Let us go," Takav called. Sir Griñafán remained silent, but had already mounted little Robert's horse. The two rode westward, galloping along the path that their companions were unlikely to abandon. They raced for approximately an hour, scanning the surroundings for any sign of little Robert. Trepidation gripped their hearts as they feared discovering the child's bloodied corpse. Sir Griñafán relentlessly urged his horse onward, nearly piercing its belly with his spurs. At last, they heard the sharp reports of gunfire, ringing out in a rhythmic cadence. Clearly, it was a signal shot. "Ah, it is our companions," Sir Griñafán exclaimed joyfully. The two rode swiftly, and before long, they encountered another group led by Bagenal, resulting in a delightful convergence. The knight naturally emitted a cheerful cry, his eyes sparkling with joy as he spotted young Robert among the companions, riding atop the magnificent Taka. The exuberance of Taka was palpable as he recognized his master, letting out a jubilant neigh. "Oh, my God! My child! My dear child!" Sir Griñafán called out, his voice brimming with affection. He then dismounted, and young Robert followed suit. The adult and child embraced tightly, lost in the moment. Soon after, Taka approached, enveloping Captain Grant's brave and kind son in a warm embrace. "Oh my God! My child! You are alive! You live!" Sir Griñafán continued to murmur in disbelief. Chapter 22. Captain Grant's Children, Sir. "Taka, I am alive, thanks to Taka." The Indian, without waiting for young Robert to finish his words, rushed over to affectionately caress his prized steed. He engaged in lively conversation with Taka, chattering incessantly, and embraced the horse's neck, showering it with kisses. Then, turning to Bagenal, he pointed at young Robert and declared, "What a splendid young lad." Subsequently, he extolled young Robert with a Native American proverb signifying courage, proclaiming, "His spurs shall never tremble." At that moment, Sir Griñafán, enveloping young Robert in his embrace, reproached him with a mixture of anger and concern, saying, "You foolish child, what are you thinking? Why not allow me or Takav to undertake this peril? Are you seeking to be the lone hero who rescues others?" "Dear sir," the child responded solemnly yet fervently, "one must understand that Takav has already saved me, and you, at this very moment, are tasked with the search for my father, to save his life. Therefore, this venture and sacrifice must be borne by me." In the vast plains, the two groups of horsemen reunited. Following a brief moment of joy, Bagenal, Austin, Malati, and Wilson were overwhelmed by thirst, while the unperturbed Major McNabb maintained his usual calm demeanor. Fortune smiled upon these travelers, for they soon discerned the nearby Guaman River. They hastened toward its banks. By 7 o'clock in the morning, the travelers arrived at Ramada, where they beheld the gruesome sight of numerous slain wolves strewn about the courtyard, a stark reminder of the ferocity of the previous night's battle. After quenching their thirst with the refreshing river water, they indulged in a hearty meal within the courtyard of Ramada. They found the ribs of the South Dune to be delectable, but the most exquisite delicacy was the roasted armadillo, shell and all. It seemed that to eat sparingly would indeed be an affront to the divine blessings bestowed upon them. Bagnall remarked, "We must eat, to the point of bursting." Indeed, Bagnall indulged himself considerably, yet his belly remained intact. This was owing to his copious consumption of the water from the Guamini River, which possessed remarkable digestive properties that prevented any discomfort. At this juncture, Sir Griñafán was reminded of the ancient Hannibal, who lived from 247 BC to 182 BC and was a renowned commander of Carthage. Despite his numerous assaults on Rome, he faced repeated defeats. Near the city of Capua, close to the ancient Roman settlement, Hannibal captured this city in 216 BC but became enamored with its bountiful and leisurely lifestyle, choosing never to launch another campaign, ultimately leading to his disastrous downfall. The inertia of his forces bore severe consequences. Thus, he resolved not to repeat such a folly and commanded his troops to resume their journey at 10 o'clock. The men filled their skins with refreshing river water before mounting their horses. After the horses had feasted and rested adequately, they proceeded with renewed vigor. Along the journey, the travelers observed signs of fertility in the damp terrain. However, for 100 miles in any direction, no signs of life were visible. On the 2nd and 3rd of November, little of note transpired. On the evening of November 3rd, after 2 days of arduous travel, The party reached the edge of the Pampas grasslands. By this time, both men and horses were weary, prompting the group to rest at the boundary of the Pampas, which also marked the border of Buenos Aires province. Calculating from their departure on October 24th from the province of Talcahuano, they embarked on a journey spanning 22 days. Covering approximately 450 miles, in essence, they traversed about two-thirds of their intended route. On the following morning, the party led by the night crossed the boundary between the Argentine Pampas and the expansive plains. Takav sought to encounter the rumored Indians who had captured Captain Grant and his two companions in this region. Among the 14 provinces of Argentina, only Buenos Aires stands out as the largest and most resource-rich. This province lies between longitudes 64 and 65 east and borders the territories of the southern Indians. Here, the climate is temperate and pleasant, the land is fertile, and resources are abundant, with fields adorned by grasses of the Poaceae family and towering trees resembling vegetables in stature. Moreover, the topography is predominantly flat, extending unbroken until the Tondil and Tabalcan mountains. After leaving the Guamini River, the travelers expressed great satisfaction with the climate of this area. In the higher altitudes, the brisk winds of Patagonia stirred the atmospheric currents, maintaining a temperature around 17 C. After enduring the sweltering heat of the plains, their arrival here brought a refreshing comfort, invigorating each traveler, who moved forward with enthusiasm, vigor, and an unwavering spirit. Despite the region's favorable natural conditions, it appeared to have been devoid of permanent inhabitants. More precisely, it seemed that those who once resided here had long since departed. At a latitude of 37 south, a multitude of lakes and marshes abound. The waters of these lakes, both saline and fresh, cradle a vibrant ecosystem. Among the thickets along the shores, one may observe the lively movements of wrens, red-bellied starlings, and larks, alongside the agile tangara that flits gracefully through the air. Nestled within the thorns are the suspended nests of the Anubis bird, resembling hammocks crafted by colonial settlers, while some scarlet-winged egrets construct their nests, towering over a foot high. In conical formations, these nests gather in their thousands, creating an enchanting miniature town. As our procession drew near, the egrets displayed no fear of humanity, marching in organized lines as if in a serene procession. Our scholar, Bagenal, beheld this scene with a profound sense of disappointment. What a pity! I yearned to witness the gracefulness of the egrets in flight. He lamented to the major. It is not difficult at all, replied the major. Now, the opportunity presents itself. Dear Bagenal, do not let this moment slip away. Major, follow me, and you too, young Robert. I require both of you as witnesses. Upon uttering these words, Bagenal approached the flock of egrets, followed closely by young Robert and the major. Once within range for a shot, Bagenal loaded his firearm with powder, refraining from inserting a bullet, unable to bear the thought of such exquisite creatures being marred by bloodshed. With a resounding bang, the egrets took to the sky in a startled flurry, while Bagenal peered through his telescope, intently observing the spectacle above. How do you feel? When the egrets soared into the sky, disappearing from sight, Bagenal approached the major and inquired, Major, did you see them fly away? Of course I saw them. I am not blind, the major replied. When they were flying, did they resemble arrows? Not at all. They bear no comparison to arrows whatsoever, interjected little Robert. Indeed, I too believe they do not resemble arrows. Bagenal expressed his delight and continued, however. I am aware of a writer who is perhaps the proudest among all humble individuals in the world. This writer is the illustrious Chateaubriand, the eminent representative of 19th century French pessimistic romanticism, known for his renowned works such as Memoirs from Beyond the Grave. In this book, he likens egrets to arrows. Alas, little Robert, you must understand that literary metaphors are the least trustworthy of all. You must remember this well and refrain from believing metaphors too readily. Unless absolutely necessary, never misuse them. Now, are you satisfied with this experiment? The major inquired. I am exceedingly satisfied. Then I am pleased as well. But you must understand that due to your esteemed writer Chateaubriand, we have delayed a mile on our journey. Now we must urge the horses to hasten forward. As Sir Griñafán and Takav caught up with the procession, they were eager to engage in conversation. However, they were hindered by a linguistic barrier that left both parties feeling quite disheartened. Takav would occasionally halt, gesturing toward the distant horizon with a look of astonishment as he posed questions to the Sir. Yet, Sir Griñafán remained perplexed, unable to comprehend Takav's words. At this critical juncture, Bagenal arrived, much to the Sir's delight. Bagenal, do come quickly. Takav wishes to converse with me. but the language barrier makes communication exceedingly arduous. Consequently, Bagenal engaged in dialogue with Takav for a while and then turned to Sir Griñafán, stating, "Takav has observed a rather peculiar phenomenon here, which has left him quite astonished." "What is this phenomenon?" one might wonder. Takav explained that in times past, this expansive plain would often host numerous bands of Native Americans, who would sometimes be seen herding livestock they had seized from ranches, or journeying to the Andes to trade in mink fur blankets or leather whips. However, to this day, not only have they not encountered any Native Americans, but there are also no signs of their passage. Did Takav offer any explanation as to why this was the case? Well, he was perplexed by the situation and was curious to inquire about it from us. He originally presumed that we would encounter some Native Americans in this region. He would have believed that we might encounter some Native Americans who had previously pillaged foreign travelers, typically those under the dominion of tribal chiefs such as the Kafkula, Catriel, or Yanchtras. Who, then, are these chiefs? 30 years prior, they were formidable tribal rulers endowed with immense power. However, since their expulsion to this side of the Andes, they have been subdued to the extent permissible by the Native Americans. They have roamed the pampas and the plains of Argentina, engaging in acts of banditry. Yet now, they are conspicuously absent. In truth, I share Taka's astonishment. What should we do now? Sir Griñafán inquired further. Let me consult him again, Bagenal replied. He then resumed his conversation with Taka for a while before turning back to Sir Griñafán, stating, I find his suggestion quite practical. He proposed that we continue our journey eastward, where, along the 37 line, stands an independent fort. Upon reaching there, even if we fail to uncover any news of Captain Grant, we shall ascertain the reasons for the absence of these Native Americans from the plains of Argentina. Is that independent fort far from here? Sir Griñafán continued to inquire. No, it is not far. It lies within the Tander Mountains, approximately 60 miles from here. When can we expect to reach it? If they continue on their path, they will arrive the night after tomorrow. This unforeseen circumstance has left Sir Griñafán deeply troubled. In this flat expanse of the pampas, the absence of a single Indian is nothing short of astonishing. Generally, one would expect a significant number of indigenous people, yet the complete lack of any presence suggests that something must have compelled them to retreat. The most tragic possibility is that Captain Harry Grant has fallen into the clutches of a local tribe. One wonders whether he has been taken north or south by the indigenous people. As these thoughts plagued Sir Griñafán, he found himself at a loss for a decisive course of action. With no clever strategies at hand, he resolved to heed Takav's advice and proceed to Fort Independencia for further deliberation. Around 4 in the afternoon, the travelers caught a glimpse of a hill faintly rising on the horizon. In this flat terrain, the hill appeared as a mountain, which turned out to be Mount Tabalcan, where the party decided to rest for the night. After rejuvenating their spirits, they successfully traversed the mountain the following day. Upon departure, the travelers noted that the slope of the mountain was not steep. The sandy terrain undulated like waves, compared to the lofty, rocky heights of the Andes. This hill's elevation was hardly significant. Even the horses maintained their pace uphill without slowing. By noon, they passed the ruins of Fort Tabalcan, a structure originally erected by the indigenous people of the southern region as the first line of defense against attacks from other natives. However, upon reaching this point, the travelers had yet to catch a glimpse of any signs of the indigenous people, which further astonished Takav. At noon, they finally spotted 3 individuals riding horses, armed with guns, who were scrutinizing Sir Griñafán's party from a distance, their expressions marked by extreme vigilance. Yet, before long, the figures vanished like smoke, leaving Sir Griñafán feeling quite disheartened. These individuals were the Gaucho people. Takav, the Patagonian, remarked, invoking a title for these natives that had sparked a debate between Bagenal and the Major. Oh, they are Gauchos, Major McNabb interjected. Hey, Bagenal, do you see? The north wind isn't blowing today. What do you think of these people? I find their appearance quite reminiscent of bandits, Bagenal replied. Oh dear, erudite scholar. How substantial is the difference between resembling bandits and being bandits? My dear Major, in truth, it is but a mere step apart. Bagenal's retort elicited laughter from all. Yet, our learned scholar remained unperturbed and proceeded to expound further on the nomenclature of these indigenous people. I have read somewhere, though I cannot recall the title of the book, that it stated, although the lips of Arabs may appear fierce, their gaze is gentle. Yet now, I perceive these American natives to be entirely the opposite. Their eyes are fierce, betraying a murderous intent. It appears that even those well-versed in physiognomy could not describe the indigenous people as aptly as he has. At this juncture, everyone adhered to Takov's counsel, walking closely together. Although this region was desolate, it was prudent to remain vigilant and never let one's guard down. Nevertheless, such caution seemed unnecessary. That evening, the group of travelers lingered in an abandoned village, once the gathering place for the local Catriel chief to convene the indigenous people. Takov, the Patagonian guide, surveyed the area but found no signs of prior habitation. After several thorough inspections yielded no results, he concluded that the village had been uninhabited for a considerable time. The following day, Sir and his entourage set forth once more, faintly perceiving the expansive ranches on the Estancia Argentine plains adjacent to the Tandil mountain, designated for livestock grazing. Takov resolved not to linger any longer and pressed onward towards Fort Independencia, driven by the desire to unravel the mystery of this forsaken area. Ever since they had traversed the rugged terrain, the trees had been sparse. However, upon reaching this locale, there was a notable increase in the number of trees, most of which had been planted by Europeans. Among these trees were species such as the neem, poplar, peach, willow, and the flowering bean tree. Though unkempt, these trees thrived remarkably, encircling the gorrel, a substantial livestock pen. Surrounding gorrel, numerous stumps are embedded in the ground, and within the fence, livestock including cattle, horses, and sheep bear the distinctive brands of their owners. Outside the enclosure, tall dogs stand guard. At the foot of the mountains lies a soil slightly infused with salt, flourishing with lush, high-quality forage, superior feed for the livestock. A steward and a foreman oversee an estate, with every 1,000 head of livestock managed by 4 herders. These individuals lead lives reminiscent of the great shepherds depicted in biblical tales, and their herds likely surpass in number those of the pastoralists in the fertile plains of Mesopotamia, teeming with cattle and sheep. However, these pastoralists lack families, and the notion of domestic life is altogether absent. The ranchers of this Pampas region, primarily merchants in livestock, bear no resemblance to the biblical ranchers who were surrounded by children and steeped in ancestral traditions. These observations were shared by the scholar Bagenal with his companions. As he spoke with fervor, he employed the latest anthropological perspectives to draw intriguing comparisons among these diverse peoples. Even the typically stoic major appeared genuinely engaged by his insights. At that moment, Bagenal urged his companions to seize the opportunity to witness a mirage. It was then that the traveling party became aware of this extraordinary phenomenon. In this vast and level expanse, such a spectacle is a rarity. From a distance, numerous estancia resemble small islands upon the sea, with surrounding trees mirrored in the crystalline waters. This body of clear water, retreating and advancing, appears to tease passers-by, evading their grasp indefinitely. Within this mirage of a bustling marketplace, a myriad of scenes unfolds, wondrously vivid, making it arduous to discern reality from illusion. Chapter 23. The offspring of Captain Grant. On November 6th, this band of travelers encountered Estancia once more, along with 1 or 2 slaughterhouses, known as Killing of the Lambs, places dedicated to the butchering of cattle and sheep. The method of slaughter is as evocative as the name itself. The animals are first dispatched, and then the meat is cured with salt. This sanguinary practice commences in late spring. The process for the slaughterhouses involves sending agents to Estancia, who transport the livestock back using carts. During this transit, they typically employ lassos to ensnare the animals, managing to herd them together when the numbers are sufficient. Their lassoing technique is remarkably skilled, evoking admiration. At the slaughterhouses, they can dispatch several hundred animals at once, subsequently skinning and butchering them collectively. Only the old bull proves to be particularly challenging to slaughter, as it often struggles fiercely and resists repeatedly. In such moments, the butcher transforms into a matador. Despite the inherent dangers, these skilled butchers maneuver with remarkable finesse. To outsiders, these methods of slaughter may appear exceedingly brutal. The atmosphere within the slaughterhouses can be aptly described as grim and macabre. The air in the slaughterhouse was permeated with an unbearable stench. In the yard, the cacophony of butchers' shouts intertwined with the mournful cries of livestock and the barking of dogs. Occasionally, raptors such as the Urub and the Ola from the Argentine plains would converge in flocks, soaring in from miles around, to seize quivering carcasses from the butcher's hands, before ascending into the sky. At the moment when the travelers, led by Sir Griñafán, arrived, the large-scale slaughter operations had yet to commence, rendering the place eerily quiet and still. Their guide, Takov, urged the companions to hasten their passage as he aimed to reach Fort Independence by nightfall. Consequently, they spurred their steeds onward. The horses, after receiving a firm whip, galloped forth with a grace reminiscent of the majestic Trogon, traversing the dense, verdant grasses of the region. Along the way, they encountered several homesteads, each surrounded by deep ditches and imposing walls. Balconies adorned the upper parts of the main houses, where farmers armed with weapons could defend against marauders threatening the plains. Sir Griñafán initially thought they might glean some information here, but upon further contemplation, he deemed it wiser to wait until they reached the village of Tondil. Thus, the group pressed on without respite, traversing the Rio Lujoso and galloping several miles more before crossing the Rio Shabarev. Ultimately, they arrived at the foothills of the Tondil Mountains. About an hour later, they beheld the village of Tondil, nestled deep within a narrow ravine. The imposing battlements of the fort stand before the traveler. The information is slightly misrepresented. Mount Tondil rises approximately 1,000 feet above sea level and is part of an ancient mountain range in South America. This range is composed of a series of gneiss hills, characteristic of the gneiss region. The mountains are adorned with lush green grass and take on a semicircular shape. The region sharing its name, Tondil County, nearly encompasses the entirety of the southern area of Buenos Aires province. The county is home to approximately 4,000 inhabitants, with the village of Tondil, located at the foothills of the northern hills, serving as the county seat, surrounded by an independent fortification. The majority of the village's residents are descendants of French and Italian settlers, as the earliest colonizers in the lower reaches of the Rabela River were indeed the French. This independent fort was constructed in 1828 by the Frenchman Balsape on the hillside overlooking the village, primarily to guard against potential incursions by indigenous peoples. The commercial trade in Tondil village is remarkably prosperous. Here, there exists a type of large ox-drawn cart known as the galera, which is particularly suited for traversing the plains. The locals utilize this galera for frequent trade with Buenos Aires. A journey to Buenos Aires via the galera takes a mere 12 days. The goods exchanged between the locals and the provincial capital of Buenos Aires include livestock raised in estancia, various cured meats from Saladero, handmade textiles crafted by indigenous artisans, as well as wool products, leather goods, and cotton fabrics. In this village, aside from a few aesthetically pleasing houses, there exist several churches and schools. After Bagenal elucidated the conditions of Tondil village to his companions, he underscored the possibility of gathering information regarding certain captains and comrades. This is largely due to the presence of a stationed military force in the village. Observing this, Sir Griñafán opted for a particularly charming inn, known locally as Senda. Thus, the traveling party settled in. After leading their horses to the stable, they proceeded, under the guidance of Takov, towards the entrance of Independence Fort. After ascending the hill for a few minutes, they arrived at the fort's entrance, where they encountered an Argentine soldier stationed at the gate, his demeanor notably relaxed and indifferent. This suggested a potentially lax security arrangement and hinted at the region's commendable safety. Within the fort's courtyard, several soldiers were engaged in drills. Their ages varied significantly, with the oldest appearing to be in their 20s and the youngest no more than 6 or 7. Although referred to as soldiers, it was evident that they were primarily a group of young boys. Yet, despite their youth, their movements with swords and guns were surprisingly adept. Clad in striped shirts that extended down to their lower bodies and cinched tightly with belts, they lacked conventional trousers or shorts, and their attire bore no resemblance to the typical styles of the region. Given the warm climate of the area, their lightweight clothing was quite suitable. Each of these young soldiers bore a heavy breech-loading rifle and a long military saber. In truth, the weapons were not excessively heavy, nor was the sword particularly lengthy, but they appeared diminutive in comparison to the children's stature. Their faces were sun-kissed to a deep shade of brown, and they bore a striking resemblance to one another, including the commanding officer who led their drills. Upon closer inquiry, it was revealed that these were 12 brothers, collectively training under the guidance of their eldest sibling. Bagenal was not taken aback by this scene, for he was well acquainted with the familial dynamics in Argentina, where it is common for families to have at least 9 children. However, what astonished him was that these children were executing maneuvers akin to those of French soldiers, with their steps, movements, and every posture appearing remarkably authentic. Even the commands issued by the leader were articulated in Bagenal's native tongue, French. This was truly astounding, Bagenal exclaimed. Yet, Sir Griñafán felt that his purpose in visiting this independent fortress was not to observe these young soldiers in training, nor to investigate their nationality or lineage. Thus, he interrupted Bagenal's astonished inquiries, urging him to promptly seek out the commanding officer of the garrison. Consequently, Bagenal instructed one of the young soldiers to go to the barracks to locate the commander. Before long, a commander emerged. Observing his demeanor, he appeared to be in his 50s, remarkably robust, and exuded an imposing military presence. With two distinct tufts of mustache adorning his lips, high cheekbones, and a mane of grayish-white hair, he possessed a piercing gaze, punctuated by a short-handled pipe clenched firmly between his teeth. Upon encountering him, Bagenal felt an innate military demeanor characteristic of the older French officers. Tokov promptly approached and introduced the commander to the distinguished travel party of the nobleman. During the introduction, the commander scrutinized Bagenal intently, his gaze unwavering, which rendered Bagenal somewhat uneasy and profoundly embarrassed, perplexed by the officer's intentions behind such a penetrating stare. Just as Bagenal contemplated inquiring about the officer's behavior, the commander grasped his arm excitedly and exclaimed in French, "My lord, are you French?" "Indeed, I am French," Bagenal replied. "Ah, this is truly an honor. We warmly welcome you." "I am also French," the commander declared with palpable excitement, vigorously shaking Bagenal's arm. "Is this officer your friend?" the major inquired of Bagenal. "Yes," Bagenal declared with immense pride, "for we have friends across the globe." The commander's grip was akin to a vice, nearly crushing Bagenal's hand. It took him considerable effort to extricate himself. Subsequently, he engaged in conversation with the officer. Sir Griñafán listened attentively, eager to interject and inquire about Captain Grant's whereabouts. However, the soldier continued to regale his tales with such fervor that it left little room for others to interject. From the officer's words, it was evident to all that his cheerful disposition belied the fact that he had been away from his homeland, France, for quite some time, rendering his command of the French language somewhat rusty. While he had not forgotten the vocabulary, the intricacies of grammar had eluded him. To the ears of others, his French resembled that spoken by the indigenous people of French colonies. This officer had long served as the commander at Fort Independencia and was once a comrade of Balsap. Since the fort's establishment in 1812, this sergeant had not departed from the area. Now, the Argentine government had conferred upon him the authority to command the fort. Originally a Basque, he hailed from the local residents living on both sides of the Pyrenees. His name was Manuel Aparigier, and he was now in his 50s. Although he did not possess Spanish nationality, after settling in the region, he wed an indigenous woman and adopted Argentine citizenship, subsequently serving in the Argentine army. Currently, his indigenous wife had borne him a pair of twin sons, who were already 6 months old. Officer Manuel knew of but one vocation in this world, that of a soldier. Thus, he fervently hoped that God would bless him with a son who would one day serve the nation. "My children, you have all seen them, haven't you?" the officer exclaimed excitedly. "Each one is delightful, truly born to be soldiers. Look here, Joseph, John, Michael, Bibi. You see, even though Bibi is merely 7 years old, he can already handle a firearm." As the child heard his father praising him, he instinctively brought his tiny heels together, standing at attention with his gun raised high. The gesture was both natural and graceful. "I am convinced that this child has a boundless future ahead of him," Officer Manuel continued, expressing his belief that one day he would become a renowned colonel, perhaps even a commanding general. The more Manuel spoke, the more animated he became. His excitement was reminiscent of Goethe, the illustrious German poet, playwright, and thinker of the 19th century, whose words brought joy and were but a manifestation of dreams. As Officer Manuel eloquently recounted his life experiences, he spoke for an entire hour without pause, leaving Tokov astounded. He could hardly fathom how this officer could articulate so much without a single interruption. After all, every individual, even a sergeant, especially a French sergeant, must take a moment to catch their breath. Finally, once the officer finished his discourse, he invited everyone inside. No one felt inclined to hesitate, and they proceeded to pay a visit to Madame Farigel, the officer's wife. They soon discovered that she indeed possessed the elegance befitting a lady of high society. After the formalities had concluded, the sergeant finally remembered to inquire how these travelers had arrived in this place. It seemed an opportune moment to engage in serious conversation, and he was determined to seize this fleeting opportunity. Thus, Bagenal eloquently recounted their journey across the pampas to him in fluent French. Ultimately, he inquired as to why no Indians could be seen in the vicinity. "Ah, indeed, there were none," the sergeant responded, confirming the absence of any individuals, which left us idly languishing, utterly unoccupied. What could possibly be the reason for this? Because there is warfare. "Ah, warfare. Indeed. It is a conflict among compatriots." "What do you mean, compatriots fighting against compatriots?" It is the Paraguayans battling the Buenos Aires inhabitants. And what happened next? The Indians, seizing the opportunity, followed General Flores and northward. It is essential to understand that these Indians are mere plunderers, a band of outright brigands. And what of the tribal chiefs? Well, the chiefs have accompanied these Indians as well. By the way, what of Catriel? I have not heard of him. And C.A. Igrel? No news there either. What about Yanstrus? Even less so. When Bagenal translated this discourse and conveyed it to Takov, Takov nodded in agreement, recognizing the veracity of the sergeant's claims. It turns out that even the indigenous Takaful was unaware, or perhaps had simply forgotten, that at this very moment, a civil war was raging within the Republic of Argentina. This internal strife prompted intervention from the Spanish military, leading to countless casualties on both sides. The local indigenous people seized this opportune moment of mutual destruction to engage in rampant looting and pillaging, thus elucidating the desolation of the Pampas Plains. Tragically, this conflict disrupted Sir Griñafán's plans. Anxiously, Sir Griñafán contemplated the dire possibility that Captain Harry Grant and his companions had fallen into the hands of a tribal chief, destined to be taken northward. If that were the case, how could he possibly locate them again? Would he ever see them once more? As these thoughts consumed him, the knight pondered whether it was worth the risk to lead his companions northward again. He feared it might be a futile endeavor, exhausting both men and horses, with potentially grave consequences that warranted careful deliberation. At that moment, a major raised a crucial yet overlooked question. In their haste, the group had entirely forgotten, but fortunately, the major reminded them. Indeed, Sergeant, have you heard of any Europeans being captured by the Indians in this Pampas region? Officer Manuel strained to recall, as if rummaging through the recesses of his memory. Yes, there were some. He finally remembered. Ah, Sir Griñafán exclaimed, his heart filled with hope, akin to a person lost in darkness who glimpses the first light of dawn. At this moment, Griñafán, young Robert, Bagenal, and McNabb approached together, encircling Manuel. Please, do share. Do enlighten us. They urged in unison, their eyes gleaming with an eagerness for news. Ah, that was an occurrence from several years ago, Manuel began. Indeed. Correct. Captives, Europeans, and then, I have not seen. Ah, a matter from years past. Sir Griñafán interjected. Perhaps you have misremembered. The date of the shipwreck is quite precise. June 1862, the Britannia met its fate. It has been less than 2 years. Oh, sir, this incident occurred much longer ago. Absolutely impossible, Bagenal asserted. Truly, it was indeed over 2 years ago. I recall it was the very year Bibi was born, when 2 individuals. You are mistaken, it was 3 individuals. The knight corrected loudly. Indeed, it was 2. The sergeant insisted with conviction. Ah, were these individuals British? Sir Griñafán inquired, filled with curiosity. Not at all, the sergeant replied. What British? I distinctly remember it was 1 Frenchman and 1 Italian. Is it not true that this Italian was later slain by the Indian Posh tribe? Bagenal inquired loudly. Yes, indeed, I later learned that the Frenchman was rescued. Wow, rescued. Upon hearing these words, young Robert leapt up in excitement. Oh, I understand now. Everything is clear, Bagenal exclaimed, vigorously striking his forehead. All can be explained. The truth is laid bare. What is the matter? Sir Griñafán inquired anxiously. My friends, Bagenal grasped young Robert's hand, his voice tinged with disappointment. We have misinterpreted the clues. I have realized that it is not Captain Grant who was captured here, but rather one of my French compatriots. This compatriot endured great hardships after being abducted by the Indians in the vicinity of the Colorado River, but ultimately managed to escape and return to France. Thus, the trail we ardently sought concerning Captain Grant has led us instead to this French youth, Gina, a Frenchman who was held captive by South American Indians from 1856 to 1859 for 3 years. Yet, he bore his cruel trials with remarkable courage, successfully escaping the Andes through the Upsala Pass. In 1861, he fortuitously returned to his homeland. He is now a member of the French Geographical Society and a colleague of Bagenal. Sir Griñafán gazed at Bagenal, his expression one of dejection, while Tucker turned to the sergeant once more, inquiring, Are you aware of the situation regarding the 3 British captives? Regarding this matter, I am truly in the dark. The sergeant continued, Should such an event have transpired in this Tandale region, rumors would undoubtedly circulate. I would certainly be aware of it. However, there is simply no such occurrence. This straightforward response left Sir Griñafán with no reason to linger at the independent fort any longer. Thus, The group of travelers shook hands with the sergeant in gratitude before taking their leave. Sir Griñafán, disheartened by the collapse of his hopes, felt an uncomfortable ache within. Young Robert walked silently beside him, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. At that moment, the knight found no comforting words to offer the child. Bagenal incessantly chattered to himself. The major remained tightly lipped, while Takav, believing the lead had gone awry, felt it was a blow to his Patagonian pride, thus wearing a discontented expression. In truth, the misstep in this lead was unrelated to Takav, and no one thought to place blame upon him. Chapter 24. The children of Captain Grant in this manner. The group returned to the inn with a sense of dejection. During dinner, none could find satisfaction in their meal. These brave and passionate individuals bore no regret for the hardships endured nor for the numerous dangers faced. Rather, their sorrow stemmed from the shattering of hope, leaving them feeling lost and despondent. They pondered whether they might still encounter Captain Grant in the vicinity of Tandel, yet it appeared that such hopes were futile. Furthermore, to uncover any information pertaining to Captain Grant, one must proceed onwards to the designated location, Cape Medano, where they would rendezvous with the crew of the Duncan, albeit without any fruitful discoveries. At this juncture, Bagenal expressed to Sir Griñafán his desire to personally examine the 3 letters chronicling the unfortunate maritime disaster. Although Bagenal's demeanor revealed his discontent, he diligently scrutinized the letters, striving to unearth a novel interpretation that might yield new clues. The letters articulated their content with utmost clarity. Sir Griñafán reiterated, observing that the time of Captain Grant's shipwreck, the passage, and the location of his capture were all distinctly outlined. Oh, not necessarily. It is truly not certain. The geographer emphatically pounded the table with his fist, declaring that it is indeed not a certainty. Currently, Harry Grant is undoubtedly absent from the Pampas region, which implies he is not in the Americas. Yet, where could he possibly be? A meticulous examination of these 3 letters should reveal the information intended for us. My friends, I must decipher this and uncover the vital clues. Otherwise, you shall no longer call me Jacques Bagenal. The Deluge, the fort where Sir Griñafán's party resided, was a mere 150 miles from the Atlantic coastline. Provided that no unforeseen circumstances arose, which are seldom likely to occur, the party could continue their journey and, in approximately 4 days, reunite with their companions aboard the Duncan. However, what significance would such a fruitless reunion hold? The more Sir Griñafán pondered this, the more he felt a sense of deep dissatisfaction. The following day, he remained preoccupied with the matter, his despondent mood preventing him from issuing the order to embark. It was Major McNabbs who took the initiative, instructing everyone to prepare their horses, assemble provisions, and devise a travel itinerary for the upcoming days, thereby assuming the command in place of the baronet. At 8 in the morning, the party of travelers commenced their descent from the verdant slopes of Tandel Mountain, which were lush with grass. Sir Griñafán cracked his whip, urging the horses to hasten their pace, yet his disappointment rendered him mute. Behind him was young Robert, whose head throbbed and heart raced, tormented by his obstinate nature and the anguish of failure. Bagenal repeatedly pondered the 3 letters, meticulously weighing each word and reflecting on their implications. Takav remained silent, allowing Toga to lead the way as the group surged forward. The major, however, retained his leisurely demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the prevailing gloom. The others, including Austin and 2 sailors, shared a similar burden of worry. Suddenly, a timid hair darted across the front of the group. The 2 sailors, sensing something amiss, exchanged apprehensive glances. "This is ominous," Wilson remarked. "Indeed, in the Highlands, it might signify bad fortune," Morati added. "In the Highlands, the presence of a running hare is a harbinger of misfortune. Here, it certainly bodes ill as well," Wilson stated gravely. Around midday, the party traversed the sloping hillside and stepped into an expansive plain that stretched endlessly towards the sea, its undulating terrain stretching as far as the eye could see. On the plains, travelers beheld the intricate network of meandering streams nourishing the fertile land. The last shadow of the peaks on the Pampas vanished behind their procession. On this lush grassland, the horses trod with a newfound lightness. Prior to this day, the weather had been clear, however. A glance at the sky now hinted at an impending change. Days of soaring temperatures had caused an abundance of moisture to condense in the atmosphere, forming vast dark clouds, a portent of the imminent downpour. Moreover, this region, bordering the Atlantic, frequently experienced the caress of the northwestern winds, rendering the air palpably humid. Nonetheless, on this particular day, the dense clouds withheld their rain, allowing the travelers to continue their journey with ease. The horses galloped joyfully, and by evening, they had traversed approximately 40 miles, pausing beside a natural depression known locally as Canada, which translates to natural waterhole, with no shelter nearby to shield them from the elements. The group resorted to using their tarpaulins as both tents and bedding. In the deep of the night, as the storm loomed ominously, they slumbered peacefully. Though the tempest seemed poised to strike, it lingered before making its entrance. On the following day, the terrain of the plain descended further, and the humidity thickened, revealing a landscape dotted with countless marshes. As the horses advanced, each step confronted them with pools of varying depths, some deep, some shallow, and others still forming, obstructing their path eastward. Some marshlands with clearly defined edges are relatively easy to navigate. However, the most perilous are the hidden mud pits concealed beneath the grass, which can ensnare both man and beast with a single misstep. Within these quagmires, numerous tragedies have unfolded, claiming the lives of both humans and animals alike. At this moment, young Robert, who was walking ahead, suddenly reined in his horse and turned to call out loudly to Bagenal, "Sir, dear Mr. Bagenal, come quickly and see. There lies a vast forest filled with horns." "What on earth?" Bagenal exclaimed. "A forest filled with horns? Indeed, it is densely packed, standing tall with horns. My dear child, you cannot be dreaming." Bagenal shrugged, expressing his skepticism. "No, sir, I assure you, I am not dreaming. Come and see for yourself. It is truly strange. How can there be land-sprouting horns? And these horns grow like wheat. If only I could obtain some seeds, I would love to take them back to cultivate." "It seems the boy has indeed discovered something remarkable," the major added. "Major, I implore you to take a look." Young Robert was not speaking in jest. As they proceeded a short distance further, they beheld a genuine grove of horns. The grove was neatly arranged, expansive, stretching endlessly as far as the eye could see, resembling a thicket, low, dense, and truly astonishing. "See, I was not lying," young Robert declared. "It is truly unbelievable," Bagenal remarked, then turned to Tokov, hoping he would elucidate the matter to everyone. "The horns are exposed. This indicates that the cattle must surely be buried beneath the earth," Tokov explained. "Are you suggesting that an entire herd of cattle is ensnared in the mire, unable to escape?" Bagenal exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, that must be the case," the Patagonian added. "It is certain that a large number of cattle, while traversing this soft, boggy land, became ensnared all at once. Thus, 100 or more fine cattle were tragically huddled together, suffocating in this quagmire." Tokov was well aware that such occurrences were not uncommon on the Argentine plains. The party, while circumventing this cattle graveyard, spent a full hour covering a mere 2 miles. The guide Tokov walked, casting anxious glances around, a palpable sense of foreboding weighing upon him. He advanced and halted intermittently, occasionally dismounting to stand in the stirrups and gaze into the distance, yet discerned no sign of impending calamity, compelling him to remount and continue onward. After a mile of travel, he halted once more, suddenly deviating from the straight path to venture north and then south. However, after several miles, he led the group back to their original trajectory. The reasoning behind his actions eluded explanation, leaving the others perplexed about what he feared or anticipated. Yet he persistently circled around, leaving Bagenal utterly perplexed, while Sir Griñafán felt increasingly unsettled, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. The night beckoned Bagenal to inquire about Tokov and the unfolding events. After Bagenal posed the question, he relayed to the knight that Tokov had discovered the plains thoroughly soaked, which filled him with astonishment. In his guiding career, he had never traversed such marshy terrain, not even during the rainy season when dry paths could still be found on the Argentine plains. What could be the cause of this waterlogged earth? Bagenal inquired of Tokov. "I truly do not comprehend," Tokov continued, "and even if I did, here, during the abundant rains, wouldn't the streams from the mountains overflow catastrophically? Occasionally, there can indeed be floods. Are there signs of impending flooding? Perhaps." Bagenal did not press further, but conveyed the conversation to Sir Griñafán. "What does Tokov believe we should do now?" Sir Griñafán asked. "What course of action should we take?" Bagenal followed up. "There is no alternative. Our only recourse is to depart swiftly," Tokov responded. However, while such words are easily spoken, the execution proves to be quite challenging. On this sodden ground, the horses sank deeper with each step, growing increasingly fatigued. Observing the ever-lowering terrain, this area appeared to transform into an expansive basin, stretching endlessly before them. Everyone can observe that in this basin resembling the bottom of a pot, should a flood occur, it would transform into a vast lake. Therefore, to address the current predicament, The wisest course of action is to hasten our departure and endeavor to traverse this area. The group, led by the knight, spurred their horses onward. Unbeknownst to them, a torrential downpour commenced, and with little shelter in sight, they were left to endure the relentless rain. The travelers, cloaked beneath their tarps, found the fabric channeling rivulets of water. The hooves of their steeds pounded the ground, sending countless droplets flying. They could only urge their horses forward, heedless of the deluge above and the splashes below, racing ahead with reckless abandon. Soaked to the skin, the travelers felt an overwhelming chill, hunger, and fatigue. As twilight approached, the knight's party finally reached a dilapidated hut. With no other options, they resigned themselves to treating this ramshackle shelter as an inn for the night. Outside, the storm raged, while inside the tattered roof allowed the rain to drip incessantly. After much effort, they managed to ignite a fire with some straw. But in the damp atmosphere, only smoke appeared, devoid of flames or warmth. This so-called fire, consisting solely of smoke, was extinguished countless times and rekindled just as many. The travelers could only furrow their brows, barely managing to share a meager dinner. Only Major MacNab, ever adaptable to his surroundings, consumed his thoroughly soaked, dried meat with ease. Bagnol, the quintessential Frenchman, despite the dire conditions, did not forget to share a few jokes, yet his attempts at humor failed to elicit laughter from the weary group. It appears that my jokes resonate as ineffectively as damp firecrackers, leaving Bagnol to mock himself in jest. The group, devoid of options, could only retreat into slumber. Yet, the howling tempest assailed the humble cottage, causing its wooden walls and thatched roof to creak ominously, as if on the verge of collapse. Outside, the horses fared even worse than their human counterparts, groaning softly in their distress. However, despite the dismal circumstances, fatigue eventually lulled everyone into a deep sleep. Young Robert, resting his head upon Sir Griñafán's shoulder, was the first to succumb to slumber. Before long, the other companions in the cottage followed suit, drifting off to meet the Sandman. Miraculously, that night passed without incident, as if divine providence were at work. At the break of dawn, the whinny of the stallion Toga roused the travelers from their slumber. Even in the absence of his master, Toga, the magnificent steed, reliably signaled the time to depart. Subsequently, Sir Griñafán and his entourage resumed their journey. On this day, the rain had diminished considerably. However, the earth, saturated with water, transformed into a veritable quagmire. The path was riddled with treacherous, muddy stretches, while marshlands, puddles, and ponds overflowed, creating an expansive and impenetrable bog. Bagnol, perusing the map, naturally recalled the presence of two significant rivers nearby, one of which was the Viforota River, typically absorbing the waters of the plains. This torrential downpour had united the two rivers, and if one were to measure their combined riverbeds, they would span several miles in width. The pressing urgency lies in departing from this dreadful place as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, if this continues, the lives of all may be at stake. One must recognize that if the waters here remain in a state of inundation, it could lead to a catastrophic flood, leaving no refuge for anyone. Yet, the travelers searched in vain for any hint of higher ground. Hence, they could only spur their steeds onward with fervent determination. Taojia, amidst the waters, galloped with a vigor that surpassed that of any finned amphibian, resembling a sea-horse dashing through the waves, as if it thrived in its aquatic realm. However, around 10 o'clock, Taojia exhibited an unusual demeanor. It appeared exceedingly anxious and restless, facing the flatlands to the south, emitting long, drawn-out whinnies, while its nostrils fervently inhaled the water. The fervor with which it raced through the water was such that, although Takov remained mounted, it was increasingly difficult to maintain his seat. Moreover, the foam bubbling at its mouth was tinged with blood, likely a consequence of the reins being pulled too tightly. Nevertheless, Takov sensed that if he were to loosen the reins, the horse would undoubtedly bolt towards the north without hesitation. "What is wrong with your Taojia? What has transpired?" Bagnol inquired with curiosity. "I know that the leeches in Argentina are ferocious. Could it have been bitten?" "Unlikely," Takov replied. "I fear it senses an impending danger. Hence its panic." "What kind of danger could there be?" "I do not know." Although the travelers' eyes discerned no threat, they could hear an anomalous sound that hinted at the peril sensed by the magnificent steed. They all sensed a faint yet powerful roar in the distance, akin to the rise of the tide. At that moment, the air was damp and laden with dust-like spray. Birds darted through the sky as if fleeing from an impending catastrophe. The water had already submerged half the legs of the horses, a clear omen of the approaching flood. Indeed, not long after, a cacophony erupted half a mile away, accompanied by the bleating of sheep, the neighing of horses, and the mooing of cattle. In an instant, the travelers beheld countless livestock, tumbling and scrambling in a frantic rush northward. This chaotic scene sent water splashing high into the air, creating waves reminiscent of hundreds of whales thrashing in the sea. "Everyone hurry, hurry," Takov shouted in panic. "What's wrong?" Bagenal inquired hastily. "It's terrible. The flood is coming." Takov urged the horses to hasten, pointing towards the north. "The flood is approaching," Bagenal echoed loudly, leading his companions in a wild dash in the direction indicated by Takov. The travelers managed to escape in a timely manner. A massive, surging wave, originating 5 miles to the south, advanced towards the plain with an overwhelming force. The once verdant grassland transformed into a vast expanse of water. The deep grass seemed as though it had been entirely cut away, leaving only the uprooted mimosa trees drifting on the surface like small islands in the sea. It was evident that the flood had breached the levees of the Pampas region, likely caused by the simultaneous overflow of the Colorado River to the north and the Negro River to the south, converging to form a wide riverbed. As the white waves surged menacingly, the horse galloped at a frantic pace. From a distance, the horizon appeared as an unbroken expanse of water and sky, offering no refuge. The horses, terrified by the flood, raced as if fleeing for their lives. The traveler atop the steed clung desperately to the reins. Sir Griñafán occasionally turned to glance back, his heart sinking at the sight. It seemed the flood was fast approaching. He thought to himself, urging the horse to run faster. Takov, beside him, encouraged the frantic pace. The travelers cruelly prodded their mounts with spurs, spurring them on, yet the horses, wounded and bleeding from the cruel jabs, stumbled through the water, only to rise again and continue their pitiful flight. The water continued to rise, swirling and frothing like freshly fallen snow, and it loomed perilously close, merely 2 miles from the beleaguered band of travelers. They had been struggling against the relentless tide for a quarter of an hour, racing without any sense of distance traveled. At this rate, they had covered a considerable distance. However, the water had ascended to the horses' chests, making their movement increasingly arduous. Sir Griñafán, Bagenal, and Alton felt that even if they managed to survive this calamity, it was akin to being stranded on a sinking vessel in an endless ocean, with little hope of survival. Gradually, the horses' hooves could barely touch the ground, as the water reached depths of approximately 6 feet. If this continued, the horses would surely succumb to the rising tide. The travelers were engulfed in anxiety, their expressions reflecting a torment that was almost beyond description. Yet, in the face of such irresistible natural forces, every individual feels diminutive and helpless, acutely aware of the precariousness of their existence, which now seems beyond their control. 5 minutes later, the horses emerged, not galloping but swimming through the turbulent waters. The powerful current propelled both the horses and the travelers forward with astonishing swiftness, covering approximately 20 miles in just an hour. As despair enveloped the group of travelers, Major McNabbs suddenly shouted, "A tree!" "Where? Where?" Sir Griñafán inquired urgently. "There. Over there," Takov exclaimed, pointing to a massive walnut tree, approximately 800 yards to the north, indeed visible amidst the water. The travelers were filled with elation at this sight. In the flood, both man and horse were irresistibly swept along by the raging torrent. Suddenly, Austin's horse let out a long whinny and vanished from sight, quick-witted. Alton promptly kicked off his stirrups and fought to swim through the water. Chapter 25. The children of Captain Grant observing this, Sir Griñafán immediately called out, "Quick, grab my saddle." "Thank you, my lord," Alton replied. "Do not worry. My arms are quite strong." "Little Robert, how is your horse faring now?" the knight promptly inquired. "My lord, it swims quite well, like a fish." "Be cautious," the major warned loudly. No sooner had he spoken than the surging floodwaters surged over their heads. It was a colossal wave, towering at 40 feet, its thunderous roar surpassing even the mightiest claps of thunder, surging towards the beleaguered souls. This group was swiftly engulfed, both man and horse, into the swirling vortex of frothy floodwaters, disappearing from sight. The unfortunate individuals and their steeds were tossed about, swirling and tumbling within the deluge. After the tremendous surge passed, those who had been submerged resurfaced. They counted one another, relieved to find that none were missing. Regrettably, among the horses, only Toga remained, with Takov firmly seated atop, while the others had vanished without a trace. "Hold on. We must endure," Sir Griñafán shouted repeatedly, one hand gripping Bagenal, the other flailing desperately in the water. "I can manage. I truly do not find this unpleasant." What he did not find unpleasant remained a mystery. For just as he uttered that half-sentence, he swallowed a mouthful of water, choking on his next words. The Major, as unflustered as ever, maintained a steady and methodical stroke, alternating left and right with grace. Meanwhile, the other two sailors exhibited their prowess, gliding through the water like agile dragons. Young Robert, though still a child, acted swiftly, seizing Toga's mane, allowing the horse to pull him along. Toga, cutting through the waves with determination, pressed forward towards the mighty tree, finally reaching its vicinity. Now merely 20 yards away. Before long, they all grasped the branches, a stroke of fortune indeed. Had it not been for this life-saving tree, the travelers would undoubtedly have perished amidst the raging torrents of the flood. The deluge engulfed the trunk of the tree, with its branches sprawling across the water's surface in every direction. Following the branches, the travelers effortlessly ascended to the trunk. Takav released the horse, Toga, first aiding young Robert to the tree, and then assisted the remaining companions one by one. However, once this was accomplished, Toga was swept away by the floodwaters, carried far from their sight. Everyone witnessed Toga frantically turning its head, neighing loudly, desperately calling out for its master, Takav. How could you abandon such a fine steed? Baganel reproached Takav. How could I ever forsake this companion? Takav retorted, displeased by the inquiry. No sooner had he spoken than he plunged into the tumultuous waters with a splash. Shortly thereafter, he emerged approximately 10 yards from the life-saving tree. Before long, they saw him tightly embracing Toga's neck, as together they drifted towards the vast northern horizon. The tree where Sir Griñafán and his party found refuge resembled a walnut tree in appearance. Its crown was round, adorned with glossy leaves both above and below. Although it bore a striking resemblance to a walnut tree, it was, in fact, a species known as ombu. In the plains of Argentina, this ombu tree has stood solitary for ages. The trunk stands tall and robust, with a well-developed root system. The primary root delves deep into the earth, while the lateral roots stretch in all directions, anchoring the trunk securely, enabling it to withstand floods and fierce gales. Now, this venerable tree rises to heights exceeding 100 feet, its canopy sprawling over an expanse of at least 120 square meters. The main trunk and branches spiral upwards into the sky, layered upon one another. Countless lush leaves form a vast, umbrella-like canopy, effectively shielding against torrential rains. Amongst this magnificent tree, a lateral branch extends, its foliage cascading over the water's surface. The entire tree resembles a green island amidst the ocean, with the horizontal branch acting as a promontory reaching out towards the sea. The canopy is not solely composed of dense foliage. It harbors myriad spaces, allowing for the circulation of air and providing numerous shaded alcoves. Sunlight filters through the gaps in the leaves, infusing the shaded tree with a vibrant luminosity. As the weary travelers ascend the tree, they inadvertently disturb a flock of birds, which swiftly take flight towards the upper branches, their chirping resembling a protest against the intrusion of the visitors. In truth, these birds have sought refuge in this venerable tree. They're abundant, flitting in and out among the branches in lively clusters. Among them are starlings, herons, Isaka birds, jays, and a myriad of colorful hummingbirds, collectively known as the picafro birds, all thriving in great numbers. As the birds took flight, they resembled vibrant blossoms scattered by the wind, radiating an extraordinary beauty. Sir Griñafán and his companions perched themselves upon the sturdy limbs of the ombi tree. The petite and agile Robert, alongside the tall and robust Wilson, swiftly ascended to the highest branches. As they peered out from the verdant canopy, they beheld an expanse of water stretching endlessly before them. The great tree stood solitary amidst the deluge, encircled by the rising floodwaters. To their left and right, only the ombi tree, slightly trembling from the flood's force, remained steadfast in the midst of the vast, turbulent sea. Upon the water's surface floated uprooted trees, careening wildly in the current, along with some drowned livestock, thatched roofs, and scattered branches. A large tree drifted past, rushing from south to north. A cluster of black-spotted tigers lay upon the branches, emitting desperate roars. Suddenly, as Wilson gazed into the distance, he noticed a dark shape wavering on the horizon, capturing his attention. He held his breath, observing intently, and soon discerned that it was Taka and his master, Takav, gradually vanishing into the distant skyline. "Ah, my dear friend, Takav." Robert could not restrain himself and stretched out his arm, calling out towards the distant horizon. "Fear not, my child, neither he nor his horse shall perish in the waters." Wilson reassured him. "Now, Let us descend and rejoin our companions." Before long, Robert and Wilson deftly maneuvered through the intertwining branches and climbed to the apex of the trunk. Sir Griñafán, Major Bagenal, Austin, and Māori found themselves perched upon the tree, each at their leisure, some seated, others reclining, and a few mounted, enjoying a moment of respite as they desired. Wilson conveyed his observations succinctly to the group. Their collective sentiment mirrored Wilson's. Takafo would not succumb to the waters. The uncertainty lay in whether Peach would be the one to rescue Takafo, or vice versa. However, the predicament of the others was decidedly more precarious and dire than that of Takafo. This sturdy tree, though presently impervious to the raging floodwaters, stood in grave concern as the water levels continued to rise, threatening to submerge its very crown. Moreover, the topography of this region resembled a vast, low-lying reservoir, leaving the possibility of such an occurrence quite plausible. Sir Griñafán, being particularly observant, had etched the water level with a small knife while ascending the tree, facilitating the monitoring of any fluctuations in the water's height. They noted that the water level seemed to have stabilized at that moment, no longer ascending. It appeared to have reached its zenith. Thus, the travelers felt a modicum of relief wash over them. "What shall we do now?" Sir Griñafán inquired, seeking counsel from the assembly. "Do we even need to ask? Let us make a nest in the tree." Bagenal interjected with characteristic wit. "A nest?" young Robert exclaimed, astonished and inquisitive. "Indeed, my child. We may not lead the life of fish, but let us embrace the life of birds while we are here in the tree." "Yes, that sounds splendid," Sir Griñafán continued. "However, once this nest is established, who among us can nourish our needs like a mother bird?" "I can," Major Liss responded succinctly. The others swiftly turned their gaze toward the Major, who was leisurely leaning against a soft branch, extending a damp satchel to them. "Ah, splendid indeed. Major McNabb," Sir Griñafán exclaimed loudly. "You are truly remarkable. Your preparations are exceptionally thoughtful. One cannot be drowned, nor can one starve." Upon hearing such praise, the Major remained composed, saying, "I had considered this as well, but alas, my carelessness has caused a delay." With a wistful expression, Bagenal inquired, "What is contained within this satchel?" 2 days' worth of provisions, sufficient for 7 individuals, was the reply. "This is magnificent," Sir Griñafán remarked. "I now only hope that the flood recedes within 24 hours. Rather, let us hope we can discover a way back to land within that time frame," Bagenal interjected. "Thus, our most pressing concern is to address the matter of breakfast," Sir Griñafán declared. "I believe our first priority should be to dry our clothes," the Major suggested, voicing his opinion. "But where is the fire?" Wilson inquired. "There is no fire nearby. We can create one ourselves," Bagenal added. "Where shall we kindle a fire?" "Right atop the trunk of this tree." "And what shall we use to ignite it?" Withered branches and fallen leaves were abundant on the tree, yet we found ourselves unable to ignite a fire. Sir Griñafán continued, lamenting that the tinder we held had become thoroughly soaked, resembling a sponge. "We cannot utilize the tinder," Bagenal interjected, observing, "Look, I possess a telescope. By concentrating sunlight upon it, I can ignite a flame. Our immediate task is to procure some dry moss. Now, who shall venture to gather firewood?" "Allow me," young Robert exclaimed, eagerly volunteering for the mission. No sooner had he spoken than he sprang up the tree with the agility of a cat, quickly disappearing into the depths of the foliage. Wilson closely followed in his wake. Once the two had departed, Bagenal took it upon himself to search for some dry moss. The sun shone brightly, allowing him to easily focus ample sunlight with the telescope, igniting the dry moss into a flickering flame. He then carefully transported the burning moss to the branches of the grand umbi tree, laying a layer of damp leaves beneath it to create a natural hearth. With the wet leaves as a safeguard, there was no fear of sparking a conflagration. In a short while, young Robert and Wilson returned, each bearing a substantial bundle of dry twigs, which they placed atop the ignited moss. Bagenal then climbed to the branches above the hearth, spreading his long legs like an Arab, squatting down to fan the flames with his canopy, coaxing the flicker into a blaze. Before long, the dry twigs caught fire, and all beheld the flames leaping rapidly upon the makeshift hearth. Thus, everyone gathered around the flickering flames, drying their damp garments. Soon after, they commenced their breakfast. Contemplating the days ahead, and with their provisions limited, each individual could partake only in a stipulated share. The flood's retreat remained uncertain, echoing Sir Griñafán's hopes. Additionally, the ombu tree bore no fruit. However, they were fortunate to discover numerous nests crafted by birds, housing an abundance of fresh eggs, should hunger strike too fiercely. They could procure eggs or even birds for sustenance, alleviating their concerns about food. Yet, given the current predicament, they must plan for an extended stay among the branches. Even their sleeping arrangements required careful consideration to ensure comfort. Let us designate the lower level as our kitchen and dining area, while the upper tier shall serve as our bedroom. Bagenal quipped, noting the tree's ample space which incurred no rent, suggesting they ought to prepare more spacious bedding. Observing the abundant vines overhead, he remarked that they formed a natural web. Once secured, these vines could be transformed into hammocks to guard against potential beastly assaults. They could take turns on watch. Although their numbers were few, there was no need for trepidation. United, they could fend off any threats posed by wild animals or Native Americans. Alas, we lack weapons. Austin lamented. I possess a pistol. Sir Griñafán asserted. I too have a pistol, young Robert added. Merely possessing a pistol is insufficient. We also require ammunition. Mr. Bagenal is still pondering methods for manufacturing it. Austin continued. There is no need to produce ammunition. Major McNabb exclaimed, subsequently revealing a well-preserved bag of ammunition. Major, from where did you acquire this bag of ammunition? Bagenal inquired, astonished. It was handed to me by Takav just before his dive. He anticipated our needs and entrusted me with the ammunition before departing. Indeed, Takav is a man of noble spirit, a true Patagonian. Sir Griñafán remarked, genuinely impressed. Yes, Austin concurred. If all Patagonians possessed character akin to Takav, their nation would be extraordinary. Moreover, there is Poga. Bagenal interjected. I believe that to be a splendid horse, a remarkable representative of the Patagonian spirit. I suspect we shall see them soon. How far are we from the Atlantic coast? The Major inquired. Let us see. It is at most 40 miles, Bagenal replied. Gentlemen, I must take my leave for the time being, as I intend to ascend a tree to find an observation point and scrutinize with my telescope. Should I discover any promising news, I shall relay it to you. No sooner had he spoken than Bagenal agilely climbed the branches. Before long, his figure vanished amidst the dense foliage. The other companions busied themselves with arranging their respective sleeping quarters, searching for suitable branches to fashion into hammocks by binding several vines. Once they had organized these makeshift beds, they unconsciously gathered around the stove beneath the trees, engaging in leisurely conversation. They deliberately avoided discussing their current predicament, for the situation demanded nothing more than silent observation and patience. The topics of their discourse revolved around the purpose of their journey, seeking Captain Grant. They were well aware that once the floodwaters receded, they would soon be able to return to the Duncan. However, the goal of their expedition to the American continent remained unfulfilled. Without locating Captain Grant, they would be compelled to board the Duncan and sail back to England, leaving all hope dashed. Yet, where else could they search for Captain Grant? How disheartened Mrs. Helen and Miss Grant would be upon hearing this news. Alas, my poor sister Mary. Young Robert lamented sorrowfully, we are truly without hope. Sir Glenarvan opened his mouth to speak, yet found no words to offer solace. Moreover, would mere platitudes resolve any issues? It was indeed puzzling. Sir Glenarvan mused, for the latitude of 37 south certainly existed. Furthermore, the 3 letters explicitly stated the location of Captain Grant's misfortune and his place of captivity. Everything is perfectly clear. There is truly no error. My lord, your analysis is impeccable. However, we have not located them, and that remains a fact. Austin added, this is indeed exceedingly vexing and disheartening. Sir Griñafán expressed with frustration. It is permissible to feel troubled and distressed. Yet, despondency should not be entertained. Major McNabb spoke in a composed tone, asserting that the figures in the letter are remarkably reliable. Therefore, we ought to persist in tracking and searching based on these numbers. What precisely does that imply? Sir Griñafán inquired of the Major, do you believe there is anything left for us to undertake? My dear Edward, in truth, what we are doing is both exceedingly simple and logically sound. The Major continued calmly. Upon returning to the Duncan, we should set sail along the 37th parallel and continue eastward until we reach our point of departure. Alas, dear McNabb, do you suppose I have not contemplated this? Sir Griñafán remarked, I have considered it countless times, yet what is the likelihood of success in such an endeavor? If we continue to sail forward, we will stray far from the Patagonia that Captain Harry Grant mentioned in his letter, since we have already investigated. And the Britannia is neither along the Atlantic coast nor the Pacific coast. There is no necessity for us to return to the Pampas region. Major McNabb countered. Sir Griñafán remained silent. Given that in the letter, the 37 was explicitly indicated by him, We must pursue this line of inquiry. There lies hope. Even if this hope is exceedingly faint, it is certainly worth the endeavor. McNab continued. That is self-evident, the Sir replied in agreement. My friends, the Major turned to everyone. Do you concur with my perspective? Indeed. We are in complete accord. Austin, Wilson, and Mulledy echoed in unison. Very well, friends, allow me to elaborate. Sir Griñafán continued on this topic. Little Robert, pay close attention now, for everything at stake is of utmost significance. I must exhaust every means to locate Captain Grant. It is my solemn duty and responsibility. If necessary, I shall dedicate my entire life's energy to fulfill this mission. It must be understood that Captain Grant is an exceptional individual, tirelessly working for the welfare of the Scottish people. Thus, I am also representing the Scottish populace in my quest to bring him back. Even if the prospects seem minuscule, I shall persist in my search. Traversing the 37 line around the globe is indeed a necessity. However, the most pressing question now is whether we still have a reason to search in the Americas. This inquiry is of great importance, and for a moment, no one could provide an answer, becoming ensnared in contemplative silence. What do you think? The Sir inquired of the Major. Chapter 26. The Children of Captain Grant. My dear Edward, this matter is of great significance, Major McNab stated. At present, it is challenging for us to respond with a simple yes or no. This issue requires careful consideration and meticulous planning. By the way, what I am eager to ascertain now is which locations the 37th parallel traverses. I believe this question is best answered by Bagnall. Let us inquire of him first. The Major suggested. At that moment, Bagnall had ascended to the treetop. Due to the dense foliage, he was obscured from view, prompting everyone to call out loudly, Bagnall. Hey! His voice finally echoed back from the heights. Where are you now? On the observation station, in the tree. What are you doing? Currently observing the boundless horizon through my telescope. We have a request. Could you come down for a moment? A request, you say? Indeed, what is it? We would like to inquire, which places does the 37th parallel actually traverse? That question is exceedingly simple. I need not descend personally for that. Very well. Please enlighten us. All right, everyone listen closely. The 37th parallel south crosses through the Americas before directly traversing the Atlantic Ocean. Good, and what follows? Then it reaches the Tristan da Cunha archipelago. What comes next? Subsequently, they arrived at the Indian Ocean. And then, following that, they passed by St. Peter Island within the Amsterdam Islands. What happened next? After that, they reached the province of Victoria in Australia. And then, following that, they exited Australia. However, at this juncture, Bagnall abruptly paused. Everyone found it quite peculiar, wondering if he had forgotten. At that moment, a loud cry erupted from the dense foliage, leaving Sir Griñafán and his companions utterly astonished. They exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had transpired. Could it be that this careless and unfortunate scholar was about to fall from the tree? Thus, Wilson and Mulledy promptly stood up, preparing to ascend the tree for a rescue. In that instant, they witnessed Bagnall tumble from the tree, grasping nothing, perilously close to plunging into the raging floodwaters. In a moment of swift action, the Major, quick on his feet, extended his arm and caught him. McNabs, I cannot thank you enough. Bagnall expressed his profound gratitude to the Major. What exactly happened just now? The Major inquired with concern. How did you come to roll off the tree? Was it a lapse in attention once more? Indeed, it was, Bagnall replied, a persistent flaw in my character. But this time, we are on the brink of heralding a new era. Bagnall declared emphatically. With such carelessness, what new era can you possibly speak of? We were mistaken, utterly mistaken. What exactly has gone awry? What has transpired? Major, Sir, young Robert, and dear friends, lend me your ears, Bagnall exclaimed. In truth, we are searching for Captain Grant in a place he has never set foot. What on earth are you talking about? Sir Griñafán inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. The location we are scouring is one where Captain Grant not only is not present, but he has never even been. To Australia? Bagnall's declaration left his companions baffled. What could he possibly mean? Has he lost his mind or something? Yet, observing his demeanor, so earnest and self-assured, it seemed implausible that he was merely rambling. The group turned their gaze back to Sir Griñafán, for they understood this statement was directed at him. However, the Sir shook his head vigorously, clearly disapproving of Bagnall's assertion. I recognize your disbelief, yet this is indeed a verifiable fact. Bagnall calmed his agitation and spoke with unwavering conviction, asserting that we have genuinely sought in the wrong place. The letter never mentioned the Americas. Bagnall, Do elucidate your reasoning. The Major responded with composure. My dear Major, the reasoning is quite simple. Just moments ago, like you, I became ensnared in the complexities of the Americas, which led to the misinterpretation of the letter's meaning. Thus, when you mentioned Australia, a sudden illumination struck me, and I instantly grasped the significance. Ah, Sir Griñafán exclaimed, so you believe that Captain Grant's. As I interpret it now, Bagenal continued. The term Austral in the letter does not merely refer to the southern hemisphere, but rather to the initial segment of the word Australia. However, this interpretation is truly perplexing. The Major responded. It is not merely perplexing. Sir Griñafán shrugged. It is utterly nonsensical, simply inconceivable. Sir, you must understand that any seemingly impossible event is indeed possible. To the French, the notion of impossible does not exist, Bagenal contended. So, do you genuinely believe that Captain Grant's Britannia met with disaster in the waters near Australia? Sir Griñafán inquired skeptically. At present, I steadfastly maintain this perspective. Dear Bagenal, to be frank, I find it astonishing that a secretary of a geographical society would interpret it thus, Sir Griñafán remarked. What is there to be astonished about? Sir Griñafán's words left Bagenal somewhat displeased. If it were indeed in Australia, where would the Indians be? It is known that no Indians have ever been discovered in Australia. Bagenal seemed to have anticipated such a query, hence he was not taken aback by Sir Griñafán's retort. He smiled gently and calmly replied, in truth, dear Sir Griñafán, your explanation lacks substantial depth. Pray, do share your reasoning with us. In fact, the letter makes no mention of Indians, nor does it refer to Patagonia. The term India actually signifies indigenes, the local indigenous people, rather than the previously understood Indians. Tell me, does Australia not possess its own indigenous inhabitants? Indeed, that is a compelling argument. The Major commended. What say you, dear sir? I too concede that this is quite reasonable. However, how then shall we interpret Goni? Does it not imply Patagonia Patagoin? Sir Griñafán articulated his inquiry. No, that is certainly incorrect. Any interpretation is permissible. Yet it must not be construed as Patagonia. So how should it be understood? Sir Griñafán questioned with perplexity. This term can encompass numerous meanings. It could refer to cosmogony, Genesis, various theologies, theogony, or even signify extreme danger, agony. Therefore, it conveys the notion of extreme danger, the Major responded. Ultimately, the precise meaning of the term is of little consequence. The most crucial term is austral, which undoubtedly refers to Australia. Regrettably, we were initially biased, erroneously assuming it pertained to the Americas. Had I been the first to peruse this letter, perhaps I would have been unaffected, and such a significant blunder might have been averted. As soon as Bagenal concluded his statement, excitement surged among the audience, who lavished praise upon him and expressed their admiration. At this moment, Sir Griñafán's previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed, indicating his complete acceptance of Bagenal's perspective. However, dear Bagenal, I still harbor one question. If you could elucidate this matter, I shall concede my previous misjudgment. Pray, sir, do enlighten us. According to your interpretative approach, what is the complete meaning of this correspondence? It is quite simple. Let us examine it. The letter is right here. As Bagenal spoke, he retrieved the letter he had diligently studied over the past few days. The audience held their breath, eager to hear how this geographer would interpret it. At this juncture, Bagenal pointed to the fragmented words and phrases in the letter, asserting with unwavering conviction, on June 7, 1862, a three-masted ship, the Britannia, belonging to Glass Bay, sank in the waters off Australia. In their haste to reach land, Captain Grant and two sailors, upon arriving on shore, were captured by the indigenous people. They left behind these few letters. Splendid, Sir Griñafán exclaimed, but is Australia not an island? How can one associate the term continent with this? My dear sir, there is no cause for confusion. Esteemed geographers refer to it as the Australian continent. In light of this, I can only exclaim, let us journey to Australia. Let us all cry out in unison. Ah, Bagenal, I truly believe it is divine providence that has brought you aboard the Duncan. Enough already. Even if I were sent by God, I would prefer you not to mention it. Bagenal retorted with a hint of irony, hoping his companions would refrain from bringing up any sensitive topics. His fresh interpretation salvaged the despondent spirits of the group, and the travelers once again glimpsed a flicker of hope. At that moment, their hearts soared away from the Americas, soaring towards the land of Australia, brimming with promise. They understood that this time, they would not return to the Duncan burdened by despair, nor would they cause Mrs. Helen and Miss Grant to weep inconsolably over the disappearance of Captain Grant. In an instant, they collectively forgot their precarious predicament, each individual brimming with excitement, lamenting only the inability to set forth immediately. The hour was precisely 4 o'clock in the afternoon. They unanimously decided to dine at 6. Barganel envisioned preparing a sumptuous feast to celebrate this revelation. Alas, the provisions were woefully insufficient. Thus, he proposed to little Robert that they venture into the nearby woods for a hunt. Little Robert clapped his hands in eager agreement. Thus, the two individuals meticulously polished their pistols, donned the ammunition pouches provided by Takov, and loaded their firearms before setting forth. Do not stray too far, the Major cautioned them, urging vigilance for their safety. Once the duo departed, Major McNabb and Sir Griñafán promptly busied themselves with observing the water level etched upon the grand tree. Meanwhile, Wilson and Melody were preoccupied with rekindling the flames in the makeshift stove. Both the Sir and the Major noted that the current was still quite swift, showing no signs of receding. However, it was evident that the water level had stabilized and had reached its zenith. Watching the water rush tumultuously from south to north affirmed that the rivers across the Argentine plains had yet to achieve equilibrium. Typically, before the water recedes, much like the sea before it ebbs, it remains in a state of stability for a time before gradually falling. Therefore, with the river continuously surging from south to north, one should not expect a swift retreat in the near future. As the two scrutinized the hydrology of the flood, the crisp sound of gunfire rang out from above the tree. This was soon followed by a chorus of laughter, as resonant as the gunfire itself. The melodious laughter of young Robert intertwined with Bagenal's deep baritone created the impression of two children joyfully giggling. Their hunting expedition had yielded bountiful results, promising a delectable feast for dinner. When Sir Griñafán and the Major once again climbed to the stove's vicinity, Wilson, who was tending the fire, suddenly conceived a brilliant idea: to use a needle threaded with line for fishing. He employed this method to catch dozens of small fish, which he placed together in a fold of a canopy. The fish he caught were all lively mojara, wriggling energetically. Notably, this fish is renowned for its delightful flavor, a rare delicacy. Upon the arrival of two hunters, Bagenal cautiously presented some swallow eggs and also carried a string of small sparrows. Young Robert, on the other hand, brought forth several pairs of captured chigros. This chigro, a bird adorned in hues of yellow and green, is celebrated for its exquisite taste and is a prized delicacy in Montevideo, Uruguay, much favored by patrons in the market. Bagenal's culinary skills in preparing egg dishes are truly exceptional. However, due to the limitations of his circumstances, he could only place the swallow eggs on hot ashes to roast them slowly. Nonetheless, this dinner was a sumptuous feast, featuring roasted fish, cooked eggs, stewed mojara, and roasted sparrows, a veritable cornucopia of delights. Everyone gathered together, enjoying their meal while engaging in cheerful conversation, unanimously praising Bagenal as an outstanding hunter and an exceptional chef. Bagenal listened to the compliments with a beaming smile, humbly responding to their accolades. As the conversation flowed, the topic shifted to the towering OMB tree, where young Robert and I felt as though we had wandered into a grand forest. Bagenal jested, remarking that as they walked, he genuinely thought he had become lost, fearing he might never find his way out. As I stood helplessly watching the sun descend towards the horizon, I yearned to retrace my steps, yet the path eluded me. My stomach growled with hunger, and amidst the dimly lit thickets, I could hear the distant howls of ferocious beasts. Oh, but wait. I must clarify, there are no ferocious beasts here. Alas, what a pity it is. Ah, what? Sir Griñafán remarked. Are you lamenting the absence of wild beasts? Indeed, it is quite regrettable. In truth, this flood is akin to a ferocious beast, undeniably fierce. However, from a scientific perspective, there is little distinction between fierce and mild, one could say. Mr. Bagenal continued. Mr. Bagenal, are you suggesting that wild beasts are beneficial to humanity? The Major seized the opportunity to interject. Precisely, dear Major. Mr. Bagenal elevated his voice, for it is essential to recognize that wild beasts are classified into categories: phylum, class, order, family, genus, and species. Such classifications imply that they possess benefits for humanity. Major McNabb countered sharply, I knew it. These creatures are of no benefit whatsoever. If I were to board Noah's Ark, I would never permit a pair of tigers, a pair of lions, a pair of bears, or a pair of leopards to accompany me, regardless of their perceived usefulness or harm. Mr. Major, would you truly allow such a thing? Mr. Bagenal pressed further. Absolutely. In that case, your actions would constitute a grave error from a zoological standpoint. From a humanitarian perspective, my actions are entirely justifiable and beyond reproach. The Major would not relent, continuing to retort with sarcasm. Your behavior is truly infuriating, Bagenal countered, asserting that if it were up to him, he would not be so heartless. He would not only welcome those ferocious beasts you disdain aboard Noah's Ark, but also carry pterosaurs, giant sloths, and all creatures that existed before the Great Flood. What a pity it is. These delightful beings are now beyond our sight. Mr. Bagenal, I must candidly tell you that Noah's actions were a grave mistake. The Major remained steadfast, continuing to argue that the creatures he saved have been incessantly condemned by generations of scholars. This rebuttal from the Major was rather amusing, eliciting uproarious laughter from all. Usually indifferent and averse to disputes, the Major now found himself frequently irate for no apparent reason. Today he quarreled with Bagenal over this trivial matter concerning Noah's Arkansas. It was evident that Bagenal had intentionally provoked him. Sir Griñafán, observing from the sidelines, felt it necessary to intervene and mediate the debate. In truth, regarding the matter of ferocious beasts, whether we lament their absence or not, according to zoological theories and humanitarian views, we have yet to witness any formidable creatures. Moreover, Mr. Bagenal surely does not desire to see beasts appear upon this grand tree, does he? How could there be no beasts? Bagenal retorted. Will there be any on this tree? Austin inquired. Certainly, there are indeed jaguars in these trees. Generally speaking, when pursued by hunters, the jaguar, also known as the black panther, will leap up into the branches. Furthermore, in the midst of the flood, if the black panther has no place to hide, would it not climb the trees? At the very least, during your recent hunt, you did not encounter a black panther, did you? The Major retorted to Bagener. Indeed, you did not encounter one, which is quite unfortunate. How splendid it would have been to have such a thrilling hunt. It is well known that the jaguar is exceptionally fierce. With a single swipe, it can snap a horse's neck. Moreover, once it has tasted human flesh, it develops a penchant for it, continuously seeking out more. It is said that the jaguar favors the flesh of Native Americans above all, followed by Africans, then those of mixed descent, and lastly, Caucasians. Fortunately, the jaguar has placed me in the 4th position. Major McNabb interjected. This clearly demonstrates that your flesh lacks flavor. Bagener remarked, intending to provoke him. This is entirely your doing. The Major retorted sharply. Precisely, it proves that you are indeed rather dull. It is known that Caucasians have long considered themselves superior, yet the jaguar does not share this view, ranking them as 4th. Bagener's tone grew increasingly acerbic. Enough, Bagener, Sir Griñafán interjected, seeking to mediate the dispute. As you can see, we currently have no Native Americans, no Africans, and certainly no mixed individuals. Furthermore, it would be best if your charming jaguars refrained from appearing here altogether. It must be acknowledged that our circumstances are quite challenging. What is the matter? Are you feeling unwell? At this moment, Bagenal perceived that this phrase could serve as a diversion and quickly interjected, Sir, are you suggesting that our current fortune is rather unfavorable? Indeed, replied Sir Griñafán. Observe, residing upon this tree is neither soft nor convenient. Do you truly find it comfortable? I have never felt more at ease. Even in my study, I do not experience such comfort as I do upon this grand tree. Look, we dwell upon it, as free as birds. I have always believed that humanity ought to reside among the trees. Alas, humans lack wings. The Major stood resolute. If that were the case, wings would eventually sprout. My dear Bagenal, before you gain wings, allow me to indulge in the pathways of the park, the floors of the house, the bedroom, and the deck of the boat. Sir Griñafán responded. Oh, my dear Sir Griñafán, exclaimed Bagenal. Have you forgotten the term contentment? Are you perhaps regretting your departure from your gentle homeland, Macomb House? Indeed not, it is merely. Chapter 27. Captain Grant's children. I am certain young Robert must be quite fond of this place. Bagenal swiftly interrupted the conversation, seeking a supporter for his viewpoint. Yes, dear Mr. Bagenal, young Robert answered cheerfully. I believe this way of life is suited only for children of young Robert's age, Sir Griñafán retorted. This lifestyle is equally appropriate for individuals of my age. Bagenal countered wittily, asserting that as long as one can adapt and embrace local customs, their needs diminish. When needs are minimal, one's sense of happiness correspondingly increases. Did you hear that? Our scholar Mr. Bagenal has now launched an assault on the modern civilization created by humankind, remarked the Major. No. Bagenal shook his head and said slowly, your words truly remind me of an Arab tale. If you are inclined to listen, I would be delighted to share it with you. Mr. Bagenal, I am eager, I am eager. Young Robert exclaimed excitedly. What does this story aim to prove? Inquired the Major. Oh, my friend, it aims to prove precisely what all tales endeavor to prove, Bagenal added. In other words, it proves nothing at all, Major McNabb retorted. Very well then, regale us with this tale. Our Scheherazade, the protagonist of the Arabian Nights. She spun 1,001 stories for the king. This serves as a metaphor for Bagenal. Please, do share your story with us. Long ago, Bagenal began, there was a great archbishop who had a son, yet he was perpetually at a loss as to how to find his own happiness. Thus, the archbishop sought the counsel of an elder sage, who revealed to him that discovering one's own happiness in this world is not a daunting task. I possess a method that will surely bring you joy, the elder proclaimed. The archbishop's son, filled with eager anticipation, inquired further. The elder instructed him, go forth and find a joyous individual and don their garments. Expressing profound gratitude, the archbishop's son embarked on a quest to locate this happy soul. He traversed every corner of the globe, adorning himself with the attire of those he deemed joyful, emperors, kings, princes, and nobles. Yet, despite his efforts, he found no joy in his heart. Undeterred, he then sought out the garments of artists, soldiers, and merchants, but to no avail. Disheartened and despondent, he returned home. On that fateful day, however, as he wandered through the countryside, he stumbled upon a farmer who, while plowing his field, sang with abandon, exuding evident happiness. The archbishop's son mused that this must surely be a truly joyous person. If he were not happy, then surely no one in the world could claim such a feeling. Approaching the farmer, he greeted him and asked, Good sir, are you truly happy? The farmer replied, Indeed, I am quite happy. The archbishop's son pressed on, Do you not desire for anything more? The farmer responded, No, I find no need. The young man inquired further, What if someone were to offer you the throne and relieve you of your farming duties? The farmer resolutely declared, I would never consent. The bishop's son immediately inquired, Would you be willing to sell your clothing to me? The farmer, intrigued, responded, Ah, clothing? I possess none. The vivid tale recounted by Bagenal was met with great admiration. However, interpretations of the story varied among the listeners. The geographer succinctly summarized the discourse with a scholarly remark. Each held their own perspective, and all were valid. Nonetheless, there was a unanimous consensus that regardless of the obstacles encountered, one must not succumb to despair, since they currently had no place to dwell. They could only endure for a while, taking refuge in this grand tree. As they conversed and shared stories, they were unaware of the advancing night. After a day filled with such thrilling events, it was felt that they ought to retire to their beds for a well-deserved rest. The melodious songs of the little birds nestled in the tree also ceased at this moment, likely enjoying a deep slumber amidst the dense foliage. Before settling down, Sir Griñafán, Bagenal, and young Robert deliberately ascended to the observation point atop the tree to survey their surroundings and conduct a final reconnaissance of the vast floodwaters. By this time, it was 9 o'clock in the evening, shrouded in thick fog, with the sun slowly descending beyond the western horizon. In this world where water met sky, a blanket of mist enveloped everything, obscuring the stars in the night sky, which could only be faintly discerned. Seizing this opportunity, Bagenal began to elucidate some constellations to young Robert. In the vast expanse of the night sky, constellations such as the Southern Cross, the Magellanic Clouds, and Sagittarius adorn the heavens. Regrettably, Orion has yet to make its appearance. At this moment, dark clouds gather in the east, heralding a torrential downpour. These ominous clouds roil across the sky, swiftly claiming dominion over half of it. While the earth below remains eerily still, the water's surface is undisturbed. The leaves do not quiver, and even the surrounding air seems to have halted its flow. This oppressive atmosphere is a clear harbinger of the impending storm. Child, are you afraid of thunder and lightning? Inquired Sir Griñafán with genuine concern for young Robert. Sir, I fear nothing. The child boldly replied. That is reassuring. Soon the sky will be illuminated with flashes of lightning, added Bagenal, observing the brewing tempest. Mr. Bagenal, I truly do not fear the storm. I merely find the prospect of becoming drenched rather unappealing, retorted Sir Griñafán. Oh dear, sir, might you not adopt a more magnanimous perspective? Bagenal replied with a hint of sarcasm. I may be magnanimous, but can one avoid getting soaked? Though the body may become wet, viewing it with a generous heart can still bring warmth within. Very well, I shall heed your words. Let us descend now. In the spirit of camaraderie, we shall envelop ourselves snugly in our cloaks. Soon, dark clouds enveloped the entire horizon, casting a heavy pall over the sky. As the clouds above merged with the mist rising from the water's surface, a distant, ominous rumble gradually approached. "We should descend quickly. Beware of the impending thunderstorm," Sir Griñafán urged. As the three of them clambered down, they beheld countless twinkling lights shimmering in the water. These glimmers appeared as numerous tiny points of light, dancing and darting chaotically upon the surface. "Are those phosphorescents?" Sir Griñafán inquired. "No," Bagenal interjected. "They are likely phosphorescent insects, commonly known as fireflies. In Argentina, they are regarded as inexpensive yet vibrant gemstones. For instance, affluent ladies in Buenos Aires fashion these fireflies into ornaments to adorn themselves." "Oh, what are you saying? These insects shine like flames," young Robert exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, young Robert." He stretched out his hand and swiftly captured one of the fireflies. Bagenal was not mistaken. This particular firefly was, in fact, a large soil bee, referred to by the local indigenous people as dukaduka. 2 spots on the firefly's wings emitted the radiant glow, which was remarkably bright, allowing one to read even in the darkness of night. Bagenal held the firefly up to his watch, clearly revealing that it was now 10 o'clock at night. Subsequently, the 3 individuals descended from the tree and approached the major and the trio of sailors, cautioning them that a thunderstorm was imminent, advising them to prepare accordingly. The companions adhered to the knight's instructions, securing themselves tightly in the hammocks to avert the peril of being tossed down by the fierce winds shaking the towering trees. Before succumbing to slumber, they exchanged good nights, each harboring a sense of unease as they drifted into sleep. Yet, none of them could anticipate the impending tempest, perpetually haunted by the dread of catastrophe. Their hearts raced with anxiety. Even the bravest among them was not exempt from trepidation. As the clock neared 11, the first clap of thunder erupted suddenly, startling the travelers who had yet to succumb to sleep. At that moment, the thunder was still distant, reverberating from the far horizon. Sir Griñafán, undeterred by the threat to his safety, ventured his head beyond the foliage, eager to discern the unfolding conditions outside. He beheld a jagged, luminous rift tearing through the pitch-black sky, its reflection starkly mirrored upon the water's surface, as if the very essence of the lake had been cleaved apart. "Sir, what is the situation?" inquired Bagenal. "Alas, it appears the storm is formidable and gathering strength," exclaimed Sir Griñafán. "Ah, this is truly magnificent," Bagenal replied, brimming with excitement. "Since we cannot evade the rain, we might as well witness this rare spectacle of nature." At that juncture, the major interjected, "Do refrain from such fanciful musings, if you please. Oh, Major, you must understand. The tempest, fierce as it may be, is upon us, and since evasion is futile, let us adopt a more cheerful disposition and revel in this magnificent spectacle of nature. I recall having read about an extraordinary event, though the specific tome escapes my memory. In 1793, in Buenos Aires, Argentina, a storm boasted an astonishing 37 strikes of lightning. Moreover, there was one clap of thunder that reverberated for an astounding 55 minutes. Was that time meticulously recorded? The major inquired with a hint of irritation. Indeed, but let us not dwell on such trivialities, Bagenal continued, my friends. Scientists advise against seeking refuge beneath trees during thunderstorms. The rationale is quite simple. Towering trees are particularly susceptible to lightning strikes. And, among the vast expanse, our OMB tree stands as the highest point. Thus, it is with utmost certainty that I assert this tree will be struck. After such discourse, this statement holds merit. The major interjected. Oh dear. Bagenal, cease your jesting. The situation is grave. Sir Griñafán cautioned. Indeed, thunder has truly sounded, Bagenal exclaimed. At that moment, the thunder rolled from afar, growing ever louder, each clap following the last in a booming crescendo. From a musical perspective, these thunderclaps transitioned from bass to tenor, heralding the commencement of a polyphonic chorus. Lightning danced across the sky, leaping and flickering, resembling a sea of fire. The sky was a tapestry of lightning, intertwining and exhibiting various forms. Some bolts twisted through the air like coral branches, while others plunged straight down toward the earth, undeniably a rare wonder of the natural world. Thus, the world that once seamlessly merged water and sky has now transformed into a realm ablaze with electric fire, where the reflections in the water infinitely amplify this fiery spectacle. The ombu tree stands tall amidst this tumultuous scene. In the midst of thunder and lightning, the faces of the onlookers are illuminated. Each person silently witnesses this terrifying tableau, Sir Griñafan's expression is one of unwavering resolve as he observes everything with stoic calm. The Major squints his eyes with composed detachment. Bagenal studies the unfolding events with keen interest. Young Robert appears somewhat alarmed, clutching a branch tightly, while the faces of the other three sailors reveal a nonchalant familiarity with the unfolding chaos. After a moment, the long-anticipated rain descends in torrents. It is as if a celestial waterfall has ruptured, pouring down in a cacophony that creates countless large puddles upon the water's surface. At this juncture, amidst the flashes of lightning and the deluge, a colossal fireball suddenly materializes in the sky, crashing down with a resounding boom atop the ombu tree. As the torrential rain pours, a pungent scent of sulfur pervades the air. Austin suddenly cries out, "The tree is on fire." Indeed, Austin is not mistaken. To the west of the ombu tree, a fierce blaze erupts, accompanied by the crackling of burning branches. Fueled by the wind, the flames grow increasingly voracious. The group hastily descends from the branches, fleeing towards the untouched side of the tree. In their frantic scramble, the travelers tumble and crawl onto the quivering branches. The crackling sound of the flames, twisting like serpents, accompanied by branches snapping and falling, created an atmosphere of chaos and despair. It seemed that the great tree could no longer provide refuge. The travelers found themselves confronted with two grim choices: to perish in the flood or to succumb to the fire. In this dire circumstance, they opted for the less harrowing fate. "Quick, jump into the water!" Sir Griñafán exclaimed loudly. At that moment, Wilson's clothes had caught fire, and he was the first to plunge into the water. However, it was not long before his cries pierced the air. "Oh God, help me!" Austin, hearing his pleas, rushed over and pulled him from the depths. "What happened? Good heavens! A crocodile! A crocodile!" Wilson shouted in terror. The group, illuminated by the firelight from the tree, beheld a circle of flat-headed creatures with large mouths and bulging eyes, their bodies covered in warts, surrounding the trunk. It seemed they were doomed. Surely, they faced an inescapable demise, either consumed by flames or devoured by crocodiles. Even the usually unflappable Major bowed his head in resignation, murmuring, "There is truly no hope left." Yet, in the realm of nature, one force often subdues another. Could there be a miracle for Sir Griñafán and his companions in this perilous situation, besieged by fire above, water below, and crocodiles lurking nearby? At this moment, the torrential downpour began to weaken somewhat. Suddenly, a powerful whirlwind swept across the water's surface, stirring up a conical mist that spiraled upward. This mist took on an inverted conical shape, with its apex pointing downward and its base facing upward. The swirling mist propelled a towering column of water, moving with astonishing speed. In an instant, this column of water surged toward the great ombu tree, enveloping it entirely. The tree was tossed about violently, leading Sir Griñafán to believe that it might indeed be severed by a crocodile's bite. In reality, the mighty tree was uprooted and toppled onto the water's surface in that fleeting moment. Those clinging to the tree for survival held on tightly. The crocodile that had been prowling beneath was swept away by the torrent. Only one crocodile managed to ascend, crawling along the trunk while opening its gaping maw to lunge at the beleaguered travelers. Fortunately, Māori, quick-witted and swift, seized a charred branch and struck the crocodile forcefully at its midsection. The creature's spine snapped instantly, causing it to tumble back into the water, though its fearsome tail continued to thrash upon the surface. Observing the demise of the crocodile, the knight and his companions hastened toward the upwind side, clutching the tree trunk tightly. At that moment, the ombu tree ignited into flames, drifting along the flood waters in the shadowy night. The fierce winds fanned the flames, causing them to blaze ever brighter, as the tree resembled a ship with fiery sails, surging forward across the water's expanse. Upon the expansive waters of the Atlantic coast, the blazing ombu tree had drifted for 2 hours without making contact with the shore. Fortunately, the flames that had engulfed the tree were now gradually extinguishing, indicating that the greatest peril had passed. Observing this, the Major remarked with a sense of relief, "It appears we have evaded significant danger. We are finally on the brink of salvation." The current continued its swift flow from the southwest to the northeast, while remnants of lightning flickered intermittently in the sky. Soon, darkness enveloped the atmosphere entirely. The rain that had been falling diminished to a fine mist, which danced about, propelled by the wind. Gradually, this mist was torn apart into clusters of clouds that raced across the heavens. The ombu tree, now seemingly equipped with an engine, surged downstream with remarkable speed, leaving its passengers unaware of how long this journey would endure. However, at 3 o'clock in the morning, the Major noticed and urged his companions to observe that some branches appeared to skim the riverbed. Austin then snapped off a branch and probed the water, discovering that it was indeed shallow enough to reach the bottom. Approximately 20 minutes later, the ombi tree collided with an object with a resounding crash, bringing its drift to an abrupt halt. Land! Land! Bagenal exclaimed with fervor, his voice filled with excitement. Indeed, the ombi tree had made contact with a piece of land, thus coming to rest. No navigator in history has ever experienced such exhilaration upon discovering land as they did. Young Robert and Wilson were the first to set foot on solid ground, shouting long live to the heavens. In this moment of jubilation, a familiar voice reached their ears, accompanied by the sound of galloping hoofs. Upon closer inspection, they beheld the imposing figure of a Patagonian. "Ah, Tacaf!" Young Robert exclaimed first. "Tacaf!" The others echoed in unison. "My friends," the Patagonian called out joyously. He knew that these travelers would surely drift downstream and arrive here, for he himself had been brought to this place by the current, patiently awaiting their arrival. Tacaf extended his arms and embraced young Robert tightly, while Bagenal enveloped Tacaf from behind in a warm embrace. Sir Griñafán, Major McNab, and the three sailors were overjoyed to see their guide emerge unscathed from this perilous adventure, eagerly shaking his hand. Subsequently, Tacaf led the travelers to a deserted shelter of Restancia. There, a roaring fire blazed, and large chunks of meat sizzled over the flames. The travelers feasted heartily, cutting into the meat with great delight. Once satiated, their bodies warmed, they gathered together, marveling at their fortune indeed. It was a testament to divine providence that they had survived such a harrowing ordeal, escaping from a precarious situation fraught with fire above, water below, and the lurking threat of crocodiles. Chapter 28. Captain Grant's children. Tacaf succinctly recounted to Bagenal how he had narrowly escaped the deluge with the assistance of Toga. In response, Bagenal conveyed to Tacaf a novel interpretation of the letters, along with the newfound hope it inspired among the group. However, it was evident from Tacaf's expression that he did not grasp the significance of these revelations. Nevertheless, witnessing his companions infused with renewed optimism for their journey brought him joy as well. After a brief respite, the travelers resumed their expedition at 8 o'clock in the morning. They were still 40 miles from the coast, and a foot journey would require 36 hours. Should fatigue set in, they could always ride upon Toga. Thus, the travelers, bearing the weight of the vast flood behind them, followed Tacaf across the land. The terrain was desolate, save for a few scattered trees. The remainder was a barren expanse. On the following day, when they reached a point merely 15 miles from the sea, the scent of the ocean began to permeate the air. The coastal winds were robust, and the vegetation, influenced by these gales, grew diminutive. Occasionally, they glimpsed glistening salt flats, smooth as mirrors, making traversal difficult, compelling them to detour. By 8 o'clock that evening, exhaustion weighed heavily upon them, yet before their eyes loomed a towering sand dune, rising 40 meters high, obstructing their view of the frothy white line behind it. Shortly thereafter, the sound of the tide reaching its zenith echoed in their ears. "Ah, the sea!" Bagnall joyfully exclaimed. "Yes, we have reached the seaside." Their guide, Tacaf, announced loudly. The weary travelers, exhausted from their long trek, felt a sudden surge of energy and continued their vigorous ascent toward the towering sand dunes. Upon reaching the summit, they found themselves gazing into the vastness of the night, where the endless sea lay shrouded in obscurity, and not a trace of the Duncan could be discerned. "I am certain the Duncan must be patrolling these waters," Sir Griñafán said anxiously. "Perhaps we shall catch sight of her by tomorrow." Major McNab interjected. Thus, Austin directed his calls towards the direction where the Duncan might appear, desperately hoping that the invisible vessel would echo back some response. At that moment, the sea was tumultuous, with fierce winds and shallow shores, leading to the conclusion that the Duncan would not anchor within 5 miles of the coast. Moreover, Captain Mungle was known for his cautious nature. He understood that anchoring in shallow waters was far more perilous than encountering reefs. Consequently, despite Austin's fervent shouts towards the ocean, no response was forthcoming. It seemed unwise to attempt to locate the Duncan under such circumstances. The Major then advised his companions to remain patient and to reconsider their plans after dawn. The most pressing concern now was to find a place to spend the night. Heeding the Major's counsel, they began to dig into the dunes, creating makeshift shelters to serve as their beds for the night. Before retiring for the night, everyone consumed the last morsels of their provisions and promptly fell into slumber. Although Sir Griñafán, like his companions, was utterly fatigued, he found himself unable to succumb to sleep. He gazed at the ocean shrouded in darkness, listening to the rhythmic crashing of the waves against the shore, the howling of the sea breeze, and the sound of sand and stones swirling atop the dunes. Sir Griñafán dared not hope that the Duncan would manifest in these waters. Yet, he contemplated the improbability of the Duncan failing to arrive at the appointed rendezvous. Since parting ways in Talcahuano Bay, Sir Griñafán and his party had traversed the expanse of the Americas from the Pacific to the Atlantic coast, a journey spanning at least 30 days. During this interval, the Duncan must have had ample time to successfully navigate around Cape Horn and reach the Atlantic coast at latitude 37 south. Furthermore, the Duncan was a vessel renowned for its swift sailing capabilities, complemented by an exceptionally skilled captain and a proficient crew, thus rendering delays improbable. As Sir Griñafán engaged in rational analysis, his heart was simultaneously tormented by longing for his loved ones and friends. Throughout that protracted night, the figures of his cherished ones emerged in his mind: his wife Helen, Miss Grant, and the sailors aboard the Duncan. Overwhelmed by intense yearning, the knight stood upon the desolate shore, his gaze fixed upon the vast, boundless ocean. Suddenly, he thought he discerned flickering lights in the distance. Surely, those lights must belong to the Duncan. I cannot be mistaken. That is undoubtedly the illumination from the vessel Duncan. Yet why can I not see clearly? Why am I unable to penetrate the dense shroud of night to discern anything? He murmured to himself. As he pondered, he suddenly recalled that Bagenal had once claimed to possess night vision, capable of perceiving everything within the darkness. Without hesitation, he sought out Bagenal. However, at that moment, Bagenal was peacefully slumbering in his nest atop the dune. The knight, with his robust hands, pulled him out. "Who?" Bagenal exclaimed, startled awake. "Be quiet. It's me, Bagenal." Sir Griñafán replied. "Who are you?" "Griñafán, wake up quickly. I require the use of your eyes." "Ah, what is it? Borrow my eyes?" Bagenal rubbed his bleary eyes, bewildered. "Yes, I need to borrow your eyes. I wish for you to see if the Duncan has appeared in this abyss of night. Come on, hurry." Alas, possessing the peculiar ability of night vision feels rather unfortunate. Though Bagenal grumbled in discontent, he was secretly delighted to be of service to Sir Griñafán. Thus, he promptly rose, shook off his drowsiness, stretched, and followed the knight to the shore. Sir Griñafán instructed him to scrutinize the distant, dimly lit horizon. Bagenal focused intently in that direction, observing meticulously for several minutes. "Well, what do you see?" Sir Griñafán inquired anxiously. "Ah, indeed, nothing is visible. It is an impenetrable darkness, where even the cat's eye reveals nothing. Please, take another careful look. Is there a red or green light appearing? Those would signify the port or starboard lights of a vessel. Still, there is nothing but an abyss of blackness." Bagenal, while speaking, found his eyes involuntarily closing. Sir Griñafán, in a state of acute anxiety, refused to relent, persistently dragging Bagenal from one end to the other in a futile search for nearly half an hour. Being towed along by the knight, Bagenal could merely hang his head low, occasionally lifting it to gaze into the distance. He responded to Sir Griñafán's queries, but remained silent otherwise, resembling a drunken man with his unsteady gait. After half an hour, Sir Griñafán observed that Bagenal had, astonishingly, dozed off mid-stride. Unable to bear the thought of waking him, Sir Griñafán gently supported Bagenal's arm and escorted him back to his sandy nest, covering him with sand. As dawn broke, the fervent cheers of the Duncan awakened the travelers from their slumber. "Ah, the Duncan! Huzzah!" The travelers erupted with excitement, rushing eagerly to the shore. Indeed, as anticipated, 5 miles from the coast, the Duncan had furled all its sails, gliding slowly across the surface of the sea. The smoke billowing from the ship's chimney mingled with the morning mist. At that moment, the sea was tumultuous, and for a vessel of such considerable tonnage as the Duncan, anchoring near this beach could spell disaster. Sir Griñafán picked up Bagenal's telescope and meticulously observed the movements of the Duncan. The vessel did not veer off course, but continued to sail slowly forward. It was evident that Captain Mingle had not noticed his companions. Witnessing this scene, Takav loaded his gun with powder and fired 3 shots into the sky above the Duncan. The echoes of the gunfire reverberated across the dunes. Suddenly, a plume of white smoke erupted from the center of the Duncan. "Ah, they see us!" Sir Griñafán exclaimed with exhilaration. "Look, the Duncan is returning fire." At this moment, everyone erupted in joyous cheers. Before long, the Duncan unfurled its sails and turned its bow towards the shore where they stood. They took turns peering through the telescope and observed a small boat being lowered from the grand vessel. The waves were too tumultuous, Lady Helen must not come aboard herself, Austin remarked. Captain Mingle must not abandon the Duncan either, Major McNabb said. Ah, sister, sister. Young Robert stretched out his arms, fervently calling to the small boat that bobbed on the choppy sea. Ah, I truly wish I could step onto that boat in a single stride, Sir Griñafán said with impatience. Edward, do not be too anxious. In 2 hours, we shall be aboard the ship, the Major reassured the Sir. Indeed, the small boat will be making trips back and forth. It will take at least 2 hours, Sir Griñafán replied, glancing at Tokov beside him. In the distance, Tokov stood quietly with his arms crossed, accompanied by the ever-present Pygia, who gazed silently at the tumultuous sea. Sir Griñafán approached, clasping Tokov's hand and gesturing towards a distant boat, inviting him to embark on a voyage with them. The Patagonian slowly shook his head. Come, dear friend, join us, Sir Griñafán implored. No, Tokov gently replied, indicating the horses and the land behind him, the pampas. Pygia. At once, Sir Griñafán comprehended that Tokov, a native of this land, could not forsake the soil that nurtured him. Thus, he held Tokov's hand tightly, ceasing to press the matter further. When the topic of remuneration arose, Tokov merely smiled and stated that his service was for the sake of friendship, requiring no reward. This left Sir Griñafán at a loss. With nothing to offer in return, he pondered a means of gratitude. He then retrieved a delicate little frame from his wallet, containing a miniature portrait. It depicted the renowned British painter Lawrence, 1769 to 1830, and was a likeness of Lady Helen. Behold, this is my wife, Sir Griñafán proclaimed. Tokov gazed at the portrait, unable to restrain his admiration, exclaiming, "What a truly beautiful and gracious lady." Immediately thereafter, young Robert, Major Bagenal, Austin, and 2 sailors approached, bidding an impassioned farewell to the Patagonian. After spending countless days together and enduring a series of life and death experiences, the moment of parting had finally arrived, rendering the sorrow of separation difficult to articulate. Tokov extended his long arms, embracing his companions tightly, a scene that was profoundly moving. Bagenal recalled how Tokov often perused his maps during their journey and, with a resolute heart, decided to gift his beloved map, his sole treasure, to him. Young Robert, unable to find a suitable gift, could only shower Tokov with fervent kisses, in honoring the savior who had preserved his life. He did not forget to kiss Tokov's cherished steed, Pasha. The small boat gradually arrived and anchored by the shore. "Where is my wife, Helen?" Sir Griñafán shouted into the wind. "What of my sister Mary?" Young Robert inquired next. "Oh, Mrs. Helen and Miss Grant are waiting for everyone aboard the Duncan," replied a rowing sailor. "Your Honor, please board quickly. The tide is receding." At this moment, the travelers gathered once more around Tokov, exchanging embraces, handshakes, and kisses. Tokov escorted these dear friends to the edge of the small boat, which was then pushed out into the sea. Just before boarding, young Robert could not help but leap into Tokov's embrace. Takafu embraced him tightly, his countenance benevolent as he spoke. "My child, let us go. You have grown. You are now an adult. Farewell, dear friend." Sir Griñafán shouted exuberantly. "Will we meet again?" Bagenal inquired in Spanish. "I hope so," Takafu replied, stretching his arms towards the heavens. The last words of the Patagonian faded into the morning breeze. The small boat gradually glided across the surface of the sea, pushed further away from the shore by the undulating waves. The figures aboard could still faintly discern Takafu's towering silhouette amidst the splashing spray, steadfast on the coast, which appeared increasingly diminutive as the distance grew. An hour later, the small boat reached the Duncan. The nimble Robert was the first to leap onto the deck, rushing into his sister's embrace. The sailors on board collectively erupted in jubilant cheers. Thus, this journey across South America along the 37th parallel came to a close. With unwavering courage and resilience, they had triumphed over the formidable challenges posed by nature. Upon their return to the Duncan, the atmosphere among the reunited companions was filled with joy. To maintain the merriment and spare Mrs. Helen and Miss Grant from disappointment, Sir Griñafán refrained from mentioning the elusive quest. He addressed his companions, who were eagerly awaiting news. "My friends, do not despair. Do not lose heart. We must remain steadfast in our faith. Although Captain Grant could not accompany us this time, we are confident that we will surely find him." Mrs. Helen and Miss Grant were anxiously waiting aboard the ship. Thus, when they spotted the small boat, their despair swiftly transformed into excitement and anticipation for good news. Miss Mary Grant was particularly overwhelmed, her heart racing with exhilaration to the point of nearly collapsing on the deck. Fortunately, Mrs. Helen wrapped her arms around her just in time to prevent the girl from falling. "Ah, my father. He is coming, right there in the small boat," Miss Grant exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears as she scrutinized the figures in the boat, murmuring to herself. However, Captain Mangles stood beside the girl, employing the keen gaze characteristic of a sailor to observe the occupants of the small boat, yet he did not see Captain Grant among them. As the small boat drew ever closer to the Duncan, at a distance of approximately 10 feet, it became painfully clear to everyone, including Mrs. Helen, that Captain Grant was indeed absent from the vessel. Miss Grant herself confirmed this disheartening realization, plunging her into utter despair. In this somber moment, Sir Griñafán spoke, intending to soothe and uplift the spirits of those present while igniting hope for the new journey ahead. After an impassioned embrace, Sir Griñafán recounted the arduous journey into the heart of America, along with some unexpected incidents, to Captain Mangles, Mrs. Helen, and Miss Grant. In recounting the tale, the first act of the speaker was to extol the profound erudition and wisdom of Bagenal, reiterating the geographer's novel interpretation of the correspondence. Subsequently, he lavished praise upon young Robert, commending his bravery and steadfastness in the face of peril, noting his courageous composure and astute valor, while expressing that Miss Grant ought to take great pride in such a brother. At that moment, young Robert, overwhelmed by the accolades, bashfully sought refuge in his sister's embrace. "Why are you so shy, Robert? Your conduct truly befits the son of Captain Grant," exclaimed Captain Mangles, drawing Robert close and kissing his cherubic face, still adorned with the tears shed by his sister, following the commendation of young Robert. It is also worth mentioning that the assembly unanimously lauded the performances of Bagenal and Major McNabb during this venture. The Patagonian, Takoff, received abundant praise as well. Mrs. Helen, listening intently, felt a profound regret for not having had the opportunity to meet this enthusiastic Indian. After the joyous exchanges of reunion, Major McNabb was the first to retreat to his cabin, intending to groom his beard. Meanwhile, Bagenal meandered about the deck, greeting this person and that, his fervent spirit seemingly intent on bestowing kisses upon everyone aboard, including Miss Mary Grant and Mrs. Helen. After showering these two ladies with affection, Bagenal proceeded to kiss each individual in turn, concluding with Mr. Aubinet. Mr. Aubinet felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Bagenal, which he could only express by announcing that lunch was ready. "Ah, at last, lunch has arrived," Bagenal exclaimed with the exuberance of a child. "Indeed, Mr. Bagenal. It is time for our midday repast," Aubinet responded. "Oh, a proper lunch? One where we gather around a table, complete with napkins and cutlery?" "Precisely, Mr. Bagenal," exclaimed Aubinet. "I hope the table will not feature beef stew or ostrich ribs." "Ah, Mr. Bagenal, why would you say such a thing?" Aubinet, the chef, felt a twinge of displeasure, suspecting that Bagenal was mocking his culinary skills. "Dear friend, do not misinterpret my words. I truly do not intend to jest," Bagenal replied with a smile. "You see, for the past month, our meals have consisted solely of such fare, and we have dined perched on branches or seated upon the ground, with no tables or chairs in sight. Thus, when you mentioned that lunch was ready, it felt like a dream." "Very well, Mr. Bagenal. Let us go and see if this indeed constitutes a genuine lunch," Mrs. Helen remarked, finding the situation amusing. "Very well, esteemed lady, this time allow me the honor of linking my arm with yours," Bagenal graciously offered. "Your Grace, do you have any directives regarding the Duncan?" Mingle inquired of Sir Griñafán. "Dear Captain John, after lunch, we shall convene and meticulously deliberate our next steps in this expedition," Sir Griñafán replied. Chapter 29. The children of Captain Grant. Thus, the passengers on deck, along with the captain, returned to the square hull. Captain Mangles instructed the ship's engineer to stoke the fires of the vessel, ensuring it was prepared for imminent departure. Soon, the major had finished grooming his beard, and the passengers completed their ablutions, taking their places around the dining table. Mr. Aubinet served the prepared luncheon, and they gathered together to relish the meal. The gentleman praised the culinary offerings, declaring them far superior to the game dishes of the Pampas. Bagenal, however, took 2 portions of each dish, cheerfully attributing it to a moment of negligence. Upon mentioning negligence, Mrs. Helen inquired whether the charming geographer had once again succumbed to this old flaw. The Major and Sir Griñafán exchanged knowing smiles, while Bagenal burst into innocent laughter. After his mirth, he assured them, on his honor, that he would not repeat this folly on their future travels. He then launched into an elaborate discourse on his diligent studies of the esteemed geographer Cammons, though his audience struggled to grasp the delightful anecdotes he shared. despite his enthusiastic delivery. As the conversation progressed, the charming geographer concluded, "Regardless of my carelessness, I have not suffered for it. After all, one learns from experience." "What say you to that, my esteemed friend?" Major McNabb inquired. "Is there really any need for further words?" This series of fortunate mishaps has not only enabled me to master the Spanish language, but has also allowed me to acquire Portuguese. Is this not a remarkable dual achievement? In light of this, Bagenal, I should sincerely congratulate you on your remarkable accomplishment of learning 2 foreign languages, remarked Major McNabb. The others also extended their congratulations to Bagenal, who remained silent, engrossed in his meal, his mouth never ceasing its motion. Subsequently, he jested with everyone while continuing to eat. Among the guests, Sir Griñafán detected a subtle secret. Captain Mingle had been seated beside Miss Mary Grant, treating her with utmost attentiveness and care. Sir Griñafán immediately exchanged a knowing glance with Mrs. Helen, who reciprocated with a smile. Thus, Sir Griñafán regarded the young couple with affectionate concern. Suddenly, he interjected, "Dear John, how has your journey been thus far?" "Ah, Your Excellency, it has been splendid. We did not pass through the Strait of Magellan." Captain Mingle replied. "Greetings to you." Bagenal exclaimed, "You took advantage of my absence to circumvent the famed Cape Horn. Now, dear Bagenal, do not lament the missed sight of Cape Horn," Sir Griñafán added. "At that time, you were with us on the Pampas, and you cannot possibly be in 2 places at once. Alas, while it is true, there remains a tinge of regret." Bagenal mumbled. The group ceased to tease him and quietly listened as Captain Mingle recounted the voyage. He began by describing how the expedition initially sailed along the western coast of South America, meticulously observing all the islands along the coastline, yet found no trace of the ill-fated Britannia. Upon reaching Cape Pilar, they encountered a rare favorable wind. Thus, the ship continued its journey southward, nearing latitude 67°, circumventing the Cape of Good Hope, and sailing along the shores of Tierra del Fuego. They successfully navigated the Lumiere Strait, and then proceeded northward along the coastline of Patagonia. During this time, they encountered a fierce wind, reminiscent of the one that Sir's party faced on the Pampas, yet both crew and vessel remained unaffected. Consequently, they continued to sail along the coast for 3 consecutive days, anxiously awaiting the arrival of Sir S' party until the sound of gunfire reached their ears. Throughout this voyage, Miss Grant and Mrs. Helen, though filled with urgency, maintained their composure and poise, which was truly admirable. When Captain Mingle concluded his account of the journey, Sir Griñafán praised his performance profusely before turning to Miss Grant, saying, "Dear Miss Grant, Captain Mingle has held you in high regard throughout this journey. You must not have felt lonely aboard the ship." "Ah, how could I possibly feel lonely?" Miss Grant replied, her gaze shifting toward Mrs. Helen and Captain Mingle. "Ah, Captain Minger, my sister adores you, and I too hold you in great esteem." Young Robert exclaimed first, "My dear child, I cherish you as well." Captain Minger responded, yet young Robert's words rendered him momentarily bashful, and a rosy hue graced Miss Mary Grant's cheeks. To alleviate the palpable awkwardness, Captain Minger swiftly redirected the conversation, stating, "I have recounted the journey of the Duncan in its entirety. Esteemed gentlemen, might you share with us the detailed account of your traverse across the American continent, as well as the tale of this young hero before us?" Though both Mrs. Helen and Miss Grant were ladies, they possessed a profound fondness for tales of adventure. Sir Griñafán then recounted the perilous experiences encountered by their party while crossing the Andes, the earthquake that struck, young Robert's sudden disappearance, the fierce battle with the Red Wolves, the subsequent floods, the assaults by crocodiles, and the raging storms that besieged them throughout their journey. He concluded, "Very well, my friends. Let us now set aside all past occurrences. What remains for us is to determine our next course of action. Let us deliberate further on Captain Grant." After partaking in their midday repast, they all gathered in Mrs. Helen's cozy sitting room, encircling a table adorned with plain and colorful maps. "My dear Helen, what I must convey is," Sir Griñafán began, "prior to our embarkation, I did mention to you that we held hope of locating Captain Grant. Although this expedition across the American continent did not allow Captain Grant to return with us, the outcomes of our journey have fortified our confidence. To be precise, we have come to firmly believe that the location of the Britannia is neither along the Atlantic coastline nor the Pacific. In simpler terms, we initially misinterpreted the contents of those 3 letters. Fortunately, Mr. Bagenal's erudition led him to reassess the letters and provide a fresh interpretation, correcting our earlier misconceptions. Now, I invite Mr. Bagenal to elucidate the matter in detail, ensuring that everyone comprehends the situation clearly. The esteemed geographer, without hesitation, accepted the invitation as soon as the knight finished speaking and began to articulate his insights with great eloquence. He logically analyzed the incomplete terms Goni and Indi from the letters and deduced that the term Austral should refer to Australia. From these interpretations, it became evident that Captain Grant must have departed from the Peruvian coast and, while attempting to return to Europe, encountered mechanical failures aboard the vessel, which caused it to be swept by the southern Pacific currents to the shores of Australia. The explanations and interpretations offered by our esteemed scholar were not only reasonable, but also remarkably precise. Even Captain Mangle, known for his stubbornness and unique perspective, nodded in agreement after listening intently. After Sir Grenville recounted the tale to everyone, he commanded Captain Mangle to relay that the Duncan was to set sail towards Australia. However, at that moment, Major McNabb requested permission to turn the ship around and head east, prior to which he wished to propose a minor suggestion. Major McNabb, please proceed. Sir Grenville acquiesced. My suggestion is not intended to undermine the conclusions drawn by Bagenal. His interpretations are indeed sound and methodical, deserving of our utmost consideration. The forthcoming voyage can certainly be guided by these insights. However, I now propose that before we determine our next course of action, we meticulously examine these 3 letters one final time, in pursuit of a flawless explanation, achieving an indisputable perfection. As Major McNabb spoke, it was well known among the crew that he was both cautious and meticulous in his planning. Yet, a sense of confusion enveloped the others as they pondered the true intent behind his suggestion. Major, please continue. I stand ready to address any inquiries you may raise. Bagenal urged. My inquiry is rather straightforward. Major McNabb continued. 5 months ago, at Clyde Bay, when we interpreted these 3 letters, we were under the impression that our understanding was impeccable and entirely reasonable. We were resolute that, aside from the eastern coast of Patagonia in the Americas, no other shipwreck sites could possibly exist. At that time, we held our interpretation without the slightest doubt. Indeed, Major, came the acknowledgement. Sir Griñafán added that subsequently, due to Mr. Bagenal's negligence, he inadvertently boarded our Duncan. At that time, he perused our 3 letters and entirely concurred with our interpretation, consistently supporting our quest along the South American coast. Indeed, that is the case, Mr. Bagenal remarked. However, all that has transpired has demonstrated that our course of action was misguided. The Major continued, affirming, yes, we erred. Yet, McNabbs, one must recognize that to err is human. Everyone is susceptible to mistakes. The crux of the matter lies in rectifying errors. To persist stubbornly in one's folly is sheer folly. Mr. Bagenal interjected emphatically. Mr. Bagenal, do not rush. Allow me to finish my thoughts. I am not suggesting we continue searching along the American coast. McNabbs, what is your stance? Sir Griñafán inquired hastily. I harbor no other intention. My words merely seek your unwavering assurance that Australia is indeed the site of the Britannia disaster, just as we firmly asserted that America was the location of the mishap. While we were on the American continent, we had already made that determination. Mr. Bagenal stated. Given this, I must ask you, who can guarantee that our journey to Australia is indeed the correct one? Do not hastily draw conclusions based on mere speculation. Today's interpretation of these letters may apparently suggest one meaning, while tomorrow's interpretation may apparently suggest another. If we persist in this manner of apparent conjecture, today's apparent meaning may contradict that of yesterday, and tomorrow's apparent meaning may invalidate today's. Thus, we shall forever remain unfulfilled. Perhaps, one particular apparent insight compels us to continue our search. The Major's words indeed hold considerable wisdom, leaving Sir Greener and Bagenal exchanging glances in silence. Therefore, I propose, the Major continued, that before we decide to set sail for Australia, we should conduct a final verification. We ought to meticulously examine the areas traversed by the line of latitude at 37 south, as indicated in the letters, and assess whether any of these locations align with the correspondence. This is a rather simple endeavor, requiring little effort, Bagenal remarked, adding that it is quite coincidental that the land along the 37 south latitude is not extensive. Then let us study it thoroughly, the Major stated, simultaneously unfurling an English map upon the table. Everyone gathered around, attentively listening as Bagenal elucidated the map. As I previously mentioned, Bagenal continued. After the 37 south latitude crosses South America, the land leads to the islands of Trailes, Tindacunia. I believe that not a single word in these 3 letters pertains to these islands. Upon careful examination of the three letters, it becomes evident that Bagenal's explanations are indeed well-founded. Subsequently, the attention shifted back to the map laid out on the table. Bagenal continued, elucidating that as this latitude traverses the Atlantic, rounding the Cape of Good Hope, it enters the Indian Ocean. In this vicinity, land is solely represented by the Amsterdam Islands, prompting a further comparison with the three letters in question. A meticulous scrutiny of the letters revealed that, irrespective of whether they were in English, German, or French, none contained any reference to the Amsterdam Islands. Now, let us turn our attention to Australia. Bagenal elaborated that upon reaching Cape Bainway at the latitude of 37 south, one arrives at the Australian continent, ultimately passing through Dufour Bay. It is quite apparent that the term straw in the English correspondence and austral in the French letter evoke thoughts of Australia. The matter is unmistakably clear, and further elaboration is unnecessary. Bagenal's compelling analysis received unanimous agreement from all present. The Major interjected, stating that to navigate across the map is a rather simple endeavor. Bagenal continued with his explanation, beyond Australia lies New Zealand. From this perspective, the term continent in the French letter evidently signifies continent. However, New Zealand is, in fact, an island, making it clear that Captain Grant would not venture there. Indeed, such a possibility is highly improbable. Captain Mingle glanced once more at the correspondence, comparing it with the map, his expression resolutely affirming the decision. Very well, let us proceed. Between the coasts of the Americas and New Zealand lies a vast expanse of ocean, where the latitude of 37 south intersects with a desolate isle. What is the name of this island? Inquired the Major. Consult the map. There exists a small island known as Maria Taylorsa. In the three letters, there was no mention of anything pertaining to this isle. Indeed, there is none, Sir Griñafán concurred. All right, my friends, given this, we must make a decision. Shall we embark for Australia? Sir Griñafán proposed. Of course, it is imperative that we do. The captain and the other passengers responded in unison. Captain Mingle, have you adequately stocked provisions and fuel? Sir Griñafán continued to question the captain. Sir, everything is meticulously prepared. In Talcavanno, I took precautions and replenished our supplies abundantly. Furthermore, upon our arrival at the Cape of Good Hope, we shall acquire ample provisions and fuel. Excellent. Then let us set sail. At this juncture, a trace of uncertainty lingered. The Major promptly interrupted Sir Griñafán. Very well, McNab, please share your thoughts. For now, let us not dwell on whether our journey to Australia will unfold as anticipated. I merely suggest that when we pass by the islands of Turlestan da Cunha and Amsterdam, it would be prudent to dock for a day or two. Inquire locally about any incidents concerning the HMS Britannia. Furthermore, this route is conveniently along our path, making it unnecessary to deter. The Major is inherently suspicious and quite obstinate. Bagenal exclaimed, I am aware of my stubbornness, yet I refuse to squander energy retracing my steps. Indeed, McNab's consideration is not without merit, Sir Griñafán added. I harbor no objections. I wholeheartedly concur. Bagenal defended himself. It appears, then, that we shall proceed towards the Talistan da Cunha Islands, commanded Sir Griñafán. Very well, Your Excellency, I shall comply. Captain Mingle responded before turning and making his way to the deck. In a short while, the Duncan departed from the shores of the Americas, cutting through the waves as it ventured eastward into the sea. The distance between the Americas and Australia, precisely measured, spans from the southernmost point of Australia, Cape Banu, to the northernmost point of America, Cape Goliath, with a longitudinal separation of 196, totaling 760 nautical miles. The journey from the American coast to the Talistan da Cunha Islands is approximately 100 nautical miles. Should the Duncan sail eastward across the sea, barring any unforeseen circumstances, and should fortune favor us, Captain Mingle anticipates completing this leg of the voyage within 10 days. That evening, with a westerly breeze filling the sails, the Duncan glided merrily across the tranquil Atlantic. The smooth sailing on the sea filled everyone with immense joy, sparking lively conversations. Gradually, they began to discuss Captain Grant, their demeanor suggesting not a quest to locate the missing man, but rather a warm anticipation of his return. The crew had even prepared the cabins for Captain Grant and the two other sailors. Miss Mary Grant, in particular, was in high spirits, cheerfully arranging her father's bedroom herself. This room had originally belonged to Mr. Aubinet on board, but he graciously vacated it, opting to stay in his wife's cabin instead. Mr. Bagnalls remained engrossed in his reserved cabin number 6, tirelessly engaged in writing. Day and night, he chronicled his travels in America. titling his memoir A Geographer's Journey Through the Pampas of Argentina. As he wrote, he would occasionally pause, reciting his prose with varied intonation. When fatigue set in, he would refresh his mind by stepping out of his cabin to exchange a few words with the crew. Mrs. Helen often expressed her genuine admiration for his diligent approach to scholarship. The Major, too, held great respect for his earnest commitment to learning, frequently commending him, albeit with the occasional reminder, "However, Mr. Bagnalls, do be mindful not to be careless." Life aboard the ship was exceedingly pleasant. Sir and Lady Griñafán showed great care for Captain Minger and Miss Grant, yet they refrained from addressing the nature of their relationship, allowing it to develop freely and naturally. "Dear Helen, consider this. If one day Captain Grant were to learn of this matter, what would be his perspective?" On that day, Sir Glenarvan inquired of Mrs. Helen. "I believe he would certainly think that Captain Mangles and Miss Grant are remarkably well suited for each other. Dear Edward, would you not agree?" Mrs. Helen responded thus. Chapter 30. The Children of Captain Grant. 5 days later, on November 16th, the sea was graced by a westerly wind, imparting a refreshing coolness to the weather. It is noteworthy that in the waters at the southernmost tip of Africa, the prevailing winds are typically from the southeast. Thus, the arrival of a westerly breeze could be deemed a divine benediction. To harness this favorable wind, the Duncan unfurled all its sails, the mainsail, the foresail, the topsail, along with various auxiliary sails. These sails billowed in the wind, propelling the vessel swiftly across the surface of the sea. On the following day, as the Duncan navigated, it encountered a mass of floating seaweed that impeded its progress, resulting in a significant deceleration. After 24 hours of sailing, just as dawn broke, the lookout sailor signaled with exuberance, exclaiming, "Land ho!" "Where?" inquired Austin, who was on watch. "On the windward side," replied the sailor. The sailor's announcement naturally drew the attention of all passengers aboard. They hurriedly gathered on deck, their faces alight with excitement. Before long, a long telescope emerged from the stern, followed closely by the figure of Bagnall. The geographer elevated his telescope high, gazing intently in the direction indicated by the sailor, peering left and right, yet failing to discern anything. He turned his gaze towards the clouds. Captain Mangle pointed him in the right direction. Indeed, he was not mistaken. It resembled a mountain, appearing vaguely amidst the clouds. "That mountain is the towering Talishtandacunha Peak," Baganier remarked. "This magnificent peak rises approximately 7,000 feet above sea level. We should be viewing its summit from about 80 nautical miles away," Baganier continued. "Correct, absolutely correct," Captain Mingle affirmed. After several hours, the distant, steep island came into clear view for the passengers aboard the ship. As the morning sun ascended, casting its golden rays, the conical summit of Talishtandacunha gradually emerged. Soon after, the contours of the main island became visible amidst a cluster of rocks. The islands formed a triangular shape, with the main island at the apex, while the two smaller isles, Yellowboard Island and Cloudway Island, marked the other corners of the triangle. These islands are likely a solitary archipelago in the southern Atlantic, seldom traversed by vessels as they lie off the ship's route. Around 3 in the afternoon, the Duncan reached the waters of Talishtandacunha's Falmouth Bay. This area was teeming with marine creatures, a multitude of species beyond count. Numerous fishing boats were anchored in the bay, engaged in the pursuit of seals. Captain Mingle identified a suitable spot and anchored the Duncan approximately half a nautical mile from the shore in the depths of the sea. Subsequently, the passengers aboard the vessel embarked on a grand boat, landing upon a stretch of dark, fine sand that led them to the land. This capital of the Talishtandacunha Islands is, in fact, merely a small village nestled deep within the bay, beside a gently babbling stream. The village comprises approximately 50 houses, arranged in a picturesque manner, showcasing typical British architectural styles. Behind the village lies an expansive plain, roughly 1,500 hectares in size. At the end of this plain rises a towering peak that pierces the clouds. Sir Griñafán was warmly welcomed by the local governor upon his arrival at the capital. It turns out that this region has consistently belonged to the jurisdiction of the British colonial government of the Cape of Good Hope. As soon as Sir Griñafán encountered the governor, he eagerly inquired about the circumstances surrounding the ill-fated Britannia and the status of Captain Grant. However, the governor persistently shook his head, claiming he had never heard of either. Furthermore, this archipelago is not on any shipping routes, with infrequent vessels passing through, and there have only been 3 recorded shipwrecks. Sir Griñafán had not harbored much hope upon arriving here, merely seeking to inquire for the sake of his own peace of mind. Nevertheless, to ensure no stone was left unturned, he commissioned sailors to row the boat around the island for a thorough examination. They observed that the island was not particularly large, with a circumference not exceeding 15 miles, thus making the circumnavigation a brief endeavor. While Sir Griñafán was gathering information from the governor, all the passengers from the Duncan were leisurely strolling about the village and along the coast. The island's population totals fewer than 150 individuals, many of whom are French and British. Some even intermarried with the local black population. The island is adorned with a network of plains and streams where lush green shrubs, ferns, wild celery, and lion's tail grass flourish. The fields are abundant with crops such as corn and wheat, alongside a plethora of vegetables. Beyond the village, shepherds tend to flocks of cattle and sheep. Passengers meander along, engaging in cheerful conversation while admiring the breathtaking scenery. As the sun sets, they return to the ship. The Duncan. The sailors, who had been on patrol, also return, reporting that no traces of the Britannia were found. Consequently, the Tristan Islands were omitted from this voyage. Initially, the Duncan was scheduled to depart from the islands that very evening. However, upon witnessing the abundance of fine seals and other wildlife, Sir Griñafán decided to allow the sailors to hunt seals during the night, so they could render the blubber into oil for future use the following day. Therefore, the Duncan was delayed until the third day, setting sail on November 20th. During dinner, Bagenal shared some history about the Tristan Islands. In 1506, the archipelago was discovered by the Portuguese explorer Tristan da Cunha. However, due to its location within a storm-prone area, maritime traffic was scarce for a century. In 1700, the renowned astronomer Edmund Halley, 1656 to 1742, conducted comprehensive observations of the islands. It was not until many years later that numerous Europeans began to settle in the region. On that evening, the crew of the Duncan had a bountiful catch, having hunted over 50 seals. The following day, they busied themselves with skinning the seals and rendering the oil. During the daylight hours, Sir Griñafán and the Major ventured ashore with firearms in search of game. They trekked to the foot of the mountain, where they beheld the landscape strewn with black, porous rocks, evidence of the land's volcanic origins. There, they encountered several wild boars, and the Major skillfully shot one, striking it squarely in the head. Sir Griñafán also succeeded in hunting a few black bamboo chickens, which would serve as delectable dishes for dinner. At 8 o'clock in the evening, after finishing their meal, everyone returned to their resting quarters. That very night, the Duncan set sail, departing from the island of Tristan da Cunha. While navigating the seas, Captain Mingle contemplated refueling the Duncan near the Cape of Good Hope, thus veering off the 37 south latitude and proceeding northward for 2 degrees. It seemed as though fortune favored the Duncan, as the vessel, propelled by persistent westerly winds, completed the journey of 300 nautical miles from the Tristan da Cunha archipelago to the southern tip of Africa in less than 6 days. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon on November 24th, the silhouette of Table Mountain became visible from the ship. Shortly thereafter, Captain John Mingle accurately determined the mountain's position and charted a course towards the bay. By approximately 8 o'clock in the evening, the vessel entered the bay and docked at the harbor of Cape Town. As a knowledgeable geographer, Bagenal is well acquainted with the historical origins of Cape Town, a city located on the southern coast of Africa. In 1486, the renowned Portuguese naval commander Dias was the first to discover the southern coast of Africa. Subsequently, in 1497, the illustrious navigator Vasco da Gama, 1460 to 1524, a prominent figure in Portuguese exploration, successfully navigated around the Cape of Good Hope, reaching India as the first mariner to do so. The famous city of Cape Town was established in 1652 by the Dutchman Jan van Riebeek, built deep within the Cape Bay. It serves as the capital of this colonial region, thereby accentuating its geographical significance. After 1815, according to the agreements made between nations, this territory came under British ownership. Captain Mingle required a day's time to refuel the ship Duncan at the Cape of Good Hope, thus deciding to set sail on the morning of the 26th. Taking advantage of this opportunity, all passengers aboard the Duncan enjoyed a 12-hour respite to explore the city. In reality, one does not need an extensive amount of time to traverse Cape Town, as it essentially resembles a grand chessboard composed of residential blocks. On this vast board, both white and black inhabitants engage in various activities. The total population of the city is approximately 30,000. There are few notable landmarks. However, one can admire the towering castle to the southeast of the city. Additionally, the governor's residence, the museum, the stock exchange, and the stone cross erected by Deus upon discovering the Cape of Good Hope are also worthy of appreciation. After the passengers aboard the ship had marveled at the renowned landmarks and indulged in the exquisite wines produced by the local Constance Company, specifically the esteemed Pinda wine, they felt a sense of complete satisfaction and no longer harbored any lingering affection for the city. Thus, at the break of dawn the following day, the Duncan hoisted all its sails, the mainsail, the foresail, the triangular sails, and set forth on its voyage. After several hours at sea, the Duncan navigated around the illustrious Cape of Storms, renamed the Cape of Good Hope by the King of Portugal. The journey from the Cape to the famed Amsterdam Islands spanned approximately 2,900 nautical miles. With favorable winds, they anticipated reaching their destination in about 10 days. In comparison to their travels across the pampas of South America, these voyagers were indeed far more fortunate on their maritime expedition. The Indian Ocean remained tranquil, with the weather continuously aiding their navigation. Ah, the ocean! The vast expanse of the sea! Bagenal could not restrain his admiration as he beheld the boundless waters. For it is the ocean that serves as the true stage for human talent. Ships are the heralds of civilization. My friends, ponder this, had the earth comprised only land. Even by the 20th century, humanity would have only grasped a mere fraction of its surface, while mankind has comprehended the earth's entirety. Numerous regions remain untouched by the bravest souls, such as the forests of Siberia, the steppes of Central Asia, the deserts of Africa, the great plains of the Americas, the fields of Australia, and the frigid, icy expanses of the poles. Moreover, traversing the land is fraught with myriad challenges, constrained by the limitations of transportation. The afflictions of disease, the sweltering heat, and the perils posed by certain indigenous peoples. These formidable obstacles hinder humanity's understanding of the terrestrial realm. Thus, a mere 20 miles of desert can evoke a sense of separation akin to thousands of miles. Conversely, 500 miles of ocean can foster an intimate, bordering familiarity. In regions separated by vast forests, the inhabitants may feel an estrangement from one another. For instance, while Egypt and Senegal are not far apart on the African continent, they may as well be worlds apart. The distance between Beijing and St. Petersburg feels like a chasm between heaven and earth. Yet, the ocean presents a different narrative. For instance, despite the considerable expanse of sea that lies between Britain and Australia, it feels as though they are neighboring borders. Thus, we who navigate the vast oceans today find our journey far more convenient than crossing a small Sahara. Consequently, one might assert that it is indeed the presence of the ocean that has forged amicable relations among the lands of the globe. Bagenal's heartfelt exaltation of the sea resonates deeply within him. Even the notoriously critical Major McNabb cannot refute it at this moment. Bagenal's assertions hold undeniable truth. It is precisely due to the ocean that this expedition in search of Captain Harry Grant can traverse from one land to another. Otherwise, the perils of land travel alone would be inconceivable. On December 6th, as dawn broke, a mountain peak began to emerge faintly upon the sea. This island is Amsterdam Island. The island of Amsterdam is situated between 37 foot south latitude and 77.24 east longitude. At this moment, the sea is calm and the sun shines brightly, allowing the conical peak of the mountain on the island to be visible from 50 miles away. It appears that this peak bears a striking resemblance to that of the island of Trelasdandaquinia. Sir Griñafán, after observing it, made such a remark. Indeed, sir, your observation is profoundly accurate. Mr. Bagenal affirmed with great conviction, as the principles of geometry suggest that if islands A and B are remarkably similar to island C, then islands A and B must also share a significant likeness. I must add that, like the islands of Trelasdandaquinia, Amsterdam Island has long been home to individuals reminiscent of Robinson Crusoe. Furthermore, the abundance of seals here is quite extraordinary. Are there truly Robinsons everywhere? Mrs. Helen inquired with curiosity. Indeed, dear madam, Mr. Bagenal continued, many islands are steeped in tales of those abandoned by shipwrecks who have made them their home. Such tales of castaway existence have persisted long before your compatriot Defoe penned Robinson Crusoe. Dear Mr. Bagenal, may I pose a question to you? Miss Mary Grant asked. My dear miss, do not hesitate to ask one, or even two. I assure you my responses will be satisfactory. Mr. Bagenal replied. Very well, I simply wish to know. If you were alone on a deserted island, would you feel a tinge of fear? Fear? Would I feel fear? Bagenal exclaimed loudly. My dear friend, are you truly serious? You cannot possibly wish to be marooned on a desolate island. Colonel McNabb scoffed. I certainly do not desire such a fate. However, should it befall me, I would not despise it. I would undoubtedly reorganize my existence on that island. I could fish and hunt. During the winter, I would reside in a warm cave, while in the summer, I would take shelter in the cool shade of trees. Additionally, I would construct a storeroom to conveniently store my provisions. In essence, I would endeavor to fully exploit the resources of that uninhabited isle. You would undertake this endeavor alone? The colonel pressed. If absolutely necessary, yes, I would manage on my own. One must understand that true solitude is an illusion. In moments of loneliness, I could seek companionship with animals. I could tame a goat or teach a parrot to speak. Perhaps I could even train a monkey to comprehend my language, allowing for delightful communication. Ideally, I would encounter an honest Friday, and we would become steadfast friends, living harmoniously on the deserted island. What joy that would bring! Otherwise, Colonel, you could join me. Oh, thank you, but I shall not emulate Robinson Crusoe. Do not drag me into this. The Colonel interrupted sharply. My dear Mr. Bagenal, Mrs. Helen interjected, you are once again indulging in fanciful musings. In truth, there exists a considerable chasm between reality and dreams. Your optimistic thoughts always lean towards the brighter side of things. Madam, what troubles you? Do you believe that one can find happiness living alone on a deserted island? Indeed, that is my conviction. You see, human beings are inherently social creatures, not solitary beings. Prolonged solitude inevitably breeds despair. It is merely a matter of time. Initially, a person stranded on a deserted island may focus on survival and may not feel the pangs of loneliness. However, as time passes, the realization of being separated by vast oceans from their homeland and the inability to reunite with loved ones will weigh heavily upon their spirit. Thus, we can all envision the suffering of those who dwell on such isolated lands. Therefore, I implore you, dear Mr. Bagenal, to abandon such notions. Although Bagenal felt a twinge of resentment, he conceded that Mrs. Helen's words held profound truth. Subsequently, the group continued their delightful discourse on the themes of solitude and joy. The conversation came to a close as the Duncan anchored a mile off the coast of Amsterdam Island, a solitary gem in the Indian Ocean. This island comprises two smaller isles, separated by approximately 33 miles. The northern isle is known as Amsterdam Island, also referred to as St. Peter Island, while the southern isle is called St. Paul Island. Amsterdam Island was discovered by the Dutchman Flamen in December of 1796. The southern St. Paul Island is characterized by a conical mountain and has remained uninhabited. The northern island of Amsterdam has a circumference of approximately 12 miles, and upon it reside 3 guardians of the fishing grounds, a Frenchman and 2 individuals of mixed Caucasian and African descent. These fishing grounds and the island itself belong to a merchant named Odefin, who resides on Union Island in the Indian Ocean, also known as Bourbon Island. This island is situated in the Indian Ocean, east of Madagascar, and is a province of France's overseas territories. The 3 guardians of the fishing grounds are employed by the merchant Odefin. Originally, Amsterdam Island was under the ownership of a shipowner named Carmen from St. Denis, the capital of Bourbon Island. He later transferred the island to a Polish individual. This Polish man then employed several slaves from Madagascar to cultivate the island. Although he was Polish, he also held French nationality. Thus, the island ultimately came into the possession of the Frenchman Odefin. Consequently, Amsterdam Island has remained under French dominion. Among the 3 inhabitants of the island, the eldest is a Frenchman named Viau. He graciously welcomed Sir Grenville and his party of travelers from afar. In his eyes, encountering these foreigners was a most fortunate occasion, for on ordinary days, they were only able to interact with rough individuals who came to hunt seals or sea lions. Mr. Viau also introduced his 2 compatriots, the other 2 individuals of mixed descent, to the visiting guests. Typically, the trio resided in the depths of a natural harbor located in the southern part of this small island. Our scholar, Bagenal, recounts that this island has long served as a refuge for those who have encountered peril at sea. Bagenal narrates 2 such tales, captivating his audience. The first story pertains to 2 Scots who found themselves in distress here. One, named Bernard, was 22 years old, while the other, Bolf, was 48. They were brought to the island by a sealing vessel, which required them to remain for a month to engage in hunting seals, skinning them, and rendering oil. However, as the month elapsed, no fishing boat returned to retrieve them. They were compelled to remain on Amsterdam Island for a staggering 18 months, subsisting solely on a carefully guarded ember. Their existence was marked by hunger and suffering, a plight almost beyond description. Ultimately, in 1827, they were rescued by a British ship named the Bamilla, which returned them to their homeland. The second tale revolves around Captain Furin, who, alongside 2 Englishmen and 2 Frenchmen, was stranded on this island to hunt seals, with an intended stay of 15 months. Unfortunately, after the passage of that time, no vessel arrived to take them back. As their food supplies dwindled, tensions among the 5 escalated significantly. The 2 Englishmen were the first to act, launching an attack on the Frenchman. Captain Furin, aided by his compatriots, narrowly escaped death at their hands. Subsequently, the 5 men frequently clashed over food, alternating between victories and defeats, forever on guard against one another. In this atmosphere of anxiety and hardship, they endured countless arduous days. Fortunately, they were ultimately rescued by a British vessel and returned to their homeland. Since the occurrence of these 2 events, there has been a notable absence of ships navigating to and from the island, as well as any tales of mariners adrift upon its shores. The Frenchman, V.O., professed ignorance of any Captain Grant or the vessel Britannia. Sir Griñafán, however, was neither surprised nor disheartened by this response. He merely wished to ascertain whether Captain Grant had indeed set foot on this island. Consequently, the following day, the Duncan resolved to weigh anchor. The party of travelers, led by the Sir, explored the island for an entire day, only to cease their wanderings at twilight. The island's scenery was utterly enchanting, although its fauna and flora were rather sparse, with only a few wild boars, albatrosses, bass, and seals to be found. A remarkable feature of this locale was the numerous hot springs that erupted from the dark, volcanic rock formations. Some of these springs exhibited temperatures soaring to 80°F, or 26.7°C, nearly boiling. Should one place freshly caught fish from the nearby waters into these springs, they would be cooked to perfection in mere minutes. It was evident that even Bagenal, typically so careless, would refrain from recklessly plunging into the steaming waters. During their exploration of the island, the group's spirits were exceedingly high. As evening approached, they bid farewell to the kind-hearted Frenchman. In parting, they offered heartfelt wishes to the elderly V.O., hoping for his continued health and happiness on this small island. Mr. Viola reciprocated Sir's wishes for a smooth journey, hoping that all their aspirations would be fulfilled. He added that the arrival of Sir and his companions brought him immense honor. Subsequently, Sir Griñafán and his entourage boarded the small boat, returning to the Duncan. At 3 o'clock in the early hours of December 7th, the boilers of the Duncan roared to life, emitting a deafening rumble. The sailors exerted themselves to turn the winch, hoisting the anchor as the ship's propeller whirred into action. Thus the Duncan ventured back into the vast ocean. By 8 in the morning, as the passengers ascended the deck to take in the sights, the silhouette of Amsterdam Island had vanished into the mist on the horizon. The journey from Amsterdam Island to Australia spanned approximately 3,000 nautical miles. Under such circumstances, barring any unforeseen events, if the northwesterly winds persisted, the Duncan would reach its destination in roughly 10 days. At this moment, Mary Grant and her brother Robert gazed at the boundless waves of the Indian Ocean, their minds adrift in contemplation. They pondered the possibility that their father's Britannia had encountered a tremendous storm in the Indian Ocean, drifting with the currents until it reached Australia. Captain Mingle stood nearby, producing a nautical chart and indicating the various currents of the Indian Ocean to Miss Grant. Among these currents, one particular cross-current surged directly towards Australia. It was conceivable that the Britannia had been swept away by this very current, carried straight to Australia. However, there exists a perplexing issue that leaves everyone utterly confounded. On the evening of December 12th, precisely 6 days after departing from Amsterdam Island, as Sir Griñafán, Captain Mingle, Major McNab, and Bagenal engaged in their customary conversation, the topic of the Britannia arose. Sir Griñafán suddenly pondered a curious question. According to the records in the Shipping Gazette, Captain Grant last communicated from Callao on May 30th, 1862. Yet, the Britannia entered the Indian Ocean 8 days later, on June 7th, after leaving the waters of Peru. How could this discrepancy be explained? This question bewildered the group, as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over them, leaving them feeling disheartened. Nevertheless, Bagenal was able to provide a reasonable and logical response, which assuaged the others' doubts. At that moment, Bagenal had not anticipated that Sir Griñafán would pose such a question. He was momentarily taken aback, then rose in silence to search for several letters. Upon returning, he shrugged dismissively. "My dear friend, your shrug suggests that you perceive this question as trivial. How splendid! Now, please elucidate it for us," Sir Griñafán urged. "Sir, do not be hasty. Before I address this matter, allow me to inquire a question of Captain Mingle," Bagenal replied. Is it feasible for a swift vessel to traverse from the Pacific of the Americas to that of Australia within the span of a month? If the ship can achieve a velocity of 200 nautical miles per day, such a possibility indeed exists. Is this the vessel's utmost speed? Oh, no. The sailing speed of a swift sailing ship is considerably greater. Now, allow me to elucidate. The letter mentions a gap on June 7th, which could have been eroded by seawater, perhaps 1 or 2 days. If we regard this date as June 17th or June 27th instead of June 7th, the issue becomes quite straightforward. Bagenal's explanation holds substantial merit. Indeed, from May 30th to June 27th. Mrs. Helen murmured, "It appears that, thanks to our friend Bagenal, we have unraveled yet another perplexing conundrum. Now, our task is to ardently journey towards Australia in search of news regarding the Britannia." Sir Griñafán exclaimed with great enthusiasm. "We should first scour both the eastern and western coast of Australia," Captain Mangle added. "Dear John, you are not mistaken. The letter does not specify whether the landing site is on the east or west coast. Therefore, we must search along the coast of Australia within the confines of the 37 line. However, sir, does this not present us with even more questions?" Miss Grant inquired. "Ah, my dear, there will be no issues." Captain John Mangles, eager to dispel Miss Mary Grant's uncertainties, interjected without hesitation. He then turned to Sir Greenaway, stating that if Captain Grant had indeed landed on the eastern coast of Australia, he would soon find assistance. It is worth noting that the eastern coast of Australia is home to numerous British immigrants. Thus, Captain Grant would only need to traverse a mere 10 miles to encounter his compatriots. "Indeed, Captain, your analysis is astute," chimed in Bagenal. "Captain Grant could easily find refuge along the eastern coast, be it at the Bay of Dufour or in the city of Aden, where he could secure the aid he requires. Furthermore, he would not be long in locating a vessel or means of transport to return to Europe." Hearing this, Mrs. Helen remarked, "It appears that the area we aboard the Duncan are tasked with searching should be a desolate region, where shipwrecked sailors would struggle to find assistance, correct?" "Indeed. That seems to be the case," Bagenal replied. "The regions we seek should be utterly deserted and profoundly barren, devoid of any routes leading to Adelaide or Melbourne. Should the Britannia encounter misfortune in such a location, it would be akin to those forsaken shores of Africa, where no help could be found. Oh, my poor father! How has he endured these past 2 years?" Miss Grant lamented. "Dear Miss Grant," Bagenal continued, "you have always believed that if your father, Captain Grant, set foot on the Australian continent, he would encounter no difficulties. Am I correct?" "Indeed, Mr. Paganel," Miss Grant remarked. "Very well. Let us deduce the possibilities. What might transpire if Captain Grant has indeed set foot upon the Australian continent? We can arrive at 3 conclusions. Firstly, he may have joined other sailors in the immigration district. Secondly, he might have fallen into the hands of the local indigenous people. Or thirdly, he could have become lost in desolate regions." At this juncture, Paganel paused slightly to gauge the audience's response, seeking their agreement with his analysis. "Excellent. Mr. Paganel, please proceed," urged Sir Glenarvan. "Very well, I shall continue my analysis. Firstly, I must dismiss the first hypothesis. Captain Grant has not visited the British settlements. Otherwise, he would have returned home long ago to reunite with his children." "Ah, my unfortunate father," Miss Mary Grant murmured, reflecting on his absence for 2 long years. "Dear sister, do not interrupt the discussion. Let us allow Mr. Paganel to continue. I am certain he will enlighten us," little Robert advised his sister. "Alas, children, in truth, I cannot provide you with definitive answers. It is possible that he has indeed fallen into the hands of the indigenous people, or perhaps—" Mrs. Helen inquired anxiously. "Dear madam, rest assured, Bagenal comprehends Mrs. Helen's sentiments at this moment." He continued, "Although the indigenous people of Australia may be perceived as primitive and uncivilized, their disposition is remarkably gentle, unlike the bloodthirsty natives of neighboring New Zealand. Should the passengers aboard the Britannia be captured by these indigenous individuals, they would not resort to slaughtering the crew. Many adventurous travelers have attested that the indigenous Australians harbor a profound fear of murder and bloodshed. These natives have even collaborated with explorers to fend off assaults from local exiled convicts." "Mary, did you hear that? Mr. Bagenal informs us that if your father, Captain Grant, were to fall into the hands of the local indigenous people, there is a promising chance we could locate them. Moreover, the 3 letters evidently indicate that your father and the crew may have been seized by the local natives." Mrs. Helen seeks to soothe Miss Grant's distress. "What shall we do if my father and his companions are lost in these desolate regions?" Miss Grant inquired anxiously. "My friends, do not despair. Even if they are lost in that area, we shall surely find them, shall we not? Bagenal asserted with confidence. Indeed, of course. However, I believe they would not lose their way. Sir Griñafán, recognizing the somber nature of this topic, sought to divert the conversation. Yes, I too do not believe they would stray. Bagenal concurred. Sir, is the land of Australia vast? Young Robert inquired. My child, Australia encompasses an area of approximately 775 million hectares, which is equivalent to 4/5 of Europe. Is it truly that vast? The Major inquired. Indeed, MacNabs affirmed. It is indeed that extensive. If there is any margin for error, it is at most a minor discrepancy. The 3 letters reference the continent. Therefore, one should reasonably accept it as a continent, should one not? Bagenal, if it is indeed that large, it is only fitting to refer to it as a continent. I must also emphasize that despite Australia's vast expanse, many travelers have become lost within its borders. Are you suggesting that the Australian continent has not been fully explored? Mrs. Helen asked with curiosity. Yes, madam, it has not been entirely surveyed. Just as our knowledge of the interior of Africa is limited, so too is our understanding of the Australian continent not particularly extensive. This is not solely the fault of explorers. Between the years 1606 and 1862, more than 50 individuals engaged in actual surveying work along Australia's coast or within its interior. What? More than 50 individuals? The Major exclaimed in astonishment. Of course. MacNabs replied. This means that when accounting for those brave souls who ventured into Australia's coastal and inland explorations, the total surpasses 50. I contend that even when combining all these explorers and travelers, the number does not reach such a figure, the Major countered. Are you suggesting that my assertion of over 50 individuals is mere exaggeration? MacNabs, I can certainly enumerate these 50-plus individuals if needed. Bagenal retorted. His character was such that he found great excitement in witnessing others' rebuttals, which only fueled his enthusiasm further. Bagenal, do enumerate these individuals. He declared. Humph. If you truly doubt me, I shall list 50 names at once. Humph. You scholars are always so self-assured in your rhetoric. The Major said, visibly discontented. Very well, Major. Let us wager. He proposed. You shall produce your Scheider-Momagon, and I shall present my Sklurden telescope. Shall these be our stakes? Excellent. Let the game commence. Esteemed gentlemen and ladies, I implore you to act as judges for this wager. Oh, and young Robert, you shall be in charge of counting. The Major found the situation amusing, while Sir Griñafán, Miss Grant, young Robert, and Mingle shared in the delightful intrigue. They were eager to listen as Bagenal began to unveil a series of explorers' names, thus gaining insight into the history of Australia. Nimson, I am your devoted admirer. Grant me inspiration. Bagenal fervently prayed aloud before embarking on his narrative. My friends, I shall commence. 250 years ago, the existence of the Australian continent was unbeknownst to the world. Dear Sir Griñafán, you may visit the library of your esteemed British Museum, where a world map from 1550 is preserved. On that map, there exists a region designated as Greater Java of Portugal, which encompasses a substantial expanse of land in southern Asia. In truth, these 2 maps are not entirely reliable. Therefore, my account ought to commence in the 17th century, specifically in the year 1606, when the renowned Spanish navigator, Torres, during his maritime explorations, stumbled upon a continent and named it Holy Australia. However, this is not the subject I wish to discuss. This is due to the subsequent belief among geographers that the continent discovered by Torres was not the Australia we recognize today, but rather what is now known as the New Hebrides Islands. Now, young Robert, take note of the name Torres. All right, I have noted it down, young Robert replied. Subsequently, in 1606, Torres, the deputy commander of Torres' expedition, continued southwards to explore the newly discovered lands. The honor of discovering this land, Australia, should rightfully belong to the Dutchman, Harts. He was the first to land on the western coast of Australia at 25s latitude, naming the landing site after his vessel, Indra, from that moment onwards. The number of navigators venturing to Australia increased significantly. In 1618, navigator Gisson explored the northern coastal regions, including Anhen and Van Diemen. In 1619, Adair continued along the western coast, charting a portion of it and naming it after himself. By 1622, Raven sailed as far as the cape that bears his name. In 1627, 2 navigators, Witt and Nez, one approaching from the west and the other from the south, arrived in Australia, perpetuating the discoveries of their predecessors. Not long after, Captain Capitani led his fleet to the present-day Capitania Bay. In 1642, the renowned navigator Tasman circumnavigated Van Diemen's Island and named it after the governor of Batavia. This island is now known as Tasmania. In 1665, the vast land of Australia was awkwardly dubbed New Holland. This period marked the conclusion of the navigational endeavors of these great Dutch explorers, and thus the name New Holland did not endure. Little Robert, how many people are there now? Well, there are a total of 10, replied little Robert. Chapter 32. The Children of Captain Grant. Very well, Bagenal continued. Now I shall proceed to recount the maritime tales of the English. In 1686, a rogue leader, known as Balcanier, who made his living hunting buffalo in the Americas, emerged. This adventurer and vagabond of the 16th and 17th centuries lived off the land by hunting buffalo, skinning them for trade, while also dabbling in acts of piracy. Subsequently pursued by the Spanish authorities, he was compelled to take to the seas as a pirate, colluding with flibustiers. One notorious individual frequently roamed the coastal areas, which presumably refers to the American coastline. Another infamous figure, notorious in the South Seas, was named William Dampier, a renowned pirate who terrorized the seas of the Americas during the 17th and 18th centuries. The pirates ventured to New Holland, forging friendships with the indigenous people. For over 70 years, from 1699 to 1770, this region remained untouched by navigators. It was not until 1770 that the illustrious Captain Cook embarked on explorations of this new continent. Thereafter, European settlers began to inhabit the land. Captain Cook conducted 3 notable expeditions in March 1770, 1773, and 1777. On March 31, 1770, he made his first landing in Australia. During his time in Tahiti, he meticulously observed the astronomical phenomenon of the transit of Venus, which occurred in 1769. This rare celestial event, where Venus passes in front of the Sun, holds significant implications in astronomy, allowing humanity to calculate the distance between the Earth and the Sun. Following this, he sailed to the Western Pacific, landing in New Zealand to survey the area. He then reached a bay on the east coast of Australia, where he discovered a plethora of exotic plant species, subsequently naming it Botany Bay, now known as Port Jackson. In 1788, the renowned Captain Phillip established the first colony at Port Jackson. By 1797, Navigator Bay successfully traversed the Bay Strait. Wow, there are now a total of 24, exclaimed young Robert in amazement. Splendid. It appears that half of the Major's pistol now belongs to me. Having spoken of the mariners upon the sea, let us turn our attention to the explorers of the land, Bagenal continued. Mr. Bagenal, you are truly remarkable, exclaimed Mrs. Helen. This is certainly worthy of acknowledgement. Your memory is indeed extraordinary. How peculiar. Sir Griñafán remarked, you often find yourself in such a predicament. Are you implying that I am careless? Is that right? Bagenal interjected, in truth, I have merely retained certain events along with their corresponding historical periods. There have been 24 thus far. Young Robert reiterated. Very well, let us proceed. The 25th is the illustrious navigator, Lieutenant Toss. In the year of 1789, he endeavored to traverse the lengthy mountain range along the eastern coastline, subsequently delving into the interior. However, after 9 consecutive days of travel, he turned back and retraced his steps to York Port. That same year, Captain Techie sought to cross this mountain range but met with failure. In 1792, Colonel Peterson made a similar attempt, only to return unsuccessful. Between the years of 1829 and 1830, Captain Scott first explored the Darling River, followed by the Murray River. As of now, there are a total of 36 individuals. Young Robert exclaimed. Excellent, I shall continue, Bagenal resumed. Thus far, we ought to mention L and Reshad. In the years 1840 and 1841, these 2 individuals journeyed through various inland regions. The Gregory brothers and Hepman explored the western territories of Australia in 1846. Cody arrived at the Victoria River in 1847, and subsequently ventured to the northern parts of Australia in 1848. Following this, the illustrious traveler Stewart achieved the remarkable feat of crossing Australia. Between 1860 and 1862, the Dunster brothers, Nelson, Hewitt, and McKinley, among a total of 56 explorers. Young Robert exclaimed, Ah, splendid. Major, you must know, I have yet to mention Gibberay, Bergville. Stokes enough. Enough, interjected the Major. Indeed, there are also Perrell, Coy, Cunningham, Bennett. All right, enough, please spare me. Dix, Reed, Mitchell, Vickers, and I have yet to mention Bagenal. You must cease. There is a saying, to spare those who deserve mercy. This time, our major is willing to concede, Sir Griñafán remarked with a smile. Now, where is his horse rifle? Bagenal declared triumphantly. That, of course, belongs to you. Although I am loath to relinquish it, I must yield. Your memory is truly exceptional, unmatched by anyone. The major conceded with genuine admiration. In my view, no one possesses a deeper understanding of Australia than Mr. Bagenal. Even the smallest fact, even the tiniest geographical name, Mr. Bagenal is so well acquainted with it, exclaimed Mrs. Helen with genuine admiration. That's not right, a trivial fact. The major interjected immediately, shaking his head in disbelief. McNab, what is it? Are you still unconvinced? Bagenal pressed on. What I mean is, there are many minute details about Australia that you are not entirely aware of. You are mistaken. I know it all. Bagenal asserted firmly. I will present a fact. If you are unaware, you must return my musket. Very well, Major, go ahead. Are you serious about that? Of course I am. All right then, Bagenal, enlighten us. Why does this territory of Australia not belong entirely to France? This question requires some contemplation. Or perhaps I should rephrase it. What is the British perspective on this territory? Major, I truly cannot provide a reason, Bagenal lamented, appearing quite disheartened. In truth, the reasoning is quite simple. When your compatriot, Captain Baudin, arrived in Australia in 1802 and heard a chorus of frogs, he was so startled that he immediately set sail, turning the ship around, never to return. How utterly ridiculous! Bagenal exclaimed angrily. You British just relish mocking others, don't you? I now confess that I have been jesting at the expense of others, yet this remains an undeniable truth. How utterly tedious! This fervently patriotic geographer remarked. Is it truly the case that the British still speak of it in such a manner? Indeed, dear Mr. Bagenal, it is so. They continue to express it thus even now. How could you be unaware of such a simple fact? Sir Griñafán had taken it upon himself to respond in place of the major. At that moment, laughter erupted, rendering everyone nearly breathless. To speak candidly, I was genuinely ignorant of this fact. Nonetheless, I find it hard to believe such a thing could occur. The British have long proclaimed that the French are a nation fond of eating frogs. If we, the French, indeed relish frogs, how could we possibly harbor a fear of them? Your reasoning is sound, yet facts remain facts. The major replied with a slight smile. Ultimately, the horse pistol that had been wagered returned to the hands of Major McNab. 3 days following this exchange, at noon, Captain Mangle had determined the position of the Duncan at 133.37 foot east longitude, with a distance of less than 5 to Cape Banui. From this point, it could be estimated that in approximately 4 days, the shadow of Cape Banui would be visible on the horizon. Prior to this, the voyage of the Duncan across the sea had been remarkably smooth. However, in recent days, the westerly winds upon the ocean had gradually diminished. On December 13th, not a breath of wind stirred the sea, leaving the sails limp and drooping helplessly from the mast. Had the Duncan been devoid of its formidable propulsion system, it would likely have remained adrift upon the tranquil waters, unable to progress. Observers might have assumed that such windless conditions would persist indefinitely. On that particular evening, Sir Griñafán and Captain Mangle engaged in a discourse regarding this predicament. The young Captain Mangle was acutely aware that the coal in the ship's bunkers was nearing depletion, thereby rendering him increasingly anxious about the prevailing calm. He hoisted every sail, both large and small, in hopes of harnessing even the faintest whisper of a breeze to propel them forward. Yet, all these efforts seemed utterly futile. My dear John, let us not lament our fate too bitterly, Sir Griñafán reassured, for a windless state is certainly preferable to battling against the gales. Indeed, Your Excellency, you speak with wisdom, Captain Mangle replied. However, should this serene weather persist, it may herald a significant climatic shift. Presently, we find ourselves within the trade winds of the Indian Ocean. Where these winds are both vigorous and subject to seasonal alteration, their direction often uncertain. The summer trade winds blow contrary to those of winter. As a footnote, from October to April each year, these winds blow from the northeast to the southwest. Thus, should the trade winds pick up even slightly, they could severely impact our voyage at sea, which is why I am so deeply troubled. John, I too feel powerless, he continued. If this is indeed our fate, we must simply endure. After all, what is a mere delay in time? Well, that is a fair point, came the response. But I fervently pray that God bestows his blessings upon us, preventing any storms from arising. Ah, what is amiss? Is the weather about to change? Sir Griñafán remarked. gazing at the sky, scanning from the horizon to directly above, yet perceiving not a single cloud. Indeed, I suspect a shift in the weather, the captain replied. A sentiment I can share solely with you, as I do not wish for Mrs. Helen and Miss Mary to overhear, lest they be filled with trepidation. Well, thank you. Your consideration is truly commendable. However, is there genuinely something dreadful on the horizon? Observing these conditions, it is certain that a tempest approaches, although the skies seem clear. This is merely a facade. The barometer has persistently registered unsettlingly low readings over the past few days. Behold, it now stands at 27 degrees, approximately 73.09 centimeters. The barometric column typically reaches a height of 76 centimeters. This is a perilous warning. Previously, I have tasted the fury of storms in the South Indian Ocean, familiar with their might. Storms in the South Indian Ocean generally arise from the convergence of polar and equatorial winds. Vessels encountering such tempests seldom escape misfortune. Dear John, Sir Griñafán consoled Captain John Mungle, fear not. The Duncan is a sturdy ship, and both the captain and crew are exceptionally skilled. Should a storm indeed approach, we shall undoubtedly find a way to contend with it. Captain John Mungle's apprehension stemmed from the innate instincts of a sailor. Observing the continuous decline of the barometer, he could not help but feel anxious. To this end, he took every precaution against the storm aboard the vessel. Throughout the night, Captain John remained steadfast on the deck. Around 11 o'clock, patches of clouds began to materialize in the southern sky. Observing this, Captain Mingle summoned the sailors to the deck, instructing them to lower the jibs while leaving the mainsail, topsail, and staysail aloft. Indeed, by midnight, the winds began to rise over the sea, gradually intensifying to a velocity of 12 meters per second. In the gusts, the mast creaked ominously, the rigging rattled fiercely, and the bulkheads within the cabin echoed with a disconcerting sound. The previously oblivious passengers, now aware of the impending turmoil, emerged from their quarters. Major McNabbis, Bagenal, Griñafán, and young Robert, driven by curiosity, ascended to the deck, eager not only to witness the unfolding drama but also to lend a hand. Just moments before surrendering to slumber, the starry, cloudless night had transformed into a terrifying spectacle of churning dark clouds. Is a hurricane approaching? Sir Griñafán inquired loudly of Captain Mingle. Not yet, but it is imminent, Captain Mingle replied. He commanded the sailors to roll up the furling portion beneath the foresail. The sailors ascended the soft rope ladder, exerting considerable effort to secure the foresail's lower furling section, binding it tightly with the rigging before securing it atop the yard. Captain Mingle's intention was to preserve as much sail area as possible, thereby lowering the vessel's profile to mitigate lateral movement. After completing the necessary precautions, Captain Mingle instructed Austin and the boatswain to prepare for the impending hurricane. The ropes securing the boat and the cables of the mast were taut. The pulleys on either side of the cannon were securely bound, and the shrouds and backstays were firmly tightened, while the hatches were tightly closed. At this moment, Captain Mingle stood like a commanding officer meticulously arranging his troops on the battlefield, positioned at the cannon's location, braving the sea breeze atop the quarterdeck. Gazing at the ever-changing horizon above, the barometer had plummeted to an unusual 26 inches, an extraordinary low reading. Concurrently, the storm glass, a device designed to predict the onset of tempests, indicated that a storm was imminent with its color changes influenced by wind direction and atmospheric electrical charge. The storm glass, invented by Negretti and Zambra of the British Navy, was renowned for its accuracy. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, Mrs. Helen and Miss Mary, unable to endure the tumult, risked their lives and rushed onto the deck. By this time, the wind speed over the sea had reached an astonishing 28 meters per second. The fierce wind violently shook the ropes, creating a cacophony that resonated through the night. The winches clashed against one another, and the ropes in the rough sheaves emitted piercing, shrill sounds. The canvas billowed in the wind like the booming of cannons, producing resounding thuds. The sea roiled with waves, each crest surpassing the last. Amidst the undulating waters, the Duncan surged and pitched violently. Captain Mingle spotted Miss Grant and Mrs. Helen ascending to the deck and approached them, urging them to return to their respective cabins for rest. However, the furious roar of the wind and waves drowned out the captain's voice, rendering Mrs. Helen nearly unable to discern his words. Was there some danger afoot? As the tumultuous sound subsided slightly, Mrs. Helen seized the opportunity to inquire of Captain Mingle. Esteemed madam, there is no peril to speak of. However, it would be prudent for you and Miss Grant to retreat to your quarters and rest, he implored. The captain's earnest tone was nearly irresistible, compelling both Mrs. Helen and Miss Grant to retreat to their cabins. Moments later, the sea breeze intensified, and the ship's mast strained under the pressure of the sails. The vessel bobbed up and down upon the crests of the waves, dancing with the tumultuous waters. "Crew, furl the mainsail," Captain Mingle commanded, "and lower the foresail and staysail as well." The sailors swiftly dashed to their stations, releasing the rigging and tightly coiling the sails, diligently attending to their tasks. At this juncture, the Duncan's towering chimney belched forth thick plumes of smoke into the sky. The ship's propeller intermittently thudded heavily against the waves, bravely battling the fierce tempest. Sir Griñafán, Major McNab, Bagenal, and young Robert observed the Duncan's valiant struggle against the ferocious winds and waves, feeling a mix of admiration and trepidation. The four of them huddled closely against the cabin wall, gripping the beams tightly, silently watching the flocks of seabirds soaring amidst the gale. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, a sound more ferocious than the tempest itself. Upon closer inspection, the sound reveals a violent jet of steam. This steam does not emanate from the exhaust pipe, but rather surges forth from the boiler's fusible plug. In an instant, the whistle emits a sharp cry, and the ship suddenly tilts to one side, causing Wilson, who is gripping the helm, to be unexpectedly knocked to the ground by the rudder's lever. Amidst the towering waves, the Duncan has lost all control. What has transpired? Captain Mingle shouts as he rushes towards the command platform. "Sir, the rudder has failed," Austin replies. "Ah, the rudder is on the ground? Quickly, save the machinery. Save the machinery," the engineer cries out frantically. In the swaying vessel, Captain Mingle scrambles towards the engine room, only to find it enveloped in a thick mist. The piston, lodged within the cylinder, is rendered immobile, fearing an explosion from the boiler due to pressure buildup. The engineer promptly shuts the valve to allow steam to escape through the exhaust pipe. "What has happened now?" Captain Mingle inquires again. "Alas, the propeller has been bent. Likely jammed, rendering it unable to turn," the engineer explains. "What? Jammed? Is it truly stuck?" "Indeed, it cannot be freed. It appears the propeller is incapacitated, and we can only vent the steam. However, at this moment, it is not a time for repairs. To combat the tempest, Captain Mingle must harness the sails to leverage the force of the formidable adversary before them." Shortly thereafter, Captain Mingle ascends to the deck to succinctly report the ship's condition to Sir Griñafán. Afterward, he urged Sir Griñafán to remain comfortably seated in the cabin with the other 3 passengers. However, Sir Griñafán steadfastly insisted on staying on deck. "My dear sir, this is not feasible. During such perilous times, it is only I and the sailors who should remain here. You ought to return to your quarters. Should the waves sweep you into the ocean, the consequences would be unimaginable." Captain Mingle asserted firmly. "By staying here, we might be of some assistance." "This is unacceptable, sir. You must go inside. Quickly retreat. At this critical juncture, I am in command." Captain Mingle's tone was so resolute and uncompromising that there was no room for discussion. It was evident that the situation was exceedingly grave. Sir Griñafán contemplated the matter and concluded that it would be wisest to heed the captain's orders. Subsequently, he led the 3 passengers into the cabin of the 2 ladies, who had been anxiously awaiting news. "Our Captain John is truly commendable," Sir Griñafán exclaimed upon seeing the 2 ladies. "Indeed," Bagenal concurred. "Now, I am reminded of the great Shakespeare from your esteemed country, particularly of the lines spoken by the boatswain to the king aboard the warship in the play The Tempest: Away. You, get away from me. If you cannot quell the tempest, then seal your lips and remain silent. Hasten back to your cabin. To speak frankly, it is best not to obstruct my path." At this moment, Captain Mingle, intent on extricating himself from the perilous situation, was wholly focused on commanding the vessel's operations. When the propeller became ensnared and ceased to turn, he resolved to harness the power of the wind with a few sails, allowing the ship to forge ahead while remaining relatively true to its intended course. Under Captain Mingle's calm direction, the sailors hoisted the foresail anew and unfurled the triangular sail on the auxiliary mast. Fortunately, the Duncan was robustly constructed and performed admirably. The sails, buoyed by the ferocious winds, surged forward with the swiftness of an arrow. Such navigation was fraught with danger. Should the ship descend into the troughs of the waves, escape would become impossible, a truly irreparable fate. To maintain his footing, Captain Mingle secured himself to the rigging, vigilantly observing the tumultuous sea. The other sailors gathered around him, prepared to heed his commands at a moment's notice. The night passed in a state of anxious anticipation, with all hoping that the dawn would bring a gradual abatement of the storm. However, the reality proved less favorable than anticipated. By 8 o'clock in the morning, the winds intensified further, reaching a staggering velocity of 36 meters per second. It seemed evident that this gale was indeed a hurricane. Captain John Menger, though outwardly composed, was deeply troubled for the vessel and the lives of all aboard. Amidst the howling tempest, the ship tilted perilously, and the beams on the deck creaked ominously. At times, the mainmast's foremast was engulfed by towering waves, as the ship dangerously plunged into the troughs, only to rise again just in time. The vessel was tossed violently, and should this tumultuous motion persist, the consequences would be dire. Captain Menger conceived a plan, deciding to hoist the triangular sail once more. After several arduous hours and countless attempts, it was not until 3 in the afternoon that the small triangular sail was finally secured to the foremast. Driven by this sail, the Duncan surged forward with newfound speed. In the midst of the ferocious waves, the Duncan darted left and right, akin to a mighty whale, bravely surging through one towering wave after another, heading northeast. Throughout the day and night of December 15th, the Duncan found itself in a perilous predicament. Captain Menger abstained from food and rest, steadfastly maintaining his post. Though his demeanor remained calm, his heart raced with anxiety, his gaze fixated on the northern misty shadows. He harbored a premonition of impending disaster. Indeed, the hurricane had veered the Duncan off its intended course, propelling it rapidly towards the Australian coastline. Danger loomed ever closer. And should it strike a hidden reef, a tragedy of shipwreck and loss of life would ensue. Furthermore, the Duncan was now a mere 12 nautical miles from the Australian shore. As the vessel approached the coastline, the risk of grounding became alarmingly imminent. Captain Mengel's prevailing thought was to maintain the ship's buoyancy upon the tumultuous sea, even amidst the tempestuous winds and surging waves. There remained a glimmer of hope for salvation. Thus, he sought out Sir Griñafán to recount the dire predicament that lay ahead, emphasizing that should the situation demand it, they might need to risk anchoring near the shore. This audacious course of action was undertaken in a bid to safeguard the lives aboard. Dear John, the responsibility now rests upon your shoulders. Act decisively and respond to the unfolding circumstances, Sir Griñafán advised. What of Miss Grant and Mrs. Helen? Came the inquiry. Leave that to me. Should the ship be unable to remain afloat, inform me at once, replied the Sir. Very well. Upon Sir Griñafán's return to the cabin where the ladies were gathered, he found that both had sensed an ominous shift in the atmosphere, though they remained unaware of the extent of the peril they faced. At that moment, the geographer Bagenal was imparting knowledge about atmospheric circulation to young Robert, elucidating the distinctions between the tornadoes of West Africa and typhoons. As the clock struck 11, the ferocity of the maritime tempest diminished slightly, and the fog began to lift. Captain Mengel's keen gaze caught sight of land approximately 6 nautical miles to leeward. The Duncan vessel steered towards the low-lying terrain as monstrous waves surged ominously ahead, their crests towering menacingly, crashing forth with a ferocity that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. At this moment, Captain Mengel contemplated that the towering waves were a consequence of immense resistance, attributed to the hidden reefs in the vicinity. He called out to Austin, who concurred, affirming, indeed, that is my perspective as well. It appears that our fates now lie solely in the hands of divine providence. Should there be no gap in the treacherous reef before us, or if God does not direct our vessel, the Duncan, toward an opening, we may yet evade this peril. Captain, observe the rising tide. Perhaps we can navigate through this hazardous stretch, Austin suggested. But, Austin, look how towering those waves are. Is our ship capable of surmounting such heights? Thus, let us continue to pray for divine protection. Propelled by the small triangular sails, the Duncan surged toward the shore with remarkable speed. When they were approximately 2 nautical miles from the reef, Captain John Mengel noted that the waters beyond the frothy surface appeared relatively tranquil. He mused that if the ship could safely enter that placid expanse, they would find safety. Consequently, Captain John Mengel instructed all passengers to assemble on deck, as he wished to avoid witnessing his friends confined below deck before the ship met its doom. As Sir Griñafán and his companions ascended to the deck, the sight of the tumultuous waves frightened them, causing them to recoil. Miss Grant turned pale with fear. Dear John, Sir Griñafán whispered to Captain Mengel, I must find a way to save my wife. If there is no means to rescue her, I shall choose to perish alongside her. As for you, your duty is to ensure the safety of Miss Grant. Your Excellency, I shall act according to your wishes, Captain Mengel said, tears welling in his eyes. At that moment, The Duncan was drawing perilously close to the treacherous shoals, merely a few chains away. Coincidentally, it was high tide, a circumstance that could potentially guide the vessel safely over the submerged rocks. However, the unfortunate reality was that the waves were too tumultuous. The ship bobbed violently upon the surface, suddenly lifted high and then hurled down, with the stern perilously close to scraping the hidden reefs below. The challenge confronting Captain Mengel was how to mitigate the ferocity of these waves. After much contemplation, Captain John Mengel devised a desperate yet ingenious plan and shouted to his crew, "Brothers, oil. Pour oil. Quickly pour oil." His rationale was that if oil spread upon the water's surface, it might suppress the agitation of the waves, temporarily restoring a semblance of calm. However, this approach was but a fleeting solution, effective only in the short term, and not a sustainable remedy. For once the ship had traversed the perilous area, the waves would inevitably swell with greater fury, endangering any vessels that followed. Maritime law explicitly states that when a vessel is approaching from behind, the one in front must not employ such a method of oiling the water to quell the waves. In this dire moment, the sailors found a surge of strength. They vigorously wielded axes to break open barrel after barrel of oil, hanging them over the ship's port and starboard sides, pouring the barrels filled with seal oil into the sea. Under the captain's command, all the oil was released into the tumultuous waters. At this moment, the oil effectively subdued the tumultuous white waves of the sea, bringing a temporary tranquility to the waters. The Duncan seized this opportunity and, in the blink of an eye, navigated past the treacherous reefs into the serene expanse beyond. Shortly thereafter, as the vessel traversed the surface, the water broke free from the shackles of the oil. Surging with renewed vigor, Captain John Mengel, at this juncture, cast 2 anchors overboard, securing the ship steadfastly in place. The waters here are approximately 5 feet deep, with a seabed predominantly composed of coarse sand and stones that the anchors can grip. During low tide, these anchors remain anchored, ensuring the ship does not run aground. Thus, amidst the roaring tempest, the Duncan valiantly battled for several hours until it finally discovered a natural harbor, sheltered and encircled by mountains, rendering it a safe respite from the winds. Sir Griñafán clasped the young captain's hand with gratitude, exclaiming, "Dear John, I truly thank you." A few heartfelt words sufficed for Captain John Mengel to feel he had received the utmost reward. The immediate task at hand was to ascertain the Duncan's current position and determine the distance to Cape Bonil. Mengel promptly commenced his measurements, observing the surroundings while annotating the nautical chart. In a short while, he had his answers. It appeared that all was well. The Duncan now rested at 136.12 east longitude and 35.7 south latitude, deviating only 2 degrees from its original course. This place is known as Cape Disappointment, located at a southern tip of Australia, merely 300 nautical miles from Cape Bunda. The name Cape Disappointment evokes a sense of dread, sending shivers down one's spine. Across the treacherous Explorer Strait lies Kangaroo Island, gazing back from a distance. To the north of this strait connects Spencer Gulf, while to the south lies St. Vincent Gulf. On the eastern shore of Port St. Vincent rests the capital city of South Australia, Adelaide, established in 1836. This port city boasts a population of approximately 40,000 and is rich in resources. However, the inhabitants primarily engage in agriculture, cultivating citrus fruits, grapes, and a variety of other crops, with industrial endeavors receiving little attention from the local populace. The pressing issue at hand is the swift repair of the vessel Duncan. Captain Mengel, to assess the extent of the damage, promptly dispatched sailors to examine the ship's aft. Upon diving to investigate, the sailors reported to the captain that one of the propeller blades had become twisted, pressing against the ship's keel, rendering the propeller immobile. This situation indicates severe damage to the ship, necessitating specialized tools for repair, tools that are not available in Adelaide. After thorough contemplation and meticulous study, Sir Griñafán and Captain John resolved to harness the power of the sails, allowing the Duncan to continue its voyage along the Australian coastline, while simultaneously inquiring about the whereabouts of the Britannia. Following a brief respite at Cape Bunda, the ship resumed its journey southward, ultimately making its way to Melbourne. Everyone has consistently supported this decision. Consequently, Captain Mengel remained steadfastly in place, patiently awaiting a favorable wind before preparing to drop anchor and set sail. Fortunately, by evening, the howling hurricane had completely subsided, giving way to a gentle southwest breeze. Seizing this opportunity, at 4 a.m, the sailors began to turn the capstan, gradually raising the anchor. The Duncan unfurled its mainsail, foresail, topsail, staysail, and jibs, harnessing the power of the southwest wind to propel forward. Approximately 2 hours later, the Duncan entered the strait known as the Explorer's Strait, leaving the island of Calamity behind. By that evening, the Duncan successfully navigated around Cape Borda and sailed along the coast of Kangaroo Island. From the ship, passengers could catch distant glimpses of groups of kangaroos leaping through the island's woodlands and grasslands. Kangaroo Island is the largest among Australia's many islands, with many of its inhabitants being escaped convicts from the continent. The following day, passengers boarded the Duncan's small boat to venture ashore together. At this time, the ship was anchored at a latitude of 36 south. Sir Griñafán undertook this endeavor with the aim of conducting thorough explorations between the 36th and 38th parallels. Throughout the entirety of December 18th, the Duncan closely hugged the coastline of Encounter Bay, advancing with its sails unfurled. During this voyage, the small boat proved invaluable, as they would row ashore at night and embark on their explorations by day. Although Sir Glenarvan, Paganel, and Little Robert, along with the sailors, ventured forth in search of news regarding Captain Grant, their efforts yielded naught. Nevertheless, each expedition was approached with utmost seriousness, as they meticulously examined every possible location. Thus, they journeyed on, persistently seeking answers, until they finally reached the terminus of Lacy Bead Bay, known as Cape Benui, on December 20th. While no remnants of a sunken vessel were observed here, this absence did not preclude the possibility that the Britannia and Captain Grant had indeed visited this locale. Given that the Britannia had met its unfortunate fate 2 years prior, it was entirely plausible that the ship's remains had been entirely washed away by the relentless sea, rendering their search for traces utterly futile. It was also conceivable that local indigenous people, upon witnessing the shipwreck, had swiftly arrived on the scene and subsequently taken Captain Grant and his 2 companions inland. However, this scenario contradicted Paganel's initial hypothesis. Paganel had confidently asserted that the latitude mentioned in the correspondence indicated the location of their captivity, rather than the site of the Britannia's disaster. Had the message in a bottle been cast adrift on the Pampas, it would have traversed the many tributaries of the rivers, inevitably drifting into the sea. Conversely, should the bottle have originated in Australia, the situation would present a different narrative. In the region of Australia along the 37th parallel, rivers are scarce. Moreover, compared to the Colorado and Negro rivers, which flow from desolate areas into the ocean, this region remains uninhabited. However, in Australia, the Murray River, the Tullamarine River, the Yarra River, and the Darling River are intertwined with numerous tributaries, frequented by a multitude of vessels. Furthermore, how could a fragile bottle, once cast into the river, float unscathed to the vast ocean? It is patently evident that Paganel's reasoning, that a drifting bottle could journey uninterrupted from the inland river to the sea, is profoundly illogical and indeed implausible. Thus, the latitude mentioned in the letter evidently points to the location of the shipwreck. Nevertheless, this does not invalidate the hypothesis that Captain Grant was abducted. The rationale is straightforward. As the letter indicates, he was taken by the local indigenous people. Consequently, if the searchers were to confine their efforts solely along the 37 line without exploring other avenues, it would defy reason. Thus, after prolonged discussions on this matter, a consensus was reached: should no trace of the Britannia be discovered in the vicinity of Cape Panoi, this expedition would have to conclude, fulfilling the obligations of Sir Griñafán and his party, and they would have no choice but to return to Europe. The decision reached left everyone with a tinge of disappointment, particularly the Grant siblings, who felt despondent. Therefore, as the siblings accompanied Sir Griñafán, Captain Mingle, Paganel, and Major McNabbs onto the small boat to land, the thoughts swirling in their minds were clear. The success of this endeavor hinged upon this very action. Meanwhile, Mrs. Helen continually reassured Miss Grant, "There is hope. We shall find hope. Hope will always exist." The Benui Cape, extending into the sea, measures approximately 2 miles in length. At the pinnacle of the cape lies a gentle slope. Sir Duncan and his party navigated their small boat slowly into a natural harbor, entirely composed of rugged rocks. Here, the esteemed company of the Duncan successfully disembarked onto the land. They beheld a desolate expanse, where sheer cliffs rose majestically along the coastline, forming a natural barrier towering 6 to 7 yards high. Ascending without tools such as ladders or grappling hooks would pose a considerable challenge. Fortunately, Captain Minger, with his keen eyesight, discerned a gap half a mile to the south. This opening was clearly carved by the relentless waves and further shaped by rockfalls. Sir Griñafán and his companions bent low, slipping through the gap, and began their gradual ascent along a steep incline. Young Robert, agile as a cat, was the first to reach the summit. Bagenal, witnessing this spectacle, felt a surge of discontent, aware that at 40 years of age, he was outperformed by a mere 12-year-old. Fortunately, following closely behind was Major McNabb, who climbed steadily and composedly. Observing this, Bagenal regained his sense of equilibrium. Upon reaching the top of the rocks, they were greeted by an expansive plain stretching endlessly before them. Scattered shrubs dotted the landscape, suggesting the absence of habitation in the vicinity. However, in the distance, they discerned several structures. Judging by the architecture, it appeared to be a settlement, unlike the abodes of savage inhabitants. "Look, there's a windmill," young Robert exclaimed. The group turned in the direction indicated by him and beheld a windmill 3 miles away, its sails gracefully rotating in the breeze. What a splendid windmill! It is not only practical but also exquisitely designed, a true delight to the eye, Bagenal remarked as he raised his binoculars for a closer look. "It resembles a bell tower of a church," Mrs. Helen added. "Indeed, madam, you are absolutely correct. The windmill provides physical sustenance, while the church offers spiritual nourishment. Thus, they share a remarkable similarity," Bagenal continued. "Well, it seems quite appealing. Let us proceed towards the windmill," Sir Griñafán suggested. Chapter 34. The children of Captain Grant. The group then ventured in that direction. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at a newly cultivated estate, surrounded by a hedgerow. A modest residence stood beneath the windmill, accompanied by an idyllic orchard. Nearby, a few cows and horses leisurely grazed in the pasture. Tall, stately bean trees bordered the field, which was adorned with golden wheat spikes. What a serene pastoral landscape! At that moment, 4 large dogs beside the estate suddenly erupted into a cacophony of barks. A kind-faced middle-aged man, around 50 years of age, emerged from the house upon hearing the commotion. Behind him trailed 5 robust young men and a sturdy, tall woman. The party led by Sir Griñafán immediately discerned that these individuals must be the man's sons and wife. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this was a quintessential Irish family. In their quest to escape the hardships of their homeland, they had traversed the ocean to seek a livelihood in Australia. Just as Sir Griñafán was about to introduce himself, the middle-aged man spoke first, warmly welcoming them. "Welcome, esteemed guests from afar. It is our utmost honor to have you visit the O'Malley household. Sir, you must be of Irish descent." Sir Griñafán kindly grasped the man's hand and replied, "I was once Irish, but I have now become Australian. Please, come inside, all of you. Regardless of where you hail from, consider this your home." The host's warm hospitality prompted Sir Griñafán and his companions to graciously accept the invitation. Mrs. Helen and Miss Grant, guided by Mrs. O'Malley, stepped into the house, while the children aided in unloading the travelers' belongings. The abode was constructed from logs, featuring a bright and spacious hall on the lower level. Long wooden benches adorned the vividly painted walls. The hall was furnished with 2 oak cabinets, a dozen round wooden stools, and contained gleaming tin jugs and bright pottery within the cabinets. At the center of the hall stood a long, wide table capable of accommodating around 20 diners. The furniture, much like its sturdy owner, exuded a sense of robust solidity. Before long, a sumptuous lunch was served upon the table. In the center of the table lay a steaming pot of savory meat broth, flanked by roasted beef steaks and lamb legs. Encircled by an array of plates, within these plates were olives, citrus fruits, grapes, and a delightful assortment of appetizers. The imposing and sturdy table, coupled with the host's warm hospitality and the sumptuous dishes laid out, compelled Sir Jas and his companions to partake in the meal without hesitation. Shortly thereafter, several laborers from the estate joined the hosts to share in the feast as equals. "In truth, I had long awaited their arrival. I have been eagerly anticipating your presence," remarked Master Paddy O'Moore. "Ah, you have been waiting all along?" Sir Griñafán inquired, his mind filled with curiosity. "Indeed, every guest who arrives here is someone I have been genuinely looking forward to," the host humbly responded. Then, everyone rose in solemnity. Before dining, the host offered a heartfelt prayer to God. Mrs. Helen was deeply moved and greatly admired the host's fervent faith. The gathering enjoyed their meal with great joy. Engaging in lively conversation, the Scots and the Irish, upon shaking hands, became akin to family. The host began to recount his life story, detailing how Mr. O'Moore had once departed from his homeland, disembarking in Adelaide, Australia. Here, he chose not to pursue mining, but rather to engage in agriculture. At that time, The government had subdivided the southern lands of Australia into parcels for sale to farmers, each approximately 80 acres in size. Thus, the diligent farmer O'More toiled earnestly upon this land. After a year of toil, aside from merely making ends meet, there remained a surplus of 80 pounds. Subsequently, Paddy O'More, armed with extensive agricultural knowledge and adept financial management, cultivated his first tract of land through sheer determination, yielding bountiful returns. He subsequently acquired several additional parcels, and thus, in less than 2 years, he amassed 500 acres of land, along with over 500 cattle and sheep, establishing himself as a prosperous landowner. Presently, he presides over a flourishing estate. Having endured servitude in Europe, he now stands as the master of his own fate in Australia. Upon hearing such vivid accounts of O'More's life, Sir Griñafán and his entourage expressed genuine admiration for the landowner. Eager to reciprocate, O'More anticipated an introduction from his guests. Sir Griñafán, keen to ascertain the details of Captain Grant's vessel, the Britannia, directly inquired about the purpose of their visit. However, the Irish landowner's response did not satisfy the inquiry. He admitted to having never heard of such a ship. Furthermore, to his knowledge, there had been no maritime incidents in the vicinity of Cape Benoya over the past 2 years. It is noteworthy that the Britannia encountered misfortune only 2 years prior, leading him to assert that the crew of the ill-fated vessel had likely never ventured near the western shores of Australia. After this statement, the host added, "Sir, may I inquire how this matter pertains to you?" Thereafter, Sir Griñafán elaborated on their expedition to locate Captain Grant. Moreover, he added that the master's knowledge of the situation had led him to feel that the search for the lost sailors was utterly hopeless. Upon the conclusion of the knight's statement, the audience sighed and lamented. Mary and young Robert were particularly teary-eyed, while Bagenal stood by, at a loss for words to console the siblings. As the captain of the Duncan, John Mungle was equally disheartened, reflecting on the arduous journey they had undertaken, the myriad life-threatening dangers they had faced, only to find it all for naught. Just as the collective mood of despair and disappointment enveloped the group, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Esteemed knight, you should give thanks to God. I firmly believe that if Captain Grant were still alive, he would undoubtedly appear on this continent of Australia." The sailors aboard the Britannia were taken aback by this proclamation, which struck them like a bolt from the blue. Sir Griñafán abruptly rose, pushing his chair aside, and proclaimed loudly, "Who spoke just now?" "I did," came a voice from the opposite end of the table. Everyone turned to see a farm laborer responding. "Alton, is it you?" cried Paddy O'More, and Sir Griñafán was taken aback. "Esteemed knight, it is indeed I. Like you, I am a Scot. Moreover, I am one of the sailors from the Britannia who endured the shipwreck." Alton spoke with unwavering conviction and palpable excitement. His words were nothing short of astonishing. Miss Mary Grant was overwhelmed with joy, nearly fainting from excitement, as she collapsed into the embrace of Mrs. Helen. Bagenal, Captain Mingle, and young Robert also vacated their seats, gathering around the individual known as Alton, summoned by their host, Mr. Paddy O'More. Observing Alton, one could discern that he was approximately 45 years of age, tall and slender, with a stern countenance and a well-muscled physique. His piercing, intelligent gaze elicited immediate admiration. It was evident from his appearance that he had weathered the trials of a harsh life and could confront adversity, thus rendering him a formidable man. Sir Griñafán was the first to represent his companions, posing a series of inquiries to Alton. Initially, due to their excitement, the questions were neither coherent nor methodical. "Are you truly one of the shipwrecked crew from the Britannia?" "Indeed, sir. I am a sailor who served alongside Captain Grant. Then, after the disaster." "Did you manage to escape alongside him?" "Sir, that is not the case. At the moment of the sinking, I was thrown into the water and subsequently washed ashore." "Were you one of the 2 sailors mentioned in the letter?" "No, sir. I genuinely do not know the contents of the letter. When Captain Grant cast it into the sea, I was no longer at his side." "And what of the captain? Where is Captain Grant?" "I initially believed that aboard the Britannia, I was the sole survivor, while all others perished beneath the waves, as the remaining crew had vanished without a trace." "Did you not just say that Captain Grant was still alive?" "Sir, you have misunderstood. I meant, if Captain Grant were still alive. Your previous implication was that he indeed exists on the Australian continent, correct?" "Precisely. He could only be on the Australian landmass. But do you know where he currently resides?" "Oh, sir, I truly do not know. Allow me to reiterate. I once thought he might have met his demise by colliding with rocks or drowned in the sea. However, your recent assertion suggests he is alive. What do you truly know about the situation?" "I can only state that if Captain Grant is alive, Then he must be living on the Australian continent. Where exactly did the Britannia encounter its misfortune? At this juncture, Major McNab finally posed this pivotal question. Prior to this inquiry, the dialogue had been vague and devoid of logic. Yet, with the Major's reminder, the conversation gained clarity. In response to Major McNab's question, Alton replied, "At that moment, I was at the bow of the ship, handling the sails, when suddenly, in an instant, I was thrown overboard. At that moment, the Britannia was sailing towards the Australian coast, a mere 2 chains away. Thus, the site of the incident must have occurred in this vicinity." Was the incident located along the latitude of 37 south? Captain Mangles inquired. Indeed, it was at 37. Was it on the western coast? No, it was on the eastern coast of Australia. What was the time of the incident? It transpired late at night on June 27, 1862. Ah, quite right. You are absolutely correct, Sir Griñafán exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Sir, you must now comprehend the situation. If Captain Grant were still alive, you should search for him along the Australian mainland, not elsewhere. Friends, we must seek him out. We will certainly find him and rescue him, Bagenal vowed passionately, concluding with, "Oh, my God, you have entrusted these precious letters to the hands of the wise." No one continued on Bagenal's topic. The Grant siblings, along with Sir Griñafán and his wife, excitedly grasped Alton's hand, as if he were a messenger sent by the divine. With his presence, they believed they could successfully rescue Captain Grant. Furthermore, they reasoned that if the sailor, Alton, could escape peril, then Captain Grant must also be capable of evading this calamity. Thus, everyone gathered around Alton, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly posing questions, to which Alton responded succinctly and joyfully. Miss Mary Grant, overwhelmed with emotion, grasped the hand of her father's former companion, tears nearly spilling down her cheeks. At that moment, only Major McNab and Captain Mungle harbored doubts regarding Alton's identity as a sailor, questioning the veracity of his utterances. To these two, this unexpected encounter seemed rather dubious. Despite Alton recounting a plethora of facts, dates, and details consistent with those found in letters, there remained an unsettling uncertainty. Thus, Major McNab observed with a calm demeanor, refraining from hasty conclusions. However, Captain Mungle's lingering suspicions were swiftly dispelled when he noted the genuine familiarity in Alton's tone as he spoke of Captain Grant to Miss Mary, reminiscent of an old acquaintance. Furthermore, Alton appeared to possess intimate knowledge of the Grant siblings' circumstances. He recounted a specific instance at the port of Glasgow, when the Britannia had just set sail, where he encountered the captain's children, Mary and Robert Grant. At that time, Captain Grant was hosting a farewell banquet, which the siblings attended, along with the local governor, Mr. McTavish. Young Robert, not yet 10, was under the care of the boatswain, Dick Turner, yet the spirited boy, undeterred by adult supervision, had climbed onto the crossbeam of the ship's foremast. Indeed, I remember such an occurrence, young Robert interjected. Alton continued to unfold a tapestry of past minutiae, and whenever he paused, Miss Grant eagerly urged him to proceed with his narrative. "Mr. Alton, please continue to speak at length about my father." With this request, Alton resumed his narrative, thoroughly satisfying Miss Grant's curiosity. Although Sir Griñafán had numerous pressing inquiries to make, Mrs. Helen subtly indicated that he should hold his questions for the moment. Subsequently, Alton recounted the voyage of the Britannia as it sailed across the Pacific. Miss Mary Grant was well versed in the details of that journey, as the newspapers had extensively covered the expedition until 1862. That year, Captain Grant's ship had nearly docked at every major landmass in Oceania, including New Zealand, New Guinea, the New Hebrides, and New Caledonia. However, due to the discrimination of British officials, their endeavors were closely monitored by the colonial authorities at every stop. Nevertheless, by divine providence, Captain Grant's crew managed to discover a significant location along the western coast of Papua, which they believed could be developed into a Scottish settlement. This place boasted convenient transportation routes that could attract passing vessels, thereby fostering commercial prosperity. Once the Britannia had completed its exploration of the Papua region, it set sail toward Callao to procure provisions. On the night of May 30th, 1862, the Britannia departed from the port of Callao, intending to return to England via the Indian Ocean. Unfortunately, 3 weeks later, a tremendous storm assailed the vessel, inflicting severe damage and leaving a gaping hole at the bottom that proved irreparable. The crew was compelled to tirelessly operate the pump, drawing water incessantly, leaving everyone utterly exhausted. After enduring such dire conditions at sea for 8 days, the crew felt resigned to their fate. On the night of June 27th, the ship drifted to the eastern coast of Australia, where it met its demise against the rocks. Alton leapt into the turbulent waters and was washed ashore, though he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself amidst the local indigenous people, who subsequently escorted him inland. From that moment on, he had not heard any tidings regarding the Britannia. Thus, he was certain that the ship must have succumbed to the treacherous reefs near Dufour Bay. Alton then recounted his experiences of being captured by the indigenous people. They took him to the Darling River Basin, located 400 miles north of the 37S latitude line, enduring considerable hardship due to the impoverished and primitive state of the tribes. He fortunately did not suffer any severe mistreatment. Throughout his 2 years of existence akin to that of a slave within the tribe, he perpetually harbored thoughts of escape. In October 1864, the long-awaited opportunity finally presented itself. On a dark and tempestuous night, he seized the moment when the local indigenous people's guard was lax and made his escape. Initially traversing through the forest, he subsisted on roots and the sap of sensitive plants. To maintain his bearings, he walked towards the sun during the day and relied on the stars at night. Moreover, he traversed countless mountains, numerous marshlands, and myriad rivers, stepping into desolate territories that many explorers dared not enter. Often, he found himself amidst perilous circumstances, yet fortune smiled upon him, enabling him to escape from the jaws of danger and emerge unscathed. When he was utterly exhausted, unable to move, and felt as though he had depleted the very essence of his vitality, he fortuitously encountered the benevolent Mr. O'More. Thus, he took refuge in this household, earning his livelihood through agricultural labor. It seemed that Alton held him in high regard, and I, too, found much to admire in Alton. Within this estate, he was both courageous and astute, and he worked diligently and industriously. As long as he wished, he could consider this place his home. After Alton finished his narrative, the Irishman O'More exclaimed with fervor. Alton immediately bowed in gratitude to the Irishman and then awaited the questions from the assembly. Subsequently, as inquiries flowed, many of his answers echoed with repetition, leaving little room for further topics. Then, Sir Griñafán suggested that it would be prudent for everyone to deliberate together on whether to devise a subsequent search plan based on the clues provided by Alton. Major McNabb approached and inquired of Alton. Earlier, you mentioned that you were a sailor aboard the Britannia. Indeed, Alton replied with unwavering certainty. The astute Alton sensed the skepticism in the Major's inquiry and promptly added, "You may examine my certificate of service from the ship." As soon as he finished speaking, he rose and exited the hall to retrieve his credentials. At that moment, O'More addressed Sir Griñafán, stating, "Sir, based on my observations, I can assure you that Mr. Alton is indeed an honest and trustworthy individual. He has been working in our household for 2 months, and I have yet to find anything to criticize. I am aware of how he was captured and enslaved, which only attests to his integrity and upright character, making him deserving of trust." Just as Sir Griñafán was about to express that he had never doubted Alton, the latter entered holding a certificate. The document was signed by the owner of the Britannia and Captain Grant, and Miss Mary Grant immediately recognized her father's handwriting. The certificate clearly stated, "Hereby appointed the excellent first mate, Mr. Tom Alton, to serve as the first mate aboard the 3-masted vessel, the Britannia, in the port of Glasgow." Thus, it appeared that Alton's certificate undeniably validated his identity.